Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 347 to Chapter 521. Tonight at midnight, Fiji raised his head and glanced at the servant. He scoffed at the Dongli royal family's intentions. If he remembered correctly, the Tianyu branch of the Empire of Qin would be recruiting students in 2 days. Were they afraid that something would happen and the Luo family would be protected by the Tianyu branch? Was that why they wanted to act first? Indeed, if Luo Qingtong really became a student of the Tianyu branch, the Luo family wouldn't be easy to deal with. What's more, they were acting in secret. Therefore, even though Fiji saw through the Dongli royal family's intentions, he didn't say anything. Tonight is the time of the Z period, the sooner they acted, the better. It would save them the trouble of waiting. He raised his hand and waved, and the eunuch tactfully retreated. King Xiaowu wasn't someone they could casually interact with. Furthermore, he obviously wasn't interested in talking to them, so they couldn't disturb him. At the same time, in the heavenly evil valley, Luo Qingtong opened her eyes and looked at the pile of herbs in the cauldron. She was extremely focused. A large amount of the power of heaven and earth was guided into the cauldron and fused with the medicinal power. This process was called medicinal fusion. The next step was to fuse the pills. Luo Qingtong had failed several times in the past. The power of heaven and earth would react violently with the medicinal power, causing the medicinal power to mutate instantly. It would have a completely different effect from the previous herbs. If one had to accurately describe this process, it was like those chemical experiments where 2 different substances were mixed together to form a completely new and different substance. However, the synthesis of substances in chemical experiments was controllable, but alchemy was completely uncontrollable. If the power of heaven and earth was introduced into the same herbs, the pill would be ruined if the timing was slightly wrong. Even the most experienced alchemist couldn't produce a 100% success rate. This was because each herb contained a different amount of medicinal power. When they fused together, the mixed medicinal power would be different. Furthermore, the power of heaven and earth was introduced into the fusion. It was basically impossible to predict the most crucial point, when was the best time to fuse the pills, but now, Luo Qingtong wanted to break this rule. The light in her eyes was constantly focused on the ball of medicinal power that was violently fusing with the power of heaven and earth to produce a mutation. Countless numbers floated up and down, flashing past her eyes. The next second, rise. Following her low shout, the ball of medicinal power suddenly combined into one. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth that was pouring into the cauldron was also cut off. Whoosh, at this moment, a thick pill aroma filled the air. Success! Luo Qingtong looked at this scene with a smile. After several failures, she finally grasped the most optimal value of the mixture of medicinal power and heaven and earth energy, which was also the key point of forming the pill. From now on, she would never fail to refine these 2 pills. No way. Did you really succeed? Little Pig widened his eyes at the side. What a freak, what a freak. Previously, it had rejoiced in Luo Qingtong's furnace explosion, thinking that there was finally something in this world that she couldn't do. But then, it realized that this woman was really crazy. She actually refined 2 types of pills at the same time. Who the hell dares to refine 2 types of pills at the same time on their first try? It would be strange if the cauldron didn't explode. Forget about it. How long has it been? She actually succeeded in refining it? She's refining 2 types of pills at the same time. Even an alchemy master wouldn't dare to do this. Rumble. Between the heavens and the earth, countless winds and clouds gathered towards the 9 Shaman mountain. F***. CK. It can't be, right? She awakened the pill spirit on her first try? Little Pig really admired Luo Qingtong from the bottom of his heart when he sensed the gathering of auras outside. Refining pills was completely different from refining pills. When refining pills, no matter how hard one tried to fuse them, the medicinal properties would fuse with each other. It was impossible to trigger the energy of heaven and earth, let alone cause any changes. More importantly, refining pills was similar to cultivation. It would attract the interference of the laws of heaven and earth, because refining pills involved the changes of the laws of heaven and earth. Some pills would even develop their own consciousness due to the high grade of the materials used to refine them. At that time, it would attract the interference of the heavens. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. Refining pills was the same. The higher the grade of the pill, the greater the obstruction it would face from the heavens. Little Pig really didn't expect that Luo Qingtong's first attempt at refining pills would attract the interference of the heavens. This was the kind of treatment that could only be received by a pill that had its spirit awakened. Generally, the pills refined by alchemists were only of common grade. After mixing the medicinal properties with the energy of heaven and earth, it would be considered good if they could retain 20 to 30% of the medicinal properties. Only 50 to 60% of the medicinal properties would attract the interference of the heavens. 70 to 80% of the medicinal properties would attract a heaven and earth phenomenon. Just as Little Pig was thinking about this, countless phoenixes and dragons' cries could be heard outside. Under the backdrop of the stormy clouds, the sky was filled with dazzling multicolored light. F***ck, 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 Little Pig was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. A heaven and earth phenomenon, and it was the highest grade pill, dragon and phoenix auspicious, the medicinal pills refined by this woman. Just what level had the medicinal strength of the pills retained? Could she be any more perverted? Little Pig felt his stomach ache. This was the first time he saw someone using such low-grade medicinal materials to refine a pill that attracted the interference of the heavens and heaven and earth phenomenon. Luo Qingtong ignored him. Rumble. Wind and thunder rumbled outside, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes resounded. She suddenly felt that the pill in her cauldron had suddenly changed, and the value of the pill's potency skyrocketed. In the next second, swish, the lid of the cauldron was suddenly opened, and a few pills rushed out of it. Crack! Following the appearance of those medicinal pellets, several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the sky and struck those medicinal pellets. The cave Luo Qingtong was in was completely split open. The lightning bolts struck towards the pills. Stop them! Little Pig panicked when he saw this scene. They're here to destroy these pills. Also, be careful, these medicinal pills will run away. How could Little Pig have imagined that Luo Qingtong could actually use such low-grade ingredients to refine a spirit-opening pill? It was simply inconceivable. This pill definitely surpassed the category of common grade. He didn't know how Luo Qingtong did it. But in the next second, it regretted saying the wrong thing. Damn, this is the heavenly law. It actually asked Luo Qingtong to stop them. This wasn't before it was sealed. Hey, hey, hey! I was wrong, I was wrong. Come back quickly, don't stop them. Little Pig stomped his hooves and shouted anxiously. He also rushed out with a swish. At this time, Luo Qingtong had already arrived in front of those medicinal pellets. With a swish, she raised her hand and grabbed those medicinal pellets. Then, she raised her head and faced the lightning bolts. She could feel the vast and powerful energy coming from the lightning bolts. It was even stronger than the energy of the Sage Realm experts she had felt before. Luo Qingtong cursed Little Pig 800 times in her heart. Fortunately, Little Pig also rushed over at this time and shouted at her, "Throw away those medicinal pellets in your hand." She felt waves of energy coming from the life and death sword in her mind. It seemed like it wanted to come out. Luo Qingtong sensed the energy waves and found that it was indeed restless. It was targeting the heavenly Tao's energy. Luo Qingtong thought for a moment and raised her hand to release it. Swoosh, the life and death sword instantly shone brightly with black and white light. Luo Qingtong held the sword and slashed at the lightning that was striking down from the sky. F***ck. Don't. Little Pig's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Even if this woman wants to die, she shouldn't do it like this. The heavenly Tao's energy was not something she could contend against. Don't be so stubborn at a time like this, Little Pig had to hand it to Luo Qingtong. Seeing her rushing towards the lightning bolts, Little Pig felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Let's fight. What sin have I committed to have met such a perverted master who doesn't play by the rules? Since Luo Qingtong would die if she died, Little Pig rushed towards Luo Qingtong without any hesitation. As he rushed, his small body emitted a faint light. However, before it could reach Luo Qingtong was stunned. Gotcha! The lightning bolts that carried boundless power were instantly cut in half by Luo Qingtong's sword. In the next second, they disappeared under everyone's shocked gazes. That's right, they disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. Little Pig had just arrived in front of Luo Qingtong, and before he could use his trump card, he saw that everything was over. Luo Qingtong floated to the ground. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky rolled. After the lightning bolts were scattered, they also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky was restored to its previous clear and bright state. Master. The experts, who had been stunned for a long time, finally regained their senses and hurriedly rushed towards Luo Qingtong. They still didn't know what had happened. She only saw the lightning strike towards her master, and then it was smashed into pieces by her master's backhand. That was heavenly thunder and lightning. The group of people looked at Luo Qingtong with shock and awe. They did not know the true power of the lightning, nor did they know that it was not something that ordinary people could resist. His master's ability was truly unfathomable. Little Pig was the most shocked of all. It rubbed its eyes with its hooves and blinked hard to make sure it wasn't dreaming. F***ck, it stared dumbfoundedly at Luo Qingtong, who was completely unscathed. It didn't know what to say. How could she resist the power of the heavenly law? Was this woman trying to ascend to heaven? However, only Luo Qingtong knew that those lightning bolts were not destroyed by her. Instead, they were absorbed by the life and death dual rights sword in her hand. Luo Qingtong lowered her head and looked at the black and white sword in her hand. For the first time, she had a strong interest in this treasure that Tian Mingzi gave her. She looked at the flowing inscription patterns on the sword. The power of those lightning bolts was obviously absorbed by these inscription patterns. Interesting, divine inscriptions. Luo Qingtong looked at these inscription patterns thoughtfully and put away the life and death dual rights sword. How much do you know about inscriptions? Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig and asked. After this experience, Luo Qingtong was obviously more interested in inscriptions. The inscriptions on the life and death sword could absorb heavenly energy to replenish itself. Moreover, this was an incomplete inscription. If the inscriptions were complete, how powerful would the life and death sword be? Luo Qingtong was very excited about this. Was it because of that sword that you shattered those lightning bolts? Little Pig immediately reacted when he heard Luo Qingtong's question. How could this woman be so powerful? She could even shatter heavenly energy in a matter of minutes, then she would truly be a monster, so it was because of that sword. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded. It absorbed those lightning bolts. Are inscriptions really that powerful? Of course. Little Pig nodded. You haven't come into contact with inscriptions yet. Of course, I don't know much about it either. But inscriptions are really powerful. I told you before that making spatial spiritual tools is just a small path. Do you know? When you become proficient in inscriptions, you can learn how to make spatial spiritual tools. It's not a storage space, but a real spiritual tool for killing. Little Pig said, a spatial spiritual tool can use the power of space to kill the opponent. It can shatter space and strangle space. Think about how powerful it is. Even if a powerful inscription master's cultivation talent is average and his strength is weak, with his powerful inscription technique, no one dares to bully him. Not to mention the various uses of inscriptions. There are elixir inscriptions, weapon inscriptions, human inscriptions. Little Pig listed out all kinds of benefits to Luo Qingtong. If inscriptions are engraved on elixirs, they can increase the elixir's efficacy. If inscriptions are engraved on spiritual tools, they can increase the power of those spiritual tools. If inscriptions are engraved on a human body, they can increase the human's ability in all aspects. Do you think inscriptions are powerful or not? Then why didn't you mention it before? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at Little Pig. If inscriptions were so powerful, why didn't this pig encourage her to learn them? This was not like it. This pig could not wait to show off whenever it had something good. Just look at those useless rings it had taken out before. I want to say it too. Little Pig was depressed by her question. However, that old geezer Tian Mingzi is the supreme master of this Tao. I've flipped through all the books he left for you, but there's no basic foundation. Otherwise, how could it resist showing off? That was because there was no chance. No wonder that damned old man was so excited after knowing that Luo Qingtong's talent in alchemy was astonishing, and wanted to pass his mantle to her no matter what. Besides himself, there was probably another reason, and it was that if he passed down the Tao of inscriptions to others, it would absolutely be lost in a matter of minutes. There wasn't even an introductory manual, so how was anyone supposed to learn it? However, it also knew that it couldn't blame Tian Mingzi. Their sect was already standing at the pinnacle of the Tao of inscriptions. Those introductory manuals couldn't be stored in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. It only thought of this when it escaped with all its might, but it was already too late. Otherwise, why would it cling on to Luo Qingtong, this life-saving straw? If it wanted to pass on its mantle, it could even give up on revenge. Luo Qingtong was also speechless by Little Pig's words. At this moment, she felt a movement in her palm. Only then did she remember that she still had a few medicinal pills in her hand. These medicinal pills can be taken back for Grandpa to consume. Luo Qingtong chuckled when she felt the medicinal pills moving restlessly in her palm. Then, she sealed them in a medicine bottle. Let's go. I'll refine some more and then go back. As for the matter of inscriptions, let's talk about it later. Dongli Nation, Windgate City. Old Master Chu wore a worried look. Recalling what the king had said to them today, he couldn't sit still. Tonight, the people assigned to the defense of the 4 gates should withdraw. No matter what you hear, the guards are not to move. In addition, all of you noble houses must restrain your subordinates. No matter what happens in this city, it has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? No one is to leave without permission. Dongli King's expression was fierce. Tianyu's empress had sent the ferocious tiger guard to eliminate the Luo clan. This was a great opportunity for him. He wouldn't allow anyone to stop him. Many of these noble houses were on good terms with the Luo clan. His warning was for them to consider their options and not go down the wrong path, otherwise, they couldn't blame him for settling the score later. If he could eliminate the Luo clan, would he be afraid of eliminating a few more noble houses? Yes, Your Majesty. The patriarchs of the aristocratic families were all frightened by his words. They didn't know what was going to happen tonight. They had a bad feeling about it. As for old Master Chu, his heart was in turmoil when he saw Dongli King's gaze on him. If he guessed correctly, what happened tonight was most likely related to the Luo clan. Was the king preparing to make a move on the Luo clan? Old Master Luo had worked hard for Dongli Nation for half his life, using the Luo clan's resources to supplement the nation's fortunes time and time again. With the marriage agreement between the Luo clan and Tianyu's imperial family, the neighboring nations didn't dare invade Dongli Nation. Now that the king saw the Luo clan in trouble, not only did he want to kick them while they were down, he even wanted to exterminate them, destroy the entire Luo clan. But Luo Qingtong still had an engagement with Tianyu's imperial family. As long as the two clans didn't break off the engagement, the king wouldn't dare make a move on the Luo clan. Suddenly, old Master Chu thought of a possibility as the color drained from his face. Did Tianyu's imperial family make a move themselves? With this thought in mind, old Master Chu's heart sank. If that was the case, then the Luo clan would be doomed this time. But, for the sake of face, the royal family of Tianyu would definitely hide their actions and find a reason to do so. Therefore, they couldn't act in the name of Tianyu's imperial family. If he wanted to help the Luo family, there was still a chance. As long as he doesn't listen to His Majesty. But, was it worth it? For the Luo family, was it worth sacrificing the entire Chu family? Old Master Chu's heart burned with anxiety. He paced back and forth in the hall as scenes flashed through his mind. He and old Master Luo had quarreled for half of their lives, but they both admired each other's character. Although he didn't get along with old Luo, he had heard people talking about him. Old Luo told others that he was an upright and tough man who wasn't afraid of the Luo family's reputation. Old man Luo, your life isn't worth it. Old Master Chu couldn't help but cry when he thought of this. Both of them were devoted to the country, but the royal family didn't care about them. Without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Old Master Chu didn't know if the Chu family would be next after the Luo family. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and summoned his son. Send someone to keep an eye on the Luo clan. If there's any movement, report it immediately. Yes, father. Although he was surprised, the latter obeyed and left. Old Master Chu sighed heavily as he watched his son's departing figure. It was midnight. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The clouds in the sky gathered and dissipated, surrounding and cutting the moonlight into various shapes. In the middle of the night, there was no sound at all. Clop clop clop. The muffled sound of hooves suddenly rang out from the east gate of Windgaze City. But the guards acted as if they didn't hear anything. The east gate was wide open. Fiji led a group of disguised ferocious tiger guards through the gate. Fiji sneered when he saw that there was no one around. No one on the street came out to look at the muffled sound of hooves. The Duke of Dongli really couldn't wait to destroy the Luo clan. He really had everything planned out. Just as well, he wanted to end this as soon as possible. Let's go. After identifying the direction, Fiji waved his hand and led his men in the direction of the Luo clan. Today was the day the Luo clan would be destroyed. Clang. Dark night, sword light, moon, and murderous intent. At the same time, the Chu clan members who had been keeping an eye on the Luo clan gasped when they saw the ferocious tiger guards charging towards the Luo clan. They hurried back to report. Father, the Luo clan is in trouble. The eldest son of the Chu clan said hurriedly. In the main hall of the Chu clan, Old Master Chu suddenly stood up. Quick! Gather the men. We're going to the Luo clan. Beat the drums and gongs along the way and wake everyone up. If the imperial family of Tianyu was involved, the Chu clan wouldn't be able to do anything. But if the entire city was alarmed, the imperial family would have to retreat if they didn't want to tarnish their reputation. That way, the Luo clan would be safe. But just as the Chu clan's men were gathered, there was a commotion outside the door. Qinglu Wangya's face was gloomy as he led the imperial guards to surround the entire Chu family. It's late and the dew is heavy. Where's Marquis Ding going? Humph. That old thing, I knew he was up to no good. He helped the Luo clan before, and now he's going to ruin our plans. But he didn't know that they had their eyes on him. His Majesty's words were not only an order, but also a warning. Who would have thought that he would really move? This old fart wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Luo clan, right? Qinglu Wangya's eyes were cold. It's already late at night. Marquis Ding should stay at home. It's midnight and 100 ghosts are traveling at night. Don't be careless and bump into anything. That would be bad. His words were ruthless and meaningful. How could Old Master Chu not understand? As expected, Tianyu's royal family made a move. His Majesty, on the other hand, had always been on guard against him helping the Luo family. He had long sent people to guard the Chu residence. This time, the Luo clan was really doomed. Old Master Chu slumped into his chair. At the same time, bang, the door of the Luo residence was kicked open. Fiji's eyes were cold, and the face hidden under the armor was full of murderous intent. He waved his hand fiercely. Kill. Except for Luo Qingtong, the entire Luo clan will be wiped out. At the same time, in the heavenly evil valley, Luo Qingtong had just finished refining the pills needed by the Luo clan's iron army. She slightly changed the time of refining the pills so that the medicinal power in the pills wouldn't be so strong. Thus, it didn't attract the interference of the heavenly Tao. She put away the pills and prepared to refine the antidote for her poison. At this time, whoosh! Whoosh! The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was sharp. She raised her head abruptly. Grandfather! Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. In the next second, her figure suddenly rushed out of the room and stood on the tallest tree in the valley. Cloud-piercing arrow. Before Luo Qingtong left, she gave it to the battle slave experts to ignite in case of an emergency, a crisis that could make a group of martial lord realm battle slave experts unable to deal with. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was piercingly cold. Everyone from Evil Valley, follow me back to Windgaze City. As she spoke, she raised her hand and released the spirit ship from the waist ring. Whoosh! The moment Luo Qingtong spoke, the people from Evil Valley had already gathered from all directions. Seeing the spirit ship, they were not surprised. Their master could even take out a sumeru spatial artifact of several hundred square meters. What was a spirit ship? But they did not know why their master wanted to go to Windgaze City. But since it was Luo Qingtong's order, they naturally would not disobey. The group boarded the spirit ship one after another. With a wave of Luo Qingtong's hand, the spirit ship suddenly soared and flew straight in the direction of Windgaze City. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong took out a Luo Sha mask and put it on herself. Her bright red dress was also changed into men's clothing. It was still a fiery red, but this time it represented the bloodlust of azure purgatory. Those who dared to touch the Luo family and her grandfather were courting death. At the same time, in the Luo family, Fiji rushed in with his people and felt something was wrong. "Who are you?" The people who rushed out in front were all at the martial lord realm. When did the Luo family have such strong strength? Among them, there were even peak martial lord experts. Looking at these people blocking his way, Fiji's face was indescribably cold. The Luo family actually hid such power in private. No wonder Luo Qingtong dared to be so arrogant in Dongli country. It was said that she relied on her status as the future wife of Tianyu's fifth prince, but now it seemed that it was because of the Luo clan's strength. The Luo family had really hidden themselves well. If it wasn't for his sister's request for him to come in order to conceal their actions, he was afraid that this group of Maine tiger guards wouldn't have returned, but now, Fiji sneered. What tyrannical strength! In front of him, all of them were useless. Kill. The few of you, go find Grandpa Luo and kill him. Leave these people to me, he ordered coldly. Yes. A few of his trusted aides answered and prepared to leave. However, before they could make a move, rays of light from a formation lit up above the Luo residents, suddenly enveloping them. Rumble. The array formation's light intertwined and reflected the attacks of Fiji and the others. At the same time, powerful attacks burst out from the formation and blasted toward Fiji and the others. Damn it! There's an array formation in the Luo residence? Fiji was almost injured by his own attack. Just as he steadied himself, he saw one attack after another mixed with the attacks of the martial lord realm experts, rushing towards him and the others. The attacks of the array formation were so powerful that he didn't dare to take them head-on. He could only dodge them. At this time, outside the Luo residence, Luo Xinning, with a veil covering her face, stood in the dark and watched the array formation light up above the Luo residence. She gritted her teeth in anger. Spiritual Array Master. Last time, she almost died in the Luo residence because of the array formation light. But now... Boom! A black object was thrown out by her. It was the heavenly lightning seed that Luo Xinning got from Elder Chu. It was a one-time use spiritual weapon that could break arrays. The array was difficult to break from the inside, but it was much easier from the outside. Luo Xinning used the ferocious tiger guards to see where the eye of the array was and threw a heavenly lightning seed over. Instantly, the eye of the array was broken. The light of the array above the Luo family became sluggish and its power was greatly reduced. It was not completely broken. Luo Xinning gritted her teeth. How powerful was the Spirit Array Master protecting the Luo clan? According to Elder Chu, he only got a few heavenly lightning seeds by chance. Even an array that could trap a martial king was useless against him. This only reduced the power of the array above the Luo family, but this was enough. Seeing that Fiji and the rest had broken free from the suppression of the array, they started to fight back. Luo Xinning sneered in her heart and ordered the people around her, "Go. You can do whatever you want with the beautiful young lady of the Luo family. Remember. After you are done with her, scratch her face and sell her far away. I want the worst brothel to entertain the most disgusting guests." The royal family of Tianyu would not touch Luo Qingtong. She would. How could Luo Xinning let Luo Qingtong go? Luo Qingtong would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. She wanted to see if the fifth prince would still want her after her chastity was destroyed. As for the blame, the ferocious tiger guards would take it. Who would know that she was the one who did it? Luo Xinning sneered. Yes. Don't worry, Miss Ning. We will do our best to get things done for you. The bandits that Luo Xinning found were the most vicious and evil ones. They heard that they could get something for free and that someone would take the blame for them. They just wanted to enjoy it. How could they not agree? They rubbed their palms together and sneaked towards the Luo family. However, they did not know that they were not going to a beautiful and gentle place, but a bloody cave of bones. When they realized it, it was too late. Rumble. The power of the array in the Luo family was greatly reduced. Instantly, Fiji and the others reacted. Fiji was enraged that he was forced into such a sorry state by the array formation. He looked at those martial marquee realm battle slave experts who were risking their lives to block in front of him, his expression extremely cold and furious. These people from the Luo family all deserve to die. Scram. With a palm strike, he sent a martial lord realm expert flying. He coldly shouted, "Everyone present, kill them all. Leave no one alive." Yes. The group of Mang Tiger guards heard the order, and immediately rushed towards the group of battle slaves. The Mang Tiger guards had more experts than the battle slaves. Among the 100 or so people, nearly half of them were martial marquee experts. The battle slaves were no match for them. Go. Retreat to the old master's courtyard and guard it with your life. Don't retreat a single step. They had already sent out a whistling arrow to inform their master. Presumably, the latter would arrive soon. He couldn't let anything happen to old Master Luo. Fortunately, the Luo clan's iron guards had all been sent to the side courtyard to recuperate. Otherwise, if they were to stay here, they would not be able to take care of them and would only end up dead. The group of people retreated as they fought. At this moment. Boom! Old Master Luo. Seeing this scene, the eyes of all the battle slaves turned red with envy. Before their master left, he had told them that they must protect the old man well. Old Master Luo was recuperating and could not move at will. If old Master Luo was hurt by these people, how could they face their master? They might as well kill themselves one by one. Bang! The martial marquee realm experts who were fighting with the Mang Tiger guards did not care about their injuries. They took a hit and retreated from the battle. They rushed toward old Master Luo's courtyard. However, it was too late. They watched helplessly as the Fijians rushed into old Master Luo's courtyard. At this moment. Bang! A blood-red figure instantly descended from the sky like a red lightning bolt in the dark night. He appeared in front of the few trusted aides of Fiji and lifted his leg to kick the person who was in the lead away. In the next second, a pure black light shone. In the dark night, the pure black light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It drew a cold and murderous arc in the air. Swoosh! In an instant, fresh blood splattered out, dyeing the dark night sky that was covered by the moonlight saber light a dark red. Kill all of them. After cutting the throats of the 2 Fiji followers who wanted to rush into old Master Luo's room, Luo Qingtong held the death blade and stood at the door of old Master Luo's room. The eyes on the Rakshasa ghost mask were deep and cold. Midnight, 100 ghosts parade, she was the biggest demon in the world, how dare they touch her grandfather? Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. Just a bit more and these people would have barged in. These people deserve to die. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Fiji had just mentioned these people. Now, they were all returned by Luo Qingtong. Rumble. In the sky above Grandfather Luo's courtyard, a group of figures suddenly descended. They were the people from the Evil Valley who were one step behind Luo Qingtong. The huge spirit ship stopped in the sky above the Luo family. Figures with strong auras floated down from the ship. Yes. Master. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, everyone agreed. They raised their hands and attacked the stupefied Mang Tiger guards. The battle slaves below, who had suffered heavy casualties, were all overjoyed when they saw Luo Qingtong appear. Master. Those who are seriously injured, go and treat your wounds. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. If you can still fight, equip yourself with these. As she spoke, she raised her hand and tossed over a useless ring. Inside were the weapons and armors she picked out from Tianyu's royal treasury. These were the treasures of Tianyu's royal family for thousands of years. Every piece of these weapons and armors could make martial kings and martial emperors exclaim in surprise. But now, Luo Qingtong had easily tossed him to a group of powerful battle slaves. Good things were meant to be used. The improvement of one's strength was always more useful than looking at them. Luo Qingtong would never be stingy with giving benefits to those who worked for her. As for her enemies, Luo Qingtong looked coldly at Fiji and the others. Swoosh! She leaped up and charged towards the group of ferocious tiger guards. At the same time, she suddenly made a series of hand seals. Wait! Fiji was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. He looked at the group of martial king realm experts rushing towards them in the dark night, and then looked at the Rakshasa ghost mask on Luo Qingtong's face. He was extremely shocked. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Is there a misunderstanding between us? They were only here to destroy the Luo clan. Why would the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who was so popular in the Black Field, appear in the Luo clan and attack them in anger? Could it be that the Luo clan was related to evil Dr. Ghost Eye? But why didn't they get any information? One had to know that the outside world was going crazy trying to find this person. All the major forces and aristocratic families were inquiring about this person's whereabouts. Even the Tianyu Empire was no exception. This person's medical skills were amazing. Most importantly, she had a very good relationship with the Black Field. It was said that the Black Field's bloody arena had warned the Qing clan of a superior country because one of her subordinates had been kidnapped. During her disappearance, the Supreme Black Field had personally inquired about her whereabouts everywhere. They couldn't wait to befriend such a person, but now they had offended her. Fiji was anxious and angry. He wanted to explain himself. However, haha, Luo Qingtong sneered. Misunderstanding? She backhanded her sword and stabbed it into the stomach of a verdant tiger guard. In the next second, she pulled out her death blade and kicked the verdant tiger guard away. That ferocious ghost face just stared at him quietly. No, there's no misunderstanding between us. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold and harsh. Those who touch the Luo clan will die. As she spoke, she waved her sword. In an instant, the group of martial King realm experts surrounded Fiji. Their actions were extremely ruthless. The surviving battle slaves, after being equipped with the armors and weapons given to them by Luo Qingtong, also surrounded the main Tiger Guard. The main Tiger Guards, who were originally arrogant and unscrupulous in the Luo clan, were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were panicked and terrified as they were slaughtered by the people brought by Luo Qingtong. They simply had no power to fight back. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, there must be some misunderstanding. Fiji begged for mercy as he resisted. I'm Fiji, the legitimate son of the Fei family of the Tianyu Empire's empress. We're here to target the Luo clan. If there is anything that disturbs Sir Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, we can leave immediately. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Lord Evil Dr. Gui Tong, I am the son of the Fei clan, the younger brother of the empress. If you kill me, it won't be good for you or the Luo family. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Fiji's face was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Empress Tianyu's order to never reveal his identity. If he didn't reveal his identity, he would die here. The Luo clan was related to evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Moreover, the other party was so protective of him. If he had known, he would never have agreed to his sister's request to come here and exterminate the Luo clan. Fiji's heart was filled with regret. He looked at Luo Qingtong with an indescribable urgency. Fei clan? Luo Qingtong looked at him with narrowed eyes. The Empress's family? You're Yu Wenchua's uncle? Yes. Yes. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye knows Schwerer? Fiji was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to call out Yu Wenchua's name. Doesn't this mean that evil doctor knows Schwerer? In this case, he should be fine. Just as he was thinking about this, Luo Qingtong took off her mask. Of course, I know her. Isn't my blind eyes and the Luo family's current predicament all thanks to her? Luo Qingtong, who had taken off her mask, had a sweet smile on her face. She looked at him with her empty eyes. The gorgeous, enchanting and unbridled young man was like a bloodthirsty demonic flower in the dark sky. His magnificence was astonishing, but it made Fiji's face turn pale with fright. Luo Qingtong? How could it be her? Fiji's face was full of horror and disbelief. Luo Qingtong was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. No wonder she was so protective of the Luo family. Then he and the others, with that thought in mind, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at that extremely beautiful and enchanting face. His mind was completely blank. Why, are you surprised? Don't worry, there will be a bigger surprise later. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Luo Qingtong's smile was bloodthirsty and enchanting. She waved her hand, leave his body intact. I'll go to the Fei family later and give them and the Empress of Tianyu a big gift. They wanted to destroy the Luo family. If she didn't give them a gift in return, how could she be worthy of the Empress of Tianyu and Yu Wenshue's kindness? Thinking of the critical moment when she arrived, Luo Qingtong's eyes became more and more bloodthirsty. Luo Qingtong. Fiji's face was pale. He wanted to say something, but a group of martial king realm experts rushed over. He didn't have the chance to speak anymore. Rumble. The sounds of fighting in the Luo family spread far and wide in the quiet night. In Dongli Palace, King Dongli was sitting on a couch with a relaxed expression, listening to the report from his personal servant. Your Majesty, the fighting in the Luo family has stopped. The Luo family must have been destroyed. Your Majesty can rest easy in the future. The servant said flatteringly. Oh. It's over so soon? The Tianyu Empire's main tiger guard is indeed powerful. Dongli King chuckled. The Luo clan has been annihilated, leaving behind only Luo Qingtong. There is nothing to be afraid of. From now on, the entire Dongli country will be under the control of the royal family. No one will be able to criticize my decrees anymore. His expression was ruthless. Yes, Your Majesty will no longer be bullied by the Luo clan. The attendant smiled apologetically. At this moment, a servant walked in from outside and handed over a name card. Your Majesty, the people from Tianyu Branch Academy have sent us a name card. They say that the entrance examination will be held tomorrow, and they invite Your Majesty to come personally. Oh. King Dongli raised his hand and had someone bring the invitation over. After reading it, he laughed and said, This Luo Xingning is indeed vicious. The Luo clan has just been exterminated, and she can't wait to instigate Elder Chu to change the date of the entrance examination. At that time, she will be admitted to Tianyu Branch Academy in glory, while the Luo clan will be miserable. She clearly wants the Luo clan to die with grievances. King Dongli knew that the date of the entrance examination of Tianyu Branch Academy had been set long ago. How could it be changed so easily, especially tomorrow? If it wasn't Luo Xingning, who else could it be? His intentions were truly vicious, but it had nothing to do with him. He could take advantage of the great day when the Luo clan was exterminated to watch a show. At the same time, Luo Xingning walked out of Chu Lao's place with satisfaction. Chu Lao was very happy about the destruction of the Luo family and had promised to change the enrollment date to the next day. Luo Qingtong, just watch me enter Tianyu Branch School. The daughter of the first wife of the Luo family used to be so high and mighty. Luo Xingning was repeatedly warned that everything in the Luo family would belong to Luo Qingtong. She and Luo Qingtong were worlds apart. But now, the Luo family had been destroyed, and Luo Qingtong had probably been defiled by the people she had arranged, right? With the main tiger guards as the scapegoat, the bandits would not dare to betray her. By then, Luo Qingtong would have to spend the rest of her life in a low-class brothel. He wondered if she would be so angry that she would vomit blood when she woke up in a strange place and heard that he had been admitted to the Tianyu Branch Academy. Humph. They all say that my life is not as good as yours. Luo Qingtong, tomorrow I will prove that no matter how good your life is, it is not as good as mine. Luo Xingning said as she broke the flower in her hand and went back to her room. At the same time, in the Luo family, the main tiger guards who came to invade were all killed, except for Fiji. The rest died without a complete body. Some of them wanted to beg for mercy, but Luo Qingtong did not accept it. She did not lack powerful people. She would not accept anyone who wanted to destroy the Luo family even if they knelt down. The group of people was completely wiped out, and their corpses were all thrown to feed the dogs. At the same time, a group of sneaky people was found in Luo Qingtong's courtyard. They had all sneaked into the Luo family when the array was broken. These people were the bandits that Luo Xingning found. However, at this moment, these bandits, who had done all kinds of evil, almost fainted when they saw the powerful people around Luo Qingtong. Luo Xingning asked them to play with such a person? Wasn't this pushing them into the fire pit? The group of people was furious. They quickly told Luo Xingning what she wanted them to do. As he explained, he kowtowed and said that he and the others had been deceived. The group of martial king realm experts and battle slaves were furious. Why was this Luo Xingning so disgusting? The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was very deep. Oh. Luo Xingning asked you to do this? She raised her hand and knocked on the armrest. Have you prepared the place and the people? Yes. The bandits answered fearfully, not knowing what Luo Qingtong wanted to do. Yes. Then prepare for it. In a few days, I will send someone to you. Just do as Luo Xingning told you. Luo Qingtong smiled coldly. How could he let Luo Xianming's good intentions go to waste? She had to enjoy these painstakingly arranged things for herself, but before that, there was one more thing she had to do. Qingtong's all of you are? Put on all the equipment. Also. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and threw the 2 elixirs that she had refined to the martial king realm experts and the battle slaves. Take these and go to the Fei family. Exterminate her family. Luo Qingtong looked up at the bright moon that was as big as a wheel in the sky. At this moment, the bright and clear moonlight seemed to be covered with a layer of misty blood under her gaze. In the spiritual boat, a group of martial king realm and battle slaves took the elixirs given by Luo Qingtong. These elixirs were originally given by Luo Qingtong to the Luo family's iron soldiers who had their cultivation abolished. The enlightenment elixir increased the power of understanding. The energy-increasing elixir increased the strength. These 2 elixirs were very good for their recovery. It was the same for the people of Evil Valley. After taking the energy-increasing elixir, those who were at the critical point of their cultivation suddenly broke through the original level. Then they took the enlightenment elixir and broke through again. Everyone's strength broke through 1 or 2 small levels. Some talented ones even broke through 3 or 3 levels. Their overall strength had more than doubled. In addition, Luo Qingtong equipped them with weapons and armor. This group of people was not weaker than the direct descendants of the big families in the Tianyu Empire. Among them, the one who benefited the most was the expert at the peak of the martial king realm. Luo Qingtong gave him 2 elixirs with elixir spirit that she had refined before. It helped him break through to the martial royal realm at once. Of course, it was also because his strength had reached the peak and he had touched the threshold of the martial royal realm. He was half a step into the martial royal realm. Luo Qingtong gently pushed him from behind, and he stepped over it directly. Master? Feeling that his strength had broken through the martial king realm and reached the martial royal realm, the expert at the peak of the martial king realm was very surprised. He could not hide his excitement as he looked at Luo Qingtong. He did not know how she did it. According to common sense, even if he had touched the threshold of the martial royal realm, it would take him at least several years to fully comprehend the realm of the martial royal realm. But now he had stepped over it so easily. He felt like he was dreaming. The others were even more shocked and aghast. They knew that their master was powerful, but they didn't know that she was so powerful. Master, this is... The expert who had just reached the martial royal realm looked at the jade bottle in his hand in a trance and asked incredulously. Elixir. Luo Qingtong's answer was concise, but it scared the group of subordinates. Elixir? The group of people looked at the jade bottles in their hands as if they were dreaming. These were elixir, the legendary elixir that was extremely precious and could only be refined by an alchemist. It was said that only one alchemist among countless pharmacists could be found. It was extremely difficult to find one. Alchemists were in the center of the imperial court of the sacred dynasties and royal family. In other places, they had never even seen a shadow of a person. They had only heard of legends, but now, everyone lowered their heads to look at the jade bottles in their hands, and a wave of dizziness washed over them. They had a bottle in their hands, over 100 bottles of elixir was pills. They had never dared to elixir before. Master, the group stuttered and didn't know what to say. Medicinal pills, this kind of legendary existence, not to mention seeing them, they rarely even heard of them. Now, each of them had actually eaten a bottle. God, they didn't God, Lord, they God Emperor. N? Luo Qingtong turned to look at them. What? No, nothing. Looking at her indifferent expression, the group suddenly felt that they were making a fuss over nothing. But these were elixir. Not cabbages that could be found on the roadside. Master, isn't your expression a little too calm? We're here. Luo Qingtong turned to look at the huge city in front of her. In this dark night, the huge imperial city of the Tianyu Empire was like a beast crawling in the dark. At this moment, the city was completely silent. Silence reigned everywhere. Luo Qingtong's gaze swept across the most conspicuous palace in the distance, and her lips curled into a smile silently. I didn't expect to be back so soon. The lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. Empress of Tianyu, Yuan Shui, are you ready to receive the surprise I have for you? Luo Qingtong's smile grew more bloodthirsty as she spoke. turn northwest to the Fei residence. At this moment, Patriarch Fei and his sons were still awake and discussing matters in the Fei residence. Nothing must go wrong with the hidden funds collected from various places. Send someone to check them and hand them over to the imperial family in 2 days. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the emperor blames us, Patriarch Fei said sternly. The hidden funds were collected from various places in the Tianyu Empire on the orders of the imperial family. The imperial family's treasury had been stolen and the imperial family had become paupers. This batch of hidden funds had been collected by the imperial family to deal with the emergency. However, this matter would damage the imperial family's reputation and couldn't be discussed openly. Therefore, the Fei family was the best choice. After all, they were from the empress's maternal family. Yes. Father, don't worry. The hidden funds have been counted and we can report to the emperor tomorrow, the Fei family's sons replied. Family head Fei replied with some dissatisfaction. Jier has always been in charge of this matter and he knows best how many there are. If I knew this batch of hidden funds would arrive so quickly, I would never have agreed to let him destroy the Luo family at this time. It's just a marquee residence from a low-level country. Just send a group of people to destroy it. Why bother Jier? Don't they know if they have the guts to do so? Patriarch Fei was very dissatisfied. In his opinion, the empress was too indecisive. In this aspect, she was not as good as Schwerer. If it was him, since he was unhappy with this marriage, he would take advantage of the fact that the 5th prince was not around to wipe out the entire Luo clan. Even if the 5th prince was dissatisfied, the matter had already been done. Could it be that he could still go against his own mother? Yet, he had to let the 5th prince do as he pleased, causing the imperial family to lose all face. As the Fei family head was speaking, he didn't know that the Luo family, which he had been talking about, had already annihilated Fiji and the others. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was already above the Fei family. As one of the top clans in the Tianyu Empire, the Fei clan occupied a large area in the Tianyu imperial city. Naturally, the target was very obvious. Luo Qingtong found the location of the Fei family without much effort. Looking down from the sky, Luo Qingtong could see that the Fei family was densely packed with all sorts of guards and sentries. In the center of the mansion, there was an array set up. Although it was very simple in Luo Qingtong's eyes, compared to other aristocratic families, this defense was considered decent. Unfortunately, tonight, all of this would turn into ashes. Wait here first. Luo Qingtong instructed and jumped off the spirit ship. Earth-level spirit ships did not have the ability to conceal themselves. But this was nothing to Luo Qingtong. Swoosh, Luo Qingtong landed in the vicinity of the Fei family. With a light tap of her foot, she dashed into the Fei family. Luo Qingtong's eye technique could see that the Fei family's defense was full of flaws. Luo Qingtong did not even need to hide from the patrolling guards. She followed the predetermined route and walked through the blind spots. Even if there was a group of guards diagonally opposite her, they would not be able to see her. Swoosh! Swoosh! Luo Qingtong dashed through the Fei family and easily destroyed more than half of the array in the mansion. At the same time, the colorless and odorless medicine started to spread from every key point in the mansion. 15 minutes later. Plop! Plop, plop. Countless patrolling guards suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground. What? The guard who saw his comrade fall to the ground in front of him did not even have time to shout before he fell to the ground as well. Countless dull sounds could be heard. In just an instant, the patrolling guards fell to the ground. Fei family's main courtyard. Patriarch Fei instructed his sons and was about to let them go back to rest. At this moment, he suddenly heard a slight noise from outside. In an instant, his expression changed. Who is it? He opened the door and rushed out. His sons' faces changed slightly as well. Almost instantly, they followed behind him and rushed out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the Fei family head and his sons rushed out, streaks of dazzling blade lights were heard from the courtyard outside. The Fei family's guards, who had lost their ability to resist and were lying on the ground, were being killed one by one. Luo Qingtong, dressed in red, stood in the middle of the courtyard of the main courtyard, looking enchanting. She was surrounded by the people from the Evil Valley, who were wearing armor and were well equipped with powerful cultivation. They were silently killing every life as if they were the servants of the Grim Reaper. All of this happened in silence. When Patriarch Fei and his sons rushed out, more than half of the guards in the courtyard had been killed. Fortunately, there were still many guards who were resting and were not affected. At this moment, all of them rushed out and fought with the people from the Evil Valley. "How dare you?" When Patriarch Fei stepped out and saw the scene in the courtyard, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He scolded sternly, "Where did this scoundrel come from? How dare you cause trouble in my Fei family? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." Before he could finish speaking, the surroundings of the Fei family were abruptly set ablaze with a whoosh. Bear heart and leopard guts? Amidst the flames, the Rakshasa mask covering Luo Qingtong's face looked indescribably ferocious and terrifying. However, her chin was indescribably delicate and small, warm and smooth. The contrast between the two gave people a sense of extreme contrast between black and white, devil and Buddha. She lifted her head slightly and raised her hand. A black shadow landed heavily in front of Patriarch Fei. "You flatter me. I'm here to deliver a gift to the Fei clan." He had come in a hurry and didn't know what to give her. "I wonder if you'll like this big gift." Patriarch Fei thought that Luo Qingtong had thrown a hidden weapon at him. When he took a step back and saw clearly what had landed in front of him, he was so agitated that he almost fainted. "Father!" His sons behind him quickly supported him and looked at Luo Qingtong with indescribable anger. At this moment, they had already recognized that Luo Qingtong was the evil Dr. Gui Tong, but so what? The other party had clearly come with ill intentions and had even killed Fiji. Since they had already become enemies, the other party's background was no longer important. What was important was that the other party must die here today. Furthermore, she must die cleanly so that the Black Field would not have any evidence to use against her. As he thought of this, the Fei family's eldest son leaped and charged towards Luo Qingtong. "You all support father, I'll kill her first." The Fei family's eldest son's expression was cold. He could tell that the evil Dr. Gui Tong was the leader of these people. Once he killed this woman, the others would naturally collapse. Most importantly, this woman's identity was too sensitive. The evil Dr. Gui Tong, based on the other party's identity, it would only take a few minutes for them to make things difficult for the Fei family. Thinking of the endless troubles in the future, the Fei family's eldest son's gaze towards Luo Qingtong was filled with murderous intent. Since the other party had come, she could forget about leaving. Swoosh! The Fei family's eldest son charged towards Luo Qingtong. He was a low-level martial king and his movements were extremely swift and fierce. However, Luo Qingtong only raised her head and glanced at him. She held the long sword in her hand horizontally and used the life blade to absorb the attack and the death blade to reap the harvest. With a swoosh, the heaven battling art swept across. The Fei family's eldest son did not even have the chance to make a second move before Luo Qingtong's sword slashed open his chi gate and blood spurted out. "Eldest brother." Seeing this scene, the Fei family's other sons instantly widened their eyes and cried out in alarm. They looked at Luo Qingtong with shock. The Fei family's eldest son was not weak, but he had died so easily? The other party was clearly only a martial general. They looked again and were absolutely certain of this point. Could it be that the other party was still hiding her true strength, or was the evil Dr. Gui Tong really that evil? The Fei family's sons looked at Luo Qingtong and felt a chill in their hearts. They suddenly remembered a rumor they had heard in the past. He said that the Qing family had come to capture one of the evil doctor's subordinates. The evil doctor chased them all the way to the place where the Qing family had stopped and killed them all. Among them, one of them had just reached the martial emperor realm. At that time, the evil doctor was only a martial master. Many people thought that this was just a rumor. They thought so too. But from the looks of it now, it might be true. The other party was too strange. "Boss." Seeing the eldest son of the Fei family die in front of him, Patriarch Fei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Bitch, I want you dead. I want you to die a miserable death." As he spoke, he pounced towards Luo Qingtong. Boom, the aura around him exploded. Wherever the wind blew, even his sleeves became as hard as steel. Martial Emperor stage, chi waves surged into the sky, surging like a tiger. and a picture of a roaring tiger appeared in the air. Howling Tiger Fist. A Martial King Realm Cultivator could release energy, while a Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator's energy could take form. Bang! The Fei family head punched towards Luo Qingtong. Master. Before Luo Qingtong could move, the Martial Emperor stage powerhouse who had been watching them had already blocked in front of her. Boom! The two of them collided, and in an instant, the Martial Royal Realm powerhouse who had just reached Martial Royal Realm was sent flying. Pfft! He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted to Luo Qingtong, "Master, be careful. He's hiding his true strength." Boom! Master Fei sent the man who had just reached the Martial Royal Realm flying. Then, he dashed toward Luo Qingtong like a vulture. When Luo Qingtong saw the violent power that was exuding from Master Fei's body, a crimson light flashed across her eyes. In the next second, her figure abruptly leaped into the air. Boom! Luo Qingtong held the heart of the thousand-year soul-luring wood in her left hand. At that moment, streaks of soul energy were drawn into the heart of the tree, filling it completely. As the name suggested, the thousand-year soul-luring wood could draw souls and absorb soul energy. When Luo Qingtong found the thousand-year soul-luring wood, it had already gained intelligence and knew how to absorb the soul energy for its own use. At that moment, the soul energy had turned into streaks of power in the heart of the thousand-year soul-luring wood. These streaks of power flowed into Luo Qingtong's body through Luo Qingtong's hand. How many people from the Fei family had died today? Probably not many. At that moment, these streaks of power were all channeled into Luo Qingtong's body through the thousand-year soul-luring wood. Sky battling skill. The young girl's voice was clear and cold. It was filled with a strong sense of desolation, like the collision of metal and stone. Against the Rakshasa ghost mask on her face, she looked like a soul reaper from hell. Rumble. There was a flash of light in the sky. In the next second, a sword radiance shot out like a dragon or a phoenix. It was filled with a strong killing intent as it flew toward Master Fei. "Father, be careful." Seeing this scene, the four sons of the Fei family had immediately cried out. Bang! The moment they shouted, Luo Qingtong's sword radiance hit Master Fei's body. Bang! The latter was sent flying, just like how the Martial Royal Realm expert had been sent flying. He crashed into the room with great force. In an instant, the huge building in the main courtyard was smashed into pieces. Master! The Heaven Evil Valley's people were overjoyed. However, right at this moment, boom, the entire collapsed main courtyard building was suddenly shaken away, sending bricks and debris flying everywhere. Patriarch Fei's figure suddenly emerged from the ruins. Bitch! Let's see what other tricks you have. Family head Fei stood on top of the rubble, and other than the fact that his body was stained with too much mud, he was not injured at all. The robe on his body was torn apart, revealing a light green inner armor that was flickering with rays of light. The defense of a martial emperor. Master, be careful. The inner armor on his body is a treasure. On the Evil Valley's side, someone recognized the function of the inner armor on Master Fei's body and immediately shouted. The defense of a martial emperor. Luo Qingtong looked at the light green inner armor that the Fei family head was wearing, and the blood-red light in her eyes turned cold. The Empress of Tianyu cared a lot about her father. She even found a treasure of this level for him. You guys go first. As she spoke, the sword radiance in her hand shot out and took the lives of the Fei family head's four sons. The four of them stood there. They had not expected Luo Qingtong to attack them at this moment, and they fell to the ground. My son. Master Fei rushed out from the ruins. When he saw the scene, his eyes turned red. Bitch, you deserve to die. Master. They saw Master Fei rushing towards Luo Qingtong like a madman. The men from Evil Valley were about to rush forward but were stopped by Luo Qingtong. I said, all of you leave. The defense of a martial emperor meant that those who were not of the martial emperor realm would not be able to break through it. There was no point for the men from Evil Valley to stay, so they might as well leave. Most of the men from the Fei family had been killed, so there was no need for them to stay. Master. The men from Evil Valley refused to leave. Master Fei was a middle-level martial royal. Although they knew that Master was very powerful, Master's current strength was only at the great martial general realm, Although they did not see the attack clearly, they were sure that their master had used an external force to launch the attack. If Family Head Fei did not have that inner armor, it would have been fine. Based on the attack that master had just unleashed, it would have definitely killed him. However, since he was wearing the Martial Emperor Realm inner armor, what should their master do? It was too dangerous to leave her here. Master, let's leave together. Cut the crap. My orders are to be obeyed and not questioned. Are you going to disobey my orders? Luo Qingtong looked at them coldly with her empty eyes. Master, the men gritted their teeth. At this moment, the injured man who had just reached the martial royal realm stepped forward. Let's go. If we stay here, we will only cause trouble for our master. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and looked at Luo Qingtong, saying, Master, you must be careful. As he said this, he rushed up to the huge spirit ship with a whoosh. When the others heard what he said, they gritted their teeth and left. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The group of people rushed into the huge spirit ship and quickly left this place. At the same time, Luo Qingtong was facing Master Fei, who was rushing towards her like a madman. Boom! The blood-red light in her eyes flickered, and her body swept up like a ghost as she charged towards Master Fei. Rumble! The two of them fought each other. Luo Qingtong and the Fei family head were evenly matched with the power of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree's core and her eye technique. However, Gala. The life and death yin-yang sword cut into the inner armor of family head Fei, producing an ear-piercing sound. I can't cut it. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. The defense of a martial emperor was indeed powerful. The absorption power of the life blade, combined with the power of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding wood, was unable to cut open the inner armor on the opponent's body. In such a situation, even if she could see through the flaws in her opponent's attack, she wouldn't be able to kill him. However, was he going to let Patriarch Fei off just like that? Not to mention that Luo Qingtong was unwilling, the other party would not let her go at this time. Bitch, there's no other way, right? Since the beginning, Patriarch Fei had been staring at Luo Qingtong with his bloodshot eyes. He didn't care about the departure of the men from the heavenly evil valley. When he saw that Luo Qingtong's sword had no effect on his body, he sneered and raised his hand to release a killing blow. Roaring Flame Fist. This blow created countless flames in the air. Combined with the blazing fire around the Fei family, the power of this blow increased tremendously in an instant. As the flames rose with the wind, the shadow of a ferocious tiger suddenly appeared from the flames. It leaped out and bit viciously at Luo Qingtong. Patriarch Fei's eyes were bloodshot and he seemed to have gone mad. He followed closely behind the shadow of the ferocious tiger and grabbed at Luo Qingtong with his fingers like hooks. A bloody light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. At this moment, bah! Die, my ass! Little Pig instantly jumped out of Luo Qingtong's sleeve. Grandpa Pig won't show his power. Do you think I don't exist? As he spoke, a consciousness fluctuation mixed with something was transmitted into Luo Qingtong's mind. Quick, master, do as I say. Let's torture him together. After receiving this information, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at Little Pig. In the next second, her figure flew up. In the sky filled with flames, black and red contrasted against each other. Luo Qingtong's figure was even more beautiful than the flames. Her clothes fluttered in the contrast of this blood-red color. She raised her hand and pointed at the space between her eyebrows. The ancient seal, the king of the wilderness, I, in the name of the owner of the blood contract between heaven and earth, remove the seal. Swoosh, as Luo Qingtong pointed her finger. An upside-down hexagram symbol suddenly appeared on her forehead. Countless rays of light circulated. The energy in Luo Qingtong's body was quickly absorbed, including the energy converted by the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood. Boom, as the hexagram symbol appeared on Luo Qingtong's forehead, Little Pig's body was also suddenly covered by a huge hexagram symbol. The dazzling light directly covered Little Pig's small pink body, leaving only a ball of blazing light. At the same time, the wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth. In the dark night sky, a group of dark clouds thicker than the night sky seemed to gather, blocking the bright moonlight in the sky. Voila! Amidst the surging clouds, a huge vortex appeared. After that, a ferocious roar of a beast that seemed to have come from the primordial times suddenly resounded. In the next second, an incomparably huge claw suddenly stretched out from the vortex. Boom! When the claw stretched out, the surrounding space was instantly shattered. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings. Bang! Patriarch Fei's body, which was rushing towards Luo Qingtong, seemed to be frozen by something. No. Impossible. The blood contract between heaven and earth, the reversal of the laws of heaven and earth, and this seal, this is. Ah. He watched in horror as the huge claw slammed down. In an instant, he and the light green inner armor on his body were smashed into a pile of meat paste. The ground was unharmed. The huge claw retracted. At the same time. Rumble, in an instant, more than half of the Fei family's residence collapsed. Swoosh, Luo Qingtong's body fell to the ground. All the energy in her body had been sucked dry, and so had the energy from the 1,000-year-old soul guiding wood in her hand. If not for a sudden surge of energy from the life and death dual polarity sword supporting her at the critical moment, she would have died. She might not even have the strength to stand. That pig only said that this could temporarily remove its seal. It didn't say that it would have to pay such a huge price to remove the seal. She was almost sucked dry, and this was only a claw. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She grabbed little pig, who had fallen limply in midair, and stuffed it into her sleeve. Then, she glanced at the ground. An account book had fallen to the ground. What's this? Luo Qingtong picked it up and flipped through it. It was an account book that the Tianyu imperial family had been secretly collecting to solve the imperial family's emergency. She didn't expect the emperor of Tianyu to place such importance on the Fei family. But it made sense. They were in-laws. Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a mocking smile. But now, these things were going to be hers. Luo Qingtong put away the account book. Then, she tiptoed to the Fei family's storehouse. She took out a large sum of hidden funds and the Fei family's many years of storage and put them all into her trash ring before leaving. After she left, the entire Tianyu imperial city was in an uproar. Although Little Pig's true form only appeared for an instant, the boundless pressure still woke everyone up from their stupor. But by the time they arrived, Luo Qingtong had already left. Looking at the Fei family's collapsed main residence, the experts in Tianyu Imperial City looked at each other in shock. The Fei family was the Empress maternal family, a century-old family that was one of the pillars of the Tianyu Empire. But it was destroyed in a single night. And in such a short time, they didn't even have a chance to ask for help. The group of people widened their eyes, unable to believe the reality in front of them. In the Tianyu Imperial Palace, the Empress almost fainted when she heard the news. No, this is impossible. How could my Fei family be in such a state? You must be lying to me. I don't believe it. The Empress couldn't connect the destruction of her family to her. The Fei family was a century-old family with great strength and strict defense. Her father and brothers were not weak either, especially her father. She had even specially asked for a martial emperor-level inner armor treasure for him just to ensure his safety. How could he be destroyed just like that, and in the imperial city of the Tianyu Empire? No. I don't believe it. She staggered away from the palace maids who were trying to help her and ran out. Along the way, she bumped into Yu Wenxue who had rushed over after receiving the news. Mother! Mother! Yu Wenxue cried and threw herself into Empress Tianyu's arms. Grandfather and uncle are dead. How could this be? Mother! Yu Wenxue's cries shook the heavens. Empress Tianyu felt dizzy. Dead. Is he really dead? The Fei family had been exterminated? Is this for real? This was actually real? Ah. Empress Tianyu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her vision went black and she fainted on the ground. Because of Yu Wenshue's action of throwing herself into her arms, her entire body fell backwards. In an instant, a hole appeared on the back of his head, and blood seeped out. Mother! Yu Wenxue screamed in fright. Quick! Hurry and help Imperial Mother up. Imperial Physician Xian. Summon the Imperial Physician. Her scream spread far and wide. In an instant, the Sky Universe Imperial Palace was thrown into chaos. At this time, Luo Qingtong had already caught up with the group of people from Evil Valley who had left early. They were waiting for Luo Qingtong outside the imperial city. They had already decided that if Luo Qingtong really couldn't come out safely, they would return to the Luo family. After that, they would return to the Luo family and take good care of the old master. After that, they would cultivate with all their might. In the future, when they broke through to the martial emperor realm, they would come again to kill that old dog of the Fei family and avenge their master. However, they still believed that Luo Qingtong would be able to escape. Now that they saw Luo Qingtong return safely, they were overjoyed. Master. A group of people gathered around. Luo Qingtong nodded. Let's go, the Fei family has been exterminated. We should return to the Luo family. Yes. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong with an indescribable passion. The Fei family had been destroyed. Could it be that master didn't escape, but instead killed the Fei family head? No one dared to think about it. She was wearing a martial emperor level defensive inner armor. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong with shock and excitement. After answering in unison, they immediately piloted the spirit boat and flew in the direction of Dongli Nation. At this moment, the sky had already begun to brighten. Luo Qingtong walked to the side of the spirit ship and began to adjust her breathing. This battle with the Fei family head had given her a lot of insight and inspiration. The greatest benefit of fighting someone of a higher level was that she could gain a deeper understanding of a higher level of power. Luo Qingtong's mind flashed with the gains she had gained from the battle with the Fei family head. As she circulated the energy in her body, the aura in her body continued to boil. Master, the spirit ship soon arrived at Windgate City. The sky had just brightened. Everyone was about to call out to Luo Qingtong when they realized that the aura in her body was constantly changing. They immediately covered their voices. Master was breaking through. Everyone looked at the change in Luo Qingtong's aura and immediately looked at the expert who had just reached the martial emperor realm. When Luo Qingtong was not in charge, he was the one with the most authority. Let's go to the Nine Magi Mountain first. The expert who had just reached the martial emperor realm made a prompt decision. Luo Qingtong's breakthrough was a big deal. A martial artist should not be disturbed when they were breaking through. They stopped in the sky above Windgate City. Although the spirit ship was engraved with a concealment array that prevented ordinary people from seeing it, what if a powerful expert happened to pass by and discovered the spirit ship? Nothing could go wrong with Master's breakthrough. The group immediately followed his instructions and flew towards the Nine Magi Mountain. At the same time, they sent a group of people to guard the Luo family to prevent any accidents. Before Master broke through and woke up, no one was allowed to make any moves. Everything was to follow Master's orders. While Luo Qingtong was breaking through on the spirit ship. Windgate City, where the people from Tianyu branch were staying. Luo Xingning sat in front of the dressing table in a bright red dress. Her face was covered with a light-colored veil, revealing only her eyes. Looking at her half-hidden appearance in the mirror, she was still quite graceful and gentle. However, Luo Xingning did not seem to be going for the gentle and graceful route today. She used the golden powder to draw the outline of her eyes and cheeks. Then, she applied a light red flying tail to draw the lines at the corners of her eyes long and slanted. She looked very imposing. Finally, he stuck a crimson lotus petal on his forehead. Heh. She chuckled at the mirror. She was very satisfied with her outfit today. Luo Qingtong, it's a pity that you can't see it. This is the appearance of the future genius of the Luo family. The direct bloodline of the Luo family has been destroyed. From now on, I, Luo Xingning, will be the direct bloodline of the Luo family. The future glory of the Luo clan will be inherited by me. I will let you know how I entered Tianyu Branch Academy in glory, and how I rebuilt the second branch of the Luo clan. Humph. Concubine born? Expelled from the Luo clan? What you said is nothing. Luo Xingning laughed coldly. In the next second, she stood up and left with a smug look on her face. Luo Xingning held two things tightly in her arms. Both of them were taken from Luo Qingtong. One was a recommendation letter for admission to Tianyu Branch Academy. The other was the Luo clan's heirloom armor. Of course, she would keep the heirloom armor. As for the recommendation letter for admission, Luo Xingning chuckled and flicked her fingertips. She would give it to whoever hit the Luo family when they were down the most. At the same time, in Tianyu Palace. The moment Tianyu Empress woke up, she screamed hysterically. Investigate. Investigate for me. Who destroyed the Fei family? I will tear them to shreds and exterminate their entire family as a sacrifice to my Fei family's soul in heaven. However, just as her words left her mouth, a furious shout rang out at this moment. Shut up. This is all your Fei family's fault. Emperor Tianyu appeared at the entrance of the Empress' bedroom. He came with boundless anger. Yu Wenxue, who was guarding the Empress' bedside, was frightened by his terrifying anger. In the end, she choked out, Imperial Father, how can you say that to grandfather and the others? We're already very sad that the Fei family was destroyed, how can you? Shut up. Emperor Tianyu was enraged to the extreme. Wasn't he sad that the Fei family was destroyed? He just handed over the secret payment to the Fei family's father and son. He had thought that everything they did would be foolproof. In the end, they had provoked such an enemy. Not only had the entire Fei family been annihilated, but his secret payments had also disappeared without a trace, but he couldn't say anything, because the person who destroyed the Fei family was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Do you know who destroyed the Fei family? Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. How did your Fei family provoke such an enemy? And you want to tear them to shreds and exterminate their entire family? Emperor Tianyu sneered at the shocked empress. Go ahead if you have the ability. But don't drag our imperial family down with you. Emperor Tianyu's anger had reached its peak. When the Fei family was destroyed, he sent people to investigate. In order not to implicate the Luo family, Luo Qingtong didn't hide her identity. She wrote a few words in blood on the ruins of the Fei family. Murderer, evil Dr. Ghost Eye. These few words were seen by everyone who had been alerted to the Fei family. Everyone knew that it was evil Dr. Ghost Eye who destroyed the Fei family. When he heard this, Emperor Tianyu hated that he couldn't go back to the time before the Fei family was destroyed and personally skin them alive. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who didn't know that she was an esteemed guest of the Black Field with amazing medical skills, the mystic origin heart elixir she refined was already hard to find. It was said that even the forces in the Holy Dynasty had people asking about her whereabouts, wanting to buy the elixirs she had refined. How could the Fei family offended such a person? And it was the extermination of their entire family. Empress Tianyu said she wanted to tear them to shreds and exterminate their entire family. Did she think that Blackfield was so? Not to mention, Tianyu Emperor Pai tossed a card in front of her. This is the invitation that the Lanyue family sent to me as soon as possible. Do you know what they said? Evil Dr. Ghost Pupil, do not move. Do you know what this means? This meant that the Lanyue family was definitely on evil Dr. Ghost Eye's side. You idiot. Use. Why don't you think about how your Fei family offended her? Recently, a few of my imperial granduncles were injured and other alchemists couldn't heal them. Only evil Dr. Ghost Eye can do it. I was going to send people to the Blackfield's branch city to discuss with the Bloody Arena. I wanted them to ask evil Dr. Ghost Eye to refine the elixir. Emperor Tianyu gritted his teeth as he said this. He flicked his sleeves and left. The Tianyu Empress collapsed on the bed. She never thought that the one who wiped out the Fei clan would be evil Dr. Gui Tong. Not to mention his strength, just his shocking medical skills were enough to make people not dare to offend him. How could her clan offend such a person? And to the point that he didn't care about anything and directly wiped out the entire Fei clan. Father and the others weren't so short-sighted people. The Tianyu Empress was no longer hysterical, and so was the arrogance on her face. She covered her face and curled up on the bed, sobbing. The imperial granduncles that Emperor Tianyu mentioned were the martial emperors that the Tianyu imperial family relied on the most. If the other party's request for medicine was really rejected because their Fei family had offended evil Dr. Gui Tong, they would definitely be blamed, although they wouldn't do anything to her for Yu Wenma's sake. But she wouldn't be as carefree as before. Heavens, why did it become like this? What's going on? The Tianyu Empress felt an indescribable pain in her heart. She couldn't understand it. Her life wasn't supposed to be like this. She had a son that she couldn't be more proud of. He was the future hope of the Tianyu imperial family. She, as the Empress, should be living a carefree life with limitless glory, and she was indeed like this before, but why did things suddenly become like this? the Fei clan was wiped out, and because of that, they made an enemy of evil Dr. Gui Tong. What exactly was going on? While the Tianyu Empress was crying, Yu Wenxue was also at a loss. Father meant that they couldn't take revenge for the Fei clan, they didn't even have a chance to take revenge after the Fei clan was wiped out? And they even asked him not to take his anger out on the imperial family? Yu Wenshue's worldview was impacted. She always thought that her father and mother were omnipotent. But now, it was clear that she was wrong. Yu Wenshue's heart was in a mess. But soon, she thought of something else and hurriedly said to the Tianyu Empress, "Mother, don't cry. The Fei clan still has hope. Did you forget? Little uncle. He was sent by you. He's not at the Fei clan, so he's definitely fine." The Tianyu Empress was stunned. She quickly wiped her tears. Yes. Fiji. And him. My Fei family's direct bloodline has not been exterminated. At this point, the Empress of Tianyu finally had some hope. As long as Fiji was still around, the Fei family would not be completely annihilated. There was still hope for them to rise again. However, their thoughts were completely shattered by the timid words of the maid beside them. Your Highness, Your Highness. King Xiaowu's corpse is also in the Fei clan's mansion. It has been confirmed that he is dead. What did you say? The joy that had just appeared on the Empress' face was instantly extinguished by the servant girl's words. Fiji is also in the Fei family mansion? How was this possible? I clearly sent him to exterminate the Luo family. How could he appear in the Fei family's mansion? This is impossible. Empress Tianyu couldn't help but scream. Yu Wenxue was also shocked. At this moment, Emperor Tianyu, who had just left in a rage, thought of Mo. He turned around and walked back. Hearing these words, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He rushed in and slapped the Tianyu Empress. Sending Fiji to exterminate the Luo clan, needless to say, Fiji must have offended evil Dr. Ghost Eye along the way. In the end, the Fei clan was exterminated and might even implicate Tianyu's imperial family. I told you not to provoke the Luo clan. Don't provoke them. Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Otherwise, how could the Fei clan have offended evil Dr. Ghost Eye? How could they have been exterminated? How could his secret funds have disappeared without a trace? Emperor Tianyu's chest heaved with anger. He pointed at the Empress and Yu Wenxue with a furious expression. Pass down my orders. From today onwards, strip the Empress and the 7th princess of their authority. Apart from enjoying the glory of the Empress and the 7th princess, they're not allowed to interfere in anything. They're not allowed to mobilize a single soldier. Stupid women are the root of a family's downfall. I've finally seen it for myself. And you? He turned to the petrified Yu Wenxue and shouted, Don't think I don't know that you're the one who instigated your mother. What did I tell you before? It seems you don't put me in your eyes at all. Guards. Emperor Tianyu's expression was fierce. Drag the 7th princess away and flog her 20 times. Ever since the Fei clan was exterminated, Emperor Tianyu had been suppressing his anger. Now, it all exploded. He pointed a finger at Yu Wenxue and ordered angrily, Beat her up. Ah. Mother. Save me. Mother. Yu Wenxue dodged with all her might, not wanting to be caught by the palace servants. However, the servants serving Emperor Tianyu were no ordinary palace maids. They quickly caught her and pressed her to the ground. Ah. Yu Wenshue's shrill cry rang out. Schwer. Seeing Yu Wenxue being flogged, Empress Tianyu struggled to get up from the bed. But as soon as she moved, her head spun and she almost fainted again. She could only lie on the bed and watch Yu Wenxue being flogged. At the same time, in the spirit vessel, Luo Qingtong's aura continued to rise. The spirit chi around her had almost condensed into a whirlpool and was continuously flowing into her body. Stage 1 Great Martial General, Stage 2. It only slowed down when it reached the 6th phase. Everyone in the Heavenly Evil Valley thought that Luo Qingtong had finished her breakthrough. Unexpectedly, her body trembled slightly. After breaking through the 6th stage barrier, her aura continued to rise slowly. Pa. Luo Qingtong's aura stabilized after breaking through to stage 7. She opened her eyes. Master. Everyone hurried over to pay their respects. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded her head. She was very happy that she had advanced to the 7th level of the Great Martial General realm. Fighting above one's level was indeed a great way to improve one's strength. She felt the power in her body and smiled slowly. Not bad. The remaining 2 stages weren't that difficult for her to improve. After all, she had reached the 3rd stage, but it would take a little more time. Luo Qingtong was thinking about the Luo family, so she didn't choose to continue the breakthrough. At this moment, a message came in from outside. Master, the entrance examination of the Tianyu Branch Academy has been held in advance. It's today. An expert from the Heavenly Evil Valley received the message and hurriedly reported after glancing at it. Oh. Luo Qingtong just got up and smiled at the news. That's good. It seemed that Luo Xinning couldn't wait. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. Like King Dongli, Luo Qingtong knew what Luo Xinning was up to the moment she heard the news. She thought that the Luo clan was doomed, so she couldn't wait to step on the Luo clan and herself. Luo Qingtong's smile was bloodthirsty. Speaking of which, she was rushing to destroy the Fei clan and had yet to return the gift Luo Xinning gave her, but it wasn't too late. Is there still no news of the Luo clan in Windgate City? She asked the Xianxia Valley expert beside her. Yes. Master, you're in the middle of a breakthrough. Without your orders, we won't dare to make any moves. The expert from Xianxia Valley said respectfully. Without Luo Qingtong's orders, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, no one in Windgate City knew that the Luo clan was fine. As for the aristocratic families that had been suppressed by the royal family, they thought that the Luo clan was doomed when they heard the battle last night. Therefore, no one went to the Luo clan to investigate. By the way, Master, when the Luo clan was attacked last night, the Chu clan gathered troops and wanted to help. But they were surrounded by the imperial guards led by 6th Prince Qing. The troops only retreated in the morning. The expert from Xianxia Valley reported. Luo Qingtong didn't need to give any orders about what happened last night. The experts from Xianxia Valley would naturally help her find out the truth. Old Master Chu? Luo Qingtong thought of Old Master Chu, who had followed the imperial guards to the Luo clan to announce the decree and then advised her to take a step back. She nodded lightly. The Chu clan has a good leader. Old Master Chu was very similar to Old Master Luo in some aspects. He was tough and upright. The Chu clan must have been targeted by the royal family when Old Master Chu followed the imperial guards to the Luo clan. Therefore, when they were about to send troops that night, they were immediately stopped. But although the Chu clan didn't come, however, she would remember this favor. Send a message to the Luo clan and ask them to send some people to secretly watch over the Chu clan. Don't let their people be bullied. As for the rest, don't touch them yet. Luo Qingtong ordered with a faint smile on her lips. Let's go back and watch a great show. She only hoped that Luo Xinning and the others would not disappoint her. They had to make this show a hit. Yes. The group of people answered in a deep voice and got off the spirit ship together with Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong put away the spirit boat and the group flew towards Windgate City. Meanwhile, in Windgate City, in the huge square outside the palace, Luo Xinning kicked a challenger who was charging at her and sent him flying. Bang! The tyrannical chi that came from her feet sent her opponent flying. At the same time, it also kicked the pillar on the side of the arena, causing it to shake violently with a bang. Hua! Seeing this incomparably swift and fierce attack, the surrounding spectators all let out a cry of surprise. The strength of a rank 4 martial general is indeed unique. No one in the entire eastern border country can compare to her. I'm afraid Luo Xinning will take first place in this year's recruitment examination. Yes. She's only 14 years old. No one can compare to her strength at this age. Almost all the disciples of the major families have tried, but no one was her match. They were all sent flying with a few kicks. There was an endless stream of discussion all around. Luo Xinning stood on the stage, looking proud. At this moment, she was dressed in red and looked very dazzling. Coupled with her performance in the arena, she was even more eye-catching. At this moment, Luo Xingning was the center of attention. Luo Qingtong, did you see that? I did it. The daughter of a concubine from the second branch of the Luo family, who was once under your spotlight, is now stepping on your head. The daughter of the first wife of the Luo family is now moaning under some disgusting man, without the title of the future wife of the fifth prince. What do you have left? I will make sure you don't even have the right to look up to me in the future. I will crush all the shadows in front of you with my own hands. Teacher. After the competition, Luo Xianxia bowed to the three instructors on the spectator stand. The three of them nodded. Especially Elder Chu, who was smiling from ear to ear. Luo Xianxia had won a lot of face for him. Her anger towards Luo Xianxia for causing her to lose face in front of so many people had almost dissipated. Good. Not bad. He nodded. The other two teachers nodded as well. Luo Xingning's ability and potential were indeed the strongest in the Dongli kingdom. If nothing went wrong, she would be the winner of the assessment. There were many benefits to being the winner. In the future, the winner of each kingdom could even compete for the genius ranking in the Tianyu Branch Academy. If Luo Xingning could be on the genius ranking in the future, it would be a great honor for them. Therefore, they were very pleased with Luo Xingning. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? One of the teachers looked around and asked. Below the arena, there was complete silence, and no one responded. Okay. The teacher asked 3 times. Seeing that no one answered, he nodded and said, Now, let's announce the name list. Before he could finish, Luo Xingning's voice was heard. Teacher, I have something to report. As she spoke, she glanced at the place where the Chu family was, and the smile in her eyes was cold. Chu Wenhao tried to plot against me in the previous battle. I don't think such a person deserves to enter the Tianyu Branch Academy. Teachers, please consider his name carefully, Luo Xingning. As soon as she said that, everyone in the Chu family was instantly enraged. You're slandering me. Chu Wenhao looked at her angrily. He did not do that at all. Luo Xingning was slandering him. Looking at his eyes, Luo Xingning sneered in her heart. That was right. She was deliberately slandering Chu Wenhao. But so what? Can anyone prove it? With such a crime on his back, Chu Wenhao could forget about entering Tianyu Branch Academy. Even if there was a quota, it would be eliminated. This was the result of the Chu family trying to help the Luo family. All the friends of the Luo family were her enemies. They could only blame the stupidity of the Chu family for choosing the wrong path. Luo Xingning smiled coldly. Sure enough, Chu Wenhao's name wasn't on the following list. The other party was one of the most powerful people below Luo Xingning. It was impossible for him to not be on the list. The biggest possibility was that the instructors had removed Chu Wenhao's name from the list because of Luo Xingning's words. The Chu family was furious, but they could not do anything to Luo Xingning. She was already the top student in the examination. If nothing went wrong, she would be even more impressive after entering the Tianyu Branch Academy. The Chu family could not compare at all. Even if they had to suffer this loss, they could only swallow it. Just as the Chu family was furious, Luo Xingning's name was called. Luo Xingning, the examination of Dongli Nation, top student. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the crowd and landed on the arena with a thud. Sorry, I'm late? Luo Qingtong raised her eyes slightly. Her clear and bright eyes looked at the crowd below the stage with a smile. She had just gone back to visit her grandfather and made some eye recovery medicine for herself. She almost missed the time. But now, it seemed, just right. Looking at Luo Xingning's shocked expression, Luo Qingtong smiled. What's wrong, my good sister, don't you recognize me? Luo Qingtong sighed at Luo Xingning's shamelessness. No matter what she said, Luo Xingning was determined to use the Luo surname and would not change it. Luo Xingning wondered what was wrong with her to want to replace the Luo family, but since this was the case, it was fine. She would use her identity as the Luo family's sister to end things for the original owner. After all, Luo Xingning was heartless and ungrateful, but the original owner had always treated her as her own sister. Since Luo Xingning was so unwilling to admit defeat to the original owner, then she would use her identity to trample her into the mud. She would repay the favor she received from her at the Nine Magi Mountain. You. Luo Qingtong, are you all right? And your eyes, are they healed? Luo Xingning looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. She could not believe what was happening. The Menghui guards had attacked the Luo family, and the Luo family would be wiped out. Even if Luo Qingtong could escape, the bandits he had arranged would not let her escape unscathed. What was going on? Not only Luo Xining, but everyone below the arena was shocked by Luo Qingtong's sudden appearance. Especially Prince Dongli, who almost jumped up from his seat. How was this possible? Luo Qingtong was unharmed. He did not believe that Luo Xining would let Luo Qingtong go. She knew about the Menghui guards' attack. How could she not take the opportunity to scheme against Luo Qingtong? How could she be safe and sound? And if she was safe, then the Luo family, Dongli King's heart trembled as he thought about it. He almost couldn't control his panic and almost fell back from his seat. Instead, it was the personal attendant beside him who hurriedly supported him when he saw this, allowing him to barely stabilize his body. Send the imperial guards to the Luo clan to investigate what's going on. King Dongli roared in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He secretly sent a message to his servant, who hurriedly ran out. Luo Qingtong glanced at the guard who left and then looked at the pale face of Dongli King. She smiled faintly and didn't say anything. There would be a surprise from King Dongli later, but now was not the time. She shifted her gaze back to Luo Xining. That's right, sister. You've always been proud of your sisterly love. What? You're so surprised to see that my eyes have recovered. Don't you want my eyes to recover? Luo Qingtong looked at Luo Xining with a smile. That beautiful smile, in Luo Xining's eyes, was like a vengeful ghost. She couldn't help but take a step back. She looked at Luo Qingtong with unspeakable shock and panic. If Luo Qingtong was here, she could say that she had escaped by luck. But what about her eyes? Luo Xining was vicious. After she got the bottle of poison, she found someone to try one drop. The effect was very satisfactory. More importantly, she was very sure that there was no cure for the poison, but now, Luo Qingtong's eyes were healed. How was this possible? Luo Xining was shocked, frightened and panicked. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Luo Qingtong's face, which was even more beautiful after her eyes recovered. The jealousy in her heart grew wildly like weeds. Especially Luo Qingtong's eyes. In the past, Luo Qingtong's eyes were praised as limpid autumn water eyes that were like smoke and jade. But at this moment, perhaps because Luo Qingtong's eyes were healed after being destroyed, there seemed to be a bloody light rippling in her eyes. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes would only turn completely red when she activated her eye technique or when she was agitated. Usually, there was only a thin layer of blood mist floating in her eyes. It was like a floating cloud, which set off her clear eyes and made her look extremely beautiful. The blood color reflected the clear sky, and the clouds covered the moonlight. Luo Qingtong's eyes were even more beautiful than before they were destroyed. Her already outstanding charm was further enhanced. She was like a cloud, like the moon, like a demon, The two completely different qualities of being proud and lofty and bewitching were miraculously fused together because of this pair of eyes. Luo Xining thought about the half of her face that was disfigured and then looked at Luo Qingtong's beautiful face. The hatred in her heart soared to the extreme. This wave of hatred even suppressed the fear and panic she felt just now. Luo Qingtong, you don't have to pretend to be sisters with me anymore. I've been a joke in your eyes for so long. Do you think I'm willing to continue being a joke? Luo Xining slowly raised her head and looked at Luo Qingtong coldly. I had to swallow my pride in front of you because my status is not as high as yours. But now, do you see it? Luo Qingtong, I'm now the top student of the Tianyu Branch Academy. I'm about to enter the Tianyu Branch Academy. In the future, I might even be able to enter the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. What do you have to compete with me? She sneered coldly. Is it just an empty title of being the future wife of the fifth prince? Or is it this face that's just a facade? Luo Qingtong, you've always been the luckiest person ever since you were a child. You are the only direct descendant of the Luo clan. Grandfather dotes on you, and you have a fiancé like the fifth prince. Even your cultivation talent isn't bad. But now? Where was the #1 genius of the Luo clan? Luo Qingtong, for so long, your strength has always been at the martial master realm, you. Luo Xining's words stopped abruptly. She looked at Luo Qingtong's rising aura in shock. Yes, I also feel that being a martial master all the time is a little too low. So, sister, are you satisfied now? Luo Qingtong raised her strength to the martial general realm. She didn't want to reveal her strength at the martial general realm for the time being. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous and people would easily associate it with the immortal sect relics. Moreover, it was more interesting to play cat and mouse, wasn't it? Luo Xining didn't need to use her full strength. Luo Xining, you're the #1 genius of the Eastern Fence Academy and the top student of the academy. I want you. Luo Xining just wanted to provoke her to fight with her. Luo Qingtong, you. Luo Xining was even more shocked than before. She saw Luo Qingtong's strength soar from the martial mentor realm to the martial general realm in a flash. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. You've been hiding your strength all this time? She couldn't help but scream. In fact, Luo Qingtong was still hiding her strength. Yes. I learned it from you. Luo Qingtong crossed her arms and looked at Luo Xining, who was in disbelief. Didn't you teach me? When we were in the Luo family, you were only a level 6 martial mentor. After going to the Tianyu Empire for a month, you came back as a level 4 martial general. I'm not as good as you. Luo Qingtong smiled faintly. You. Luo Xining felt as if she was slapped by Luo Qingtong's words. Luo Qingtong's words were nothing more than that her current strength was all enhanced by medicine. Although this was the truth, when she compared her own aura with Luo Qingtong's aura, Luo Xining felt very embarrassed. That's right. Luo Qingtong raised her aura to the same level as Luo Xining's. To be honest, she didn't even need to use her full strength to defeat Luo Xining. But in order not to make Luo Xining feel too desperate and to hide her strength, Luo Qingtong felt that it was better to play slowly. Otherwise, the fun would be gone. How boring would that be? Luo Qingtong looked at Luo Xining with a cold smile. This woman used to play with the original owner of this body, she treated other people's sincerity as trash. Today, she would let her have a taste of this feeling. Luo Xining's aura was compared to Luo Qingtong's aura. It was immediately obvious who was stronger. Her aura was much weaker than Luo Qingtong's. Luo Xining's confidence in the arena had all turned into a slap in the face. Luo Xining felt that Luo Qingtong was no match for her. However, the more arrogant she had just taunted Luo Qingtong, the more embarrassed she felt. Luo Xining, who had always thought that she was better than Luo Qingtong, could not stand being put in front of others and being suppressed by Luo Qingtong. The degree of solidification of the aura is nothing. She gritted her teeth. Luo Qingtong, you said I brought back this strength from the Tianyu Empire, but you've only just reached the martial master realm when you came back from the 9 Magi Mountain. Where did your strength come from? In the end, he still relied on drugs. At most, it's just that you've consumed more than me, and your aura is denser than mine. Speaking of this, Luo Xining's eyes turned red with jealousy. When she was in the Tianyu Empire, she had to endure all kinds of insults from the 7th princess, Yuan Shui. In the end, it was because they had to deal with the Luo family and Luo Qingtong that she had the opportunity to improve her strength. However, Luo Qingtong did nothing and the Luo family had plenty of drugs for her to use. Both of them used drugs to improve their strength. What right did Luo Qingtong have to criticize her? Luo Xining just had a better life. Luo Qingtong, even if your aura is stronger than mine, I will use facts to show you what real strength is. Luo Xining said as she attacked Luo Qingtong. She was vicious. When she was in the Tianyu Empire, she knew that her strength was not as solid as her peers because of drugs. Therefore, she studied a lot of life and death fighting skills. She did not believe that Luo Qingtong could defeat her. Boom! Luo Xining's move was extremely vicious. Bang! Luo Qingtong dodged the attack and grabbed Luo Xining's punch. She pinched it and pressed it down. Then, she bent her knee and hit it with a bang. Ah! Luo Xining screamed in pain. Her right arm was broken into 2. White bones pierced out from the wound. She continued to wave her other hand towards Luo Qingtong. Bang! The two of them exchanged blows in the air. Luo Qingtong's power broke Luo Xining's defense and sent her flying with a kick. Bang! Luo Xining's robe swelled up. The power of Luo Qingtong's kick almost came out from her back. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged blows in the air. Luo Qingtong was completely suppressing Luo Xingning. Luo Qingtong did not even use her eye technique. She defeated Luo Xingning with her fighting skills. The audience below the stage was already dumbfounded. Luo Xingning was so arrogant just now, and now she was in such a sorry state. Luo Qingtong was so powerful, just now, when her cultivation suddenly rose to the martial general realm, everyone was shocked. Now they were even more shocked. The top genius of Eastern Fence Academy and the top student of the assessment are definitely going to change today. Someone said as he looked at the three mentors on the stand. The other two mentors were still fine. They were very interested in Luo Qingtong's appearance. In the recruitment test, as long as one met the requirements, they could enter the arena to compete. The mentors would decide the number of participants based on the battle. Luo Qingtong's strength had met the requirements. The rest was up to her and Luo Xingning to fight for the top position. Obviously, Luo Xingning was not as good as her. Compared to the two of them, Elder Chu's face was extremely ugly. Luo Qingtong was fine. Not only that, she even beat Luo Xingning. Seeing Luo Xingning being beaten by Luo Qingtong in the arena, Elder Chu's face felt like it was being slapped again and again. Luo Xianxia was such a disappointment. She was beaten up like this. Didn't she say that Luo Qingtong's talent was not as good as hers? Now it seemed that she was the one who was inferior. Elder Chu was so angry that his face turned green. The Chus were shocked at first, but then they were happy. Father. Luo Qingtong is fine. The eldest Chu looked at Luo Qingtong who was beating Luo Xingning in the arena. If she was fine, did that mean that the Luo family was fine too? They also saw the king hurriedly send a servant away. He must have gone to check on the situation of the Luo family. That's possible. Elder Chu's heart was excited. It seems that something has happened. You should send someone back to take a look. If the Luo family is really fine, then immediately mobilize the Chu family's private army and join forces with the Luo family. Don't give the royal family another chance. When old Master Chu said that, his expression turned cold. King Dongli had gone too far. Why would Luo Xingning target Chu Wenhao? It was because the Chus wanted to help the Luo family, but if the royal family did not leak the information, how would Luo Xingning know about it? Obviously, King Dongli had decided to eliminate the Chus after the Luo family. That was why he did not allow Wenhao to be admitted to Tianyu branch school. Since that was the case, why was he still holding on to the friendship? The royal family had never treated them as pillars. Bang. 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 She was also wearing red. When Luo Qingtong wore it, she looked domineering and evil. It was like an extremely beautiful poppy flower that had bloomed to the extreme. However, the fragrance that was emitted from within was an irresistible poison. When people wore red, it was fire. When Luo Qingtong wore red, it was poison. It was poison that made people willing to be seduced, attracted, and intoxicated. Boom. She kicked Luo Xingning from the air onto the arena. Luo Qingtong bent her knees and jumped down from the air like a butterfly. Bang. Luo Xingning rolled on the ground at the critical moment. Luo Qingtong smashed the ground that she was lying on into pieces. In the next second, she lifted her leg and swept the refined iron planks of the arena away. They flew towards Luo Xingning, who was rolling on the ground. Too weak. Luo Qingtong approached Luo Xingning amidst the flying iron planks. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Luo Xingning, whose hair was disheveled like a ghost. She whispered in her ear, "Luo Xingning, is this how you want to show me what real strength is?" Luo Qingtong's words deeply provoked Luo Xingning. From the beginning until now, she had been beaten by Luo Qingtong. Luo Xingning could have finished her in one move, but she did not. Luo Qingtong was playing with her. She wanted to tell everyone that no matter how hard Luo Xingning tried, she could only be suppressed by her. She wanted to tell everyone that her ambition, desire, and endurance were nothing in front of Luo Xingning. Luo Xingning had never been so clear about this before. She hated Luo Qingtong. Why was she better than her in every aspect when they were both daughters of the Luo family? Was she better than her? Luo Xingning deliberately got close to her and gained her trust. Teasing her like a dog, playing with her in the palm of his hand. She was like an idiot as she offered all her good things to him. She had been fooled by him like a fool, she had always obeyed him, but ever since the incident at the Nine Magi Mountain, everything had changed. Luo Qingtong. I should have killed you long ago. Luo Xingning gritted her teeth and said slowly. She should not have listened to the seventh princess at the Nine Magi Mountain and kept Luo Qingtong alive to torture. She should have just killed her. That way, today's events would not have happened. Boom. After Luo Xianxia finished speaking, the aura on her body changed instantly. Boom. The aura around her surged, and in an instant, a violent and terrifying power blasted out from her hand. Shua. Luo Qingtong jumped up and dodged the force. She flipped backward and appeared a few meters away from Luo Xingning. Heirloom armor. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at the armor that appeared on Luo Xingning's body. Luo Xingning sacrificed an endless amount of life force to the heirloom armor to activate the power of the armor. Luo Qingtong, I want you dead. Luo Xingning pounced on Luo Qingtong crazily. Bam! Luo Qingtong raised her hand to block the attack. With a swoosh, her feet brushed against the ground and she retreated a few meters. Bam! She tilted her head and dodged Luo Xingning's kick. Boom! The railings behind Luo Qingtong broke into pieces. Luo Qingtong, die. Luo Xingning's face was ferocious as she charged towards Luo Xingning again. Luo Qingtong licked her lips as she saw Luo Xingning charging towards her. She could feel a wound on her cheek caused by the wood shavings. The color of blood in her eyes suddenly intensified. The color in her eyes became fainter and fainter. In the next second, her eyes turned completely red like blood. The intense and shocking color looked like the blood that seeped out from the boundless hell. Luo Qingtong's beautiful face suddenly became extremely demonic and devilish, and she was filled with demonic allure. Luo Xingning was so close to her that she was shocked by the blood in her eyes. Luo Qingtong, her eyes, idiot. Luo Xingning spat out coldly. The way Luo Qingtong looked at Luo Xingning was cold and evil. She raised her hand and slammed it heavily on her heirloom armor. You want to kill me with something that my parents left for me? Luo Xingning, tell me. How stupid are you? Luo Qingtong said. In fact, she had already activated her eye technique and saw through the weakness of the armor. Bam! After saying this, Luo Qingtong's palm slammed heavily on the life gate of the armor heirloom. Boom! Luo Xingning's power penetrated the armor and sent her flying. No matter how powerful the treasure was, it would be useless if its weakness was seen through by someone who was not powerful enough to control it. Boom! Luo Xingning's body landed heavily on the arena. Before she could struggle to get up, Luo Qingtong's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of her like a ghost. She lifted her foot and stepped on her back harshly. Bam! Luo Xianxia was just about to get up, but she was instantly stomped back down by the foot. Crack! Luo Xingning's spine was broken by Luo Qingtong's stomp. Not only that, but even the floor of the arena trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. Ah! Luo Xingning screamed in agony. She was in so much pain that her body twitched. Luo Xingning, I remember that I said that you are not worthy of using the Luo family's items. It seems that you did not understand. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she lifted her hand and removed Luo Xingning's heirloom armor. Luo Xingning could not resist at all. She could only lie on the ground like a dead dog. Bam! After removing the armor, Luo Qingtong lifted her leg and crushed the bones in Luo Xingning's legs. Seeing her scream, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. Luo Xingning, I am returning this kick to you on behalf of the original me. Back then, I used the Luo family's resources to nourish your body and help you cultivate. I did not expect to raise a wolf. Luo Qingtong's eyes were no longer bloodshot. However, the coldness in her eyes was enough to freeze someone to death. On the Nine Magi Mountain, you led your men to attack me while I was breaking through. You crippled my cultivation, blinded my eyes, and threw me to a bunch of trash. I will return all of these to you. Ah! This time, Luo Xingning screamed even louder than the previous 2 times. Her meridians were destroyed and her elixir field was shattered. This kind of pain was not something that could be compared to ordinary pain. Luo Xingning's years of cultivation were all removed by Luo Qingtong's actions. Luo Xingning could not help but cry out in pain. She felt as if her body and soul had been hit hard at the same time. And this was not the end. Bang! Luo Qingtong kicked her into the air. Luo Xingning flew up like a pile of mud and hit the railing of the arena. Then, she bounced back. All the bones in her body were broken in an instant. At this point in time, Luo Xingning could not even make a sound. I'm giving you this kick on behalf of my grandfather. Luo Qingtong walked in front of Luo Xingning and looked at her coldly. Luo Xingning, without my grandfather, there would be no Luo family. Your family enjoyed the convenience and glory of the Luo family, but you poisoned him and forced him to disperse his cultivation. I will settle all these debts with you one by one. As she spoke, the blood in her eyes flashed uncontrollably. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Luo Qingtong bent down and whispered in Luo Xingning's ear. You colluded with outsiders to attack the Luo family and almost caused my grandfather to die. Luo Xingning, you can't make up for all these crimes even if you die 10,000 times. Luckily, you have found a home for yourself. Don't worry, the bandits you found last night are waiting for you at the Luo family. When the time comes, you can enjoy whatever you want. I won't interfere. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she grabbed Luo Xingning's chin and stuffed a pill that she had refined into Luo Xingning's mouth without waiting for her to speak. This pill could allow Luo Xingning to maintain her fair and smooth skin under all kinds of torture. However, the price was that her entire body was in pain as if her skin was being peeled off. This kind of pain was enough to make people faint countless times. Didn't Luo Xingning want to scratch Luo Qingtong's face and sell her to the lowest level brothel to serve the most disgusting customers? Luo Qingtong fulfilled her wish and let her enjoy the arrangement herself. Not only that, it also allowed her to possess jade-like skin and appearance, allowing her to attract even more customers. She would just treat it as a show of their deep sisterly love. Ah! The moment the pill entered her mouth, an intense pain engulfed her. Luo Xingning could not take it anymore. She screamed and fainted. Take her away. Luo Qingtong kicked Luo Xingning, who was like a pile of mud, out of the arena. In an instant, a battle slave expert hiding in the dark appeared and caught him. Stop. At this moment, Elder Chu and the others finally regained their senses. They did not expect Luo Qingtong to be so fast. She actually crippled Luo Xingning in the blink of an eye. When Luo Xingning used her family heirloom armor, they thought that Luo Qingtong was going to be in trouble. Unexpectedly, the one who was defeated in the end was Luo Xingning. And Luo Qingtong's methods were so vicious. Looking at Luo Xingning's deformed appearance, many people felt a chill down their spines. Among them, Elder Chu felt it the most. He and Luo Qingtong had a feud to begin with. Bam! He slammed the table and stood up. Luo Qingtong, you've gone too far. This is a place for the entrance examination, not a place for your life and death battle. How could you be so heavy-handed during the assessment? You're really vicious and unbearable. Hurry up and give yourself up. As he spoke, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he charged towards Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's first-place qualification was not something that Elder Chu could arbitrarily remove. However, Elder Chu was unwilling to let someone who had a grudge against him enter Tianyu Branch School. Luo Qingtong had been so heavy-handed towards Luo Xingning. Who knew if she held a grudge against him, this was a good opportunity to cripple her in the name of being heavy-handed. By then, he could say that it was an accident. Who could do anything about it? As he thought about it, Elder Chu's expression became even more vicious. His attack towards Luo Qingtong was also extremely vicious. Elder Chu. Seeing his actions, the other two tutors were shocked. They wanted to stop him but failed to do so. They immediately chased after him. Below the arena, Old Master Chu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw this. Shameless! As a tutor, how dare you attack a student who is participating in the assessment? As he spoke, he suddenly stood up from his seat and rushed into the arena in a flash. He stood in front of Luo Qingtong. Luo girl, don't be afraid. I'll stop him. As he spoke, he charged towards Elder Chu, Grandpa Chu. Luo Qingtong shouted. Seeing that Old Master Chu had already rushed up, she immediately waved at the novice martial emperor who was preparing to attack in the dark. The latter understood and went back into hiding. Grandpa Chu, you can do it. Seeing that old Master Chu was charging towards Elder Chu, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. She instantly saw through Elder Chu's weaknesses and the flaws in his attack. She glanced at old Master Chu again. Following that, two silent auras instantly struck out. With a swoosh, Luo Qingtong's two blasts of energy hit old Master Chu from behind, but they didn't injure him. One of the two forces struck old Master Chu's elbow while the other struck his wrist. The two forces supported and suppressed each other. Old Master Chu felt his elbow lift for no apparent reason as his wrist suddenly pressed down. Boom! The attack in his hand flew out. It was much stronger than the attacks he had unleashed in the past. Not only that, bang! His attack collided with old Chu's attack, and surprisingly, the other party's energy chi was broken apart. Before old Master Chu could react, Elder Chu was instantly sent flying by the remaining force of the strike. He slammed into the railing of the arena with a boom. The whole place was silent. Even the Chu family members, who were sweating profusely from anxiety, were stunned. Everyone looked at old Master Chu, who had sent Elder Chu flying, with indescribable shock. Oh my God, were they dreaming? Old Master Chu, who was a peak martial lord, sent Elder Chu, who was a novice soul king, flying? Was this some sort of fantasy story? The sky wasn't even dark yet. The eldest Chu pinched his thigh so hard that he cried out in pain. Only then did he confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Oh my God, since when did father become so powerful? He looked at old Master Chu in disbelief. The latter was still in a daze. That move just now had given him a fright. He had never used such a powerful move before. Was this a perfect display of power? Old Man Chu's jaw dropped. After practicing the Chu family's ultimate move for so long, he was finally able to unleash it to perfection, but if he were to try it again, he wouldn't be able to do it again. Old Man Chu was still in a daze when Luo Qingtong rushed in front of him. Grandpa Chu, you're amazing. She gave him a thumbs up. You were able to defeat an early-stage soul king. Haha. No, I was just lucky. Old Man Chu didn't know what was going on, but he was the one who sent Old Man Chu flying. He only said that Old Man Chu had bad intentions and bad luck. He just happened to see him unleash a perfect display of power. However, what was with his attack? It was like a piece of tofu that broke with a single poke. Old Man Chu couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Old Man Chu, the head examiner of the Tianyu Academy, was just a useless person? He had the strength of an early-stage soul king, but he wasn't strong enough at all. If Old Man Chu knew what Old Man Chu was thinking, he would have jumped up in anger. Why couldn't he do it? Someone had clearly seen through the weakness of his attack. Old Man Chu, the other two instructors rushed over and helped Old Man Chu up from the ground. Old Man Chu shook off their hands and glared at Old Man Chu. What kind of trick did you use? How could his attack be broken so easily? Old Man Chu had taken a heavy blow because he didn't think highly of Old Man Chu. If he hadn't activated his defenses in time, he wouldn't have been able to stand up. Who used a trick? Old Man Chu sneered at him. Old Man Chu, you should watch your words in front of everyone. You're the one who used a trick when you attacked a student as an instructor. Luo Qingtong used too much force. She's not someone who's kind to others. I'm teaching her a lesson. Otherwise, how will I explain myself to others if I use such a heavy hand when sparring with my fellow students in the academy? He glared at Luo Qingtong as he spoke. Luo Qingtong, since you are the future wife of the 5th prince of the Tianyu Empire, I will give you a chance. Release Luo Xining now and kneel down to apologize. Then, I will not pursue the crime of you attacking too heavily today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Elder Chu was aggressive. He knew that Luo Qingtong had hurt Luo Xining because of the grudge between them, but he deliberately did not mention it. He only used the fact that Luo Qingtong had used too much force when she was sparring with her fellow disciples. He insisted that Luo Qingtong release Luo Xining and kneel down to apologize. This was an extremely vicious move. If Luo Qingtong compromised, she would have to endure the humiliation and release her enemy, Luo Xining. If he didn't compromise, he would have a reason to attack again. As for Luo Qingtong, it would be even better if she gave up first place and refused to enter the Tianyu branch. Since he wasn't a student of the academy and had even stripped the previous champion, he had all the more reason to make a move. What's wrong with ruining Luo Qingtong's chance to enter the Tianyu branch? Thinking of this, Elder Chu looked at Luo Qingtong gloomily. Elder Chu, you've gone too far. The other two instructors disagreed. Elder Chu was obviously using his position to avenge a personal grudge. The two instructors had heard about the incident between Luo Qingtong and Luo Xinning in the Windgaze city. It was not Luo Qingtong's fault at all. Humph. You don't have to say anything more. Luo Qingtong was so ruthless in the entrance examination that she crippled a student who had already been selected. We can't let this go. Elder Chu refused to back down. He looked at Luo Qingtong coldly and said, Luo Qingtong, do you admit your mistake or not? Elder Chu, I don't understand. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. It was Luo Xinning who tried to kill me first. As her teacher, shouldn't you be the one to apologize to me on her behalf? Otherwise, why should I apologize? Elder Chu flew into a rage the moment he heard Luo Qingtong's words. How dare you? You have no respect for your elders and are full of nonsense. Luo Qingtong, since you won't admit your mistake today, I'll force you to admit your mistake. He glanced at the two mentors beside him and shouted angrily, Holy Pen Touch. Spirit, show yourself. Elder Chu. The other two mentors were shocked and furious at his words. How dare you touch the spirit of the holy object? They didn't expect Elder Chu to use the spirit of the pen touch just to deal with Luo Qingtong. This was the spirit of the holy pen touch. The holy pen touch was the treasure of the Saint Academy. It was said that anyone below the Saint Realm would die with a touch of it, even a Saint Realm cultivator would be seriously injured by a touch of it. The mentors who went out to recruit students were all given a spirit of the holy pen touch to protect them. Although it wasn't as powerful as the real holy pen touch, it was enough to deal with ordinary high-level cultivators. But now, Elder Chu used it just for a student who had won the first place in the entrance examination. He actually used the spirit of the holy pen touch to deal with her. He had gone too far. Boom, with Elder Chu's shout, a huge spirit of the pen touch appeared in front of everyone. As soon as the spirit of the pen touch appeared, everyone felt the pressure of the spiritual aura around them change. A boundless and terrifying pressure was emitted from the spirit of the pen touch. Whoosh, when the pen spirit body was activated, Yi Qianming, who was soaking in the medicinal liquid in the black field, suddenly opened his eyes. Wang, the Shifang dragon ring on his left ring finger gave off a black light. Saint Realm aura, is that woman in danger? In an instant, Yi Qianming's heart moved. Following the connection between the 10 Directions Dragon Ring and the 9 Nether Phoenix Ring, a wisp of his mind instantly appeared in the consciousness space of the 9 Nether Phoenix Ring and merged with the divided soul. In the outside world, everyone was instantly suppressed on the spot by the sudden appearance of the Holy Brush Spirit, and they were unable to move at all. Among them were the two instructors from the Branch Academy. Old Chu. You're too much. Release the power of the Brush Spirit. A mentor reprimanded angrily. Humph. I am here to discipline the students on behalf of the Academy. You have no right to interfere with me. The two mentors were enough to stop Old Chu from attacking Luo Qingtong. He had already planned this out, which was why he released the pen spirit body to suppress the two mentors. Humph. Let's see who can stop me from attacking Luo Qingtong now. Everyone was bound on the spot, including Luo Qingtong. However, she could feel that the life and death sword and the 9-story exquisite pagoda in her body were not affected. Obviously, the level of these two treasures was much higher than the holy brush spirit body. Just as the bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed and she was about to use her mind to summon the life and death sword, a figure suddenly rushed out and appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. Yi Qianming, looking at the figure that appeared, Luo Qingtong was a little dumbfounded, and the thought of using the life and death sword suddenly trembled. Oh my god, why did this man suddenly appear here? But soon, she found that this figure was very illusory and not real. Was it the divided soul in the 9 Phoenix Ring? Luo Qingtong quickly reacted. By the time she figured out the identity of this figure, Old Chu had already rushed up. Luo Qingtong. Kneel down. He shouted with a ferocious face. He did not take Yi Qianming, who suddenly appeared beside Luo Qingtong, seriously. The power of the Holy Pen Spirit was incomparable. Even if it was just a spirit, it was not comparable to ordinary experts. These mentors who went out had the Holy Pen Spirit. Even if they encountered experts of the Saint Realm, they could delay them for a while and escape. No matter what the identity of this man who suddenly appeared beside Luo Qingtong was, it was impossible for him to compete with the Holy Pen Spirit. Therefore, Old Chu's voice sounded particularly arrogant and domineering. Kneel down. Hearing his words, Yi Qianming, who had just broken through the consciousness space of the 9 Phoenix Ring, was instantly angry. His woman would not kneel down even in heaven and earth. Now, such a clown dared to make her kneel down? An indescribable anger rose in his heart. Yi Qianming did not care about the surrounding environment and directly launched an attack with a bang. In an instant, with a loud bang, Old Chu was blasted out like a cannonball. The power of the Holy Pen Spirit that enveloped him was shattered. Not only that, his whole body seemed to have been hit hard. All the bones in his body were broken and he collapsed into a ball. With a bang, he hit the palace building outside the square and instantly vomited blood and fainted. Old Chu was sent flying and the body of the Holy Pen Spirit was broken. In an instant, everyone broke free from the mighty and terrible pressure. After all, the two mentors were from the same school as Elder Chu, so they couldn't ignore him. They immediately rushed over. Most of the people just looked at the man beside Luo Qingtong in shock. They didn't know who he was, but he easily sent Old Chu flying with one move and made him vomit blood and faint. Not only did Elder Chu have the spirit of the holy object of the Sacred Academy, but he was also a Soul King. He was actually unable to fight back against this man. Just as the crowd was guessing Yi Qianxian's identity, he turned around and looked coldly at the girl beside him. Luo Qingtong? His voice was dangerous. This woman had previously told him that her name was Luo Qi. That was the only name she would admit to. Now, what was up with this Luo Qingtong? Yi Qianxian was instantly enraged. He looked coldly at Luo Qingtong, waiting to see how she would explain. Cough. When Yi Qianxian turned around, Luo Qingtong knew that she was in trouble. She looked at the man's cold eyes. Although she knew that this was not his real body, but just a wisp of his soul, she still couldn't help but feel guilty. What should I do? Once this man's soul returned to his real body, he would immediately know her name. It would be too easy to find out her identity. At that time everything would be exposed. There was a way. Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up. Ahem. Thank you for saving me, Senior. She coughed lightly. Senior? Yi Qianxian had been waiting for Luo Qingtong to say that. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Before he could say anything, Luo Qingtong's hand suddenly sucked him in. In an instant, Yi Qianren's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. Huh? Where was that Senior? Everyone was surprised. There were so many of them, but none of them saw how he disappeared. This level of strength was simply too frightening. Luo girl, do you know that powerhouse? Old Master Chu couldn't help but ask. No. Luo Qingtong smiled and shook her head. If I knew such a powerhouse, the Luo family wouldn't have been bullied. That was true. As soon as she said that, everyone nodded in agreement. That powerhouse's strength was too shocking. They didn't see him move, but Elder Chu was sent flying. Elder Chu had used the spirit of the Holy Relic. Although no one knew what the spirit of the Holy Relic was, they knew that it must be very powerful judging from the majestic power and the angry words of the two mentors. Elder Chu was sent flying so easily, which showed how powerful that powerhouse was. If the Luo family knew such a powerhouse, they wouldn't have been bullied by the imperial family of Tianyu. That powerhouse could easily make the imperial family of Tianyu piss their pants and kneel down to beg for mercy. They wouldn't have been able to be so arrogant. Everyone felt relieved as they thought about it. It seems that Elder Chu was unlucky. Of all the things he used, he just had to use the spirit of the Holy Relic. Look at what happened. He angered a powerhouse passing by and got beaten up. He deserved it. That's right. Shameless. He used the spirit of the Holy Relic to deal with a student. I don't believe that he didn't have any evil intentions toward Luo Qingtong. He made it sound so dignified. What a scum. Everyone was full of disdain. The two mentors felt very awkward. As a tutor, Elder Chu actually used the spirit of the holy object to attack a student who had already been admitted to the academy. Moreover, this was a student who was qualified to be the champion. This was really shameless. However, he was already unconscious from his injuries, so they couldn't say anything. They could only bring him back to the Tianyu branch as quickly as possible. As for this matter, they would report it to the academy and let the academy deal with it. Student Luo, this is your first place qualification token. Please report to the school in 1 month. Before the two of them left, they handed over Luo Qingtong's first place qualification token. Thank you, mentors. Luo Qingtong took the token and nodded with a smile. Congratulations, Luo girl. Seeing the first place qualification token in Luo Qingtong's hands, Old Master Chu felt an indescribable envy. Thinking of his grandson who had been eliminated, his face darkened for a moment, but then he forced himself to cheer up and congratulate Luo Qingtong. Grandpa Chu, you must be joking. What congratulations? It should be the same. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she handed over the recommendation letter she got from Luo Xingning and smiled. The Chu family missed a place because of the Luo family. I, Luo Qingtong, am not an ungrateful person. Grandpa Chu, please accept this recommendation letter. Luo Qingtong had already heard about Chu Wenhao from slave Zhan. This. Thank you, Luo family's girl. Old Master Chu looked at the recommendation letter and was pleasantly surprised. Luo Qingtong smiled and placed the letter in Old Master Chu's hands. Don't mention it. Chu Wenhao deserves it. If not for helping the Luo family, the Chu family would not have been hated by Luo Xingning and missed the quota. With Chu Wenhao's strength, he could definitely enter the school. That's not the case. Old Master Chu said seriously, I helped the Luo family because I was worried that we would be intimately interdependent. I have my own selfish reasons for doing so. It's not the Luo family's fault that Wenhao was eliminated. I must thank you for your kindness. Luo Qingtong did not argue with him. She just smiled and nodded. After handing the letter to him, she turned and left. She could still hear the Chu family's excited voices from afar. Let's go back. Luo Qingtong said to the people from the Evil Valley who were hiding in the dark. She glanced at the place where King Dongli was sitting. When she saw that there was no one there, her eyes flashed with a dark red light. She would settle the score with the Dongli royal family later. Luo Qingtong. Once they returned to the Luo family, Luo Qingtong closed the door and released something from her sleeve. Instantly, an angry roar was heard. Xianxia's partial soul was trapped in the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood together with his consciousness. He had turned into a fist-sized doll and was looking at her angrily. She originally had a very angry expression, but because Xianxia's image at this moment was too cute. The Lord, who had suddenly turned into a cute little doll, looked cute even when he was angry. Let go of me. Xianxia was indescribably angry. Not only did this woman lie to him, she even trapped his partial soul in the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. What did she want? Call me Luo Qi. Luo Qingtong interrupted him and walked over to pick him up. Xianxia's soul fragment was imprisoned in the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding tree. He could not exert any strength and could only let Luo Qingtong carry him. You're clearly called Luo Qingtong, yet you still want to deceive this sovereign. He angrily glared at Luo Qingtong. This woman still wanted to lie to him at this time. If the cold and threatening supremacy was in his original form at this time, his glare would naturally be incomparably majestic. However, at this moment, he was only equivalent to a bolster doll. His short legs and arms, and his small and delicate face, coupled with his heaven-like handsome face, looked extremely cute. Luo Qingtong looked at him and felt her heart itch. She did not expect that after the 1,000-year soul guiding would absorb Xianxia's partial soul fragment, it would shrink him into a little doll. She could not resist the temptation and leaned over to kiss him on the cheek. That name is for others to call, she said with a smile. Xianxia was so cute when he was angry. Luo Qingtong was not wrong. She had given this name in her previous life, and it was for others to call her. Only the name Luo Qi was the one that her heart truly belonged to. Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. Suddenly, the corners of his lips rose uncontrollably. So this woman meant that only this sovereign could call her by the name Luo Qi. Thinking of this, most of the anger in his heart instantly dissipated. But you can't lie to me. Anne. He stared at Luo Qingtong. Let go of me. He wanted to return to his original body and let him catch this woman quickly, lest she ran away again. That won't do. Don't think that I don't know that the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood has the effect of binding the soul. You are actually disconnected from your original body here. Even that ring is disconnected from the other side, right? Luo Qingtong said and kissed him on the lips with a smile. So, I don't want to let you go. If she let him go and he returned to his original body, wouldn't she be in big trouble? She wouldn't do such a stupid thing. And she really liked to keep this man by her side, even if it was just a wisp of his soul. You. Little Mingzun looked at Luo Qingtong angrily. At the same time, in the black field. When that wisp of soul was sucked into the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood by Luo Qingtong, the man in the medicinal pool suddenly opened his eyes. Luo Qi. The blue veins on Yi Qianxian's forehead throbbed. He could feel that the connection between his wisp of soul and his mind was completely disconnected. What did that woman do? Yi Qianxian could vaguely know what happened over there, but it wasn't clear. He only knew that the wisp of soul caught up with Luo Qingtong's situation and solved the crisis. It was just that he had no idea what had happened and what had been said over there. Now, the connection between his wisp of soul and his mind was disconnected, so he didn't know anything. That woman. Yi Qianming's face was dark. Needless to say, that woman must have done something to make him lose the connection with his wisp of soul and mind. That woman had deliberately schemed to prevent him from finding her. Yi Qianxian thought for a while and gritted his teeth. Those who liked him in the past, who didn't want to get close to him, but this woman ran faster than a rabbit. She hid better than a gopher. Yi Qianxian took a deep breath and was about to get up. At this moment, he felt a real and soft touch on his lips and face. Yi Qianxian was only halfway up when he suddenly froze. His split soul and mind were connected to his main body. Even though he had lost contact with his main body, he could still sense the other party's situation. Her lips felt like they had been kissed by someone. That woman, humph. You don't mean what you say, and you're so cunning. For some reason, Yi Qianxian was suddenly in a good mood. The corners of his lips curled up, but then he suppressed it. Let's see how long she can hide. Yi Qianxian suddenly remembered that the wisp of Saint Realm aura he had just sensed seemed to have something to do with the Dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and got up, ready to go to the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. At this moment, a message from Bei Qing's Wind Feather arrived. Master, the evil doctor attacked in the Empire of Tianyu and destroyed the Fei family of the Empress of Tianyu. Bei Qing and Wind Feather had been searching for Luo Qingtong's whereabouts during this time. However, the latter had made a bunch of replicas of the 9 Phoenix Ring. Even if they searched according to the location given by Yi Qianming, it would take a long time. At this moment, they received the news that the evil Dr. Ghost Eye had appeared in the Empire of Tianyu. After confirming that it was the evil doctor who attacked, they hurriedly sent the news to Yi Qianming. The Fei family. Yi Qianming looked at the message in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Immediately send someone to investigate everything the Fei family has done during this time and send a report to me. In addition, his voice was cold, warn the royal family of the Empire of Tianyu that they are not allowed to touch that woman. His woman, even if she was a little disobedient and unruly, he would teach her a lesson. No one could touch her. At the Luo family in Dongli country. Luo Qingtong was looking at the angry little Mingzun in her arms with a smile. Be good, don't be angry. Her eyes were curved, and she kissed Yi Qianming's face while speaking. What do you want to do? Little Mingzun was a little angry because of her kiss. He looked at Luo Qingtong angrily, and his cheeks were puffed up because of anger. This woman, he asked her to go back with him, but she didn't go back and kept molesting him. She liked him so much, so why didn't she go back with him? I want you. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile. She liked to see the angry and helpless look on the man's face, especially little Mingzun, who was really cute. Why? Can't I? She raised her eyebrows. In front of the harmless little Mingzun, Luo Qingtong's evil and presumptuous character was revealed. Humph, this woman was so straightforward with her words. She wasn't reserved at all, although little Mingzun thought so, he couldn't suppress the joy in his eyes. Then you go back with me. When we go back, I'll allow you to have whatever you want, Yi Qianming said, and looked at her with his burning eyes. If his original body was here, his gaze would be as fiery as it could be, as scorching as it could be. But now, Luo Qingtong looked at his bright and sparkling eyes. She was so adorable that she couldn't feel the burning passion in them. No. She almost nodded and agreed, but Luo Qingtong came back to her senses and quickly refused. She patted her chest with lingering fear. She never reneged on a debt, and she would do what she promised. She almost got herself into trouble just now. This man's current appearance was too deceptive. Fortunately, she had been vigilant. This was also the habit of being hunted down in her previous life. Don't try to trick me. She pinched little Ming Zun's cheek. I won't go back with you. Why? The joy in his heart disappeared instantly, and little Ming Zun looked at Luo Qingtong angrily. He didn't know why she was so stubborn. What's wrong with going back with me? Many people wanted his protection, but this woman didn't want it. Luo Qingtong looked at him strangely. Why did he ask her why? He wanted to catch her. She wouldn't go back with him unless there was a hole. In her brain, as expected, the thoughts of a superior were only about whether he wanted it or not whether others were willing or not. So, Luo Qingtong in her previous life, so she could understand Yi Qianming's idea. However, understanding was one thing. It was absolutely impossible for her to go back with him. Then let me ask you, what will you do if you catch me? Of course I will punish you severely. Yi Qianming said without hesitation. Make sure. Mingxi wanted, damn it. This man was so cruel? Fortunately, she wasn't caught up. Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianming with a gloomy face, but she didn't know that the punishment the man said was completely different from what she thought. Okay. She pinched little Ming Zun's cheek. Don't think about how to punish me. Stay here obediently. I won't give you this chance. By the way, do you feel uncomfortable staying in the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood? Luo Qingtong didn't have the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood to imprison her soul before. The power of the soul was turned into power by her. I'm extremely powerful. What's there to be uncomfortable about? Yi Qianming snorted coldly with an indescribable arrogance. Besides, will you let me go if I'm not feeling well? Yi Qianming was very unhappy. He vaguely realized that what he said just now seemed to be wrong. But this woman deserved a lesson. She had been hiding from him and lying to him. Couldn't he punish her when he caught her? If it had been anyone else, he would have killed them long ago. Alright, he was so tolerant of this woman, but she didn't appreciate it. Thinking of this, he was a little angry. Woman, don't be arrogant. He said angrily. Why was she arrogant? Because of his favor? Luo Qingtong looked at him and couldn't help but twitch her lips. She was wronged. What was this person thinking? Why was he so angry? Didn't she just ask him if he was feeling uncomfortable? Was that wrong? But thinking that he was imprisoned by her, it was normal for him to be a little angry. What's more, this man had always been high and mighty. If it were her, if someone dared to imprison her, even if it was just a wisp of soul, she would explode in a minute. Thinking of this, she suddenly said very gently, okay. I'm arrogant because of your favor, okay? Be good. Do you feel uncomfortable? Her attitude was good. Although Yi Qianxian was depressed, he couldn't lose his temper with her. He immediately snorted and said, no. He was powerful. Even if it was only the power of one soul, it was incomparably tyrannical. How could he feel uncomfortable? It was just that he was not used to being trapped in the heart of this 1,000-year soul-guiding tree. His face was sullen. Luo Qingtong didn't care. Instead, she felt that this man was very cute. To be honest, she had seen the cold Yi Qianxian, the angry Yi Qianxian, and the charming Yi Qianxian, but she had never seen such a cute lord. The lord who had turned into a little baby was really cute. Even when she was angry, she still looked so cute and proud. Okay, don't be angry. Come, eat this. Luo Qingtong smiled and handed him a pill. This was the Yin Soul pill. It was refined by Luo Qingtong when she was refining the Yuan increasing pill and the comprehension spirit pill. However, she had purposely suppressed the retention rate of the medicinal power, so it did not attract the pill lightning. Luo Qingtong was originally going to refine it for Chu Lingfeng's mother. Although Luo Qingtong had sealed her soul back, she was still severely injured and couldn't wake up for a long time. She needed a long time to recuperate. As for the Yin Soul pill, it was used to strengthen the power of the soul. It was just the right time to give it to Xianxia so that his soul wouldn't be damaged from being trapped in the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree. Luo Qingtong just didn't want Xianxia to find her and the Luo family. She didn't want him to be hurt because of her actions. Yi Qianming looked at Luo Qingtong's smiling face and inexplicably couldn't get angry. He had always liked Luo Qingtong. He liked her so much that he didn't care about his identity as the underworld senior and his high status. He was willing to stay by her side, even if it was just a wisp of his soul. It was just that this woman had to use tricks to prevent him from knowing her true identity. Otherwise, why would he be so angry? Thinking of this, little underworld senior angrily swallowed the pill in his arms. Is this a pill? He looked at Luo Qingtong. You know how to refine pills? Amen. I just learned it not too long ago. Luo Qingtong said. If people were to find out that her so-called not too long ago was actually something that happened a few days ago, who knows how many people's jaws would drop. Pervert. A huge pervert. Yi Qianxia nodded. Don't casually reveal that you know how to refine pills. Everything you do is under the name of Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Don't let anyone know your identity. Others may not know the true meaning of a pill master, but Yi Qianxia was very clear about it. At this time, he finally understood why Luo Qingtong was hiding her identity. In the past, he was very angry at this woman for being so cunning. But now, it seems that if it wasn't so, with this woman's various abilities, she would have already become the target of all the forces fighting over her. Who knows what kind of things would have happened to her. Even if it was him, if he didn't like this woman, he was afraid that he would treat her as a bargaining chip. Thinking about it, he wasn't so angry at Luo Qingtong for hiding from him. Don't be afraid, this sovereign will protect you. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said seriously. In the future, if you want to sell anything, just take it to the black field. No one will dare to do anything to you. His people definitely won't be bullied by others. Luo Qingtong looked at him and blinked her eyes. This was already the second time this man had said something like this. Protect her? Last time, she could still think that he was lying to her and wanted to get away. Could it be the same this time? But why did she have an inexplicable urge to believe him, this feeling of being protected by someone, of having someone to rely on? It's so special. Luo Qingtong clutched her chest, inexplicably feeling that her heart was beating a little faster. She looked at the serious yet still cute little baby in front of her and couldn't help but lean over and give him a light peck on the lips. Sovereign Lord, you're so good. So good that she couldn't help but feel a little moved. But this man. Thinking of his powerful strength, Luo Qingtong suppressed the restless feeling in her heart. No matter how much she wanted something that was destined to be unattainable, she would never touch it. Yi Qianxia was caught off guard by her sneak attack again, and instantly looked at her with anger. If you have the ability, go find the main body. Let's see if she still dares to molest him like this. What was the point of bullying a dividing soul tier cultivator like him? Yi Qianxia raised his head and glared at Luo Qingtong. His puffy cheeks and slanted almond-shaped eyes were so adorable that one would melt in an instant. Okay? No one had ever called him that before, he just couldn't help being nice to this woman. It was only limited to this woman. No, I like you. Luo Qingtong teased him mischievously. I just like kissing you. She said and kissed the little fellow's lips again. In the end, she even licked it lightly. Instantly, little Mingzun's face turned red. This woman, does she know that the main body can feel everything that she does to me? Kissing me is the same as kissing the main body? At the same time, outside the black field, Yi Qianxia had just flown into the air when his breathing became unstable. That woman. He covered his lips, and it was hard to tell whether he was embarrassed or angry. That woman. Yi Qianxia gritted his teeth. He really wanted to catch that woman and teach her a lesson every minute. She kept flirting with him, how hateful. Let's go to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. He flew onto the spirit boat that had already been prepared and said coldly. At the same time, Luo Qingtong was also preparing to leave with little Mingzun. Let's go and do something. I just hope that someone won't wait too long. In the palace of Dongli, King Dongli was pacing back and forth in the hall. Check it. Check it for me. What the hell is going on? Why are the people of the Tianyu Empire here, but the Luo family is fine? King Dongli was shocked and angry. Since he came back from the square, he had been in a bad mood. Luo Qingtong was fine. He was as surprised and incredulous as Luo Xinning. If she was fine, it meant that the Luo family was fine too. Even the Duke guarding Marquis was fine, otherwise, how could she have the mind to take the entrance exam, thinking that Luo Qingtong won the first place in the entrance exam and would enter the Tianyu branch school in the future? King Dongli's head was about to explode. Luo Qingtong's identity was very difficult to deal with. He couldn't touch or kill her. Even the royal family of the Tianyu Empire could only secretly attack the Luo family. Now that Luo Qingtong was admitted to the Tianyu branch school, the Luo family couldn't be touched. Thinking of this, he was agitated. Your Majesty, no matter what happened at that time, we have a deadly feud with the Luo family. I think it's better to join forces with the aristocratic families who didn't do anything last night and destroy the Luo family secretly. King Qinglu stood aside and said with a vicious face. He hated Luo Qingtong so much. He knew that his strength might be gone at any time. He couldn't stop the hatred in his heart, so he kept urging King Dongli to take action. Your Majesty, think about it. Anyone who asks about what happened last night will know what our royal family is planning. If the Luo family falls, Luo Qingtong won't be able to do anything. But... He looked at King Dongli, who stopped pacing. Now the Luo family hasn't fallen. If Luo Qingtong knows that we schemed against the Luo family last night, she won't let it go. At that time, she will join forces with the old bastard of the Chu family. Our royal family will be in danger. King Qinglu said patiently. Your Majesty, last night, so many aristocratic families cooperated with us and didn't make a move. They pretended that they didn't hear the movements in the Luo family. They must be afraid of Luo Qingtong's revenge. We can join forces with them and attack the Luo clan. We can kill them without anyone knowing. At that time, our royal family will have no worries, and your Majesty will be able to continue with your ambitions. You will no longer have to worry about the Luo family's restrictions. Your Majesty, please reconsider. He said resolutely and decisively, his expression extremely fierce. King Dongli didn't have time to speak. Pa, 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 a few crisp slaps resounded in the hall. Good, what a vicious scheme. Qinglu Wangya, I didn't expect you to be such a talent. I really missed you before. Luo Qingtong said as she slowly walked out from the shadows of the main hall. Her footsteps were light and slow, and there was a sweet smile on her face. The moment she appeared, it was as if hundreds of flowers had bloomed in the brightly lit hall, making it seem incomparably beautiful. Luo Qingtong. Seeing the girl appear in this side of the hall, King Qinglu was surprised at first, but then he smiled fiercely. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you rush in. Your Majesty, Luo Qingtong came to the palace alone, giving us a chance. Kill her here, and even if the Luo family doesn't fall, there is no need to fear. Speaking until here, he suddenly shouted, Men, it was quiet all around. Qinglu Wangya's face froze. Help? Help! He shouted desperately, but there was no response. Luo Qingtong stood in place and looked at him with a faint smile. She was holding the smaller Xianxia in her arms. The latter didn't even bother to look at Prince Qing. When the woman came in, she had already knocked down all the guards outside. Wherever he passed, there was not even a single person who could stand. She wanted to call for help, but where could she call for help? But if he hadn't followed Luo Qingtong here, he wouldn't have known that this woman's situation was so difficult. The royal family of such an inferior country dared to make things difficult for her. How low was the status of this woman's family, and listening to the other party's words, this woman seemed to be from this inferior country. Little Mingzun frowned, and he couldn't believe what he had heard. This woman was actually from an inferior country, and she was from a family that could be bullied by anyone, Xianxia thought and looked up at Luo Qingtong. He couldn't see that this woman was from such an inferior country, With the other party's strength and ability, not to mention an inferior country, even an ordinary empire couldn't cultivate such a talent. Okay, that was why he had asked the Blackfield people to look for her in the empire and above. Later, he couldn't find her, so he expanded it to the superior countries. Who would have thought that this woman was actually from such a lowly country? No wonder he couldn't find her. But even so, Xianxia couldn't allow others to bully her. Didn't you kill all these people? What are you keeping them for? He frowned and looked at Prince Ching, who rushed out of the door in disbelief. This kind of person dared to bully his woman. He was really looking for death. If his dividing soul division strength wasn't restricted, he would definitely kill him in minutes. Just let him feel what despair feels like. Luo Qingtong chuckled. Was this man concerned about her? Inexplicably hearing the anger in his voice, Luo Qingtong blinked and then quickly rejected it. He probably didn't want to see people like Prince Ching being arrogant in front of him. This man had always been high and mighty. How could he tolerate people like Prince Ching being presumptuous in front of him? Thinking of this, she suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips, squinted and smiled. Don't be angry, I'll take care of him. Prince Ching had already rushed to the door of the hall. When he saw the scene outside, he suddenly felt his scalp numb and instantly rushed to the top of his head. Outside the main hall, a group of people had collapsed. All the guards were lying on the ground. No one knew whether they were dead or alive. This was the most heavily guarded part of the palace, the emperor's bedroom. At this moment, it was completely open without any defenses. Qinglu Wangya's heart chilled. He looked at the young girl standing in the hall. He didn't know how she could have such ability. There were so many guards outside, but they were all taken down in an instant without a sound. If Luo Qingtong wanted to kill them, how easy would it be? His throat kept rolling, looking at Luo Qingtong with eyes full of fear and despair. It was only at this moment that he realized how laughable his threats were. No wonder Luo Qingtong stood motionless in the same place. She didn't need to move at all to see their jokes. Those people of the main tiger guards. Were they also killed by Luo Qingtong? No, that's impossible. No matter how capable Luo Qingtong was, it was impossible for her to do that. The guards of the Eastern Fence Royal Palace were no match for the main tiger guards. Even King Xiaowu, Fiji, was not someone that could be dealt with by ordinary people. King Xiaowu was a martial king. However, just as this thought popped up in his mind, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. How is it, Prince Ching? Are you satisfied with what you see? It was the same when the Fei family was annihilated. Luo Qingtong's smile was faint, but the bloodthirst in it couldn't be ignored. Fei family? Prince Cheng's voice trembled, and he almost couldn't control his facial muscles. He looked at Luo Qingtong with fear, as if he was looking at a demon from hell stepping on blood and bones. The Fei family was annihilated. That Fei family? The Fei family that had been the pillar of the empire for generations? The Fei family of the empress? Prince Ching wanted to refute Luo Qingtong loudly and accuse her of lying, but his teeth were chattering, and he couldn't even make a complete sound. He suddenly thought of the battle at the Luo family last night. Clearly, they let King Xiaowu's men in and saw them charge into the Luo family with their own eyes. It was impossible for the latter to be fine, but the Luo family was fine. They thought that something happened at the Tianyu Empire, and King Xiaowu's men retreated at the last minute, but now, it seemed that they were annihilated by this girl in front of them. Not only that, but even the Fei family was annihilated? Prince Cheng's face was filled with fear, and his face was distorted like a ferocious ghost's. He couldn't believe all this. How was this possible? How was it possible for Luo Qingtong to have such capabilities? However, all the disbelief in his eyes was shattered by Luo Qingtong's Rakshasa mask. You, Prince Cheng's face was filled with shock. Evil physician Ghost Eye. Luo Qingtong was actually the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Before he could finish his words, Luo Qingtong had already slit his throat. Qinglu Wangya clutched his throat and fell down with his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. Luo Qingtong had the evil Dr. Ghost Eyes. She actually had the evil Dr. Ghost Eyes. How was this possible? How could this be? Bang! When Prince Qinglu's body fell, Prince Dongli also fell from his chair. He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock and panic, as if he had seen a ghost. Luo Qingtong? His voice was sharp. You're actually the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? No, that's impossible. King Dongli's voice trembled to the extreme. He was sprawled on the ground in an indescribably sorry state. How could this be? Luo Qingtong was actually the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. This was even more unbelievable than the news that Luo Qingtong had destroyed the Fei family. Who was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? The most sought-after alchemist in the Black Field, the most important VIP in the Bloody Arena, no matter which identity it was, Prince Dongli couldn't afford to provoke them. He actually made a move against such a person and wanted to destroy the Luo family. Thinking like this, Prince Dongli's feet staggered. In an instant, the figure that had just climbed up fell flat on his back. Luo. Luo, he looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his voice trembled and he couldn't say a word. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently. That pair of clear and bloody eyes were full of coldness. She took a step forward, pinched King Dongli's chin, and stuffed a black pill into his mouth. Dirty. Seeing Luo Qingtong's action, Xianxia's face flashed with anger. He raised his hand and slapped the girl's hand away. Who allowed her to touch another man? Yi Qianming angrily glared at King Dongli, whose eyes were wide open in fear. This kind of scum is worthy of being touched by this woman? Yi Qianxian's heart burst with anger. I've only been touched by this woman a few times. While Yi Qianxian's heart was boiling with anger, King Dongli was already paralyzed on the ground. Luo Qingtong is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. What kind of good thing can she give me? Thinking of how Luo Qingtong once poisoned an Earth-level alchemist in the Blackfield subcity, King of Dongli's face was covered with tears and snot. She didn't even lift a finger to poison an Earth-level alchemist. Luo Qingtong. No, evil Dr. Ghost Eye. You are a magnanimous person, please spare me. I didn't know your identity. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. I beg you to give me a quick death. King Dongli was lying on the ground, crying with tears and snot. He was so scared that he even peed in his pants. He was really scared. One must know that Luo Qingtong is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. He would never provoke the Luo clan. King Dongli's heart was filled with pain and regret. Grandfather Luo was loyal, patriotic, and upright. As long as he didn't deal with the Luo clan, the other party would always be his support. At that time, Luo Qingtong, the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, would also be his helper, but now, everything was ruined by him. Seeing him crying like this, Luo Qingtong, who was originally stunned by Yi Qianxian's sudden action, reacted and quickly wiped her fingers. TSK. So disgusting. Who would have thought that Dongli Wang, who looked vicious, was actually a coward? Seeing him cry like this, Yi Qianxian wondered if there was something dirty on his hands. No wonder Yi Qianxian felt dirty, even she felt disgusted. Okay, while Lily misunderstood the meaning of Yi Qianxian's words. Luo Qingtong wiped it several times before she could stop the disgusting feeling in her heart. Let's go. After throwing the handkerchief on the ground, Luo Qingtong carried little Ming Zun and prepared to leave. You haven't killed him yet. Yi Qianxian frowned. What was the point of keeping such trash? To cut the weeds, one must dig up the roots, not to mention, the other party already knew her true identity. If she didn't get rid of him, there would be endless trouble in the future. It's alright. He has already eaten my 3-corpse brainworm pill. After 3 days of brain-devouring pain, he will completely become my puppet. Luo Qingtong said lightly. How could she let Dongli King die so easily? He owed the Luo clan too much. What's more, the matter in the Tianyu Empire hadn't been resolved yet. With Dongli Wang on the throne, it would be good for her to numb the Tianyu imperial family. Moreover, if there were any strange movements in the Tianyu Empire, she would be able to know as soon as possible. Last night, the Luo clan was almost exterminated. She absolutely couldn't let it happen again. This time, she happened to be near Windgate City and had a spiritual flying ship at hand. What if she wasn't there one day? Wouldn't that be an opportunity for others to take advantage of? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed dangerously. There was only one who could be a thief for 1,000 days, but no one could guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Luo Qingtong would never allow any accidents to happen to the Luo clan. Dongli Wang was very suitable as a spy. Therefore, Luo Qingtong mercifully allowed him to live. Ah! There was a shrill cry in the hall. When Luo Qingtong left, King Dongli still wanted to beg Luo Qingtong for mercy. But as soon as he moved, the 3-corpse brainworm pill took effect. In an instant, he held his head and rolled violently in the hall. The shrill cry was enough to give a timid person nightmares. The 3-corpse brainworm pill. After 3 days of brain-eating pain, King Dongli's brain would be swallowed up. The brainworm that broke out of the pill would live in his place and have all his thoughts. No one would be able to tell anything from the outside. No one would be able to find it unless they cut open King Dongli's brain. This was an insidious book that Luo Qingtong got when she visited a diabolism sect in the 24th century in her previous life. In her previous life, she used it many times to deal with those who came to kill her. But in the 24th century, science was advanced. Those people would fall for it at first, but later on, they would find it with a CT scan. Luo Qingtong was too lazy to use it anymore. This time, it was suitable for King Dongli. Luo Qingtong left the palace with Xianxia in her arms. Not long after she left, the palace guards who were drugged by her woke up. Hearing King Dongli scream, they hurried over and were shocked when they saw the scene in the hall. "Your Majesty! Could it be that King Qinglu wanted to usurp the throne but was killed by the king instead?" Everyone hurriedly helped King Dongli up, but the latter still looked like he was in a lot of pain. Imperial physician. They sounded the alarm and called for the imperial physician. Instantly, the entire palace was in chaos. While the palace was in chaos, Luo Qingtong had quietly returned to the Luo family. Phew! Finally, it's done. King Dongli and Luo Xinning had been dealt with. The Luo family had no more obstacles in Dongli country. As for the other aristocratic families, if they knew what was good for them, they would stay. If not, they would be eliminated. There was no need for Luo Qingtong to do these things herself. She heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she recalled how King Dongli had wept with tears and mucus all over his face. Instantly, she felt disgusted. He didn't know if there was anything unclean on his body. Luo Qingtong shuddered inexplicably at the thought of Dongli King wanting to hug her thigh and beg for mercy. She hurriedly asked people to prepare hot water for her to take a bath. She wanted to get rid of her bad luck. She put little Nether Venerable on the bed. His arms and legs were small, and he was only a little big. As soon as he was placed on the bed, he sank into the soft quilt and struggled for a while before he crawled out. Before he could catch his breath, a red robe flew towards him with a swish, covering him in it. Plop! Xianxia fell into the quilt again. This time, he was surrounded by the girl's unique fragrance, which enveloped him completely. It was as if Luo Qingtong was right in front of him, exhaling her sweet and fragrant scent. Luo Qingtong. Xianxia's face was as red as blood. He struggled to get out of Luo Qingtong's robe. At this moment, there was a splash. Behind the partition, there was a sound of water. Xianxia's figure froze in an instant. Luo Qingtong was taking a bath. This thought flashed through his mind. His gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the screen. The Empire of Qin's holy capital, Holy Academy headquarters. Xianxia coldly looked at the dean of the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy. The dean was nervous. He didn't know why the Supreme of Blackfield had suddenly come to the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy with such an unfriendly expression. This dark Supreme's strength was unfathomable. All the Sage Realm powerhouses of the Truespill continent knew about it. It was rumored that his strength had already surpassed the Sage Realm. As for what realm he had reached, no one knew. Even his own teacher, the Grand Dean, had a cautious expression when talking about him. The Dean of the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy naturally didn't dare to neglect him. What's more, in front of Xianxia, he didn't have the slightest room to resist. His opponent's aura was too strong. He clearly didn't reveal the slightest bit of aura. But just his aura alone was enough to suppress him to the point where he couldn't speak. Your Excellency Dark Supreme, may I know why Your Excellency Dark Supreme has come to the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy? Teacher, he is not in the Holy Academy. Facing Xianxia's terrifying aura, the Dean of the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy found it extremely difficult to finish his words. He emphasized his teacher, hoping that the man would restrain his aura a little for the sake of the other party. Xianxia coldly looked at him. After knowing that the aura of danger that Luo Qingtong had encountered came from the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy, his heart was filled with anger. Therefore, he didn't intend to give face to the dean of the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy. His woman couldn't be taught a lesson by others. I have recently obtained a wisp of aura, Xianxia said. He raised his hand and released a wisp of aura that he had imprisoned. It was the aura of the holy pen that he had sensed through the 10-directional dragon ring. This aura has injured my people. How are you going to explain this to me? What? The dean of the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy was stunned. He looked at the wisp of aura released by Xianxia in disbelief. Then, his face darkened. Which bastard was it that dared to provoke the Supreme of the Dark Region? He even injured the people around him. How important was that person's identity to be able to make the Blackfield Supreme Master come to the Empire of Qin to inquire about it personally? Thinking of this, he instantly scolded the person who caused the trouble. Don't let him find out who it is. Your Excellency Mingzun, I'm really sorry. This wisp of aura is indeed a treasure of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. It has the aura of a holy pen. The dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin looked terrible. There was really no way to push this blame away. The holy pen was the treasure of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. It carried the unique aura of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. This wisp of aura was indeed the aura of the holy brush. However, this aura was very weak. It was clearly released by a spiritual body. Thinking of this, the dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin felt a headache coming on. There were many spiritual bodies of the holy pen. Almost all the mentors of the Saint Academy and the mentors of the other academies would be protected by a spiritual body of the holy pen every time they went out to do something. Now that Xianxia had made it clear that he was going to make a punitive expedition against them, how could he find the owner of this spiritual body of aura for Xianxia? Your Excellency Mingzun, we really didn't know about this. This aura of the Saint Realm was released by a spiritual body of the holy pen. Xianxia's voice interrupted him. I don't want to listen to your explanation. Xianxia's voice was cold. The only thing I know is that this aura injured my people. The Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin must give me an explanation. Your Excellency Mingzun. The dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was anxious. There are so many of them. We really can't confirm their identity. It was the enrollment season. The mentors of the various academies and the headquarters went out to recruit people in different countries. How could they be sure who hurt Mingzun's woman among so many people? The dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was cursing the troublemaker in his heart. Just as he was about to plead with Xianxia with sweat all over his forehead, he suddenly felt the man in front of him stop breathing. Then a faint smell of blood suddenly spread out. Your Excellency Mingzun? The dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was shocked. Could it be that someone secretly attacked and hurt Mingzun? However, just as he was about to look up, a strong and terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Xianxia and suppressed him in place. Don't look up. Xianxia's voice was cold and harsh. He covered his nose. Hidden under the dark gold mask, his handsome face that didn't seem like a mortal's was instantly dyed with a crimson red. That boiling red color followed the strange burning sensation on his body and instantly spread throughout his entire body. Blood dripped out. The dignified Mingzun had a nosebleed. People would laugh their heads off if they knew about it. Xianxia was ashamed and angry. He just wanted to grab the woman and throw her on the bed to punish her. It was really, he was about to explode. The aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. The dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was suppressed by his terrifying aura. His bones were cracking. He complained incessantly in his heart. He thought that Mingzun was angry because of the Saint Academy's refusal. He immediately shouted, Wait. Your Excellency Mingzun, I didn't mean to hide it. The holy pen is not in the Saint Academy now. It was taken by my teacher. When my teacher comes back, I will investigate the whereabouts of the aura as soon as possible and give you an explanation, okay? The dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was really suppressed to tears. This supreme master of the Black Field was really powerful. Could it be that even his teacher was somewhat afraid of him? Could it be that the hidden experts of the four sacred dynasties didn't care about him establishing the black domain? Ming Zun's strength was really not on the same level as his. He was afraid that even his teacher's level was not as good as his teacher. Thinking of this, he wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, his teacher was also not in the sacred court. There was really no one who could save him. Okay. He had thought that Xianxia would not give up. Ming Zi, after he finished speaking, he vanished from the sight of the headmaster of the Grand Qin Academy. This supreme of the dark region was so powerful, and had suppressed him to the point that he couldn't move at all, so how could he be in such a sorry state? But in fact, he was telling the truth. Xianxia covered his nose all the way back to the spiritual boat. The aura around him made all the people in the black field bow their heads wherever he went. They couldn't and didn't dare to look up. Back to the black field. Xianxia's voice was muffled. He felt like he was gnashing his teeth. Don't let him find that woman, otherwise. Xianxian gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan. His aura became unstable again. That kind of fiery and scorching feeling was almost driving him crazy. At the same time, Dongli Nation, Windgate City, Luo family. Little Ming Zun was looking at the beautiful scene reflected on the screen in front of him. The girl's figure was graceful and petite, and her figure was slender and well-proportioned. The places that should be concave were concave and the places that should be convex were convex. She had just started to develop, but it seemed that she had already begun to take shape. Xianxian looked at the young girl's fingers holding the handkerchief and carefully wiping from her neck to her feet. Every curve of her body was shown through the high-quality screen in front of him. His brain instantly exploded and he didn't even know when he started to have a nosebleed. Of course, what flowed out was the power of his soul. In an instant, Xianxian's figure faded a lot. When Luo Qingtong came out of the shower, she saw him covering his nose and lying on the bed. His figure shrank again in an instant. She was shocked. What happened to you? Could it be that the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood was out of control and absorbed his soul power? Thinking of this, she quickly used her eye technique to check, but found that there was nothing strange in the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. There was no extra power. What was going on? Luo Qingtong didn't have time to think. She quickly fed Xianxia a soul pill and carried him up. What's wrong with you? Why did you lose so much of your soul power? Could Xianxia tell Luo Qingtong that he had a nosebleed because he peeked at her bathing? Humph, it's nothing. Don't make a fuss. He struggled with a red face. Let me down. This woman was always kissing and hugging him. It was fine before, but after what happened just now, when little Ming Zun got close to Luo Qingtong, he couldn't suppress the strange heat in his heart. Especially when Luo Qingtong just finished bathing, the fragrance of a young girl on her body became more pleasant. Xianxia was in her arms. His whole body seemed to be surrounded by this fragrance. He was even more embarrassed and angry. Hey, don't move. Luo Qingtong was originally going to pick him up to check. His movement instantly made Luo Qingtong lose her grip. Xianxian's head was buried in Luo Qingtong's breasts. Touching the smooth and delicate skin, Xianxian recalled the scene where Luo Qingtong's hand brushed against it when she was bathing. Instantly, she felt like she was going to explode. The nosebleed that had just stopped flowed out again. Oh. I got it. Luo Qingtong lifted him up. Seeing that the soul power in his body was dissipating little by little, she quickly gave him a soul pill. Then, she looked at him with an evil smile. My lord. Just now, you peeked at me bathing? Although Luo Qingtong's words were a question, her tone was affirmative. She glanced at the compartment where she was bathing. Only then did she realize that the quality of the screen was very good. After it was soaked in water vapor, it became very transparent. Through the screen, she could vaguely see the scene behind the screen. In other words, the scene of her bathing just now was seen by the other party. Then, Lord. Do I look good? She leaned close to little Ming Zun as she spoke, and gently blew into his ear. Humph. Little Ming Zun blushed as he raised his head. He forced himself to be calm. What's there to look at? Is that so? Luo Qingtong smiled as she looked at him. The smile on her lips became sweeter. Lord, you have a nosebleed again. She suddenly pointed at him. Upon hearing that, Xianxia subconsciously covered his nose again. However, when he covered his nose, he realized that he didn't have a nosebleed at all. This woman, he looked at Luo Qingtong angrily. The latter had already collapsed on the bed with laughter. Haha. Luo Qingtong laughed happily. Her long hair was fluttering. She had just taken a bath, and there was still some water vapor on her hair. Following her movements, they scattered on the bed. Coupled with her face that was more delicate than a flower, it was truly an indescribable beauty. If the smiling Luo Qingtong was like an evil witch in hell who tempted the deities, then the laughing Luo Qingtong was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. She was so beautiful that she didn't seem to be tainted by the mortal world. These two completely different temperaments were presented to the extreme on Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong. Little Mingzun's face became redder. That's enough. Don't. You're spoiled, right? Luo Qingtong continued his words. She hugged the pillow and laughed even more happily. She didn't know that Xianxia was so cute after he turned small. The cold and evil actions that the main body usually did had all turned into cuteness at this moment. Even this duplicitous and angry look was so adorable that it was going to explode. She really wanted to tease him every minute. Then what about you peeking at me bathing? Humph. That's because I accidentally saw it. I wasn't peeping. Xianxia tried his best to clear his name. He was a dignified underworld paragon, so how could he possibly peek at her bathing? Humph, it was clearly because the quality of the screen was too good. That's because I saw it. Luo Qingtong hugged the pillow and tilted her head to look at him. Her delicate face was full of smiles. I'm a pure and innocent young girl, but my lord has seen everything. How am I going to live in the future? As she spoke, she let out a sigh and approached Ji Qianmin in a devilish and seductive manner. She held back her laughter and gently breathed into his ear, saying, "How about this, High Lord? How about giving yourself to him?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xianxian's expression froze and he looked out the door. At the same time, Luo Qingtong seemed to have sensed something. She sat up from the bed and looked out the door. Master. A figure suddenly and silently appeared outside Luo Qingtong's room. Something happened to Luo Xingning. The war slave reported. Is that so? Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. Luo Xingning. Previously, Luo Qingtong had beaten her into a half-cripple in the arena during the recruitment assessment. Then, she threw her to the bandits that she had arranged to follow Luo Xingning's plan. However, Luo Qingtong had secretly sent the expert who had just reached the martial royal realm and the experts of the martial king realm from the evil valley to secretly watch them. The bottle of extremely poisonous poison that Luo Xingning had taken out was definitely not something that an ordinary person could take out. Even the people of the Tianyu Empire could not do it. Then the bottle of poison must have come from somewhere else. Luo Qingtong did not believe that the other party would ignore the fact that Luo Xingning was in trouble and her eyes were healed. Ah! In the dilapidated kiln, a woman's cry of pain could be heard. That voice was abnormally miserable, as if he was being skinned alive and his bones were being torn apart. It made one's heart go numb. Luo Qingtong's expression was calm. She carried Xianxia and waited outside. Beside her was the bandit leader, who was trying to please her. Miss, don't worry. Everything is done according to your instructions. What Luo Xingning is enjoying now is all arranged by herself. He rubbed his hands and said. Those customers are all people with special hobbies that I found from all over the world. I guarantee that Luo Xingning will suffer every time. Luo Qingtong looked at him and did not say anything. Luo Xingning would definitely suffer. What the bandit did was just icing on the cake. The elixir that she gave Luo Xingning made her feel like she was being skinned alive every time someone touched her, not to mention being ravaged by customers with special hobbies. However, this was all arranged by Luo Xingning herself. Luo Qingtong could only watch her enjoy it. After an unknown amount of time, the screams stopped and a wretched-looking man walked out with a satisfied look on his face. Sigh, this woman's voice is really interesting. Boss, I want her again next time. The wretched man said to the bandit leader. Alright, get out of here. We'll talk about it next time. The bandit leader was afraid that the man would offend Luo Qingtong and quickly chased him away. In fact, even if he did not chase him away, the wretched man would not dare to look at Luo Qingtong. The aura around the bandit was too scary. Not to mention other things, just the powerful people around Luo Qingtong made the wretched man not dare to look at Luo Qingtong even if he was given 100 guts. Bring Luo Xingning out. Luo Qingtong sat in the courtyard, surrounded by the people from Evil Valley. Hearing this, the group of people entered the room and dragged Luo Xingning out. Bang! Luo Xingning was thrown to the ground. At this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. Her entire body was bruised from head to toe, and there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh. In some places, traces of blood and lacerations could be seen. Her face had been scratched until it was garish, and there was blood everywhere. At that moment, those wounds and bruises were slowly healing. Her skin returned to its original appearance. However, every time it healed, it was like peeling off a layer of skin from Luo Xingning. Ah! Luo Qingtong! You killed me. Just kill me. She writhed on the ground like a lump of rotten meat. Although her face quickly regained its previous beauty, the process was extremely tragic, and it was a fate worse than death. Luo Xingning was really scared. Luo Qingtong's means were 1,000 times more ruthless than hers. Her methods were like child's play in front of Luo Qingtong. But how could this be? How did it become like this? She was supposed to be the winner. She was supposed to be the one standing here looking down at Luo Qingtong and showing off her glory. How did it become Luo Qingtong? She couldn't believe all of this. Ever since she woke up and was tortured, she couldn't accept it. It was that spiritual array caster. It must be that spiritual array caster who helped the Luo family and Luo Qingtong. If not, how could she lose? She had arranged everything and destroyed everything that Luo Qingtong could rely on. How could she lose? It was all because Luo Qingtong was too lucky. Kill you? Luo Xingning, don't be so naive. Luo Qingtong leaned on the big wooden chair with one hand supporting her forehead and the other holding little Mingzun in her arms. She looked at Luo Xingning indifferently. You poisoned Grandpa, colluded with the Dongli royal family to attack the Luo family, and destroyed my array when Fiji led the main tiger guards to attack us. I don't want to die even if you want to. Moreover, don't try to provoke me by injuring yourself to gain my confidence. Aren't you trying to provoke me not to kill you by saying all these? What I said just now is what you want, isn't it? Why, are you waiting for someone to save you? Unfortunately, you don't have any chance. Luo Qingtong smiled faintly. She saw the change of emotions in Luo Xingning's eyes, from suspicion to shock, and then to disbelief. She smiled and clapped her hands. Bring her here. Impossible. Luo Xingning looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. Luo Qingtong's words kept echoing in her mind. The array of the Luo family was set up by Luo Qingtong. Was she the spirit array master that he thought was protecting the Luo family? How is this possible? Luo Xingning's voice was sharp. She couldn't help but scream. How could Luo Qingtong be the spiritual array master? And how did she know about Fiji? Fiji and the others would never expose their identities. That meant that Luo Qingtong killed them. She didn't appear at the entrance examination because of luck or accident, but because Fiji and the others were all dead? Luo Xingning's face turned pale as she thought of this. This kind of deathly pale was like the ashes of death. All her pride and unwillingness were completely crushed by Luo Qingtong's words. Luo Qingtong was the spiritual array master, and this hit her even harder than when she was beaten up by her in the entrance examination. Previously, she could still be jealous of Luo Qingtong. She could still be resentful and unreconciled. But now, Luo Qingtong, other than crawling on the ground like a stray dog, what else could she do? The spiritual array master who was secretly protecting the Luo family was actually Luo Qingtong. Ahahaha. Luo Xianxia lay on the ground, laughing and crying. She had no hope left. She would not forget that it was the formation set up by Luo Qingtong that almost killed the two peak martial marquis experts beside her. It was also Luo Qingtong's array formation that stopped Fiji and the others, so all along, she had been the biggest joke. She treated Luo Qingtong as a joke, but the other party didn't put her in her eyes at all. She was extremely afraid of that spiritual array master. But she didn't expect that the other party was Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Xingning still didn't know that Luo Qingtong was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Otherwise, she would be even more hopeless. Just as Luo Xingning was feeling hopeless, a person was brought up and pushed to her side. A peak martial royal realm expert. Luo Qingtong looked at the martial royal realm expert whose limbs were tied up and who had lost all ability to resist. She smiled coldly. Luo Xingning, you really have a lot of face. Peak Martial King, hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Luo Xingning looked blankly at the person beside her and realized that she didn't know him. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and her eyes widened. He is the one who came to save you. If I hadn't made the proper arrangements, you would have been saved by him. Luo Qingtong chuckled as she said this. The person who can take out the most poisonous liquid is indeed not an ordinary person. Even the person who was sent to save you is an expert at the peak of the martial royal realm. Luo Qingtong looked at the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm as she said this. To be honest, she was also very surprised when she received the report. The other party was an expert at the peak of the martial royal realm. If she hadn't made the arrangements and taken the initiative, the other party would have succeeded and saved Luo Xingning. To think that such a powerful cultivator would be sent to save Luo Xingning. Luo Qingtong didn't believe that they were being cautious. That meant, the other party's strength was actually very ordinary on their side. It seemed that she had caught a big fish by accident. After Luo Qingtong knew that the poison in her eyes was the most poisonous liquid, she guessed that things were not simple. But she didn't expect that things were much more interesting than she thought. Tell me, who is your master? Luo Qingtong didn't look at Luo Xingning anymore. The latter was just a bait. She deliberately spared Luo Xingning's life so that she would tell the background of the person behind the scenes in extreme despair and fear. But unfortunately, Luo Xingning didn't know. Otherwise, after so many days of torture, if she had such a powerful backer, she would have told the truth. Fortunately, she was still of some use. Didn't she catch a fish? Luo Qingtong asked someone to remove the ball of cloth stuffed in the mouth of the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm. Bah! You don't deserve to know the name of my master. The expert at the peak of the martial royal realm spat as the ball of cloth in his mouth was removed. Miss Luo, I didn't expect your Luo family to be so capable. As he spoke, he glanced at the group of Evil Valley cultivators beside Luo Qingtong and said disdainfully, but that's all. I advise you to let Luo Xingning and me go if you know what's good for you. Then, send us out of here nicely. Otherwise. When he said this, he sneered and looked at Luo Qingtong with disdain. The destruction of the Luo clan is imminent. With master status, if it wasn't for the fact that he disdained to deal with the Luo family, he would have annihilated a small and weak marquis residents from an inferior country with a single breath, not to mention his own master. If he wanted to make a move on the Luo family, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? Thus, this peak martial monarch did not place Luo Qingtong in his eyes at all. So what if he was a prisoner? Could it be that Luo Qingtong really dared to do something to him? Thinking of this, the expression of the peak martial emperor became even more contemptuous. He wanted Luo Qingtong to send him away the same way she caught him. However, just as he was thinking this, he heard Luo Qingtong's light laughter. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell. But for some unknown reason, when it entered the ears of others, it was like a demonic bell that urged them to take their lives, and it carried a feeling that caused them to shudder with fear. It seems that I'm too easy to talk to, Luo Qingtong's voice slowly sounded after the laughter. So, anyone can threaten me with the destruction of the Luo clan. As she spoke, Luo Qingtong's face suddenly darkened. In the next second, she suddenly leaped up and appeared in front of the martial emperor at the peak of the martial emperor realm in an instant. She broke the legs of the man at the peak of the martial royal realm with a kick. In the latter's incredulous gaze, she lifted her leg and smashed it down. Boom! The man at the peak of the martial royal realm was heavily hit in the shoulder by Luo Qingtong. With both legs broken, he was forced to kneel down by this huge force. Ah! He screamed miserably, no longer as arrogant as before. With both legs broken, if Luo Qingtong had not smashed him, he would have naturally collapsed to the ground. However, Luo Qingtong's heavy smashing caused his body to be pressed down by a huge force, and he knelt down directly. The broken bones in his legs were forcefully protruding out. The sharp bone fragments pierced into the tender flesh of his wounds. In an instant, the man at the peak of the martial royal realm was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Luo Qingtong, how dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. If your master had been paying attention to the Luo family, he would have taken action long ago after you were caught. Since he didn't, it means that you were sent here alone. Not to mention that I broke your legs. Even if I killed you, no one would know that it was done by the Luo family. Who would believe that the Luo family could kill a man at the peak of the martial royal realm? You. The man at the peak of the martial royal realm was shocked and angry. Half of what he said just now was indeed to trick Luo Qingtong into letting him go. He didn't expect that she could see through it so easily. And she also guessed that he had no helpers here. Go to the Colosseum and catch some fighting beasts. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She flicked a pill into the mouth of the man at the peak of the martial royal realm. After the incident with King Dongli, she was traumatized by the idea of touching these people. Now she would try her best not to touch them if she could. Luo Qingtong, what did you give me? After Luo Qingtong's pill entered his mouth, the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm instantly felt the aura in his body change. An indescribable smell was emitted. When he saw the ferocious beasts with green and red eyes staring at him and panting heavily, he suddenly realized that the aura he was exuding was the aura of the mother beast when it was in its infancy. And these fighting beasts that Luo Qingtong found were all male beasts. Luo Qingtong, what are you doing? Even though the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm had been trained to have a strong will, when he saw the ferocious beasts closing in on him, he was terrified to the extreme. These male beasts were all extremely ferocious beasts. Once they pounced, the peak martial royal realm expert shuddered at the thought of that terrifying scene. His legs were broken by Luo Qingtong. He fell to the ground and couldn't move. He couldn't even escape. Tell me the name of your master. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Otherwise, you can wait to enjoy the service of these ferocious beasts. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and the experts of the Evil Valley loosened the reins in their hands. In an instant, those ferocious beasts couldn't wait to rush forward, roaring wildly. No. Seeing those ferocious beasts pouncing on him, some of them even pushed him to the ground and pressed on him. The expert at the peak of the martial royal realm completely collapsed. He hurriedly shouted, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. My master is. Oh, not bad, you actually managed to get my name, but, the words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly changed into another voice. The body of the peak martial royal realm suddenly twitched violently. As if he had touched a forbidden switch, he suddenly opened his mouth and howled. That voice was as mournful as a ghost's howl in the dark night. In the next second, his body quickly shriveled and shrunk. In an instant, there was only a skeleton left. Get out of the way. Seeing the change of the peak martial royal realm, Luo Qingtong's pupil suddenly shrank. She immediately ordered the experts of the Evil Valley who were leading the fighting beasts to get out of the way. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm suddenly jumped up. Roar! The violent fighting beast that was half the height of a person on top of him was instantly torn into pieces by him. Countless black auras were emitted from his body. In an instant, those fighting beasts that were close to him roared miserably. They were corroded by the black aura emitted by the peak martial royal realm expert. In an instant, they turned into ghastly white bones. The black aura was still spreading and expanding. Wherever it passed, it corroded everything. Those experts of the Evil Valley who were leading the fighting beasts couldn't escape in time. Although they had already retreated quickly when Luo Qingtong spoke, they were still one step too late. Several people who were closer to him were infected by the black aura that spread from the peak martial royal realm expert. Ah! The pain was bone-rotting and heart-eroding. The black aura corroded the skin as soon as it touched it. In an instant, ghastly white bones appeared, poison. It was an extremely strong and overbearing poison. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was piercingly cold. In an instant, she dashed out. Don't move. The poisoned experts of the Evil Valley were in so much pain that they wanted to roll on the ground. But when they heard Luo Qingtong's words, they instantly endured the pain and stood still. Some people, half of their bodies were almost corroded, but they were still holding on. Because they knew that if there was really one person who could save them, it was only Luo Qingtong. She had to believe in her master. Looking at the corpses of the fighting beasts on the ground, they felt a chill in their heart. Bang! Luo Qingtong's figure flashed in front of the peak martial royal realm expert in an instant. He didn't even look at the black aura surrounding his body. With a bang, he punched out. Master! Seeing Luo Qingtong's actions, the Evil Valley's people who had retreated to a safe area in time cried out anxiously. Xianxia, on the other hand, was shoved into Luo Qingtong's arms the moment she made her move. Looking at the girl's fierce and austere actions, his round little face didn't have much of a change in expression. This woman will be fine. Someone as cunning as her wouldn't make a move if she wasn't certain. The other party was thinking too much if he wanted to take advantage of her. However, the other party's ability to control his mind remotely and detonate the poison in the body of the expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Bang! Luo Qingtong's fist directly broke through the layer of black aura surrounding the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm and accurately hit his head. In an instant, the head of the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm exploded. It was a pure black bead, which exuded a strong aura of life force. Needless to say, the power of flesh and blood of the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm was now in this pure black bead, which was also the source of the black aura around the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm. Bang! Luo Qingtong grabbed the bead and crushed it into powder. The next second, she waved her hand and scattered the powder to the experts of the Evil Valley, who had been eroded. Those people still listened to Luo Qingtong's words and stood still. Some of them had been completely corroded into bones and were motionless. They believed in Luo Qingtong. Swish! As Luo Qingtong waved her hand, the poison in the experts of the Evil Valley was instantly detoxified. Not only that, their bodies, which had been eroded before, also recovered quickly after being replenished by the power of flesh and blood. The power of flesh and blood of the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm was amazing. All of it had been condensed into a black bead, which was emitting poisonous fog without restraint. If Luo Qingtong hadn't seen through the trick and grabbed the bead, the area within dozens of miles around the body of the expert at the peak of the martial royal realm would have been filled with poisonous fog, and not a blade of grass would have been left alive. It would have been a land of death. The person behind the scenes had such a vicious heart and ruthless methods. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. When the bead was caught, he followed the trace of connection he saw with his eye technique. With a swoosh, he gathered the poisonous fog around the corpse of the peak martial royal realm expert that had not completely dissipated in his hand. Her 5 fingers moved slightly and changed the arrangement of the poison in an instant. Then she raised her hand and threw it out. Hiss! In a place far away from the eastern fence country, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothes, who looked very noble and graceful, suddenly took a step back. A circle of black was suddenly printed on her snow-white and tender fingers. And this trace of black was still expanding. Your Highness! Seeing the noble and graceful girl's action, the maidservants around were instantly shocked and hurriedly rushed up. Your Highness, how are you? What was going on? Who attacked you? The group of maidservants had sharp eyes. Almost in an instant, they surrounded the luxuriously dressed young girl and quickly became alert. These people were all martial emperors. They were powerful enough to establish an empire, but here, they were just a group of ordinary maidservants. Don't worry, no one attacked me. Feng Yuan waved his hand and dismissed them. Indeed, no one had ambushed her. It was just that when she was on her way out of the palace, she suddenly felt that someone had violated the prohibition she had set. Someone wanted to reveal her identity, so she diverted a bit of her attention to deal with it. Unexpectedly, he was injured by someone else instead. Looking at the greenish-black color that was spreading from her jade-white fingers, her expression turned slightly cold. The other party's poison techniques were very profound. He was actually able to counter the poison by following the connection in his mind. Not only that, he even modified the poison. Feng Yuan tried several times, but he still couldn't get rid of the trace of poison on his finger. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Let's go back to the palace first. Also, send someone to check if there are any missing or dead people outside. Send me a list of names for me to check. She wanted to find out who was spying on her identity behind her back. At the same time, Luo Xingning was lying in a corner of the dilapidated house in Dongli country. She could not believe what she had seen. When those fighting beasts were brought up, she had already been dragged to the side. That unforeseen event just now, she didn't suffer any injuries. Instead, she saw everything that happened. Luo Xingning was the happiest person when the poison in the peak martial royal realm exploded. Since she was already living a life worse than death, it would be great if she could drag Luo Qingtong down with her. But what did she see? Luo Xingning saw how Luo Qingtong had solved the disaster so easily. The poison that could corrode a martial king or martial royal realm expert into bones seemed to be useless in front of Luo Qingtong. She had solved it in an instant. Luo Xingning saw that the flesh and blood of the martial king realm experts from the Evil Valley had grown back. Their strength had increased. Luo Xingning felt as if all her strength had been sucked out of her. She collapsed on the ground. There was no hope. She finally knew why she had lost to Luo Qingtong. It turned out that Luo Qingtong had not shown any strength in front of her. She thought that she was strong, but she was nothing in front of Luo Qingtong. Even the person she had been relying on, the person who had poisoned Luo Qingtong, could not do anything to her. Luo Xingning's heart was filled with despair. She collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. She had lost all hope and vitality. No one could save her anymore. No one could save her from Luo Qingtong. Luo Xingning realized this clearly. She rolled her eyes and fainted in despair. Send someone to drag her in. Luo Qingtong's voice was calm. She did not look at Luo Xingning anymore. The person behind the scenes had been exposed. Luo Xingning was no longer of any use. Luo Qingtong did not want to dirty her hands for such a person. Let her enjoy herself here. She would kneel, cry, and be in despair. She had to finish what she had done. Yes. Young miss, don't worry. I will definitely watch over her and let her suffer the torture that she arranged herself. The bandit leader still had some lingering fear in his heart. That terrifying poisonous fog just now was really too terrifying. He could vaguely feel the strength of the people around Luo Qingtong. Seeing that they had almost been corroded into white bones, and that he had almost died along with them, he felt an indescribable fear in his heart. He was also in awe of Luo Qingtong. If it wasn't for this young Miss Luo, all of them might have died here. Moreover, it was an extremely miserable one. Thinking of this, he nodded and bowed to Luo Qingtong, promising that Luo Xingning would enjoy the best service. Yes. Luo Qingtong answered casually and walked to the corpse of the man at the peak of the martial royal realm who had shrunk into a skeleton. The person behind the scenes was very cautious. She had placed a gag order on her subordinates. Once her name was mentioned, she would be able to sense it. She would then control her mind and detonate the trap in the body. It was a pity that she did not manage to kill them all. Luo Qingtong kept all the things on the body of the man at the peak of the martial royal realm. She planned to find a time to go to the Black Field and find out who the person was. Let's go. She got up and was about to leave. Why are you leaving? Xianxia popped his head out of her arms. Little Mingzun was only as big as a dot. He jumped in front of Luo Qingtong and held her hand that was retracting into her sleeve. Wipe the blood off your hand and apply medicine. He was furious. This woman didn't know how to cherish herself. Didn't she know how to apply medicine when her hand was injured? She even said that she wanted to go back as if nothing had happened. Even if she wanted to go back, she had to apply medicine before going back. Ah? Luo Qingtong looked at her right hand following his movement. She saw a few wounds that were neither deep nor shallow, and blood was oozing out. She was injured when she broke through the black fog around the man at the peak of the martial royal realm. The poison of the black fog didn't have much effect on her. Luo Qingtong had the pupil technique, so she easily broke through the weakest part of the black fog. However, the man was at the peak of the martial royal realm. Especially when the power of his flesh and blood exploded into the black fog, it had a lot of fierce aura. Luo Qingtong was a little injured when she broke his head and took out the bead. However, Luo Qingtong didn't care about such a small injury, but Xianxia noticed it. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Luo Qingtong shook her hand and was about to get up. She looked up and saw Yi Qianxian's angry face. Her cheeks puffed up, and she squatted down again. Okay, okay. She touched her forehead, I'll apply medicine. Don't be angry. This man probably thought that her hand was dirty because of the bleeding. How could a man be so obsessed with cleanliness? However, looking at Yi Qianren's condition, if she didn't wipe off the blood stains on her hands and apply some medicine, he would definitely not let her hug him. With his thin arms and legs, how long would it take for him to go back to the Luo family? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She took out a bottle of medicine and poured some on her wounds. It washed the blood off the back of her hand and healed the wounds. Is it done? She showed her white and tender palm to Yi Qianxian. Come here. She smiled and stretched out her hand to Yi Qianxian. Let's go home. Humph, Yi Qianxian snorted, but there was a ripple in his heart. Go home, this sentence suddenly touched a part of his heart. He looked up at Luo Qingtong's beautiful face that was so close to his. For some reason, his heart softened. This woman had always been able to easily provoke his anger and eliminate it easily. I can't get hurt casually. Speaking of this, he felt a little awkward and then added, it's so dirty. As he spoke, he frowned and walked toward Luo Qingtong's hand with his short legs. He didn't know how cute and arrogant he looked. That expression of I don't want to talk to you so soon, but since you're trying to please me, I'll forgive you reluctantly. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh. That's not something I can control. Seeing that he was staring at her, Luo Qingtong held back her laughter and said, okay, I'll try to be more careful in the future. As she spoke, she picked up little Ming Zun and kissed him on his little face. Then, she brought him back to the Luo family with a smile. As soon as they entered the door, a Luo family guard hurriedly ran out. The old master is awake. The iron guard's words made Luo Qingtong very happy. Grandpa. Luo Qingtong carried Yi Qianxian and was about to rush to the old master's courtyard. However, she quickly reacted. Little Ming Zun must not be discovered by the old master. Otherwise, how would she explain to the old master, her changes could be attributed to the inheritance of the immortal sex ruins. But Yi Qianren. Could it be that she had to tell Grandfather Luo that she had accidentally imprisoned the soul fragment of the Supreme of Dark Region? It would be strange if the old master didn't have a heart attack. However, if she didn't bring Yi Qianxian with her, what if he ran away when she wasn't paying attention? Luo Qingtong wouldn't let her guard down just because Yi Qianxian was obedient, cute, and proud. If he seized the opportunity and ran away, she would be in trouble when his real body chased after her. Thinking about how she had forced that man left and right, Luo Qingtong felt a toothache. Just as she was in a dilemma, Little Pig, who had fainted due to overexertion, woke up in her sleeve. Haha. Master, am I very powerful? Eh? Little Pig jumped out of her sleeve. Before he could show off, he saw the little Yi Qianxian in Luo Qingtong's arms, and his mouth instantly opened wide. Snap, because he was too shocked, his little hoof didn't hook onto Luo Qingtong's clothes and fell to the ground. He. Little Pig was so shocked that he didn't know how to speak. His four hooves kept moving on the ground. In the next second, it let out a howl and hopped around on the ground in circles. Why is he here? His pink and tender little hoof pointed straight at Yi Qianxian. Oh my god, why is this terrifying man here? And why is he so intimate with this woman? Oh my god. What happened while he was unconscious? Why did it see such a horrifying thing the moment it woke up? Luo Qingtong was speechless at Little Pig's series of crazy reactions. This fellow was becoming more and more unreliable. Was it that exaggerated? On the other hand, Yi Qianxian stared coldly at Little Pig, who was pointing its hoof at him. Do you have a problem with me being here? His voice was icy cold. Thinking of this pig jumping directly into Luo Qingtong's arms, if it weren't for her, she was afraid that it would have been lying in Luo Qingtong's arms. She suddenly felt a burst of anger. I don't dare. Little Pig was terrified by his stare. However, it quickly reacted. AI, that's not right. Why was this man so small? It looked at Yi Qianxian, who was about the same size as it, in Luo Qingtong's arms and widened its eyes. This appearance, don't look at him. This is just a wisp of his soul, Luo Qingtong said and put little Ming Zun on the bed. It's good that you woke up. Help me look after him. I'm going to see Grandpa. I'll be back soon. While speaking, she suddenly remembered something and said to Little Pig, "Oh right, don't bully him." If this pig knew that this man was just a wisp of his soul and didn't have any attack power, who knows what it would do to him. Little Pig looked at her with a speechless expression. With this man, who was the one bullying who? A wisp of soul was connected to the main body. If it bullied this man, did it want to die? A piercingly cold gaze suddenly landed on Little Pig. Little Pig felt goosebumps all over his body. It turned its head to take a look and saw Yi Qianren crawling out from the soft blanket. His soft and adorable appearance was extremely adorable. However, Little Pig, who was facing Yi Qianren's deep and cold eyes, didn't feel anything at all. Oh my god, this man's gaze is so scary. What did I do wrong? Why is he staring at me like this? You're not allowed to speak. Yi Qianxian's cold voice rang in Little Pig's ears after Lu Qingtong left. Little Pig felt his hair stand on end after being stared at by Yi Qianxian. Although he still didn't understand the situation, he quickly nodded his head. Seeing this, Yi Qianxian coldly snorted and looked away. Little Pig breathed a sigh of relief when the pressure was relieved. With a swoosh, it ran to the other side of the bed and finally settled down. Oh my god, that scared me to death. Little Pig patted his chest with his hoof. Why is this man so crazy? What do you mean I'm not allowed to speak? I just want to tell that woman that I can't bully him. What's wrong with that? Wait a minute. Little Pig suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Qianxian with his mouth wide open. His jaw almost fell to the ground. That woman, don't tell me she doesn't know that there's a connection between the soul fragment and the main body? Is this what this man doesn't want me to say? The corners of Little Pig's eyes twitched violently when he recalled the scene when Lu Qingtong hugged Yi Qianxian when he rushed out. Oh my god, so scary. Forget it, this man won't do anything to harm her anyway. I'll just pretend I don't know. With this thought in mind, Little Pig instantly felt at ease. That's right, I'm not betraying my master, I'm helping my master, okay? Otherwise, with that woman's cruel, cunning, and lawless personality, who else could suppress her other than this man? Who else could be worthy of her and not be overshadowed by her radiance? It could only be this man, but before that, it still had something to ask. Hey, do you really like that woman? I said my master. It looked curiously at Yi Qianming, who had become small and delicate. The dignified underworld supremacy had turned into a kawaii pillow doll, yet this man could still remain calm. It seemed that he was somewhat sincere towards that woman. Otherwise, with his identity, he would probably rather detonate this strand of soul than allow himself to become like this. That's between this sovereign and that woman. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Qianxian looked at it coldly. Just watch your mouth. Yi Qianxian had his own pride. He liked that woman and was willing to throw away his face for her. He was also willing to disregard his identity as an underworld venerable for her. However, there was no need for others to know about this, especially with that woman's character. She was already lawless enough. If he let her know that he liked her so much that he couldn't extricate himself and chased after her again and again, wouldn't she go to heaven? Yi Qianxian coldly snorted in his heart when he recalled how Luo Qingtong had forcefully suppressed him and teased him. F***ck, serves you right for not being able to get your wife. Little Pig was almost angered to death by Yi Qianxian's words. It originally wanted to tell Yi Qianxian that Luo Qingtong thought he had captured her to deal with her. But since this man didn't appreciate it, then forget it, I'll just wait patiently. Let's see when that woman will understand my intentions. At the same time, Luo Qingtong stepped into Grandfather Luo's room. Grandfather. Luo Qingtong was delighted to see the hale and hearty old man lying on the bed. After so many days of sleep and recuperation, Grandfather Luo was in much better condition than before, be it in terms of mental or physical strength. His hair, which had suddenly turned white due to the dissipation of his cultivation, was slowly turning black under Luo Qingtong's meticulous care. All the medicines that Luo Qingtong gave old Master Luo were of the highest quality. They were all taken from the Tianyu Imperial Treasury. How could Grandfather Luo not be in good spirits? Qingtong. Grandfather Luo stood up happily when he heard Luo Qingtong's voice and saw his granddaughter standing outside. Before he could move, Luo Qingtong had already hurried to his side and supported him. "Grandfather, you just woke up. Don't move around." Waking up from his coma meant that Grandpa Luo's body was in its best condition. Even so, he still had to be careful when it came to his physical strength and constitution. He'd be fine in a day or two. By then, Grandfather Luo would be able to train himself and return to his original strength. However, Luo Qingtong had a plan in mind. Old Master Luo had dispersed his cultivation and started cultivating again. She definitely wouldn't let him practice the same cultivation technique as before. If it was too low level, it would hinder Grandfather Luo's future development. Luo Qingtong had cultivated Yi Qianren's cultivation method and martial technique before, so she naturally knew how powerful a good cultivation method and martial technique was. However, the other party said that only he could cultivate Yi Qianren's cultivation method. Luo Qingtong didn't know the reason. She thought that Yi Qianxian meant that his cultivation method couldn't be taught to outsiders. It was one thing for her to cultivate it, but it wouldn't be appropriate for her to teach it to Grandfather Luo. Fortunately, there were cultivation methods in the Tianyu Imperial Treasury. Luo Qingtong picked a cultivation method that, as long as one was talented enough, could cultivate all the way to the martial emperor level. She gave it to Grandfather Luo for him to cultivate. Grandfather Luo also found out about the recent changes. He was indescribably shocked. He had not expected that so many things had happened during the period of time when he was unconscious and dispersing his cultivation. Fortunately, Qingtong had propped up the Luo clan. Fortunately, Qingtong had obtained the inheritance of the immortal sex ruins and became extraordinary, otherwise, wouldn't the Luo clan have already been destroyed? Grandfather Luo felt a wave of lingering fear at this thought. As for the Luo family's second branch, this group of ingrates, he hated them to the bone. Whenever he thought about the Luo clan's destruction, he wanted to wring their heads off. If the foundation left by his ancestors was destroyed in his hands, how could he face the ancestors of the Luo clan in the future? Unfilial son. You bastard. Grandpa Luo was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table beside his bed, causing a loud noise to ring out. If not for the fact that he didn't have any strength left, the entire table would have been smashed to pieces. Grandfather, don't be angry. They've learned their lesson. Luo Qingtong smiled. But the Tianyu imperial family. Grandfather Luo's heart was filled with hatred. Finally, he sighed. Qingtong, I'm useless. He couldn't protect his granddaughter. She had to run around for the clan at such a young age. Grandfather Luo's heart ached. How is that possible? Grandfather Luo shook his head. Tianyu's royal family treated you so badly. Even if you didn't want to cancel the engagement, I would have done it myself. He couldn't let his beloved granddaughter suffer such grievances. That's right, grandfather. Grandpa, I'll handle this. Don't worry, I'll protect the Luo family. I won't let anyone bully the Luo clan. Luo Qingtong looked at Grandfather Luo and said word by word. Her evil eye's promise was as good as gold. If Grandfather Luo protected her, she would naturally protect him and the Luo clan. Not to mention, Tianyu's royal family was after her. Thinking of how Tianyu's royal family wouldn't cancel the engagement and didn't care about losing face, Luo Qingtong frowned. This was most likely Yu Wenma's fault. Otherwise, with Yu Wenxue and Tianyu's attitude towards her, this engagement would have been cancelled long ago. What was Yu Wenma thinking? Why was he so insistent on cancelling the engagement? And why did he insist on marrying her? It would have been fine if his love for the previous host was as deep as the sea. But according to Luo Qingtong's memories, Yu Wenma had never even looked at the previous host. Not only that, after being engaged for more than a decade, he hadn't even visited the previous host more than once. Every time he saw the previous host, his expression would be cold. Although his etiquette was very thorough, the arrogance and impatience in his eyes could be seen. The other party didn't like the original owner of the body, and was even against this engagement. But why didn't he want to cancel the engagement? Could it be that the previous host's mother was involved in something when she treated him? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she thought about it. No matter what Yu Wenma was planning, if he wanted to marry her, it would depend on whether she was willing or not. Using power to oppress others, she would definitely return all of this to Tianyu's royal family. Along with what Yu Wenxue did, she would definitely call off this marriage. Not only would she cancel it, she would do it with a bang. Did Yu Wenma think he could force her? What a joke. Luo Qingtong sneered. After leaving grandfather Luo's room, Luo Qingtong returned to her room. She saw little pig curled up pitifully in a corner of her bed, while Xianxia sat on her bed. Seeing her walk in, two pairs of eyes immediately looked over. Master. When little pig saw that Luo Qingtong had returned, he impatiently stomped his hooves and was about to pounce on her. It didn't want to stay with this man anymore, however, just as it raised its four hooves, a pair of eyes stared at it. In an instant, little pig, who was about to leap up, froze. F***ck. Was there any justice in this world? Who exactly was this woman's pet? Where was this man's face as the underworld venerable? Was it really okay to act cute like this? Little pig was filled with grief and indignation as he watched Xianxia walk past him to Luo Qingtong. He looked up at her and said, "Hug." Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at the tiny Xianxia. Even if this man had a straight face, he was still so adorable that it made her want to explode. She bent down and picked him up, then habitually kissed him on the lips. Her clear eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Traces of blood mist rippled in her eyes, like clouds and rosy clouds. It was indescribably beautiful. Good boy, she said with a smile. Oh my God, little pig was watching from the side. He immediately covered his eyes with his two hooves. No wonder this man didn't want me to tell her about the connection between the main body and the subsoul. This woman probably didn't know that she had already been taken advantage of, right? Xianxia sat on the seat of honor in the main hall, his eyes slightly downcast and deep. Luo Qi, he felt the warm touch on his lips. During this period of time, he often felt this warm and soft feeling on his lips. This feeling was both strange and familiar. Xianxia knew that woman was kissing his divided soul again. Whenever that woman faced him, she would either run or escape. The only time she behaved was when he went to the Tianyu Empire to catch her, but she thought that he didn't know her identity. Now, facing his divided soul, she kissed and hugged him. Thinking of this, Xianxia snorted coldly. At this moment, he finally believed that Luo Qingtong was right when she said that it would be better if he was weaker. She really wanted him to be weaker so that she could do whatever she wanted to him, didn't she? Thinking of this, Xianxia was in a good mood and his previous depression disappeared. Woman with evil intentions but no guts. Thinking of how Luo Qingtong attacked him every time when he was suppressed and unable to move, Xianxia's lips curled up. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Master, the whereabouts of the Grand Dean of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin have been found. Suofei walked in. Speak. Xianxia sat up straight and looked at him with shining eyes. That divided soul and mind were imprisoned, and the connection between the 9 Phoenix Ring and the 10-sided dragon ring was also cut off. If Xianxia wanted to find Luo Qingtong, he had to start with the Holy Pen. But the latter was now taken away by the Grand Dean of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Therefore, Xianxia had to find her, because only by finding out who the Holy Pen spirit who attacked Luo Qingtong came from, could he find the whereabouts of that woman. That woman didn't hesitate to imprison his soul fragment, which meant that his soul fragment must have found her true identity, making it impossible for her to escape. Thinking of this, Xianxia was very happy. He would be able to find that woman soon. This knowledge put him in a good mood. In the land beyond the clouds, Suofei said with a frown. Master, that place isn't peaceful at the moment. It is said that a treasure may have appeared there. Many top powerhouses of Truespill continent are rushing towards that place. Your body. Suofei was worried. With Master's status, if he were to appear there, he would definitely attract suspicion and jealousy from all sides. The hidden danger in Master's body hasn't disappeared, so he can't use his full strength. In addition, the injuries from using the blood essence searching technique last time had not completely healed. If they were to join forces and deliberately target him, Suofei looked at Xianxia and said, Master, why don't we wait for the Grand Dean of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin to come back and then use the Holy Pen to find the evil doctor? No need. Xianxia raised his hand to stop Suofei from speaking. Knowing that he would soon find the whereabouts of that woman, he didn't want to wait a moment longer. What's more, who knew when the Grand Dean of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin would come back? Since he had found the whereabouts of that woman, he would personally go there. He had to find out the origin of that wisp of holy pen spirit. Thinking of this, Xianxia flicked his sleeves and stood up. Tell Beiqing and Fengyu to prepare. I will go to the land beyond the clouds. Yes. Suifei didn't dare to say anything more. Once Master made a decision, he would never change it. But wasn't the evil doctor's influence on Master too great? If the evil doctor really didn't have Master in her heart, then what should he do? At the same time, in the Luo family of Dongli country. After old Master Luo woke up, Luo Qingtong's heart was finally at ease. Now that grandfather Luo was safe, she could leave the Luo family and do her own thing. The things that she had taken from that expert at the peak of the martial royal realm were still in her useless ring. She wouldn't give up until she found out who the mastermind was. Luo Qingtong had a feeling that everything that happened to the Luo family and the original host had something to do with the treachery and snobbishness of the Tianyu royal family. But it was more likely to be because of the mastermind. Otherwise, the Tianyu royal family would have plenty of opportunities to attack the Luo family and the original host. The original host's mother had disappeared a long time ago. If the Tianyu royal family was so dissatisfied with the marriage that they wanted to kill the original host, they wouldn't have waited until the original host was so old. Obviously, there was an outside force involved. This made the Tianyu royal family extremely dissatisfied with the original host. Thinking of what Luo Xianning said when she attacked the original host, "You offended someone you shouldn't offend," Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. She wanted to see how much of a threat the other party was. She wouldn't let go of anyone who harmed her. After informing grandfather Luo, Luo Qingtong left with Little Pig and Xianxia. She didn't bring anyone from the Evil Valley with her. They were all left at the Luo family to guard against anyone who might attack them. Luo Qingtong felt that the Tianyu royal family couldn't even take care of themselves after the Fei family was destroyed. They wouldn't have time to make trouble for the Luo family. But there was always a chance. The Luo family and grandfather Luo were the most important and warm harbors for Luo Qingtong in both of her lives. Only in the Luo family, in front of old Master Luo, would Luo Qingtong restrain her bloodthirsty coldness and the wanton coldness in her bones and reveal the lively emotions of an ordinary girl. At this moment, she wasn't Evil Eye Luo Qi, but an ordinary girl, Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong liked this feeling very much. In her previous life, she had never lived such an ordinary life. He had never enjoyed such familial love between a grandfather and his grandson. She cherished all of this and would never allow anyone to destroy it. Whoever dares to touch the Luo family will die. Whoosh, outside the Blackfield subcity of Dongli country, beside the Yellow Spring Road. Luo Qingtong landed under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and raised his hand to keep the Earth-grade flying ship. Hiss. Seeing Luo Qingtong's actions, everyone who was waiting to cross the Yellow Springs path gasped. Earth-grade flying ship, Sumeru spatial spirit artifact. These two things, no matter which one it was, were not something that an ordinary person could possess. Just where did this purple-clothed girl come from? Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. They didn't know which sacred dynasty family she came from to gain experience. Luo Qingtong swaggered into the Blackfield subcity of Dongli State. She was wearing a purple robe, and her face had already been changed by old monster Yin Chi's Xianxia 100 changes, so no one could recognize her. Old monster Yin Chi's Xianxia 100 changes was very magical. It could completely change a person's aura from the inside out, which was much more advanced than ordinary disguise techniques. Ordinary disguise techniques could at most change one's bones and appearance. If one encountered a powerful expert, they would easily be seen through. But Xianxia 100 changes didn't have such concerns. Even a martial emperor expert who could easily see through a person's aura with the union of heaven and man could forget about probing Luo Qingtong's real aura. If not for this, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have come to the Black Field. After all, Xianxia was still looking for her everywhere. Hey, have you heard? That stupid lunatic from the bloody arena is going to fight again today. Oh my god. Last time, he was carried back in a bloody mess. This time, he's going to fight again. He's not afraid of losing his life in the bloody arena one day. That's right. He's both stupid and crazy. Who would go to the bloody arena like him? He begged people to beat him. That's not enough. He even asked others to use weapons. He promised that he wouldn't fight back. Tell me, how badly is his brain injured? Isn't he just looking for death? Yeah. I heard that he's a member of the evil doctors. The people in the bloody arena are all protecting him, but they can't stop him from seeking death. I heard that last time, if the people in the bloody arena hadn't been watching him, he would have been hacked to death. It said that he was delirious when he was carried down. He even looked up and smiled at others, saying thank you. He's just too stupid. A group of people walked past Luo Qingtong. Hearing their words, Luo Qingtong suddenly froze. Are they talking about Chu Lingfeng? What's that blockhead doing now, letting others hit him with weapons and not fighting back? Is he looking for death? Luo Qingtong was slightly angry. She rushed in the direction of the bloody arena. She promised Chu Lingfeng to go to the bloody arena to gain experience so that he could grow and advance better. She didn't want him to court death. What happened when she wasn't there? Luo Qingtong's figure quickly rushed to the bloody arena. At the same time, in the bloody arena, in the 9th arena, a man with a weapon ruthlessly attacked Chu Lingfeng, who was barehanded opposite him. The latter didn't fight back. Those knife lights hit his body, making banging sounds from time to time. It could be seen how ruthless and powerful the attacker was. Ha ha ha. Kill, kill, kill. The people in the stand screamed loudly, excited by the bloody scene in the arena. The atmosphere of the whole arena was raised to the peak. Chi. Amidst the screams of the crowd, a young man with inverted triangular eyes suddenly sneered in a corner of the stands. These are the subordinates of that evil doctor? He was really stupid enough to stand there and let others kill him. Since he wants to die so badly, we can't not fulfill his wish. It's also a good opportunity for our Qin clan to vent our anger. This young man was from the Qin clan. Previously, in order to kidnap Suyu and torture her, not only were all the people sent by the Qin clan killed, even the Earth-level spirit ship of the eldest young master of the Qin clan was snatched away. Everyone in the Qin clan knew about it. He happened to be passing by this place for some business. Originally, he did not want to enter this Blackfield sub-city. However, when he heard about Chu Lingfeng and found out that the other party was the evil doctor's subordinate, the young man immediately had evil intentions. He bribed the person who was fighting against Chu Lingfeng and wanted to kill him, who asked this Chu Lingfeng to have a screw loose in his head. He was perfectly fine when he went up on stage to be killed, and he even promised not to fight back. Since he wasn't going to fight back, he should just die. A sinister smile appeared on the young master's face. The Qin clan couldn't touch the evil doctor and Suyu, but this Chu Lingfeng was just right to vent their anger. Who asked him to court death? In the arena, life and death were up to fate. Even if Chu Lingfeng died, the people of the Black Field could not blame anyone else. Thinking of this, the young man smiled even more contentedly. Chu Lingfeng. Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed when she saw the blockhead who was covered in blood and not fighting back. This guy was really that stupid, was he deliberately looking for death? She let him stay in the Black Field to gain experience, and this was how he repaid her. Luo Qingtong instantly became angry. Get down from here. Her voice coldly penetrated the sharp shouts of the surrounding people and accurately passed into Chu Lingfeng's ears. The latter was concentrating on resisting the pain in his body. The speed of the opponent's slashing was getting faster and faster, and he was somewhat powerless. But absorb a little more, this way, he could become even more powerful. Only then could he help master. Chu Lingfeng thought so, enduring the severe pain in his body. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Chu Lingfeng might not be able to recognize other people's voices. But Luo Qingtong was regarded as a god by him, and he remembered her voice very clearly. In an instant, he was stunned. Master? His heart was wild with joy, and he subconsciously wanted to call out, but Luo Qingtong once again shouted. Shut up. Don't reveal my identity, get down from there immediately. Yes. Chu Lingfeng said happily. Master was back. Even if he was scolded, he would still be very happy. What's more, Chu Lingfeng was stupid, but his intuition was very sharp. Luo Qingtong scolded him because she cared about him, and his mood suddenly became very good. I'm not coming anymore, he said loudly. His originally motionless and unresisting body suddenly retreated. The martial artist who was fighting with him saw that the situation was not good, and this fool actually wanted to run. In the past, didn't he always get carried down only when he was about to die? This time, he actually took the initiative to leave. Could it be that he realized that he had been bribed? If it was really like this, he would be dead if he stepped down. The people of the bloody arena would not let him go. Thinking of this, the weapon-wielding martial artist's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Chu Lingfeng with eyes filled with murderous intent. No matter what, he could not let this fool leave alive today. Thinking of this, the martial artist pretended to be unable to control his strength. After Chu Lingfeng opened his mouth and turned around, an attack suddenly struck towards the back of his head. Stupid lunatic! Be careful! He shouted pretentiously, but his actions were extremely ruthless. However, at this moment, an invisible force suddenly rushed before the warrior could swing his saber and blocked his saber light. It was as if the saber light had collided with the energy. In an instant, the saber light was stopped. In the next second, with a bang, Chu Lingfeng, who felt the attack from behind, suddenly turned his head and grabbed that person's neck. How dare you kill me? And in front of the master. Don't you know that your life belongs to the master? Chu Lingfeng's face was ferocious. He had always been regarded as a simple and honest fool, but now, he was like a demon from hell, and snapped his opponent's neck. Chung, that martial artist was just about to call for help from the Qing family's young master, but just as he shouted a word, his head was twisted off. Humph. Let's go. Seeing that the martial artist failed to kill and was killed instead, the Qing family's young master stood up and walked out with a cold snort. An idiot, he couldn't even deal with a seriously injured fool. That Chu Lingfeng took advantage of him for nothing. Qing? Luo Qingtong stood in front of that Qing family's young master as her gaze swept across this group of people and instantly guessed their identity. These people were still wearing the Qing family's emblem on their bodies. If that practitioner hadn't asked them for help, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have known that there was someone instigating them. But since she knew, she narrowed her eyes and walked straight towards that group of people. Swish! She brushed past that young master. A whiff of fragrance was faintly discernible. That Qing family's young master was in an extremely bad mood, and the moment he brushed past Luo Qingtong, he was about to fly into a rage. Just at this moment, he smelled that whiff of fragrance, and before he could react, his mind instantly became dizzy. Plop! That Qing family's young master collapsed. Young master! Seeing that Qing family's young master collapse, the bodyguards beside him instantly became flustered and hurried over to support him. However, plop plop! A series of muffled sounds rang out and their figures collapsed onto the ground one by one. In a short while, the group of people collapsed onto the ground as their bodies twitched, and not long after, they stopped breathing. Someone's dead. Someone come quickly. When the spectators by the side saw this, they hurriedly cried out. Luo Qingtong had already walked to the front of the stage and turned a deaf ear to those shouts behind her. These Qing family members deserved to die. How dare they touch her people? On the stage, after killing that practitioner who was holding a weapon, Chu Lingfeng jumped down from the stage and didn't care about the injuries on his body as he stretched his neck to look around. Strange, where's master? Chu Lingfeng looked around and his heart was filled with unspeakable puzzlement. He had clearly heard master's voice, but why couldn't he find him? If not for Luo Qingtong's earlier warning that her identity couldn't be revealed, this big fool would have already shouted out loud. Luo Qingtong looked at his silly look and was speechless. Fortunately, although Chu Lingfeng was silly, he was absolutely obedient to Luo Qingtong's words. At this moment, no matter how much he longed to find Luo Qingtong, he didn't dare to shout out loud and could only anxiously walk around in circles and keep stamping his feet. That fiendish face of a peerless killing god was now simple and honest and impatient, like a big wolfhound that couldn't find its master. Seeing him so anxious that he was sweating profusely, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched and she transmitted a message to him. Don't let anyone see that you're looking for me. I'll be waiting for you in the private room of the restaurant opposite. You'll find a way to come over and don't let anyone find you. Yes, master, I understand. When Chu Lingfeng received Luo Qingtong's message, he was so happy that the depressed expression on his face disappeared. Of the Qingtong's Fortunately, Chu Lingfeng was able to complete the things that she had arranged for him. He wasn't a pure fool. Otherwise, she really wouldn't dare to look for him. She would be exposed at any moment. After leaving the bloody fighting arena, Luo Qingtong went to the restaurant opposite and booked a private room. Outside the private room, she left a mark that only Chu Lingfeng could see. After waiting for about half an hour, Chu Lingfeng appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. "Master?" Looking at the completely unfamiliar girl in front of him, Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in an instant. He looked at Luo Qingtong in surprise. N. Luo Qingtong left the door open for Chu Lingfeng. The latter walked in directly. "Master, it's really you." When Chu Lingfeng walked in, he thought that he had recognized the wrong person. If it weren't for the mark that Luo Qingtong left outside, Chu Lingfeng would have backed out. "Master, you're so powerful." Chu Lingfeng stared at Luo Qingtong's completely unfamiliar face, feeling an indescribable novelty. "Is this a mask?" "No." Luo Qingtong looked at his curious face and suddenly smiled. Using Xianxia's 100 changes, the muscles and bones on her face instantly moved and returned to their original appearance. Even his aura had changed. "It's just a small trick." Luo Qingtong looked at him and said, "But you, what happened to you in the bloody arena? Didn't you say you were going there to gain experience and increase your strength?" "I left you in the Black Field subcity, and you went there to die?" Chu Lingfeng had a guilty conscience after hearing Luo Qingtong's words. He shrunk his neck and retorted in a low voice, "Master, don't be angry, I know what I'm doing, it's okay." Such a tall and strong person, under Luo Qingtong's stare, he wished he could shrink into a ball. It really looked indescribably funny and infuriating. Luo Qingtong was not moved by his words. "Why don't you tell me what you're doing? If I didn't arrive today, maybe you would have died there. You let people chop you with swords and you didn't even fight back. Do you really think you're immortal? I saved your life, so you can trample on it like this? If so, you'd better die as soon as possible, so that I won't be annoyed looking at you." Luo Qingtong's face was cold, and her words were extremely ruthless. Chu Lingfeng was such a big fool. While doing things wholeheartedly, it was easy for him to have a one-track mind. If she didn't say something ruthless to him, she was afraid that after she left, he would be like this again. This time he was lucky to be fine, but what about next time? Luo Qingtong felt that it was necessary to dispel Chu Lingfeng's foolish thoughts. "Master." Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Chu Lingfeng instantly panicked. "Master, don't abandon me. I didn't do it on purpose. Master, I was wrong, please don't abandon me." As he spoke, he began to speak intermittently. It turned out that as Chu Lingfeng's strength grew, the fights in the bloody arena could no longer satisfy him. As his strength increased, it became very difficult for him to absorb the energy of those who came to fight him. Later on, he realized that when those people attacked him with weapons, he was able to absorb a bit of energy. That was why he did this. "Master, I was wrong. I just want to become stronger so that I can protect you. Master, I didn't know you would be unhappy." Chu Lingfeng hugged Luo Qingtong's thigh and cried. "Master, don't abandon me. Get up first." Luo Qingtong looked at him with a headache. She didn't expect Chu Lingfeng to do this because of this. Did he want to become stronger and protect her? She looked at the wounds on Chu Lingfeng's body that had not completely healed, and her heart was slightly moved. "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. Get up quickly." In any case, Chu Lingfeng's starting point was for her own good. Even if he was a little silly, Luo Qingtong would not blame him. The anger in her heart disappeared. Luo Qingtong pulled him up. "Even if you want to enhance your strength, you can't let others hit you like this without fighting back. In the arena, life and death are determined by the heavens, and swords have no eyes. Let me ask you, if you were really killed in the arena, even if you have strong strength, what will you use to protect me?" Luo Qingtong looked at him and said with a stern look. "Ah?" Chu Lingfeng looks at her with a dumbfounded expression. Master. I didn't think so much." His face was filled with helplessness. Chu Lingfeng really didn't think so much, he just wanted to desperately increase his strength. Therefore, when those people punched and kicked him, he could absorb less power, so he wanted to let them use weapons to cut him. He didn't consider what would happen if he accidentally died on the stage. In his opinion, Master was so good to him, and also saved him and his mother. For Master, even if he died on the stage, it didn't matter. So he fought desperately to the extreme. But he didn't think that if he died on the stage, how could he repay and protect Master in the future? Thinking of this, Chu Lingfeng hangs his head with a depressed face. Master, I'm sorry. It's good that you know you're wrong. Luo Qingtong looks at him and throws a bottle of liquid medicine over. Drink this medicine. What about the medicine on your body? Luo Qingtong remembers that before she left a lot of medicine for Chu Lingfeng and the others, enough for them to use for half a year. What about the medicine? It's all used up. Chu Lingfeng whispers. Every time he went on the stage, he was almost always carried down. If it weren't for the good quality of Luo Qingtong's medicine, who knows how many times he would have died. Naturally, the medicine was used up very quickly. Luo Qingtong looks at him, the corners of her mouth twitching, and gives him a large amount of medicine again. Take these. If it's not enough, let me know. Also. Luo Qingtong taps the table with her index finger, and takes out the purple recommendation card from her waist ring. This recommendation card is for you. From tomorrow onwards, don't go to the bloody arena. Go to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. There are many experts there, you can find someone to compare notes with. On the stage, they won't casually decide people's life and death. It's very suitable for you to increase your strength. The more this blockhead is beaten, the stronger he becomes. Luo Qingtong thought that the bloody arena was very suitable for him. Now, it seemed that he had misunderstood. In the end, the bloody arena was a place for life and death battles. Even if the people in the bloody arena wanted to watch, it was very easy for something to happen in the arena. What's more, Chu Lingfeng needed to be beaten up in order to increase his strength. This made it even easier for others to plot against him. Didn't he run into it when he came back this time? If it wasn't for this blockhead's special physique, who knows how many times he would have died. In comparison, the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin was different. As a student, Chu Lingfeng could find anyone to spar with, and no one would casually kill him. Luo Qingtong felt that it was very suitable for him. Luo Qingtong didn't intend to use this purple recommendation card. This time, she came to the black field to ask Chu Lingfeng to help her auction it. After all, that old man was for evil Dr. Ghost Eye. If she went to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin with this recommendation letter, wouldn't her identity be exposed? What's more, thinking of you Wenma in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She would enter the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin as Luo Qingtong. At that time, she would ruthlessly slap Yu Wenma's face. This purple recommendation post, whoever wants it can have it. Mistress, this is for me? Chu Lingfeng was a bit dumbfounded. He was a bit stupid, but he still knew what kind of existence the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin was. The four great holy dynasties, the four great holy academies, their status was incomparably high. The holy dynasty's highest educational institution, the disciples of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin were a cut above ordinary martial artists, who didn't know that the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin's requirements for admission were extremely harsh. If one wasn't a genius among geniuses, it was impossible to enter the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Chu Lingfeng foolishly looked at Luo Qingtong, not knowing how to react. Mistress, he looked at the purple recommendation card and was speechless for a long time. Purple was extremely precious. In the true Spill continent, purple represented grace, luxury, and mystery. Generally, a purple recommendation card indicated that the other party valued it. Not to mention, this purple recommendation card was even better. Chu Lingfeng was stupid, but he knew how precious this recommendation card was, and Luo Qingtong had delivered it to him. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng wanted to cry. Besides his mother, Mistress was the person who treated him the best in the world. Mistress, you can rest assured. I will definitely fight well and live up to Mistress's expectations. Chu Lingfeng choked with sobs. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. Go to the Empire of Qin's Holy Institute and fight. Well, if one didn't know better, they would think that she was deliberately sending someone to cause trouble, but, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Good, fight well there. Oh right, there's someone called Yu Wenma. If you have nothing to do, go and find him to spar with. Luo Qingtong said with a smile on her lips. She would first find something for Yuan Mo to do. When she entered the empire of Qin's Holy Institute, she would find him to settle accounts. Remember, you are not allowed to not fight back when you are hit or scolded. You are my subordinate. If you are hit, it is the same as hitting my face. If you do this again, you don't need to come back to see me. Do you understand? I understand. Chu Lingfeng was completely enlightened. Hitting him was the same as hitting Mistress's face. That was unacceptable. Mistress, you can rest assured. I will not lose your face. Chu Lingfeng secretly swore in his heart. When he went to the Empire of Qin's Holy Institute, he would definitely fight for Mistress. That's right, Mistress had just mentioned that Yuan Mo. He would definitely teach him a lesson. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded with satisfaction. This was the best thing about Chu Lingfeng. Regardless of whether she was right or wrong, he would always listen to her. Being stupid had its benefits. By the way, I haven't been in the mansion recently. Did anything happen? Yes. Chu Lingfeng nodded and said to Luo Qingtong, after Mistress left, people from the Lanyue aristocratic family came to visit and sent a purple invitation card, inviting Mistress to visit the Lanyue aristocratic family. As he spoke, he took out the purple name card from his body. Before coming here, Chu Lingfeng had specially made a trip back to the mansion and brought out the purple name card. Oh. Luo Qingtong took the purple name card. At first glance, she knew what was going on. So that little fellow is a member of the Lanyue aristocratic family? As soon as the name card mentioned him, Luo Qingtong thought of the cute little boy she had saved in the 9 Magi Mountains. It seemed that he had been found by the Lanyue aristocratic family at that time and brought back safely. Okay, I see. Is there anything else? Luo Qingtong put away the name card. Yes. Chu Lingfeng nodded honestly. Many people want Mistress to refine medicine. The Bloody Arena gave me a list of the medicines they wanted to refine and the things they sent. Mistress, take a look. As he spoke, he took out the list. Although Chu Lingfeng was stupid, he still remembered Luo Qingtong's matters clearly. He had brought all of them with him on this trip. He probably knew that Luo Qingtong didn't want to reveal her identity, so he naturally wouldn't return to the mansion. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded and took it. The imperial family of Tianyu? Luo Qingtong's expression turned playful. She looked at the list of benefits. In order to get her to refine medicine, the imperial family of Tianyu had offered an extraordinary price. Not only that, the Emperor of Tianyu had also humbled himself in the letter, saying that he had already punished the 7th princess and the empress. What happened to the Fei clan had nothing to do with the imperial family. All of this was to get Luo Qingtong to help the martial emperors of Tianyu recover their strength. Heh. Luo Qingtong chuckled. If the Emperor of Tianyu knew that the person he was begging was the young miss of the Luo clan, whom he had always looked down on, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Apart from the imperial family of Tianyu, I'll agree to everyone else's request. Luo Qingtong glanced at the list and threw it to Chu Lingfeng. Also, tell the people of the Bloody Arena that I won't accept any orders from the imperial family of Tianyu no matter how high the price is. Tell them not to offer me anything. Luo Qingtong had purposely refused to accept any orders from the imperial family of Tianyu. Furthermore, he had accepted everyone's call but not theirs. This was a clear sign of displeasure and dissatisfaction. Luo Qingtong believed that with the Emperor of Tianyu's temperament, he would definitely vent his anger on the Empress and Yu Wenxue. These two had bullied the original owner and the Luo clan so badly. She wanted them to have a taste of what it was like to be bullied. Yes, master. Chu Lingfeng agreed and put away the list. With his temperament, he didn't know why Luo Qingtong had accepted everyone's orders but not the imperial family of Tianyu. In any case, she could accept anyone she wanted. No one could stop her. Master, I'll take my leave first. Chu Lingfeng said to Luo Qingtong. There's no hurry. Luo Qingtong took out the things she had put in the trash ring, the things on the peak martial emperor. Take these things to the people of the Black Field. Tell them that I need his identity urgently. It'll be even better if they can find out the faction behind him and his master. Compared to the imperial family of Tianyu, the person who had plotted against the original owner was more like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Luo Qingtong had to find out who that person was. Okay. Chu Lingfeng put the things away. Remember to tell the Blackfields people to investigate in secret. That person was against the Luo clan. Luo Qingtong didn't want others to know her relationship with the Luo clan. At least, for now. She was still not strong enough. Yes. Chu Lingfeng nodded heavily. Master, I understand. I will go and tell those people in the dark domain later. Okay. Also, these pills, give them to them as well. Tell them that once they find out who it is, they'll benefit from it. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she took out 5 bottles of elixirs from her trash ring. Give these 2 bottles to them and let them auction them. As for the remaining 3 bottles, keep these 2 for yourself. The last bottle is for your mother. She'll wake up after taking it. Luo Qingtong gave Chu Lingfeng the spirit strengthening pill and the spirit understanding pill. These 2 types of pills, when taken together, were extremely beneficial to the improvement of one's strength. However, taking too many of them would affect one's foundation. Luo Qingtong didn't want Chu Lingfeng to be like Luo Xingning, who only had cultivation but not much strength. Therefore, she didn't give him too many pills. These 2 bottles of pills were for him to strengthen his strength. As for the last bottle of pills, it was naturally the Yin Soul pill. Luo Qingtong made these pills especially for Chu Lingfeng's mother. Master, you are so good to me. Chu Lingfeng's eyes turned red as he held the bottles of medicinal pills. Luo Qingtong quickly stopped him when she saw that he was about to cry again. Alright, don't cry. Go and see your mother. By the way, you must do what I asked you to do as soon as possible. I will wait for you outside the Blackfield subsidy for the next few days. Come back to me as soon as you have any news. Yes, Master. Don't worry. I will do it well. Chu Lingfeng said as he walked out of the door. Luo Qingtong also left the private room a while after he left. However, she paid for this private room. When Chu Lingfeng found out the news, he would come to this private room to look for her. That way, the blockhead wouldn't be able to find her. No matter how careful he was, he would inevitably be exposed. Luo Qingtong didn't want to expose her identity to the blockhead. After leaving the Blackfield subsidy, Luo Qingtong released Little Ming Zun and Little Pig from her sleeves. Alright, don't be angry. I was afraid that you would cause some trouble in the Blackfield subsidy, so I locked you in my sleeves. Seeing Little Ming Zun's sour face, Luo Qingtong leaned over and kissed his face. Don't be unhappy. You don't want others to see you like this, right? Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk to her. However, Luo Qingtong wasn't the kind of person who would ignore others just because they didn't talk to her. She looked at Xianxia's awkward appearance and immediately went up to him with a smile. Here, I bought you a gift. Do you like it? Luo Qingtong handed the Tonghulu skewers that she bought in the Blackfield subsidy to Xianxia. She specially asked someone to make a small skewer for her. However, it was still too big in front of Xianxia. That hawthorn was almost as big as Little Ming Zun's head. When it was placed in front of Xianxia, it looked especially cute. Xianxia looked at the hawthorn skewers. Before he could say anything, Little Pig beside him had already shouted. Master, I want it too. Little Pig looked at the Tonghulu skewers with sparkling eyes. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. I'd been with this woman for so long, but she never bought me anything. Whenever this man came, she would buy this and that for him. Was it because his face was cuter than hers? This is a world. Just when Little Pig was making a fuss about wanting to eat, Xianxia snatched the hawthorn with a cold face. That pair of cold and gloomy eyes stared coldly at Little Pig. This sovereign's. He never shared his things with outsiders, not to mention this woman gave it to him. Holy shit, Little Pig looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Does this man need to do this? Isn't it just a Tonghulu skewers? Does he need to look at me with such a gaze as if he wants to chop me into pieces? Little Pig was speechless. Master. He looked at Luo Qingtong with tears in his eyes, trying to gain some sympathy. However, Luo Qingtong was watching Yi Qianxian eat the Tonghulu skewers with her hand supporting her forehead. She didn't even notice Little Pig. The way Little Mingzun ate the Tonghulu skewers was too cute. Luo Qingtong watched as he hugged the round candied hawthorn and gnawed on it. His cheeks were puffed up, and her heart almost melted from his cuteness. It's all right. Yi Qianxian actually didn't really like eating it. The taste was too strange. It was both sour and sweet. But since it was a gift from this woman, he would just have to put up with it. Yi Qianxian felt that it wasn't that bad after all. Is that so? Luo Qingtong supported her forehead with her hand and looked at him with a smile. In the next second, she leaned forward. I'll have a bite too. As she spoke, she took a bite of the candied haw in front of Yi Qianxian. She bit off more than half of the candied haw at the spot where he had just bitten. It's pretty good, Luo Qingtong said as she licked the candied haw at the corner of her mouth. Her smile was enchanting and wanton. Let's eat together? Yi Qianren looked at the candied hawthorn in front of her that was half bitten off and then looked at the moistness on Luo Qingtong's lips that she had just licked. Her eyes darkened. He slowly nodded and took a bite at the spot where Luo Qingtong had bitten earlier. His cold and gloomy gaze was fixed on Luo Qingtong. It was the gaze of a man looking at a woman. It was also the gaze of a hunter looking at his prey. Gloomy, fiery, and determined to win, it was just that Yi Qianren's figure was too small and too cute. Instead, it covered up the dangerous aura within. Luo Qingtong lowered her head and bit into the candied haw, so she didn't notice it. On the other hand, Little Pig caught sight of the expression in Yi Qianxian's eyes. He couldn't help but cover his eyes. Oh my god, this woman is just acting, let's see what she'll do in the future. The two of them finished the candied haw together. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Qingtong found a secluded place and took out the spirit boat flying ship. She brought Yi Qianren and Little Pig on board. For the next few days, she would stay near the Blackfield subcity and wait for Chu Lingfeng to bring her news. Every day, Luo Qingtong would enter the city and sit in the private room for a while. Yi Qianxian and Little Pig stayed in the ship. Luo Qingtong knew that Yi Qianxian didn't like being locked in her sleeve, so she didn't put him inside. 3 days later, Chu Lingfeng happily brought his mother to thank Luo Qingtong. Master. My mother is well. Mother, this is Master. Chu Lingfeng excitedly introduced his mother to the two of them. The woman standing behind Chu Lingfeng was about 30 years old. She had a gentle and calm temperament and was very magnanimous. Just by standing there, she gave off an indescribable aura. Mississippi, she bowed deeply to Luo Qingtong. Thank you for saving us. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have died. Feng'er wouldn't have had such a great opportunity to enter the holy court of the Empire of Qin. Thank you, miss. Luo Qingtong smiled indifferently. No need to thank me. This is what he deserves with his sincerity. Luo Qingtong didn't care who the recommendation letter was for. Since Chu Lingfeng was loyal to her, what harm was there in giving it to him? She always did things as she pleased, so she didn't need a word of thanks. As Yan Yang watched, she felt even more grateful to Luo Qingtong. Even if Feng'er followed her and recognized her as his master, as his mother, she would still be very gratified. Even if Miss says so, it doesn't change the fact that you saved us. As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up as she heard this. She was indeed a bit worried about the Blackfield subcity. After Chu Lingfeng left, she didn't have anyone she could trust. It wasn't that she couldn't transfer people from the Luo family, but those people might not be familiar with the situation in the Blackfield subcity. It would be difficult to take over. Moreover, Luo Qingtong had many people under her command, but the only ones she truly trusted were Suyu and Chu Lingfeng. Of these two people, one had sworn an oath to never betray her. The other was loyal and pure, wholeheartedly devoted to her. Only these two people were the ones she trusted the most. Now that Yan Yang had taken over the Blackfield subcity, it couldn't be better. Luo Qingtong could see that Yan Yang was not an ordinary person. The other party's aura was different from others. Obviously, there was a reason why they had fallen to this point. Although Luo Qingtong didn't understand Yan Yang, she understood Chu Lingfeng. The other party would never betray her. As Chu Lingfeng's mother, Xianxia could also be trusted. Thinking this, Luo Qingtong nodded and settled this matter. With Luo Qingtong's permission, Xianxia took over the Blackfield subsidy. She quickly handled the matter properly, and Luo Qingtong didn't have to worry about it anymore. She even handled the matter of the cooperation with the Bloody Arena very well. She had shown great skill in dealing with it. The pills given by Luo Qingtong, under her operation, set off a storm in the entire Blackfield. No one thought that evil Dr. Ghost Eye could actually refine pills, even though Luo Qingtong had only refined the lowest level of elixir and had purposely lowered the retention rate of the elixir. It was already shocking enough in the eyes of everyone. In the Truespill continent, the status of alchemists was transcendent. Then the status of alchemists could only be described as rare. The alchemists of Truespill continent were all old monsters that had lived through countless years. Every one of them was immersed in the path of being an alchemist. Who knew how long it would take for them to stand out from the ranks of alchemists and be promoted to an alchemist? Even a Saint Realm expert would not be able to move these people. But now, there was an alchemist in such a small city in the Blackfield of the eastern border country? In an instant, the entire Truespill continent shook. Many forces came one after another. Luo Qingtong's medicinal pill finally sold for a sky-high price. However, the people from various forces were still unwilling to give up. They were searching for Luo Qingtong everywhere. He wanted to rope in this alchemist. However, Luo Qingtong was too good at hiding. Everyone asked around, but they didn't even know who evil Dr. Gui Tong was, where he came from, or what he looked like. Not to mention trying to win him over, the other party was backed by the Blackfield, so it was impossible for them to use force. Suddenly, everyone was burning with anxiety, looking for evil Dr. Gui Tong everywhere. Luo Qingtong's reputation as an evil doctor also rose rapidly after this auction, almost reaching the peak. For many people from large forces, they might not be able to invite an old monster-level alchemist, but they had a great chance of inviting evil Dr. Gui Tong. Naturally, they were very concerned about this. Xianxia and the others also received a great deal of attention. At this time, Luo Qingtong was incomparably glad that she had saved Xianxia. Otherwise, how could that big fool Chu Lingfeng deal with these matters? It would be strange if he wasn't skinned alive by those treacherous forces. Fortunately, the one in charge now was Xianxia. Great Yong Dynasty. Looking at the news that Xianxia gave her, Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. It turned out to be someone from the Great Yong Dynasty, but the specific identity still needed to be investigated. The information from Blackfield was very vague. It was said that the other party's identity was hidden very well. They also spent a lot of effort to find out the approximate origin of the other party. It would take time to continue investigating. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Even Blackfield couldn't find out the origin and identity of the other party in the first place. It could be assumed that the power behind the other party was not small. The background of the person behind the scenes was not simple. Sure enough, it was someone who couldn't be offended. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. Let Blackfield continue investigating. Report to me when you get the news. Okay. Xianxia nodded. After she left, Yi Qianming emerged from behind Luo Qingtong. If it was my people who investigated, they would have found out long ago. He looked at Luo Qingtong as he spoke. If this woman went back with him, this small matter would have been solved long ago. Don't try to fool me. Even so, I won't let you go back. Luo Qingtong pinched his little face. It didn't matter if the person behind the scenes was found out sooner or later. Anyway, she was not in a hurry to confront the other party. Let's go back. There was not much time before the opening of the Tianyu branch school. Luo Qingtong wanted to go back to the Luo family to explain everything and prepare everything. Only in this way could she leave without any worries. Luo Qingtong received a large amount of money from the elixir auction this time. After giving some to the Bloody Arena, Luo Qingtong still had a lot of money left. Luo Qingtong left some for Xianxia and some for Chu Lingfeng. She also left some for Suyu and the others. This time, she also received news from Chu Lingfeng that Suyu had teleported back. The other party had already gained a firm foothold in the far west wilderness. It wouldn't be long before he could establish his own force. He didn't expect Suyu to be so fast. Luo Qingtong knew that she must have suffered a lot there. It wasn't easy to make a name for oneself in a chaotic place like that. Looking at the letters sent by Suyu, Luo Qingtong asked the people of Blackfield to help deliver a batch of medicinal liquid and medicinal pills. Luo Qingtong was not afraid that the people in the Blackfield would find out about her contact with Suyu. She had a working relationship with Blackfield, so these things would definitely not escape Blackfield's eyes. Since that was the case, why bother to cover it up? There was nothing wrong with letting the Blackfield know. At least with them around, no one else would know. As for the matter of her developing forces in other places, Luo Qingtong believed that even if the people in the Blackfield knew about it, that high and mighty man knew about it, he would not do anything against Suyu and the others. That man, Luo Qingtong thought about it and realized that Xianxia was a person who kept a clear distinction between public and private affairs. Although he was angered to death by her every time and couldn't catch her, he had never vented his anger on Suyu, Chu Lingfeng and the others. He had also never used the people around her to force her to show herself. This was quite rare. After all, this kind of person in a high position would vent his anger everywhere if he was unhappy. Luo Qingtong had seen a lot of this in her previous life. The ugly face of a person in a high position. In contrast, Xianxia was unexpectedly clean and principled. Should she say that he was worthy of being the man she admired? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes curved. She picked up little Mingzun and kissed him on the cheek. Xianxia's face darkened after being rejected by Luo Qingtong. Now that he was kissed, he was gone. Forget it. This woman is too cautious. She won't believe anything I say. She will only think that I'm trying to find an excuse to escape. I'll just wait for my main body to catch up with me. Anyway, I can't wait for too long. Xianxia knew that with his ability, even if his divided soul was imprisoned by Luo Qingtong, he would still be able to find out where the Holy Pen Spirit was. This woman had calculated everything, but she definitely didn't expect that the aura of the Holy Pen Spirit could be found. As long as he could find out the identity of the teacher who dared to attack Luo Qingtong, then Luo Qingtong's true identity would be exposed. Thinking of this, little Mingzun was no longer angry. Swoosh! Swoosh! On the spirit ship, Luo Qingtong was focused on carving something with a piece of wood. In front of her, there were all kinds of parts. There were all kinds of big and small parts. Luo Qingtong bought a bunch of ores and materials when she left the Blackfield city of Dongli Nation. Little Pig thought she was going to refine tools. But he didn't expect her to just sit there and start carving wood. What are you doing? Little Pig jumped in front of her curiously and used his little hoof to fiddle with the parts on the table. Why does this thing look so familiar? Where have I seen it before? Little Pig thought as he propped his little hoof up and down. On the other side, Xianxia's voice sounded. Is this the weird weapon you used in the Nine Magi Mountain? Little Mingzun walked with his hands behind his back to a part that Luo Qingtong had just finished carving. He picked it up and looked at it. Then, he looked at Luo Qingtong. When he caught Luo Qingtong in the Nine Magi Mountain, he caught the weird weapon tied to her arm. It looked like a crossbow, but it was very skillful. The mechanism inside was very complicated. It was obviously an ordinary weapon, but the power it displayed was comparable to a spiritual weapon made by an ordinary weapon refiner. Most importantly, it didn't have any cultivation restrictions. He didn't have to worry about not being able to display its full power. After Xianxia obtained the crossbow, he brought it back for his people to study. What surprised him was that once the crossbow was disassembled, it couldn't be put back together. At that time, several elders of the tools department had even come to find him, hoping that he could find the person who had made this crossbow. It wasn't because he couldn't find it, it was because he couldn't find it. Moreover, if he found this woman, he would run away. Until now, Xianxia did not have a chance to ask Luo Qingtong about the crossbow. Now, she was playing with it. Xianxia only needed one glance to know that it was the same as the parts that came out of the crossbow. Before he met Luo Qingtong, he never thought that weapons could be like this. Xianxia's expression was a little strange. He looked at the scattered parts. Those who didn't know would never know the use of these weird things. Who would have thought that these things, which were big or small, long or short, had no purpose at all and looked like abandoned garbage? would become such amazing killing weapons after they were successfully assembled? Yes, Luo Qingtong nodded, but what I'm going to make now is not the crossbow from last time. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched Yi Qianxian's cheek. What's that? Yi Qianxian looked at the spare parts that filled the table. In his opinion, these spare parts were no different from the spare parts of the crossbow he saw last time. Idiot, Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile. If I use that crossbow, won't I expose myself to you? Luo Qingtong didn't believe that this man didn't take the crossbow's drawing to find someone. Therefore, even if she were to make a weapon for the Luo family, she wouldn't make a crossbow. Moreover, although the crossbow's effect was good, once a martial lord cultivator could form a protective layer of energy, the crossbow might not be able to break through. What she wanted to make was an even more ruthless weapon to be used as a trump card for the Luo family. What's that? Little Mingzun looked at her. His big and cute phoenix eyes stared at her without blinking. This guy, how long has it been? He already knows how to use this shell to act cute. Luo Qingtong felt her heart itch from his stare. She really wanted to kiss him again. At this moment, Little Pig also remembered the scene on Nine Magi Mountain after being reminded by Yi Qianxian. He stared at the spare parts that Luo Qingtong was cutting and said with his mouth wide open, "Is this a weapon similar to the crossbow you made?" "No, it's much more powerful." "Much more powerful." Luo Qingtong looked at them and narrowed her eyes slightly. What she made on Nine Magi Mountain before was a simplified version of the Zhuge repeating crossbow, which didn't take much time. However, what she wanted to make this time was a weapon that was more complicated and lethal than the Zhuge repeating crossbow, a spear. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Qingtong finished all the spare parts while she was chatting with Yi Qianxian and the others. She quickly assembled the parts. In fact, these parts were not particularly difficult to make, but because of the high precision required, except for Luo Qingtong, who had the eye technique, no one in this different world could make such a weapon. Do you want to try? Luo Qingtong created a high-precision pocket-sized gun. When she held it in her hand, almost no one could see it. She raised her hand and aimed at Little Pig. The moment she moved, the latter felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he jumped up and tried to run away. Oh my God, this woman was going to make fun of it again. However, just as it jumped up. Bang bang bang. Luo Qingtong fired her gun. In the blink of an eye, Little Pig felt as if countless gusts of wind brushed past his body. In an instant, a pig-shaped silhouette formed by countless small holes appeared behind it. If Luo Qingtong wanted to attack Little Pig, all of these holes would have landed on Little Pig's body. Wha? F***ck, Little Pig fell to the ground with a thud. He looked at the pig-shaped silhouette in the air and stared blankly. Too fast. The speed was too fast. Before Little Pig could react, the bullets had already flown out. Not only that, the frequency of the shots and the strength of the attacks were too strong. Little Pig stared at the round holes on the flying ship with wide eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, Luo Qingtong didn't use any of her strength. How could she create such a powerful attack? Oh my God. It's too scary. Is this still an ordinary weapon? It's almost as powerful as a spiritual weapon. However, a spiritual weapon can only be used by a person who can use it. Swoosh, Yi Qianxian also stood up from the table. That pair of large and slanted phoenix eyes stared at the circular hole that had appeared on the spaceship. His eyes were burning and shining to the extreme. How did you do it? This was clearly just an ordinary mortal weapon. Luo Qingtong smiled but didn't say anything. She couldn't explain to Yi Qianxian the so-called air principle, acceleration, and so on, so she could only remain silent. However, this gun model was very much to her liking. Based on the power of this gun, if it was made with specialized refining materials, its power should be even more powerful. Luo Qingtong made a rough estimation. Even if it was a martial lord expert, they would all die, as expected of the Terminator of the cold weapon era, a great killing machine. It was a pity that it relied too much on bullets. Once it ran out of bullets, it would be useless. It would be great if this problem could be solved. While Luo Qingtong was pondering, Little Pig was already squealing when he saw the round holes made by the bullets. Oh my God, if this was made with spiritual energy, I wouldn't even know how I died. Her speed and strength were too strong. This was just an ordinary mortal weapon. If she used her strength, wouldn't she be able to use the least amount of strength to achieve the greatest lethality? A low-level martial artist could also instantly kill a high-level martial artist. This was simply too terrifying. This completely subverted the rules of refining. He didn't know how this woman's brain worked. She was actually able to create such a terrifying killing machine. If those refiners knew about this, they would probably go crazy. Little Pig's words instantly reminded Luo Qingtong of something. If all these bullets were turned into spiritual energy, then, was it possible to create an energy-gathering array on the gun and use the martial artist's strength to activate this array to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world and turn it into spiritual energy bullets? But how should she do it? The volume of an array was too large. It was impossible to condense it on the gun. Moreover, it was impossible for a spiritual array and a weapon to be perfectly integrated. Suddenly, Luo Qingtong thought of something. Inscription. Luo Qingtong immediately thought of the inscription pattern that Little Pig had told her before. If it was an inscription pattern, wouldn't it be possible to realize her idea? If she could really create something that could convert spiritual energy on the gun, it could replace bullets. Then, the gun she created would become a terrifying killing machine in this strange world. As long as she activated the inscription pattern on the gun, she could obtain an endless supply of spiritual energy bullets. Not only that, with the inscription pattern technique, she might even be able to create interstellar weapons that only existed in the 24th century. And let them exist in this strange world in a different way. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong laughed. You've helped me a lot this time. After she finished speaking, she went to research the inscription pattern. Without an introductory manual, he couldn't learn it. Dawn. However, when Luo Qingtong really did it, she realized that imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The inscription pattern on the life and death yin-yang sword was broken in half. Luo Qingtong heard from Tian Mingzi that the inscription pattern was not completed. She thought that the front part was finished and only the second half was left. Who would have thought that the inscription pattern was broken in half? Luo Qingtong looked at the half-completed inscription pattern and felt a headache. This sovereign has an inscription tool. He looked at Luo Qingtong. You can comprehend it however you want. As long as I go back with you, right? Luo Qingtong continued his words and pinched his rosy cheeks. Don't even think about it. I'll think of another way myself. By the way, where's Humji? Luo Qingtong looked around and found that Little Pig was nowhere to be seen. That guy, where did he run off to? I don't know, Xianxia coldly snorted when he heard Luo Qingtong mention Little Pig. His voice was even colder than before. He looked at Luo Qingtong's rosy lips and suddenly reached out his hand to fiercely rub them a few times. Then, he left with a cold face. At the same time, outside the airship, Little Pig's round belly was tied with a rope. He was being used as a kite. Ah! Little Pig was swinging back and forth behind the airship with the wind. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. Oh my God, that man is jealous. Shouldn't he be looking for trouble with that woman? Why am I the one being taught a lesson instead? There's no justice in this world. Ah! A strong gust of wind blew. Little Pig's chubby body was swung back and forth along with his miserable shrieks. He was only put down when they were about to reach the Luo family. After that, Little Pig became well-behaved and was determined to keep a distance from Luo Qingtong. Damn, that man is too scary when he's jealous. Most importantly, he was the one being taught a lesson. Luo Qingtong didn't notice this. During this period of time, she was busy making guns for the Luo family. As for Little Pig, she thought that it had gone to sleep. The poor Little Pig's calves were swaying from the wind, but no one knew about it. Grandpa, these are for you. After returning to the Luo family, the first thing Luo Qingtong did was to give the guns she made to Grandfather Luo. The Luo family's iron soldiers were currently recuperating, so they could practice their spear techniques. Once they were proficient in using these spear techniques, the Luo family wouldn't be bullied even if their strength couldn't increase in a short time. At first, Old Master Luo didn't know what they were. When Luo Qingtong demonstrated the power of these guns to him, he was shocked and hurriedly protected these guns as if they were treasures. Luo Qingtong found it funny to see him like this. Grandpa, I'll leave these guns to you. Please distribute them to the Luo clan's iron army. I've already written down the specific training methods. When the time comes, you just have to follow the instructions and train them. Luo Qingtong explained the taboos and techniques of these guns to Luo's grandfather. Mr. Luo listened carefully. Under the guidance of Luo Qingtong, he fired a shot and instantly fell in love with this unprecedented weapon. The grandfather and grandson spent the whole day in the yard. Grandfather Luo finally mastered some shooting techniques, and he didn't miss any shots. For 3 whole days, Luo Qingtong stayed in the Luo family. If she wasn't making bullets, she was explaining the gun techniques and assembly methods to Grandfather Luo. It was as if old Master Luo had obtained a new toy. He took apart and reassembled the gun that Luo Qingtong had given him. He was amazed by all sorts of things. In his opinion, this weapon made by Luo Qingtong was too stealthy. It didn't have any energy fluctuations and didn't need to be powered. It was powerful and fast. It was really a killer weapon. Such a weapon was actually made by his granddaughter. Grandfather Luo was very proud of it. If it weren't for the fact that this weapon was the Luo family's killer weapon and couldn't be easily exposed, he would have already taken it out to show off and let everyone see how powerful his granddaughter was. Luo Qingtong didn't stay in the Luo family for long. After dealing with the matters of the Luo family, she left with Xianxia and Little Pig. This time, she didn't take the flying boat but left it in the Luo family. This way, if something happened, the Luo family could find her as soon as possible. Moreover, she didn't have much use for the flying boat in the Tianyu Branch Academy. Luo Qingtong, Xianxia, and Little Pig hurried all the way and soon arrived at the imperial capital of the Tianyu Empire. The entire imperial capital was unusually lively these days. After the end of the enrollment season, students from various countries under the jurisdiction of the Tianyu Empire began to come to the Tianyu Branch Academy to register. On the streets, there were all kinds of young men and women coming and going. Luo Qingtong wasn't in a hurry to enter the Tianyu Branch Academy. There were still 2 days before the public registration day, so it was useless to go there early. At that time, she would have to make a trip there again. She rented a room in the most expensive inn in the imperial capital and put Xianxia and Little Pig inside. Then, she set up layers of formations to prevent Xianxia from going out and also to prevent people from accidentally breaking in and harming them. Only then did she leave in disguise. The Lanyue family. Luo Qingtong hid in an alley not far from the entrance of the Lanyue family. Her lips twitched as she looked at the densely packed people hiding around the Lanyue family. Needless to say, these people were definitely sent by that man to hide here and keep an eye on her. In order to catch her, that man really didn't let go of any possible place. Luo Qingtong looked at the purple invitation in her hand and was speechless. Forget it, if she really went there with this invitation, she was afraid that before she could reach the entrance of the Lanyue aristocratic family, she would be snatched away by the man who was keeping watch outside the door. She had to find a way to get in. For Luo Qingtong, as long as she could smoothly enter the Lanyue family, she could easily detoxify the poison and leave. After all, the poison wasn't particularly difficult to detoxify for her. As for the follow-up treatment, the Lanyue family had a lot of resources, so there was no need to worry about not being able to nurse the little boy back to health. She just had to remove the poison and leave. With this in mind, Luo Qingtong stayed there, waiting for an opportunity. Wave after wave of people who had set up defenses and were keeping an eye on them left. At this moment, clatter clatter clatter, a horse carriage was approaching from afar. Luo Qingtong looked at the luxurious carriage. When she saw the engraved emblem of the Lanyue family, her eyes suddenly lit up. If he did, he would use the other party's carriage as a cover to enter. Luo Qingtong carefully observed and discovered that the coachman driving the carriage was surprisingly a guard of the Lanyue aristocratic family. The person sitting inside must be a direct descendant of the Lanyue family. He had the purple invitation card from the Lanyue family. As long as he took it out, they should cooperate with him. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned. She bent down to pick up a stone and pinched it in her hand. When the carriage passed by the alley, Luo Qingtong raised her hand. With a whoosh, the stone happened to be stuck in front of the left front wheel of the carriage. With a bang, the carriage suddenly jolted. The curtains hanging on the carriage were raised, and the 8 treasure bells jingled. In just an instant, the carriage suddenly tilted toward the alley. The angle of the tilt wasn't too big, but with the cover of the raised curtains, Luo Qingtong's figure suddenly swept up. Like a ghost. With a whoosh, she disappeared into the carriage. Boom! An incomparably vast and powerful aura suddenly blasted out of the carriage. Sword essence. She sensed the fierce and brazen aura of the attack that seemed to be able to cut through everything. Luo Qingtong's pupils shrank slightly. It was actually a sword essence attack. The so-called sword essence was the fusion of a martial artist's cultivation with his own swordsmanship when he cultivated to the extreme. The sword was in him, and the sword was in him. At such a realm, the opponent's every move, even the slightest thought, carried a majestic and fierce sword chi, which was comparable to a martial emperor expert who had achieved oneness of heaven and man. The person sitting in the carriage was actually such a person. Could it be that she had accidentally run into the carriage of the master of the Lanyue family? But this carriage clearly did not belong to the master. Luo Qingtong should have recognized it. Could it be that the master of the Lanyue family had a sudden inspiration today and sat in the carriage of a junior? Luo Qingtong's thoughts raced, but her body did not stop at all. Swish, the red light in her eyes intensified. In an instant, she saw through the weakness of the opponent's sword essence attack. Her body twisted like a snake. Luo Qingtong's body seemed to be soft and boneless. In an instant, she passed through the weakness of the sword essence attack. With a boom, the attack passed through the place where Luo Qingtong had been standing, through the flying carriage curtain, and heavily smashed not far behind the carriage. Young master! Luo Qingtong heard the guard outside anxiously call out. Young master? Luo Qingtong raised her eyes slightly. She had already rushed in front of the guard. The purple invitation in her hand was infused with energy and became as hard as steel, pressing against a certain part of the guard's ribs. Don't move, Luo Qingtong said indifferently with narrowed eyes. I mean you no harm. The aura on this purple invitation is very obvious. It belongs to the Lanyue family. You should be able to sense it. Your visit is very special. The sound that entered his ears was clear and sonorous, like the sound of jade and metal striking each other. It was very pleasing to the ear. Luo Qingtong looked up and saw a handsome young man sitting in front of her. The man wore a purple jade gold crown on his head. His face was like jade, as if it had been cut and polished. He looked like a bandit gentleman. However, the aura around his body was piercingly cold and sharp, like an unsheathed sword, diluting the aura of a jade-like gentleman. Young master, are you all right? The guard driving the carriage hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Yan Yuju's voice was indifferent. While Luo Qingtong was sizing him up, he was also sizing up the girl in front of him. It was really surprising that his opponent had easily dodged his sword intent attack. This was the first time Yan Yuju had failed against a martial artist whose strength was lower than hers. Sword intent was originally an extremely domineering attack, yet now, his sword intent had been dodged. And at close range, when the other party was completely unguarded. Yan Yuju looked at the purple invitation that Luo Qingtong pressed against her ribs and said indifferently, You have my Lanyue family's highest invitation, so you can enter directly. You don't need to use this small path. Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at her and smiled lazily. I also want to. Unfortunately, I have an enemy here, so I can't show myself in the open. So. Young Master Lanyue, I'll have to trouble you. Luo Qingtong said that she was being held hostage in an open and honorable manner. It couldn't be helped. Who would be willing to sneak in like a thief when they had an honored guest? Wasn't she being forced by that man, Xianxia? A voice suddenly came from outside. Brother Ju, why did your carriage suddenly stop here? What was with the attack just now? Are you okay? Outside the carriage, Yu Wenxue stood there with a happy face. Although she was saying words of concern, her gaze was completely different from what she was thinking. With Brother Ju's strength, how could something happen to him in the Tianyu Empire? Yu Wenxue was just taking advantage of this opportunity to talk to Yan Yuju. As the most pampered princess of the Tianyu Empire, Yu Wenxue naturally knew Yan Yuju's identity. This young master of the Yanyu family, who almost no outsiders knew, was the reason why the family was prosperous and no one dared to provoke them. Although the Yanyu family had settled down in the Tianyu Empire, even the great families of the sacred dynasty had to be wary of the other party's background. And all of this was because of Yan Yuju. Yu Wenxue had been warned from a young age not to cause trouble for the Yanyu family. In the Tianyu Empire, she could provoke anyone but the Yanyu family. Especially Yanyu Ju. In the past, Yu Wenxue didn't understand why Yanyu Ju was far superior to her royal brother Yu Wenma in terms of talent and strength, but the one who was called the #1 genius of the Tianyu Empire was Yu Wenma. Later she found out that it was because Yanyu Ju was from a different world from them from the beginning. The title of the #1 genius of the Tianyu Empire was not worth mentioning to the other party. Now that Yanyu Ju's carriage had an accident, Yu Wenxue was naturally happy. This was a great opportunity to get closer to the other party. One had to know that she almost never saw Yanyu Ju. Even when she occasionally heard that the other party had returned, the latter would quickly leave. She almost never had a chance to see her. Now that she saw Yanyu Ju's carriage stop here, she said as she lifted the curtain of Yanyu Ju's carriage. Luo Qingtong was just thinking that the voice outside was familiar when she suddenly saw the curtain being lifted. Her eyes instantly turned cold and she subconsciously leaned in front of Yanyu Ju. At the same time, she tugged at the blue and white moon robe that the other party was wearing. It covered half of her body and even blocked the purple invitation card that was filled with energy and was pressed against the other party like steel. Big Brother Ju. Yu Wenshue's face was filled with joy as she lifted the curtain. She had just called out shyly when her expression instantly changed. "Who are you?" she shrieked. "Why are you in Brother Ju's carriage?" Yu Wenxue looked at the scene in front of her with an ugly expression. Luo Qingtong just happened to be leaning on Yanyu Ju's knee. From Yu Wenshue's point of view, it looked like Luo Qingtong was half lying on Yanyu Tian's leg. The young girl's body was covered by a man's robe, covering half of her body. Because Luo Qingtong was in a hurry, the front of Yanyu Ju's inner robe was pulled open a little, revealing the exquisite white collarbone and slightly exposed chest. And because Luo Qingtong's right hand was holding that purple invitation card that was filled with energy, it was sinking into the blue and white moon robe. In Yu Wenshue's eyes, the other party was shamelessly seducing Yanyu Ju. Her hand was already inside the robe, and she didn't know what she was doing. Instantly, Yu Wenshue's eyes turned red with anger. "Slut!" She raised her hand and slapped Luo Qingtong. However, Yu Wenxue didn't even have time to slap her. Luo Qingtong, who was bent over and looked like she was lying on Yanyu Ju's lap, had a sharp look in her eyes. She hadn't even caused trouble for Yu Wenxue and this woman had already come knocking on her door. She wanted to slap her. Seeing Yu Wenshue's slap, Luo Qingtong suddenly sneered. She pressed down on the purple invitation card under Yanyu Ju's ribs, warning her not to meddle in other people's business. She quickly raised her other hand. Slap. Luo Qingtong's palm blocked in midair and pushed aside Yu Wenshue's hand. Then she slapped Yu Wenshue's face. Not only that, Luo Qingtong raised her leg and kicked Yu Wenxue in the stomach, sending her flying. Bang! Yu Wenxue didn't even have time to react before she was sent flying by Luo Qingtong's kick. Ah! She fell to the ground and curled up like a shrimp. She was in so much pain that her face was contorted. You actually dare to hit me?" Yu Wenxue looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. She actually dared to hit her. Yu Wenxue had always been domineering in Tianyu Imperial City. She was the only daughter of Tianyu Empress and Yu Wenma's younger sister. She had always been the one to hit others. No one had ever hit her. But now, she was being hit, and it was a slut who seduced the man she liked. Brother Ju. She lay on the ground and looked at Yanyu Ju in the carriage with teary eyes. She hoped that he could speak up for her and teach the person who dared to hit her a lesson. However, Yanyu Ju only glanced at her indifferently. Luo Qingtong wiped her hands and looked at her. "Seventh princess, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't lift someone else's curtains. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as hitting you next time." If this wasn't the wrong place and the wrong time, she would have killed Yu Wenxue long ago. Yu Wenshue's eyes were filled with hatred. She lay on the ground with pain and humiliation in her heart. As a pampered princess, when had she ever been treated like this? However, she didn't even have a chance to act up. Yanyu Ju was protecting this woman. This realization made Yu Wenshue's lips to bleed. With her here, she couldn't do anything to this audacious woman. She was clearly the most pampered princess of Tianyu's empire. Now, this woman had hit him, and he couldn't do anything to her. Xianxia's heart's heart. Brother Jew. She called out pitifully again. However, there wasn't any sound to Xianxia's to the end. She to tsss, she's ttss still have self-respect twos. She's to the s to yss's ss's hers tt on the carriage. Seeing Yuan Shui run away crying, Yan Yuju's expression was indifferent. She looked at Luo Qingtong beside her. Oh. She wanted to hit, so she hit. What, do you want to stand up for her? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows at her. She didn't say anything just now. Wasn't it too late to stand up now? But if the other party really opened her mouth, Luo Qingtong felt that it was necessary for her to return home. She never helped her enemies. Even if the other party only spoke up for Xianxia. But, if she wasn't happy, who could do anything to her? I don't know her well. Yan Yuejue cut off his relationship with Xianxia with one sentence. He'd left home at a young age and barely knew Xianxia. How could he stand out for her? He just felt that with her status, there was no need to bicker with Xianxia. After all, she was an honored guest of the house of Yan Yuejue. But since she liked it, then so be it. Is that so? That's for the best. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a meaningful smile. I have a grudge with Tianyu's imperial family. It's best if your house of Yan Yuejue doesn't get involved. Given the grudge between the Luo family and Tianyu's imperial family, as well as the fact that Tianyu's imperial family wouldn't break off the engagement no matter what, she and Tianyu's imperial family would have to fight sooner or later. Since she'd already destroyed the Fei family, Luo Qingtong didn't mind spending a bit more time to destroy Tianyu's imperial family. Hearing the coldness in her words, Yan Yuejue glanced at her and nodded. House of Yan Yuejue won't interfere in this matter. Since she was an honored guest of the house of Yan Yuejue, they naturally sided with Luo Qingtong. Tianyu's imperial family was nothing to him. Even if the empire suddenly turned upside down, it had nothing to do with house of Yan Yuejue. Very good. Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. She looked the man up and down and said, since you just made a promise, I can give you some advice. There's a problem with the sword art you're cultivating. Although it has miraculous effects on sword intent, the drawbacks are too obvious. As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes and said, if I'm not wrong, what you're cultivating should be the only copy of a sword technique. Although it's powerful, it's incomplete. As she spoke, she met the man's sharp gaze and smiled leisurely. Don't look at me like that. Even if I investigated you in advance, who else would know about such a secret except for you? Luo Qingtong leaned against the wall of the carriage. I'm saying this because I can see the hidden danger in your body. As Luo Qingtong spoke, her gaze lingered on the man. At this time, Yan Yuju had already put on her outer robe again. The young master who was as light as jade had a body full of sharp and unhindered sword chi. Her posture was tall and straight, like jade and bamboo. His aura had almost completely merged with the sword chi. He was only one step away from being able to completely restrain himself. At that time, his sword Dao would reach the great accomplishment stage, and his sword will would be able to transform into a physical entity, truly entering the realm of man and sword as one. If you don't want your sword Dao to remain stagnant after mastering it, you should avoid the 4 left and 3 right spots below your ribs when you fuse your sword chi and sword intent. Instead, you should go to the front 8 and the left 7. Luo Qingtong said. She leaned against the wall of the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. She had already said what she needed to say. It was up to him whether he listened or not. She was not some kind of compassionate saint who would cry and shout for help when she saw a problem with a person's cultivation method. If Yan Yuju hadn't made a promise on behalf of the Yan Yu aristocratic family that they wouldn't care about the Tianyu imperial family, she wouldn't have mentioned this to him. I'll remember Mrs. Words. In the carriage, Yan Yuju's voice slowly sounded. It was very cautious. Other than him, no one knew the origin of his sword art. Luo Qingtong easily pointed out the drawbacks. He had no choice but to believe it. The carriage swayed as it sped into the Lanyue family residence. The gatekeeper recognized that this was the young master's carriage and hurriedly went in to call someone out to greet them. but he was stopped by Lan Yueju. "I'll give you an hour." Luo Qingtong looked at him. "I'll leave in an hour. You can make the arrangements yourselves." Luo Qingtong had taken a great risk in coming to the Lanyue family residence. If it weren't for the promise she made at 9 Shaman Mountain and that little boy wasn't annoying, she wouldn't have made this trip. Therefore, she absolutely wouldn't stay here for long. Half an hour was already her bottom line. Lan Yueju nodded and immediately went to make the arrangements without saying anything. He had just returned to the Lanyue family residence and didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until he found Lan Yueju that he learned the ins and outs of the matter. In other words, she cured little cousin and relieved the poison in his body? He looked at the old man. "Yes." Lan Yueju said with a solemn expression, "It's not just relieved. Little Lucky's poison is almost completely cured. Although the poison still remains in his body, it has no effect on him. He can even practice martial arts now. It's just that the isolation of the poison requires us to continuously inject power into it to maintain it. That's why I invited this evil doctor with the highest form of visiting card." Lan Yueju said, "You also know how complicated and difficult the poison in little Lucky's body is. After so many years, we've almost given up. Even the medical expert that your master invited said that his poison could be cured but not without damaging the foundation. But now, there's no problem with little Lucky's body. This evil doctor's medical skills are unfathomable. Moreover, she's also an alchemist." Speaking of this, Lan Yueju was incomparably glad that he had made a prompt decision at that time. If he hadn't sent a purple-level visiting card to Luo Qingtong early, she might not have come to their Lanyue family residence. After all, the current evil doctor was a hot commodity in the entire Truespill continent. A newly born alchemist. And she wasn't an old monster with years of experience. Who knew how many great families and powers wanted to befriend her? It was their fortune that the Lanyue family was able to invite him. Xianxia nodded, thinking of the advice the other party had given her on the carriage. His medical skills were truly unfathomable. Then grandfather quickly arranged for her to meet with little Lucky. Yan Yuju told him about Luo Qingtong's matter. When he heard that Luo Qingtong had to hide from her enemies, that she couldn't show herself openly, and that she would leave in an hour, Master Lanyue's jaw almost dropped. Enemies? Are you kidding me? With his background in the Black Field and his current reputation, how could anyone find trouble with the evil doctor? Old Master Lanyue was well informed. He knew that after evil Dr. Gui Tong destroyed the Fei clan, other than himself, Blackfield had also issued a warning to the Tianyu royal family, telling them not to touch evil Dr. Gui Tong. The wording was extremely harsh, and it was said that it came from the main city. With such protection, there was actually someone who could force the evil physician to hide everywhere. Could it be that it was related to that? That's right, the evil doctor's ability was so outstanding. It was likely that the people above had appeared in front of them for some reason, right? Thinking of this, Master Lanyue felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly made sure that no information about the evil doctor was leaked. Otherwise, even their Lanyue family residents wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Luo Qingtong didn't know that Master Lanyue's imagination had already gone to the ends of the earth. She was currently in Yan Yuju's room, flipping through the books that Yan Yuju gave her to pass the time. Oh? Luo Qingtong looked at the handwritten book that was sandwiched between the pile of books. When her eyes swept over it, she suddenly froze. This is, Luo Qingtong picked out the handwritten book from the pile. Inscription pattern explanation? Luo Qingtong looked at the handwritten book. The handwriting was very clear. Especially the word inscription. This was a book that talked about inscription patterns. Luo Qingtong's eyes instantly lit up. It wasn't that she didn't ask Yan Yang and the others to help her collect inscription pattern books. But inscription patterns were incomparably profound. In the Truespill continent, there were no records related to inscription patterns. Even inscription pattern engraved tools were very rare. Thinking about it, in the Truespill continent, where even refining pills was highly revered, the inscription technique was likely an extinct existence. Even inscription tools were extremely rare. Besides Luo Qingtong's life and death yin yang sword, Luo Qingtong had only heard about inscription tools from Xianxia. Before she came to the Sky Universe branch, She had already contacted Yin Yang and the others through a special method. She had asked them to help her collect inscription tools in the Black Field. She had expressed her willingness to use the opportunity to help her refine pills in exchange. However, until now, there was still no news. With the Black Field's ability to spread news, in addition to her great reputation, if there really was someone who had an inscription tool, there would be someone who would be willing to take it out and give it a try. But in these past few days, there was no news at all. If it wasn't that there were no inscription tools here, then it was that they were very rare. They were so rare that they only existed in the hands of old monsters and superpowers. But the other party didn't have any intention of taking it out to exchange. Luo Qingtong frowned. She was prepared to change the condition to a rental if she still couldn't get an inscription tool. But then she found the inscription pattern explanation here. Although the content was a little messy, it made people feel a little confused. But Luo Qingtong could see that the other party was seriously studying inscription patterns. In the True Spill continent, there was someone who was studying inscription patterns, and from the looks of it, he had already figured out something. Luo Qingtong looked at the book of inscriptions. What was written on it was some of the other party's views on inscription patterns. It was similar to reading notes. There were more personal thoughts and opinions, but less about inscription patterns. But since there were such notes, it meant that the other party must have a lot of knowledge about inscriptions. Even if it was the most superficial, it would be fine. What Luo Qingtong lacked the most now was entry level. As long as she could learn the basics, with her ability, there would be no more obstacles on the path of inscription, Luo Qingtong thought and put the handwritten copy aside. He was prepared to ask Yan Yuju after this matter was over, hoping to find the owner of this handwritten copy. Right at this moment, Fairy Sister. A figure rushed in from outside the door and threw himself into Luo Qingtong's arms. Luo Qingtong didn't know what was going on, but she was embraced by someone. This child was still so passionate and unguarded, but before he threw himself at her, shouldn't he look at her face first? Did he throw himself at the wrong person? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. Young master, you've got the wrong person. This little guy had seen her face. Luo Qingtong didn't intend to reveal her identity. I am evil Dr. Ghost Eye, not some fairy sister. Luo Qingtong didn't want to complain about this title. Little fairy or whatever, this kind of description was really too far away from her. That's impossible. The little Shota looked up at her. Fairy sister, I recognize you. It's you. As he spoke, his eyes flickered, as if he was asking for praise. Fairy sister, you're playing hide and seek with me, right? As he spoke, he raised an incomparably cute smile. Fairy sister, you can't hide from me. Let me tell you a secret. Since young, Xiaoxi has a special ability to recognize people. No matter how Fairy sister changes her appearance, I'll be able to recognize you immediately. These words were whispered in Luo Qingtong's ear. Damn, Luo Qingtong looked at Yan Yuju, who had already walked to the door and was about to enter. She immediately raised her hand and struck out, closing the door in an instant. You said that no matter what I change into, you'll be able to recognize me? Luo Qingtong looked at the little boy in front of her seriously. The latter still looked the same as when he was in Nine Magi Mountain, but he looked a lot more cheerful. At this moment, when he met Luo Qingtong's serious gaze, the little boy was clearly a little nervous. Then, he bit his lip and nodded. Fairy sister, did I do something wrong? The little boy was very uneasy. He had just seen Luo Qingtong's expression change. Could it be that Fairy sister didn't want to recognize him? But he had always missed Fairy sister. Even in his dreams, he wanted to find Fairy sister. Only by staying by her side could he find an unprecedented sense of security. The little boy already knew that the poison in his body was cured. Not only the python poison in Nine Magi Mountain, but the poison that had been tormenting him for a long time was also cured. He could practice martial arts and no longer need to be called a good-for-nothing by others. No one could be respectful to him in front of others, but call him a good-for-nothing behind his back. The little boy knew that all of this was brought about by Luo Qingtong. She had even disregarded the danger and came to cure him. Xiaoxi had just heard from his grandfather that the evil Dr. Gui Tong had avoided his enemies and came to cure him of the poison. He had told him not to reveal her identity outside. The little boy silently remembered these words in his heart and swore that he would not let Fairy Sister encounter any danger. Just now, Fairy Sister's expression changed so much. Was it because he called out her identity? With that thought in mind, the little fellow said seriously, "Fairy Sister, don't worry. I didn't tell Grandpa and the others about your identity. They don't know that you are Fairy Sister." The little boy was well aware of his situation. He knew how many people wanted him dead. Because he didn't want to be a burden to Luo Qingtong, he kept his mouth shut about Luo Qingtong ever since he came back. If he hadn't seen Luo Qingtong and been too excited, he wouldn't have suddenly called out her name. "I'm fine." Luo Qingtong looked at the pure and lovely little boy in front of her, and her face was indescribably tangled. She didn't care that the little Shota had exposed her identity. So what if others knew that the evil Dr. Ghost I was the Fairy Sister who had saved him? It wasn't like Xianxia hadn't seen her real appearance before. What really made Luo Qingtong's expression change was the little boy's ability to recognize her at a glance no matter what she looked like. In this way, her identity as Luo Qingtong could no longer be hidden. Thinking about how the other party could recognize her at a glance and call out her identity when she was Luo Qingtong frowned. "Xiaoxi, there's something I want to tell you." As Luo Qingtong spoke, she activated the Qiongqi's 100 transformations and returned to her original appearance. "When you see me like this, you can't let others know that I'm the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, understand?" "Okay." The little boy nodded obediently. He vaguely sensed that Luo Qingtong was doing this because of the enemy his grandfather had mentioned. "Fairy Sister, don't worry." He nodded seriously and said, "I won't let others know that you're the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. When we're in public, I'll take care to keep a distance from this identity of yours." The little boy's senses were very sharp. He could sense that Luo Qingtong wanted him to keep it a secret only because of this identity. Other times, it didn't matter. Good boy, Xiaoxi." Luo Qingtong indeed meant this. She didn't expect the little boy to understand so quickly. It seemed that he was a child from a large family. Although his mind was pure and kind, he still had quite a bit of intelligence. In fact, Luo Qingtong had many methods to prevent the little boy from revealing her identity to prevent future trouble. But looking at the young man's eyes that were filled with pure trust in her, she couldn't bring herself to use those methods. Especially since the other party had been hiding her identity as Fairy Sister ever since they returned from Nine Magi Mountain. Luo Qingtong felt that she should be able to trust this little boy. Receiving Luo Qingtong's praise, the little boy was very happy and looked at Luo Qingtong with a gaze full of admiration. "Fairy Sister, your eyes are fine. They're especially beautiful." He looked at Luo Qingtong's eyes and said happily, "Is that so? Thank you. Xiaoxi's body is also very good." Luo Qingtong didn't need to take the little boy's pulse to see that the aura in his body was very strong. "Come here, I'll completely detoxify you." It could be seen that the people of the Lanyue family loved Xiaoxi very much. Luo Qingtong found a large amount of thick aura in his body, which wrapped and isolated the toxins very well. Clearly, the people of the Lanyue aristocratic family would inject little Lucky with their aura every day to ensure that his poison would not spread. If he didn't truly love her, he wouldn't have done it so meticulously. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and injected her aura into the little boy's body. "Bear with it," she said to the little fellow lying on the bed. The latter had already taken off his clothes and was biting a small wooden stick in his mouth. When he heard Luo Qingtong's words, he nodded heavily. The little fellow knew that as long as the poison in his body was completely removed, he would be able to get rid of his previous life. He could do it. "Immortal Sister, just do it. I'm not afraid of pain." Every time the toxins in his body were touched by someone, he would feel so much pain that he would rather die than live. The little boy was already used to it. When Luo Qingtong heard this, she recalled how the little fellow had blocked the giant python's bite for her on the Nine Magi Mountains. He hadn't even cried out in pain. The little young master who grew up in an extravagant family had such a high tolerance for pain. It wasn't because he was strong enough, but because he had suffered too much. The person who had poisoned him was too vicious. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold and she began to guide the toxins to seep out of his body. With her eye technique, Luo Qingtong effortlessly forced the poison out of the little fellow's body. "Demonic Doctor." Seeing her come out, Master Xianyu stood up with a whoosh. In the hall outside, there was only him, Xianyu Ju, and one or two trusted aides. It was extremely secretive. "Demonic doctor, how is my grandson?" Master Xianyu asked impatiently. "He's fine. The poison has been forced out. There won't be any problems in the future," Luo Qingtong said, looking at him and taking out the handwritten copy she had seen before. "Old Master Lanue, I would like to ask, where did you get this handwritten copy?" "Handwritten copy?" Master Xianyu was very happy now. He followed Luo Qingtong's hand and looked at the handwritten copy in her hand with an indescribable puzzlement. "What handwritten copy? What is this?" "I just found this when I was flipping through the books in my room. I thought it was quite interesting, so I wanted to ask," Luo Qingtong said lightly. "I don't know if Master knows who wrote this handwritten copy?" "A handwritten copy found in the room?" Master Xianyu was puzzled. He asked Luo Qingtong where the handwritten copy was placed and where it was mixed with the other books. Then, with an awe, he raised his hand and slapped his head. "Look at me. How could I forget this?" He said to Luo Qingtong, "Demonic doctor, please don't blame me. I just didn't remember. This handwritten copy belongs to an old friend of mine. I think I accidentally brought this handwritten copy when I asked to borrow books from him." He hurriedly said to his trusted aide, "Quick, go to Master Shu's house and ask him about the origin of this handwritten copy." That trusted aide deftly responded and quickly left. Luo Qingtong saw that there was still an hour left, so she wasn't in a hurry to leave. She just waited here for the results. That trusted aide of the Xianyu family was very fast. Luo Qingtong only waited for half a quarter of an hour before the other party ran back, panting. Reporting to clan head, Elder Shu said that this is a handwritten copy written by a teacher from the Tianyu Academy called Songqing. He's an instructor of the Tianyu Branch Academy, and he's known as a lunatic in the Tianyu Branch Academy. Rumor has it that he's so obsessed with his research that he's gone mad. Every day, the confidant told him all the information he had gathered, no matter how big or small. It was especially detailed regarding Songqing. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she spoke. Song City, what a coincidence, the other party was actually an instructor from the Tianyu Branch Academy. This saved her a lot of trouble. After getting the answer she wanted, Luo Qingtong no longer stayed in the Lanue family. She directly boarded the carriage with Xianyu Ju. The latter sent her off like how he came, and only put her down when they were near the inn that Luo Qingtong rented. "Miss, take care of yourself." Xianyu Ju looked at the delicate and pretty young girl in front of him. He bowed slightly and handed over a jade pendant from his waist. "Miss, you've done a great favor for my Xianyu family this time. Please accept this jade pendant. If there's anything you need in the future, I'll definitely do my best to help you." His eyes drooped slightly, and his eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. His entire person was like the reflection of a clear swan, a green bamboo reflecting the moon, indescribably light as jade. Luo Qingtong looked at the jade pendant he handed over, thought for a moment, and raised her hand to take it. "All right, then I'll accept deferentially." The Xianyu family was quite powerful, and the man in front of her was also very talented. She didn't know when this jade pendant would come in handy. Since that was the case, why not accept it? "Oh my God." Little Pig stood in front of the windowsill and covered his eyes with his two hooves. He couldn't bear to see the scene below. This woman is courting death. Not only did she come back after going out for so long, she even came back with a man. They even sat in the same carriage and were talking and laughing with each other. She even accepted something from him. Oh my God, Little Pig's hind legs trembled when he sensed the oppressive aura from the man beside him. He didn't even dare to look at Xianxia's face. Even an idiot would know that his face was as dark as ink. Oh my God, this man better not take out his anger on me this time. I'm really innocent. Just as Little Pig's heart was trembling, the door to the room was opened. "I'm back." Luo Qingtong smiled like a blooming flower. However, she was met with silence in the room. Little Pig looked at Yi Qianren, whose face was dark and whose aura was incomparably gloomy. His legs trembled violently. In the next second, it let out a howl and scurried out of the room with its 4 hooves. "Ow. I have something to do outside. You guys talk. You guys talk." His movements were so fast that he ran out of the room before Luo Qingtong could react. Strange, it's already so late. Why did he go out? Luo Qingtong looked at the sky. It was already dark. She had wasted a lot of time at the Lanyue residence, so it was already late for her to come back. However, it was difficult to be discovered in the evening. Luo Qingtong had waited outside the Lanyue residence for so long just to wait for the sky to turn dark. Heh. She knows it's late. Xianxia looked at her coldly. Where did you go? He asked expressionlessly. The aura around him had already frozen to the point where it was hard to restrain. This woman actually went on a date with another man. I went to the Lanyue residence. Luo Qingtong was baffled. She blinked and felt that Xianxia's words were a little strange. This tone, why did it sound like he was extorting a confession? Could it be that the Black Field and the Falling Moon aristocratic family had some private conflicts? As she was thinking, she walked to little Mingzun, who was on the windowsill, and bent down to pick him up. Alright, don't be angry. I'm there to detoxify people. It's not like you don't know. This man had set up an inescapable net around the Lanyue family just to catch her. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong smiled. Could it be that he was unhappy to see her return safe and sound? Her eyes curved into crescents and she immediately gave Xianxia a reason to be in a bad mood. Are you disappointed to see me return safely? As she spoke, she pinched the tender flesh on his cheeks. Unfortunately, I won't give you the chance to catch me. As she spoke, she kissed little Mingzun's lips, then licked her lips and said, be good. He would obediently stay by her side and wait for her to grow up before he counterattacked. At that time, even if his real body came, she wouldn't be afraid. As she thought of this, Luo Qingtong smiled even more happily. Xianxia looked at her with a cold expression. For some reason, the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. This woman was so heartless. If he couldn't even move her, how could others? Even so, he was still very unhappy with the man who came back with her. Whoosh, when Luo Qingtong wasn't paying attention, Xianxia's figure suddenly became much thinner. Boom. Yan Yuju's carriage had already gone far away. In the carriage, the man's figure was handsome and tall, as straight as a bamboo. Yan Yuju closed his eyes to rest, and the words that Luo Qingtong pointed out the flaws in his body's sword cultivation kept echoing in his mind. He tried to adjust the circulation route of the sword qi in his body. At this moment, with a boom, a warning sign appeared in his heart, and an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly descended. In the next second, countless sword qi suddenly burst out from his body and enveloped him in it. Boom! In the instant that he moved, the carriage that he was sitting in suddenly exploded into countless pieces under a powerful attack. The incomparably fierce sword qi suddenly rushed out from the exploded carriage, forming a huge sword mass in midair. Yan Yuju's figure appeared from it, and his sharp eyes swept around. Young master. The guard who was driving the carriage, who was protected by him at the critical moment, was still in a state of shock, and his voice trembled as he spoke. I'm fine. Yan Yuju retracted his gaze. There were no attackers in the surroundings. Strange, looking at the carriage that was blown to pieces, his eyes narrowed slightly. In the next second, the sword light around him gathered together, and he disappeared in midair together with the guard who was driving the carriage. At the same time, in the inn, Luo Qingtong still wanted to tease little Mingzun. As soon as she lowered her head, she found that his body had become much thinner, and she was instantly shocked. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Your soul power has decreased so much. Luo Qingtong saw that he had shrunk in her arms, and she was instantly anxious. What was this guy doing? If this divided soul accidentally dissipated, it would also cause damage to his body. Otherwise, why would Luo Qingtong spend so much effort to replenish his soul power, and constantly check if he was in the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood? She was afraid that this divided soul of his would accidentally dissipate. At that time, his body would also be injured. Why are you always so worrisome? Did the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding would absorb your strength? Why didn't you say anything? Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed. She quickly took out the Yin soul pills from her bosom and fed him one by one. Xianxia's entire body was much weaker now that he had split out such a ball of soul power. His small face was slightly pale. Seeing Luo Qingtong hurriedly take out the Yin soul pill, his heart was very happy. This woman still cared about him. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and let Luo Qingtong feed him one pill after another with a cold face. "I'm fine." His voice was cold, and his cheeks puffed up as he chewed. It was indescribably cute. "You're still fine? It's about to dissipate." Luo Qingtong frowned and looked at him. "What did you do? Why did it suddenly become like this?" "No." Little Nether Venerable turned his head coolly. F*ck, Luo Qingtong saw that he was determined not to say anything. She gritted her teeth and didn't continue to ask. She only checked her body and the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood from top to bottom. After finding that no power had been absorbed, she was immediately relieved. It was good that the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood had absorbed it. She didn't know what this man did to dissipate so much soul power. Be careful. If this divided soul dissipates, your body will also be injured. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. Will you let the main body dissipate? Although this woman always made him so angry that he stomped his feet and tricked him in all sorts of ways, she had never hurt him. He believed in her. Otherwise, he would have exploded his soul when he was imprisoned. How could he allow her to blaspheme him like this? Was he someone who could be kissed and hugged by anyone, not even a wisp of his soul? Only this woman could do such a thing. Of course not, Luo Qingtong said without thinking. But there's always a chance. What if I didn't notice? She raised her hand and pinched his cheeks. Forget it. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. You can keep this bottle of soul pills. Luo Qingtong was still worried. She immediately took out a useless ring, strung it with a red string, and hung it around Xianxia's neck. Okay, this is all soul pills. If something like this happens again and I'm not around, you can immediately take it out and eat it. This way, you'll be fine. Little pig, who just happened to come back from outside, oh my god, this woman doesn't know how cruel this man is. She actually gave him a bunch of soul pills. It had clearly seen that the soul power that had suddenly disappeared was clearly directed at the man who had returned with her. This woman is still indulging him like this. Little pig couldn't bear to watch any more. Xianxia coldly glanced at it, warning it not to say a word. He lowered his head and looked at the useless ring hanging on his neck. His expression softened slightly. Okay. He nodded. For the next 2 days, Luo Qingtong didn't leave her room. She looked through Song Cheng's information. She discovered that this person was really a strange person. He had been in Tianyu branch for decades and had never left. What gave Luo Qingtong a headache was that he had a strange temper and was very difficult to get close to. Most importantly, other than the necessary low-level classes, he didn't appear anywhere else. Moreover, he basically ignored everyone. Luo Qingtong frowned. How could she get information about the inscription pattern technique from such a person? Luo Qingtong looked at his profile and realized that he had suffered a lot of ridicule and teasing because of his research on inscription patterns. Therefore, they were very vigilant when strangers approached them. It wouldn't be easy to get information about the inscription technique from such a person. It seems that we can only start from the side. Luo Qingtong looked at the information. A teacher of the lower classes, right? Then she would go to the lower class. Anyway, for Luo Qingtong, it didn't matter which class she went to. Even if this low-grade class was called the trash class in the Tianyu Branch Academy, it was still the same. For Luo Qingtong, no matter how good the tutor's teaching was, it might not be as good as her own dojutsu. As long as the tutor could explain the lesson clearly, it would be fine. As for the rest, it didn't matter. However, Luo Qingtong didn't know if she could get what she wanted. After all, she was the #1 student in Dongli country. If the people in Tianyu Branch Academy didn't agree to let her go to the lower class, then there was nothing she could do. At that time, should she stir up some trouble? For example, beating up a certain princess, Yu Wenxue, then she should be able to enter the lower class easily, right? However, on the day of Tianyu Branch's registration, Luo Qingtong realized that she had thought too much. At the entrance of Tianyu Branch Academy, Luo Qingtong stood with a group of people from Dongli country, waiting for the teacher to announce her name list. She met Chu Wenhao and the others on the way here. They were all from the eastern border country, so they naturally stood together. Chu Wenhao's name was given by Luo Qingtong, so he was very grateful to her. The group of people from Dongli country came together. Relying on his strength and the prestige of the Chu family, Chu Wenhao had become the leader of the group. His attitude toward Luo Qingtong influenced the group. At this moment, the group of people from Dongli country were eagerly waiting for their names to be announced. Qingtong, you will definitely be assigned to the elite class this time. Chu Wenhao looked at Luo Qingtong and said with a smile. The group of people came from the same place, so they quickly became familiar with each other. Chu Wenhao calmly called out Luo Qingtong's name, but he didn't know that in the latter's sleeve, Little Pig was sweating for him. Young man, I respect you as a true hero. Fortunately, although Yi Qianxian was prone to jealousy, he wasn't crazy enough to make a move on someone just because they called out Luo Qingtong's name. Looking at the seemingly cute but actually ferocious little doll sitting in the sleeve, Little Pig silently moved a little further away. Luo Qingtong's name was called from outside. The teacher in charge of announcing the students' class assignments raised his voice and shouted. Dongli country's top student, assigned to the class. The instructor's voice suddenly stopped at this moment. What's going on? Looking at the class on the list, the teacher almost thought that he had seen wrongly. How could it be this? He carefully looked at it again and again. After confirming that he didn't see wrongly, he said in disbelief, low class. Wow. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. A top student was actually assigned to the low class. All of a sudden, the surrounding students who were waiting to register were in an uproar. Even those who did not pay attention to the situation here understood what was going on from the discussions of the people around them. Low class, that was the trash class. Most of the people who were sent in were not talented and were destined to have no achievements in the future. Otherwise, it would be those who had no talent at all and were just idling around in the Tianyu branch. In short, it was just a place to waste time. When the people of Tianyu Branch Academy mentioned the lower class, they all had an indifferent attitude. The people inside were trash at the bottom of the Tianyu Branch Academy. Because of their lack of talent, they were destined to have no achievements. The teaching of the lower classes was also the worst. The standards of the instructors inside might not even be as good as some of the genius students in the elite classes. Luo Qingtong, the top student of Dongli country, was assigned to such a class. This must be a joke. If it was an ordinary student, everyone would have just listened to it. After all, it wasn't as if there hadn't been students with decent grades who were thrown into the trash class because they offended someone. Most of those people quickly quieted down after entering the trash class. From then on, he had no more achievements. However, this Luo Qingtong was the number one in Dongli country. This was the first time that a top student was assigned to the trash class. What's more, Luo Qingtong was the fiancé of the empire's fifth prince. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Their faces were filled with unspeakable astonishment. Could it be a mistake? With her grades and identity, she shouldn't be assigned to the trash class. We don't accept this. Luo Qingtong is the top student in Dongli Kingdom. How can she be assigned to the lower class? This class allocation is unfair. Chu Wenhao was the one who spoke. He entered Tianyu Branch Academy with Luo Qingtong's recommendation letter and was assigned to the upper class. Now that she heard that Luo Qingtong was assigned to the lower class, she immediately shouted indignantly. How dare you? When Chu Wenhao's voice was heard, a cold voice was heard. Behind the teacher's seat, a young man dressed in blue silk suddenly looked coldly in Chu Wenhao's direction. Who are you to question the academy's decision? Luo Qingtong did defeat Luo Qingtong and became the top student in Dongli Kingdom. But according to what we know, Luo Xining was wearing the Luo family's heirloom armor and her strength sword. Under such circumstances, Luo Qingtong defeated her easily. We have reason to suspect that she is not qualified to be the top student. Moreover, the young man looked at Chu Wenhao arrogantly and said, Luo Qingtong was too ruthless in the arena. She even dared to attack the invigilator. Considering all the above, it is not wrong to assign her to the lower class. If you don't accept this, then, he sneered, you don't have to enter Tianyu Branch Academy. You. Chu Wenhao looked at him and his face turned red. Who are you? This is the academy's decision. It is up to the teachers to decide. You don't have the right to decide. Humph. The top 10 students in the genius ranking can participate in the decision of class assignment. My words have the same effect as the teacher's. When you enter the top 10 of the genius ranking, then you can question my qualifications. The young man looked arrogant. He looked at Chu Wenhao with disdain. Xianxia, I await your instructions. Wow. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the registration area was in an uproar. The top 10 students in the genius ranking are likely to enter the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, right? Yes. It was said that at the end of the year, those who managed to secure a spot in the top 10 of the genius ranking would be recruited into the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. The top 10 of the genius ranking are half the students of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. I didn't expect to see such a person at the registration today. These top 10 students on the genius ranking are so domineering. They actually have the same authority as the teachers. That's right. I've heard of this Xianxia, he's ranked 5th on the genius ranking. He has basically entered the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. By the way, I heard that his instructor was old Chu, who was seriously injured a few days ago. Someone whispered, no wonder he wanted to find trouble with Luo Qingtong. I heard that when Elder Chu was invigilating the examination in Dongli country, he was angry because of Luo Qingtong's collision. In the end, he accidentally provoked a passerby and was seriously injured. When he was brought back, he was on his last breath. He almost couldn't be saved. Hearing these words, Luo Qingtong finally understood why Xianxia was targeting her. He was old Chu's disciple, Luo Xining's senior brother. No wonder, he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, she was exactly what she wanted when she was assigned to the lower class. Luo Qingtong was still worried that she couldn't find a chance to enter the lower class openly. This Xianxia had helped her a lot. However, even if she wanted to enter the lower class, she couldn't let others set her up like this. Luo Qingtong looked coldly at the arrogant Xianxia. Luo Qingtong attacked Luo Xining for a reason. Elder Chu was injured because he attacked Luo Qingtong first. How can you put her in the lower class because of this? It's not fair. Chu Wenhao argued. Junior brother, what you said is wrong. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from Xianxia's side. A young girl wearing a jade moon-filling silk dress looked in Chu Wenhao's direction with an indifferent and graceful expression. Even if Elder Chu attacked first, it was because Luo Qingtong attacked first. Moreover, how can personal grudges be settled in the arena? The school's decision will not be wrong. You'd better leave. The girl's voice was like a bird's chirp. It was very pleasing to the ear. She was very dignified and dignified. The crowd looked at where she was sitting and suddenly there was an uproar. Another top 10 student on the genius list. I know this one. It's Xianxia, the daughter of the right Prime Minister of the Tianyu Empire. 7th on the genius list. Oh. She is indeed the #1 goddess of the Tianyu branch school. She is beautiful, elegant and powerful. She is really powerful. The discussion came in waves. Luo Qingtong fixed her eyes on Xianxia. To others, Xianxia's words might have sounded like she was speaking from an objective point of view. But Luo Qingtong heard the hostility in her words. She deliberately agreed with Xianxia's words. Her purpose was to confirm that she was in the lower class. That was interesting. Xianxia had a grudge against her because of Elder Chu. Why did Xianxia do that? Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia. The latter was also quietly sizing her up. Luo Qingtong, the young lady of the Luo family of the Dongli state, the fiancée of the 5th prince. When she thought of the last 3 words, Xianxia clenched her fists in her sleeves. A girl from an inferior marquise mansion had become the fiancée of the 5th prince. What did she do? And, she even went to the Tianyu palace to break off the engagement. She dared to do this, wasn't it because she was relying on the 5th prince's loyalty? How could such a woman be worthy of the 5th prince, if it was her? If it was her, Xianxia fiercely clenched her fists. Her facial expression was completely airtight. Junior sister Luo, as the fiancée of the 5th prince, we should let you go. But there is indeed a problem with your qualification. Elder Chu was seriously injured and we had no choice but to put you in the lower class. But... She looked at Luo Qingtong and smiled. If there is no problem with your qualification, then you can return to the elite class. If there is no problem with your qualification, then you will be able to return to the elite class. If there is no problem. If there is no problem. Xianxia's words were reasonable. She even apologized to Luo Qingtong for being assigned to the lower class. But if you looked at her eyes carefully, you would find that her eyes were full of coldness and malice. No one had ever been able to rise again after being put into the trash class. Her words seemed to be flattering Luo Qingtong, but in fact, she wanted to step on Luo Qingtong better in the future. As long as Luo Qingtong entered the trash class, she could guarantee that she would not have any chance to rise again. She would not let her rise again. Luo Qingtong could only wait to rot in the trash class. Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong with a smile, waiting for her to agree. Oh. Is that so? So you're saying that Senior Shi and Senior Zhan's strength were also promoted from the trash class? Luo Qingtong looks at her indifferently. The sarcasm in her words is too strong, and Xianxia has no way to answer. Naturally, her strength had risen step by step from the elite class. If she was in the trash class, she would have long been left in the dust. No matter how good her talent was, she still needed someone to teach her. Otherwise, what was the difference between her and being a waste? Of course, Xianxia would never say this to Luo Qingtong. But if she said that she was promoted from the elite class, how could she convince Luo Qingtong to go to the lower class to gain experience? After all, she herself wouldn't go. This Luo Qingtong is really a bit difficult to deal with. Xianxia looks at Luo Qingtong, and the light in her eyes becomes colder. But the smile on her face doesn't change at all. Junior Luo must be joking. She looks at Luo Qingtong and smiles. Junior Luo's talent is extraordinary, and naturally different from people like us. After all, you're the fiancé of the 5th prince. When she says this, she slightly lowers her eyes, hiding the uncontrollable jealousy and hatred in her eyes. This kind of woman is actually the fiancé of the 5th prince, that kind of proud son of heaven. The jealousy and hatred in Xianxia's heart can't be dispersed. She must trample Luo Qingtong to the bottom of the mud. She must let people know that this kind of trash is not worthy of the 5th prince. Oh. Luo Qingtong looks at her and smiles. Xianxia thinks that she hid it very well. But the jealousy and hatred in her eyes, even if she lowers her eyes, can't be concealed. Luo Qingtong has a keen grasp of people's hearts. In front of her, Xianxia's magnified malice is as bright as a firefly in the dark night. Yuanma's admirer, what a big rotten peach blossom, but since the other party wants to rot in front of her, how can she not help her? But her heart is really disgusted. Luo Qingtong was disgusted. She didn't want to have anything to do with Yuanma, let alone help him deal with this kind of rotten peach blossom. How troublesome. After the Tianyu branch, he would immediately deal with the Tianyu royal family. Her engagement with Yuanma must be annulled. If the royal family of Tianyu wanted to use force, they would have to see if she would give them a chance. Once the Luo clan's strength increased, she would make sure that Tianyu's royal family wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia and said, "Senior sister Shi is right. You and I are indeed different." As she spoke, she suddenly took a step forward and took the class allocation results that the instructor read out. "I accept this result. Clear pupil." Hearing her words, Chu Wenhao and the others became anxious. "No. You can't go to the lower class. There. The teaching was too bad, and these two people will definitely target you again. At that time, you won't be able to make a name for yourself." Chu Wenhao was anxious. He wasn't deceived by Xianxia's words. The other party's words were clearly forcing Luo Qingtong to go to the lower class. As long as she had the ability, she could return to the elite class. As long as Luo Qingtong was different from others, this was clearly a provocation to raise Luo Qingtong so high that she had no way out. "Clear pupil, you mustn't fall for their trick." "It's okay." Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. A caterpillar can turn into a butterfly when it breaks out of its cocoon. A hidden dragon can rise above the 9 heavens when it enters the abyss. The lower class isn't as bad as you think. There's a saying that goes, humans can conquer nature. What's wrong with the trash class? Who said that the trash class couldn't produce geniuses? When Luo Qingtong said this, the bloody light in her eyes flickered. In that clear reflection, the light in her eyes was so confident and dazzling, It was as if what she wanted to go to wasn't the lower class that everyone called trash class, but the peak that everyone couldn't even look up to. Chu Wenhao looked at her, the words that he wanted to say were suddenly unable to come out. He suddenly had a strong premonition in his heart. That is, this girl can definitely do it, she will break the curse of the lower class being trash class, and walk towards her own glory. She will create another legend that belongs to her, far surpassing the legend created by Yu Wenma. At this time, Chu Wenhao's vision wasn't big enough. His eyes could only see the Tianyu Empire's small area. But he didn't know that Luo Qingtong's future achievements were simply beyond his imagination, and he and the Chu family, who had been following her closely, also received huge benefits. From then on, they broke through the peak, reaching a level that they didn't even dare to think about. Okay. He looked at Luo Qingtong, nodded, scratched his head and said, if it really doesn't work, I'll come and teach you after listening to the teacher's lecture. Chu Wenhao was still a bit uneasy. In his view, the lower class teaching might not be as good as his own teaching. He really couldn't be blamed for thinking this way, but the reputation of the lower class being trash class was too widespread. No one had ever been able to make a name for themselves after entering the trash class. No need. Luo Qingtong listened to his words and laughed. To be honest, her recommendation to Chu Wenhao was not a loss at all. At least he didn't alienate her because she entered the trash class, but instead helped her find a way. But Luo Qingtong had the eye technique, so for her, entering the lower class or the elite class didn't make any difference. But Chu Wenhao, although he entered the upper class, the competition inside was fierce. If he really did what he said, it wouldn't be long before he was kicked out of the upper class. The gains really didn't make up for the losses, and it was completely unnecessary. You study hard, and later when you enter the elite class, you will have the right to speak. I'm still waiting for you to back me up. As soon as Luo Qingtong said this, Chu Wenhao instantly felt that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. That's right, Luo Qingtong was assigned to the lower class, wasn't it because of Zhan Haoping and Shi Qingqing's strength in the Tianyu branch? The top 10 students of the genius list had special privileges. If he became more powerful, he could help Luo Qingtong. Thinking like this, Chu Wenhao's heart, and his attention was also diverted. However, Shi Qingqing sneered in her heart when she heard the conversation between Luo Qingtong and Chu Wenhao. Was it so easy to enter the top 10 of the genius list? How many high-class, middle-class, and low-class countries were there under the Tianyu Empire? There were so many students as to the people, Tianyu TUS, Luo to the top 10. Shi Qingqing smirked. Luo Qingtong was daydreaming, but the disdain in her heart didn't show on her face. Instead, she gently and generously said, that's right, if you enter the top 10 of the genius list, you will have the right to speak in the Tianyu branch. Of course, it's the same for Junior Luo. I believe that even if you're in the lower class, you can still stand out and enter the top 10 of the genius list. Shi Qingqing's face was smiling, but her heart was full of malice. Entering the trash class, Luo Qingtong wouldn't even be able to enter the top 100 of the school in the future, let alone the top 10. Shi Qingqing's words were not so much to encourage Luo Qingtong, but to ruthlessly trample on her. Junior sister Qing is too good at comforting people. Entering the trash class means they're trash. Just based on them, they want to enter the top 10 of the genius list? Dream on. He sneered and got up. Okay, the show is over. I still have a duel with a junior brother, so I won't stay here and waste my time. As he spoke, he glanced at Luo Qingtong with a cold smile and strode away. That arrogant appearance simply angered Chu Wenhao to the point of exploding. Damn, who do you think you are? Chu Wenhao looked at the direction Zhan Haoping left with a burst of anger. Isn't it just the top 10 of the genius list? What's there to be arrogant about? I will definitely surpass him in the future. Good, you have ambition. I have faith in you, good luck. Luo Qingtong patted his shoulder and looked in the direction Zhan Haoping left. No one knew that just now, her 5 fingers moved slightly. A faintly discernible force had already shot out and entered Zhan Haoping's body. The latter was unaware and directly left. Junior sister Luo, don't blame senior brother Zhan. Shi Qingqing looked at Luo Qingtong and smiled. He's just a bit impulsive and straightforward, he didn't mean to offend you. Impulsive and straightforward, so it was true that she was trash? It was just that she said it at an inappropriate time. She was really very straightforward. Luo Qingtong looked at the fake smile on Shi Qingqing's face and laughed softly. Of course, I won't bicker with senior brother Zhan. She just wanted to take revenge. These two people didn't think that things would be over just because they set her up like this, right? Although she took the initiative to jump into the pit, it didn't mean that she would let the other party set her up and not fight back. Luo Qingtong looked at Shi Qingqing with a smile. The latter looked at the brilliant smile on her face and inexplicably felt uncomfortable. They were clearly the ones who set up Luo Qingtong, so why didn't the other party feel angry? Instead, it seemed like they had helped her a lot. Shi Qingqing frowned and the uncomfortable feeling in her heart became more serious. She had actually made other preparations. He was just waiting for Luo Qingtong to refuse to accept the results of the class assignment and make trouble in public. This way, she could openly make a move against Luo Qingtong and use this opportunity to kick her out of the Tianyu Branch Academy, trampling her to the bottom of the mud. However, Luo Qingtong didn't do what she expected. This made Shi Qingqing quite depressed. It was as if you had prepared a big move and were waiting to knock your opponent down, but in the end, your opponent didn't even take your move. Shi Qingqing frowned. If Luo Qingtong wasn't angry, then her following arrangements wouldn't be needed, but it didn't matter. In any case, he was already in the lower class, she would never be able to make a name for herself there. If he wanted to deal with her, there would be plenty of opportunities. Thinking of this, Shi Qingqing's heart immediately felt comfortable. It's good that junior sister Luo doesn't mind. She stood up gracefully and said, I still have some things to do, so I won't stay here any longer. Juniors, I'll take my leave now. Shi Qingqing's words caused a sound of pity to come from all around. It was rare to see the goddess of the Tianyu Branch Academy come out, but they didn't expect the other party to leave so soon. Everyone felt that it was a pity and rushed to talk to Shi Qingqing. Seeing Shi Qingqing being surrounded by people, Luo Qingtong smiled wickedly. Senior sister Shi, take care. You must take care, otherwise, how could you watch a good show? Shi Qingqing very much enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people, worshipped and sought after. She carried the demeanor of a goddess and greeted the many new students as she slowly left. Suddenly, a scream could be heard all of a sudden. A freshman who had gathered in front of Shi Qingqing was looking at her in horror. Senior Shi, your face. He raised his hand and pointed at her face. The latter didn't understand and was about to ask when she suddenly felt an itch on her face. She immediately raised her hand to scratch it. With this grab, the new student instantly fell backwards onto the ground and scrambled to run away. As he ran, he cried out in horror, monster. Even though he knew that the person opposite him was a goddess, Shi Qingqing, and not some demon or ghost, the visual impact of an extremely beautiful person turning into an extremely ugly person was too strong. This freshman simply couldn't withstand this shock and was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. Following his voice, everyone's gaze also turned towards Shi Qingqing. The moment they saw it, everyone's faces instantly turned into a palette of colors. It was extremely colorful. Needless to say, it was extremely exciting. What appeared in their line of sight was a terrifying woman whose entire body was covered with blisters. Her face and body were filled with huge blisters one after another and she looked like a toad. Especially that face, which was filled with huge red bumps one after another, made her look like a pig's head that had been stung by a hornet. However, Shi Qingqing was completely unaware of it. When everyone looked over, she even smiled at them. With this smile, everyone instantly knew why that freshman screamed so tragically just now. Can you imagine the feeling of a huge pig's head or a toad smiling at you, especially when the other party was so charming just now and had the posture of a goddess? There would be no harm if there was no comparison. Everyone looked at the ugly pig's head opposite them, but still had to act like a peerless beauty monster. Instantly, their stomachs churned and the expression on their faces couldn't tell if they were more frightened or disgusted. Blurg. Someone couldn't help but vomit. At this moment, even if Shi Qingqing didn't feel anything, she could tell from everyone's frightened and disgusted gazes that it was because of her. What's wrong? She raised her hand to touch her face. Is there something on her face? However, just as she raised her hand, she realized that there were huge blisters on her arm. Instantly, Shi Qingqing almost fainted from the shock of that terrifying scene. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and frantically touched her face. With this touch, he instantly felt a bunch of big bumps. Ah! In an instant, Xianxia screamed. She looked at all the people who were looking at her in horror or disgust and ran away screaming. On the first day of school, Xianxia's reputation as the goddess of Tianyu was completely destroyed. In the future, even if she regained her original appearance, when others saw her face, the first thing that came to their minds would still be this toad-like face full of red bumps. It was fine if he wasn't disgusted to the point of vomiting, but how could he go against his conscience and call her a goddess? From today onwards, most people would probably take a detour when they saw her, so as not to recall today's terrible experience. As for Xianxia, other than her strength that was ranked in the top 10 of the genius ranking, there was nothing else that could be related to the title of a goddess. Ah! Xianxia screamed and ran away. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Oh my god! That's so scary. How did senior sister Shi become like this? It looks like she's been contaminated by something dirty or poisoned. Everyone guessed. The instructors came back to their senses and hurriedly asked the pharmacists to check on Xianxia. They still cared about this genius student who was likely to enter the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin in the end-of-year examination. They didn't want anything to happen to her. However, the news of Xianxia's disfigurement and transformation into a giant toad also spread widely in Tianyu Branch Academy. The girls in the elite class who were suppressed by Xianxia's reputation were very happy to spread the news and let more people know about it. They wanted to let everyone know about Xianxia's embarrassing incident. While Xianxia was in trouble, Xianxia and a junior from the advanced class were standing on the battle platform of Tianyu Branch Academy. They were preparing for a practical battle. Below the battle platform was a group of students who had come to watch and learn. As one of the top 10 students on the genius ranking, Xianxia rarely challenged anyone to a battle. However, the young man in front of him was the son of an old friend of his teacher. Xianxia naturally had to treat him better. He was the one who had suggested this duel of mentorship. After the instructional battle was announced, many people instantly received the news and rushed over, wanting to witness the battle. Most of them were students from the elite and advanced classes. Those of a lower level would not even be qualified to enter the battle arena. Come on, Junior. You don't need to hold back. Go all out and show me your strength. In the battle platform, Xianxia crossed his arms and looked at the young man in front of him indifferently. The latter was so excited that his face turned red. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Okay. Senior, I'll do my best. Please enlighten me, Senior." As he said that, he got into a fighting stance. Xianxia just nodded at him indifferently. "Okay, let's begin." He looked very proud. As a genius student who ranked 5th on the genius ranking, he had the right to be proud. The people around him didn't think there was anything wrong with his arrogance. The bigger fist was the truth, this was the same everywhere. "Okay. Senior brother, be careful." As the youth spoke, he moved with a swoosh. Boom, he waved his fist and instantly attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's posture was casual as he raised his strength to block. However, right at this moment, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Just as he raised his strength, the strength in his body seemed to leak and instantly disappeared without a trace. If Xianxia had seen Luo Xinning, he would know that his situation was exactly the same as Luo Xingning's when she was disfigured. Luo Qingtong's qi silently hit a certain point in his body, triggering all the hidden dangers he had accumulated over the years. This method did not harm the body, nor was it aggressive. Therefore, Xianxia didn't notice anything. But when he fought, he would discover that the strength in his body had instantly disappeared, although this power would return in the future. But now, it was gone. Bang! The youth's punch landed squarely on his face. Xianxia didn't even have the chance to dodge. His nose was instantly broken by the punch. The surroundings were completely silent. Oh my god, Xianxia actually didn't manage to dodge that punch? Everyone around was stunned. Especially those elite class students who came to spectate the battle. They studied that youth's attack from top to bottom, left to right. They realized that the other party's attack was really ordinary. With their abilities, they had tens of ways to block the other party's attack, but Xianxia actually didn't manage to block it. Was this a joke? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. That youth on the stage was also stunned. Just at this moment, an elite class student slapped his thigh fiercely. "I know," he cried out loudly. "Senior brother Jean is doing this for the sake of this little brother." He purposely withdrew all the energy in his body and used his powerless body to battle this junior brother, so that he could better feel his attack and then give him better guidance. As soon as he said this, everyone instantly came to a realization. That's right, Jean Hauping indeed didn't use any energy. Who would have thought? He valued this junior brother so much that he actually didn't hesitate to make such a sacrifice. The group of people looked at that youth on the stage with unspeakable envy and jealousy. The latter had long been touched by this sudden happiness and was in a complete mess. Senior brother Jean was really too nice. Who said that senior brother Jean was arrogant and liked to look down on people? Stand out. I definitely won't beat him to death. Where else could I find such a nice person like senior brother Jean? For me, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his energy to be a meat bag. Senior brother, don't worry, I will definitely fight properly. I will let you clearly feel where my problem lies. I will definitely not let your painstaking efforts go to waste. Saying that, as though he was injected with chicken blood, he instantly charged towards Jean Hauping. The latter had just had his nose broken and had used up all his willpower to stop himself from crying out and losing his composure on the spot. However, before he could call for a halt, the youth who had been provoked into the arena had already charged over in a frenzy. In an instant, Jean Hauping was drowned by that torrential storm of attacks. Ah! At this moment, Jean Hauping couldn't hold it in, and that miserable cry instantly filled the entire battle arena. By the time the people around him and the young man who had agreed to the duel felt that something was wrong, he was already lying on the ground, breathing out more than in. He was a genius ranked 5th on the genius ranking, yet he was beaten up by a junior who was weaker than him. He was screaming miserably and lying on the arena like a dead dog. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, especially that elite class student who had said that Jean Hauping had intentionally sacrificed himself to guide that youth. His entire being was going crazy. He hurriedly ran away before anyone noticed him. When Jean Hauping was in trouble, Luo Qingtong and Xu Wenhao were already on their way to the lower class dormitory. Luo Qingtong had planned to go alone. However, Xu Wenhao was not at ease. He was afraid that someone would come to make trouble for her. Luo Qingtong was alone and helpless, so he insisted on sending her here. Luo Qingtong didn't care. Although she was clear that no one could bully her, she did not reject Xu Wenhao's good intentions. The two of them went to Luo Qingtong's dormitory together. In the room, there was already a timid little girl there. "Hi. Hello. I'm Su Xiaoxiao." She looked at Xu Wenhao with fear in her eyes, but she still mustered up the courage to greet them. It was obvious that she was a very shy and bashful girl. She was soft and harmless. Luo Qingtong looked at the little girl in front of her, and 3 words suddenly flashed in her mind: little white rabbit. Very good, she was very satisfied with this roommate. Finally, she didn't have to deal with those messy things anymore. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes softened. "Hello, I'm Luo Qingtong." Xu Wenhao also greeted the other party. Su Xiaoxiao was very shy. She nodded and walked away. Luo Qingtong put away her things. Although they were called things, they were actually just some simple luggage. Her real good things were all in the trash ring. However, something like a Sumeru spatial spiritual tool, even if it was the lowest grade, was not something that the students of Tianyu branch could possess. Only the people of the Holy Dynasty's big forces could have it. Therefore, in order to not attract attention, Luo Qingtong brought some simple luggage to fool people. Xu Wenhao didn't stay for long and quickly left. Luo Qingtong unpacked her luggage while letting Little Pig and Little Ming zoom out for some fresh air. However, fiancé? 5th prince? The person who was let out had a cold expression. Her adorable face was now filled with cold anger. Little Pig was playing dead on the side with its 4 hooves facing the sky. It didn't even dare to fart. "Oh my god, if I don't play dead now, I'll probably die for real. I don't want to die so worthlessly." Just when Little Pig was playing dead, Xianxia's anger was about to burst out. This woman actually has a fiancé. He had never heard her mention it before. Xianxia's mood at this moment was like she was about to explode. He had endured all the way from the registration to now. If not for the fact that he didn't have any strength in his body, he would have turned the entire Tianyu branch upside down as soon as he heard that Luo Qingtong had a fiancé. He's just a piece of trash with one-sided love. Don't bother about him, Luo Qingtong said without raising her head. Whenever she heard anything related to Yu Wenma, she would get angry. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold when she thought of how the other party refused to cancel the engagement and even caused some rotten peach blossoms to cause trouble for her. If it wasn't for the Luo clan, she would have flipped the Tianyu royal palace upside down. Unwilling to break off the engagement, she forced them to break off the engagement. Luo Qingtong's coldness and killing intent soared. Sensing the coldness and murderous intent from her body, Yi Qianxian's explosive anger immediately subsided. It's fine as long as this woman doesn't like him, otherwise, even if he had to destroy the heavens and earth, he would still snatch her back. Even if she hated him, this woman was his. It could only belong to him. Anyone who covets her must die. Then why didn't you break off the engagement? He fumed. His heart was still very unhappy. If he knew Tianyu's royal family had a marriage agreement with her, he would have slapped the entire royal family into ashes. He wouldn't have caused more trouble for himself. I can't get rid of this sticky candy, Luo Qingtong said angrily. But soon. When she learned the inscription technique and combined it with the weapons she made, she could torture Tianyu's royal family in any way she wanted. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. Oh no. Su Xiaoxiao, who was too embarrassed to run out, suddenly ran in, gasping for breath. That, your companion. She looked at Luo Qingtong anxiously and pointed outside. She panted and couldn't even finish her sentence. Luo Qingtong's expression changed. Chu Wenhao? What happened to him? Where is he? Bring me there, Luo Qingtong said. With a turn of her body, she brought Luo Qingtong up and dashed outside. In the Tianyu Branch Academy, in a small forest not far from the lower class dormitory, 2 intermediate class students surrounded Chu Wenhao with a group of people. You're Chu Wenhao? The youth with a long face on the left looked at him and sneered. How dare a person from a small, inferior country be so arrogant? Don't you know where you are? I think you're tired of living. His face was full of disdain. For people from aristocratic families of Tianyu Empire like them, Chu Wenhao, a student from an inferior country, was like a weed on the ground, not worth mentioning. He dared to speak up for Luo Qingtong. He was looking for trouble. Who didn't know that the imperial family of Tianyu didn't like Luo Qingtong? The 7th princess hated her to the core. Moreover, she offended Zhang Haopeng, the 5th student on the genius list. In Tianyu branch, there were many people who wanted to curry favor with them and make trouble for Luo Qingtong. But she was the fiancée of the 5th prince. They couldn't go too far, otherwise it would be slapping the imperial family in the face. Therefore, they stared at Chu Wenhao. Who told him to speak up for Luo Qingtong? He was asking for it. Go, teach him a lesson. Break the meridians in one of his arms and legs, then kick him out of Tianyu branch. The intermediate class student with triangular eyes on the right sneered. They had come at someone's behest. The other party was from a side branch of Tianyu's royal family. As long as they crippled Chu Wenhao and kicked him out of the Tianyu branch college, even if they were expelled from the Tianyu branch college, their families would still have a meteoric rise under Chu Wenhao's protection. Their talents were only average to begin with. If they continued to cultivate in the Tianyu branch school, they would only be average. If he could get the other party's protection and promise to raise his family's status in the Tianyu Empire, what was there to hesitate about? Immediately, a group of people surrounded Chu Wenhao. You guys. Chu Wenhao looked at the people surrounding him and was shocked. He didn't think that these people would be so bold as to be so heavy-handed in the Tianyu branch academy. One had to know that killing and personal fights were absolutely prohibited in the academy. Once discovered, they would be expelled from the school. However, these people didn't seem to care about this at all. The moment they arrived, they gave out ruthless orders. After the triangular-eyed youth finished speaking, a group of people rushed towards Chu Wenhao. Bang bang bang. A group of people started fighting. The 2 intermediate class students didn't make a move. They stood outside to prevent Chu Wenhao from escaping. Now was the registration period, so there weren't many people walking around the school. Moreover, they were in a remote forest. Once they crippled Chu Wenhao's meridians, it wouldn't matter even if they were discovered. These people's attacks were very ruthless. Just as Chu Wenhao was in dire straits and found it difficult to defend himself, he was ruthlessly knocked to the ground. Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in the small forest. Bang bang bang. She jumped into the battle circle, and in an instant, those who were besieging Chu Wenhao fell to the ground. The two intermediate class students who were guarding the periphery were caught off guard. By the time they reacted, Luo Qingtong had already taken care of their followers. You. The two of them looked at the young girl in front of them angrily. Why would Luo Qingtong appear here? They clearly saw her and Chu Wenhao separated and the latter went back alone. That was why they blocked her here. Luo Qingtong, get out of the way. This Chu Wenhao has offended us, he must pay the price. The long-faced youth said with a calm face. The triangular-eyed youth beside him also looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold face. The two of them were very surprised by Luo Qingtong's appearance. But even so, they must teach Chu Wenhao a lesson. Otherwise, if they missed this opportunity, they would be vigilant. If they wanted to attack Chu Wenhao again and cripple him, it would not be possible. Thinking like this, the two of them were very unyielding. Oh? Then what if I don't let you go? Luo Qingtong looked at the two of them coldly. She swept a glance at Chu Wenhao who was lying on the ground. Seeing the injuries on his body and the traces of being stepped on the back of his hand, the bloody light in her eyes flickered in an instant. Who told you to touch him? Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Chu Wenhao had just entered the academy and had not even returned to his own dormitory. How could there be people who specially blocked this place to wait for him, offended them? Luo Qingtong did not believe a single word of these people's words. Her gaze swept across this remote little forest. If not for Su Xiaoxiao coincidentally seeing this group of people blocking Chu Wenhao's way into this little forest and seeing that they did not have good intentions, she quickly ran over to inform her. She was afraid that if something happened to Chu Wenhao here, no one would know. How could these people target Chu Wenhao for no reason? The only possibility was that they were targeting her. They wanted to attack him by dealing with Chu Wenhao. It had to be said that this method had successfully angered her. Luo Qingtong didn't have any other problems, but she was protective. He was very protective. Anyone who dared to touch her people would die. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed coldly as she looked at these people, thinking about how to deal with them. That long-faced youth was infuriated by her words. Luo Qingtong, don't be so shameless. Since you insist on getting involved in this mess, we'll fulfill your wish. The two of them looked at each other and immediately reached a consensus. If Luo Qingtong wanted to court death, then they wouldn't stop her. Anyway, they didn't take the initiative to attack Luo Qingtong. She was the one who came to their door and bumped into their attack. Even if she was accidentally injured, she couldn't blame them. Was that not the case? Maybe they could even gain more benefits because of this matter. The two of them thought so and instantly laughed sinisterly as they attacked Luo Qingtong. Rumble. The two's movements were very ruthless. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder as they attacked Luo Qingtong directly. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with blood-red light. In an instant, she had locked on to their fatal points. She just needed to hit them and let them quietly wait for their deaths. At that time, no one would be able to find out that it was her. Bah! Where did this bastard come from? He actually dares to bully people here. While speaking, a tower-like figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. Bang bang bang. The attacks of the two youths were blocked in an instant. Luo Qingtong also retracted the power that she was about to use. Yuan who? The two intermediate class students who were forced to retreat looked at the sturdy youth who appeared in front of them and their faces instantly turned ugly. Yuan who? Yuan little tyrant. The other party is the tyrant of the imperial capital. In the circle of aristocratic families of the same age, almost no one dares to provoke him. Because he was born with divine strength and also activated the petrification soul seal. If not for the fact that his petrification soul seal was a trash soul seal, it would be useless after everyone advanced to the martial lord realm. His future was absolutely limitless, because it was a trash soul seal and his martial arts talent was extremely poor, he could only rely on brute force to fight. Therefore, after confirming that he would not be able to advance any further in the future, he was thrown into the trash class to dawdle, but even so, this little tyrant is a strange existence in the Tianyu branch that is difficult to provoke. There is no other reason. With his innate divine strength combined with the petrification soul seal, even a martial lord would not be able to easily break through his defense. Therefore, although the little tyrant may not have any opportunities to advance in the future, but when it comes to oppressing low-level warriors, it is a sure thing. When the two intermediate class students saw that he came out to meddle in other people's business, their faces instantly turned green. Little tyrant, this is a misunderstanding, They just wanted to teach that advanced class student called Chu Wenhao a lesson. Who doesn't know that Yuan who regards the lower class as his territory? Whoever dares to bully the people of the lower class will be beaten back by him. How unlucky were they to meet him? The two intermediate class students also had a painful expression on their faces. They wanted to explain, but Yuan who did not listen to them and directly rushed up to beat them up. Scram! Do you really think my eyes are blind? The next time you dare to bully our lower class people, I will kill you. Yuan who said as he kicked each of them and directly sent them flying. The latter two did not dare to resist. Of course, they could not resist and could only leave dejectedly. When he left, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Looking at their departing figures, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. The blood-red light in her eyes flickered, bloodthirsty and cold. Are you that Luo Qingtong? After teaching those people a lesson, Yuan Hu turned around and looked at her arrogantly. The words you said during the registration were so damn satisfying. Just because of those words, I'll take care of you from now on. He patted his chest and said, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me. As Yuan Hu was speaking, he suddenly smelled a trace of medicinal fragrance. Luo Qingtong had taken out a bottle of medicinal liquid for Chu Wenhao to drink to prevent any hidden injuries in his body. Little Overlord Yuan's eyes lit up as soon as the medicinal fragrance entered his nose. He had been beaten up by his father, Great General Yuan, ever since he was a child. He could tell whether the medicine was good or bad just by smelling it. This trace of medicinal liquid's fragrance was definitely a good medicine. Who would have thought that the other party would have such a good item on him? Yuan Hu reached out to grab it without hesitation. Hey, wait. It's too wasteful to let him use this medicinal liquid. You should give this bottle to me as a filial gift. Let him use other medicine. Yuan Hu was used to being overbearing. How could the title of Little Overlord Yuan be fake? In the entire Tianyu Imperial City, other than a few people's things that he could not touch, he could snatch the other people's things however he wanted. Now that he had taken a fancy to Luo Qingtong's medicinal liquid, he naturally did not hesitate to snatch it back. He had helped them, so wasn't it normal to give this medicinal liquid to him? Anyway, that kid wouldn't die, so what medicinal liquid couldn't he use? However, he did not know that those people had the intention to cripple Chu Wenhao. The latter's meridians had already suffered some injuries in the fight just now. Luo Qingtong took out this medicinal liquid to treat the injuries to his meridians. The next second, she suddenly grabbed Yuan Hu's hand and pulled out a silver hairpin from her hair bun. With a bang, it pierced through his wrist and nailed his hand to the ground. You can have my things if I give it to you. If I don't give it to you. Luo Qingtong looked at him coldly, then you can't snatch it. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Yuan Hu wanted to curse, but he didn't know why. When he raised his head and met Luo Qingtong's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly had a feeling that Luo Qingtong was being merciful to him, otherwise, his fate would not be as simple as having his hand nailed to the ground. In fact, it was true. If not for Yuan Hu's meddling, he didn't know what would happen to him. Just look at Master Lu, who dared to exchange Luo Qingtong's medicine in the Black Field. Yuan Hu's fate would not be any better than his. How could Luo Qingtong's things be so easy to snatch? Strangely enough, when Luo Qingtong's silver hairpin was inserted into Yuan Hu's wrist, there was no blood at all. Moreover, it didn't hurt at all. It was as if it wasn't his wrist. It just made him unable to exert any strength. When Chu Wenhao finished drinking the medicine, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and took back the silver hairpin. In an instant, Yuan Hu regained his strength. You. How did you do it? He looked at his wrist curiously and found that other than a bloody hole, his wrist was not injured at all. What was going on? Moreover, his petrification soul seal defense had no effect on her attack. Yuan Hu was shocked. Just now, he was shocked by Luo Qingtong's gaze. Only now did he react. Wasn't the process of Luo Qingtong's silver hairpin too smooth? One must know that even if a martial lord expert could temporarily release his inner strength, it would not be so easy to break his defense. Yuanhu stared at Luo Qingtong with his eyes wide open. The latter was too lazy to explain to him that his attack just now had actually penetrated the flaw in his defense and directly nailed into the space between the tendons in his wrist. That area was equivalent to an empty crevice. Apart from a bit of flesh and blood on the surface, it was completely harmless to him. This was also because Yuanhu had helped her before. Of course, Luo Qingtong didn't need his help. However, she had always been a person who repaid kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. Yuanhu wouldn't go so far as to hurt her. As for the others, it was a different story. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed as she thought of the people who had come to attack Chu Wenhao. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Tianyu Branch Institution. On the way to the elite class dormitory area, the group of people who had gone to find trouble with Chu Wenhao was now limping, looking indescribably wretched. Hiss. Ouch. Damn it. Yuanhu, that lunatic, he was so ruthless. The long-faced youth rubbed his wound and hissed in pain as he cursed. He still wants to protect that Luo Qingtong. He really doesn't know his own worth. Does he know how many people want Luo Qingtong to be unlucky? Just based on his. Before he could finish his words, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Is that so? I also want to know how many people want me to be unlucky? Especially Luo Qingtong? Seeing the girl appear in front of them, the long-faced youth and the people beside him were stunned at first, then said with disdain, even if you know, so what? Luo Qingtong, you are just a daughter of a small inferior country's marquis house with the future status of the fifth prince's wife. Even if you know who is against you, what can you do to them? Chi. As he said this, he loudly sneered. The people around him also followed and laughed loudly. Is that so? In this ear-piercing laughter, the smile on Luo Qingtong's lips became deeper and deeper, more and more intense. Then let's see if I can do anything to them. As she said this, the aura around her burst out. Level 9 Great Martial General Realm. In this period of time, Luo Qingtong had completely comprehended all the insights from the battle with Patriarch Fei. Her strength directly rose from level 7 Great Martial General Realm to level 9, the reason why she did not advance to Martial Marquis Realm. It was because she was still waiting for the perfect moment of advancement. In the cultivation of a martial artist, the advancement of every realm was extremely important. The more solid the foundation was, the easier it would be to advance in cultivation in the future. The increase in battle strength would also be more powerful than martial artists of the same level. The same was true for spirit practitioners. There was a perfect state for every breakthrough of a major realm. That was the current realm, unable to advance, unable to be raised, the peak of battle strength. That kind of advancement, once the realm was crossed, could immediately crush those of the same level. Therefore, even if Luo Qingtong could already advance to Martial Marquis Realm, she had been suppressing herself and was unwilling to advance. She wanted to have a perfect realm advancement every time. In any case, at her age, level 9 Great Martial General Realm was enough to shock people, not to mention, Luo Qingtong's true strength was enough to kill any Martial King Realm expert. If her true battle strength was made public, who knew how many people would be frightened? This was an absolute monster. Not to mention Luo Qingtong's terrifying alchemy skills, just her strength alone was enough to shock the world. The Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy recruited heaven-grade geniuses every year, but there was almost no one who could surpass Luo Qingtong's strength. With her strength and battle strength, once it was leaked, it would immediately attract the competition of the sacred academies. She was afraid that all the major forces in the Holy Dynasty would rush to recruit her under their banner upon hearing the news. As for Luo Qingtong's identity of a small inferior country, no one would care. With the identity and status of those forces, a casual word, Easternly country, and the Luo family's status would immediately rise. It was not impossible to become an empire. However, that was based on the fact that Luo Qingtong only had this much strength. But in fact, Luo Qingtong had too many abilities and secrets. Array formation, refining pill, refining, and the inheritance of a mortal palace. If any of these things were revealed, it would be enough to shock the various forces. If they knew that Luo Qingtong had all of these abilities, they would be shocked. then they would not only want to recruit Luo Qingtong, but also want to imprison her and take her for their own. In her previous life, the various forces and the ancient martial ability world's various encirclement and suppression of her were still vivid in her mind. Luo Qingtong would never easily reveal her abilities and identity. But now, Luo Qingtong sneered at the crowd in front of her who were completely stunned because of excessive shock. The smile on her lips was so bloodthirsty and enchanting. "You!" The long-faced youth and the people around him all widened their eyes in shock. Ninth level of the Great Martial General Realm. Luo Qingtong's strength was unexpectedly at the ninth level of the Great Martial General Realm. This strength, in the Tianyu Branch Academy, may not be the strongest. After all, in the academy, there were some students who had been in the academy for a long time, Martial Marquis and Martial Kings. But Luo Qingtong was a new student who had just entered the academy. Her strength had already reached the ninth level of the Great Martial General Realm, and this ninth level of the Great Martial General Realm was not an ordinary ninth level of the Great Martial General Realm. The group of people felt the pressure coming from Luo Qingtong's body, and in an instant, the aura around them became somewhat stagnant. This was clearly a pressure that only Martial Marquis experts could have. Obviously, Luo Qingtong's strength was enough to advance to the Martial Marquis realm. It was just that she suppressed it and did not advance. 15 years old Martial Marquis realm. Back then, even the fifth prince was not so amazing, right? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Luo Qingtong. The expression on their faces was both shocked and at a loss. Wasn't it said that Luo Qingtong was only the legitimate daughter of a low-level marquis, and that her talent and strength were only average, and that she was not worthy of the empire's fifth prince? But now that they saw Luo Qingtong, which part of her talent and strength was average? Which part of her was not worthy of the fifth prince? Her talent clearly surpassed that of the fifth prince. The group of people's faces turned pale. Suddenly, a youth seemed to realize something and turned around to run. "I don't know anything. I don't know anything. It's the two of them. The two of them ordered us to do this." He pointed at the long-faced youth and the triangular-eyed youth at the front and was about to run out. However, the surrounding environment was constantly changing. No matter how he ran, it seemed that he was in the same place. He was clearly still in the Tianyu Branch Academy, but it seemed that he had gone to another time and space. Array. When Luo Qingtong appeared, she had already set up an array in the vicinity, enclosing this group of people and herself in an independent space. That was why she was able to display her strength so brazenly. "Luo Qingtong, you." That youth and everyone else's complexion had completely changed. Especially the long-faced youth and the triangular-eyed youth. The two of them were considered the planners of this operation. At this moment, their faces were full of panic. Even the stupidest person could see that Luo Qingtong was going to attack them, not to mention, they weren't stupid. "Luo Qingtong, let us go. We will tell you everything. I guarantee that I won't hide anything." They begged for mercy with panicked and fearful expressions. "However, really? Unfortunately, I don't want to listen to you anymore." She naturally had a way to find out the other party's identity and then give him a big gift. Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently and waved her hand. Swish swish swish, Luo Qingtong flicked pills into their mouths. Before anyone could react, they were already forced to swallow the pill. "You. What did you make us eat?" The long-faced youth's complexion was extremely pale. He lay on the ground, desperately digging at his throat, trying to spit out the pill he had just swallowed. However, how could the pill refined by Luo Qingtong give anyone the chance to spit it out? The moment it entered their mouths, it had already turned into medicinal power and entered their bodies. "Zombie." Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes at them. "The pill I gave you is called Zombie. Enjoy the surprise that this pill has brought to you. Including the person behind you. Want to deal with her? Very well, let's see if they can handle this surprise that I've given them." Haha. A burst of laughter came from the dormitory area of the advanced class. In a courtyard for the advanced class students to rest and play, a group of young men and women in luxurious clothes were gathered there. Judging from their clothes, they were all members of the royal family of Tianyu. Some of them were even members of the aristocratic families of Tianyu Empire. At this moment, they were chatting and laughing together. A young man with a feminine face, eyebrows slightly drooping, and a somewhat gloomy expression, was currently surrounded by the crowd. Haha. Zhao, did you really send someone to deal with Luo Qingtong's follower? A young master beside him laughed. I didn't expect that. You acted so quickly and directly took action. What else could it be? The gloomy Zhao played with the wine glass in his hand and sneered at them. If I didn't act quickly, you would be the ones to take action. Everyone knew that the seventh princess hated Luo Qingtong. Whoever could make her unhappy without damaging the royal family's reputation would be favored by the seventh princess. Among the crowd, there were countless people who wanted to curry favor with the seventh princess. The men wanted to please the fifth prince's younger sister. As for the woman, she wanted to curry favor with the fifth prince through the seventh princess. Ahem. His words were so straightforward that the young master didn't know how to respond. Indeed, he had already arranged everything and was prepared to take action against Luo Qingtong tomorrow. But he didn't expect Zhao to act so quickly and be ahead of them. Alas, Luo Qingtong had just arrived at Tianyu Branch School. The only person she was close to was Chu Wenhao. Crippling him would definitely hurt Luo Qingtong and make her suffer, but Zhao beat them to it. They didn't know how long it would take for them to deal with Luo Qingtong in the future. Although Luo Qingtong was in this school and there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with her in the future, the person who showed up in front of the seventh princess first would leave the deepest impression on her. The group of aristocratic young masters and collateral members of the royal family instantly felt that they had missed the best opportunity, in the future, when he showed his face in front of the seventh princess. He was afraid that he would not be able to compare to Zhao. Feeling their envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, Crown Prince Zhao was very pleased with himself. He had already found out that Chu Wenhao's spot was given to him by Luo Qingtong. He concluded that the other party had a close relationship with Luo Qingtong, so he made arrangements in advance to deal with him on the first day of school. Now it seemed that what he had done was right. When his men crippled Chu Wenhao, the seventh princess would be overjoyed and praise him greatly. At that time, not only would he be able to use this opportunity to get close to the seventh princess, he might even have the chance to impress the fifth prince. At that time, he might even be able to raise his status as the heir of the Zhao clan even further. As he thought of this, he became even more complacent. At this moment, someone came to report, Your Highness, those people have returned to report on their mission. Oh. Crown Prince Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around at everyone and saw that they had all turned their attention to him. He immediately laughed proudly and said, It seems that the matter has been settled. Invite all of them here and tell me in detail about the situation at that time. Those who speak well will be heavily rewarded. Looking at the people standing in front of him, Zhao frowned. Why did they look so strange? He saw that the intermediate class students' limbs were stiff, and their eyes were lifeless. They looked like they were about to die. Zhao's heart was filled with anger. How could these people be so useless against a new student who had just entered the school? Looking at his appearance, he couldn't have been beaten up by Chu Wenhao, right? They were so useless. Zhao subconsciously wanted to vent his anger. But when he thought of the disciples around him, he immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. Tell me how you dealt with Chu Wenhao. And how did Luo Qingtong feel sad? He glanced at the people around him and said proudly. He said that after crippling Chu Wenhao, he would lure Luo Qingtong over and let her see the fate of her followers. All of this was naturally to please the seventh princess. As soon as he said this, there was a burst of laughter. That Luo Qingtong must be very sad. I heard that Chu Wenhao's grandfather treated her well when they were in Dongli country. A delicate and pretty young lady from an aristocratic family covered her mouth and said with a smile. Zhao's move is good. Cripple him and then call Luo Qingtong over. It's best to tell her the reason why Chu Wenhao was crippled. At that time, who knows how much regret and pain she will feel. A disciple from a branch of the imperial family said. That's right. On the other side, a young lady from an aristocratic family gently waved the round fan in her hand and raised her eyebrows. After crippling his meridians, that Chu Wenhao can no longer stay in Tianyu branch. Even the trash class won't accept a cripple like him. When he is expelled, I'm afraid that Luo Qingtong's heart will be even more unbearable. If that Luo Qingtong's psychological endurance is slightly weaker, she will be depressed and vomit blood. At this point, she chuckled and covered her mouth with the fan. If the 7th princess knew about this, she will be very happy. Zhao's move is brilliant. But it's also because we didn't catch up. Otherwise, we might not lose to you. The group of people talked all at once, discussing all kinds of methods they would use to torture Chu Wenhao and deal with Luo Qingtong. Each method was more vicious than the other. They were talking in full swing, but they didn't notice that the group of people standing in front of them had already made a move. There wasn't a trace of expression on the ghostly pale faces. The young man with a long face led the intermediate class students at this moment suddenly raised their heads. In the next second, they suddenly howled and pounced like ferocious beasts. They used their hands and feet to rush at the gathered members of the royal family and aristocratic families. Ah! Screams rang out. Those members of the royal family and aristocratic families who were chatting happily did not expect such a thing to happen. In an instant, they were pushed to the ground by the students of the intermediate class and were fiercely bitten. Even though they were stronger than the students of the intermediate class, they were caught off guard and had no time to react. Many of them had their flesh bitten off while they were still alive. That wasn't all. Those intermediate class students didn't seem to be afraid of death or pain. Once they caught someone, they would bite them to death. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. In just a moment, the courtyard that was filled with laughter just a moment ago turned into a terrifying azure field of flesh and bones flying. When the mentors arrived, there were no longer any intact corpses in the courtyard. All the children of the royal family and aristocratic families who stayed in the courtyard were bitten into pieces, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Among them, the one who died the most miserably was Zhao. At that time, he was sitting in the front, and those students of the intermediate class were all his people, so they were all standing in front of him. The moment the unforeseen event happened, he was torn into pieces in the midst of his screams. Zombie pills. In her previous life, Luo Qingtong was stolen from a terrorist organization. At that time, that organization wanted to capture her to do experiments, but she beat them at their own game and turned them upside down. After Luo Qingtong destroyed the other party's laboratory, she also notified the ex-country's government. Under the joint military force, they directly turned that organization upside down. Luo Qingtong easily took all the resources of that organization and calmly left. That zombie pill was obtained from that organization. Those who took that zombie pill would have their nerve centers cut off, their limbs stiff, their eyes dull, and they completely lose consciousness. The only thing that would be preserved was the order given by the person who gave the pill before their consciousness dissipated. Once triggered, they would fall into a state of madness. All their behavior patterns were the same as the zombies in Resident Evil, except that they weren't infectious. This was originally prepared by that terrorist organization to create panic, but Luo Qingtong used it on those students of the intermediate class. And the trigger that Luo Qingtong set for them was to attack anyone who emitted malicious intent towards her. Didn't those people say that she didn't know how many people wanted to deal with her? Sorry, she didn't need to know, because after today, those people would definitely be reduced by more than half. Luo Qingtong's way of dealing with problems was so simple and crude. Did they find her unpleasant to the eye? Did they want to make trouble for her? Except for a few big heads, she would take care of them herself. Those who followed the royal family of Tianyu and wanted to make trouble for her would all be eliminated by her. She had more important things to do at the Tianyu branch, so she didn't have time to play the childish plot of school bullying with them. Luo Qingtong didn't make a move, but once she made a move, it was shocking. Those who took the zombie pill completely lost their human consciousness and turned into monsters that didn't know pain and death. Their whole body's strength were all strengthened and solidified. After becoming crazy, their strength directly soared. Coupled with the fact that they weren't afraid of death or pain, they instantly made those who had malicious intentions towards Luo Qingtong suffer a nightmarish treatment. In addition to those in the courtyard, those who had malicious intentions towards Luo Qingtong in the entire dormitory area of the entire advanced class would be sensed by the zombified students of the intermediate class and launched an attack. This disaster was only completely stopped when the teachers received the news and rushed over to help, but what had happened, it was irreversible. Almost 1/5 of the students in the advanced class were either dead or severely injured, even. Those who didn't die had been traumatized and could no longer fight with others. Most of these people were from the big families and royal families of the Tianyu Empire. With so many students dead, the higher-ups of the academy were furious and ordered to investigate the truth. But what was there to investigate? The students of the intermediate class had all been turned into ashes, okay? Luo Qingtong took a closer look at Song Cheng's teaching schedule. Song Cheng's teaching schedule was basically arranged for the last class in the afternoon. After a day of classes, all the classes would be over. However, Luo Qingtong looked at Song Cheng's attendance schedule for the first half of the year. Her lips twitched. She was about to ascend to the heavens. What the hell? This Song Cheng was so awesome that he couldn't be any more awesome. Luo Qingtong looked at the pages filled with red XXs, which meant that he didn't attend classes. She didn't know what to say, she calculated. In the entire first half of the year, Song Cheng only attended classes 3 times. In the entire first half of the year, he actually only attended 3 classes. How could such an unprofessional instructor stay in the Tianyu Branch Academy? Luo Qingtong looked at his outrageous attendance, and she was in a bad mood. She entered the lower class to get close to Song Cheng, a weirdo who basically didn't even leave his house. Now, he didn't even attend the classes arranged by the school. How was she going to get close to him and learn the inscription technique from him? Luo Qingtong stared at the red XXs on the page and seriously considered whether she should report this to the school. However, thinking about it, Song Cheng had been in Tianyu Branch School for so long. If he dared to do this, he must have something to rely on. Maybe the school didn't even care about the lower class and just let them fend for themselves. This was troublesome. Luo Qingtong frowned and looked at the schedule in her hand. Tomorrow was the official start of classes. Logically speaking, all the teachers should be present. She would just wait and see. If Song Cheng didn't appear on such an important day tomorrow, she could only change her way of thinking. If she couldn't do it openly, then she could only do it secretly. With that thought, Luo Qingtong put away the schedule. The next day, she brought Xianxia into class. The latter wore a small silver mask that covered half of his face. Although little Mingzun's round face was soft and cute, it was still extraordinarily handsome. This mask was naturally made by Luo Qingtong. Xianxia didn't want to stay in her sleep pocket, and Luo Qingtong didn't want him to suffocate. However, Supreme Blackfield had never shown his face in front of others. Luo Qingtong didn't want little Mingzun's face to be shown in front of others, so she made a small mask for him. The mask was of the same design as Luo Qingtong's Rakshasa ghost mask, but only half of it covered Xianxia's face. It was half angel and half devil, but it didn't detract from his magnificent beauty. Instead, it made little Nether Venerable, who had a cold face, look even cuter. Luo Qingtong looked at his dignified expression and could not help but hug him and kiss him a few times. Little Nether Venerable glared at her. He couldn't break free from her demonic claws for a long time, so he could only let her do as she wished. This woman is really becoming more and more unreserved. However, although he thought so, his eyes were indescribably bright, and his lips were slightly raised. Luo Qingtong carried Xianxia to the classroom of the lower class. Little Pig was sleeping soundly in her sleep pocket. She hadn't been able to sleep well these past few days because of Yiqianren. Alright, Luo Qingtong walked into the classroom of the lower class and walked directly to her seat. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the classroom. The figure was very fast, and Luo Qingtong was right in front of him. Seeing his action, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned sharp, and she was ready to take action. Right at this moment, a cursing voice suddenly came in from outside. "Sima Ju, you bastard, how dare you run away?" As soon as the voice came out, Luo Qingtong instantly knew that the figure that rushed in wasn't coming for her. She immediately retracted the power that she was about to use. She hugged little Mingzun and turned around, dodging the figure that rushed over. The man had already noticed Luo Qingtong when he rushed over. However, the distance between them was too close, and he was running in a hurry, so he couldn't stop. When Luo Qingtong dodged, he also staggered forward 2 steps and stopped. "You." When they passed by each other, his hand suddenly brushed against Luo Qingtong's arm. Instantly, Sima Ju's face changed. At the same time, Luo Qingtong also felt that something was wrong with her arm. Her arm, where the young man had brushed against her arm, was stained with a trace of poison. Just a light touch and a rub, and she was infected with such a potent poison. Luo Qingtong felt that the poison was quickly seeping into her limbs and bones, but she couldn't see anything wrong with her hand. Moreover, she didn't feel that the other party had any intention to poison her. With Luo Qingtong's behavior, it was impossible for anyone to poison her silently in front of her without letting her know. Was it unintentionally stained before he wiped it off just now? What's wrong with him? How could he carry such a strong poison on his body? Luo Qingtong looked up at the young man in front of her. At this glance, she found that the other party's whole body, including his face, was wrapped with a thick layer of cloth, which wrapped him tightly. Only a pair of dark, midnight eyes were exposed. That pair of eyes was extremely dark, and there was no light in the depths of the pupils, as if everything and the world were silent. If you don't want anything to happen, go see a doctor quickly. Turning his head, Sima Ju strode away. He didn't want to see the disgust in the other party's eyes. He had touched her, so she must have been infected with his poison. When she realized that something was wrong with her body, she would curse him in disgust and anger. Sima Ju was already used to it. He was the cursed person, however, it seemed a little different this time. Sima Ju walked all the way to his seat and didn't hear any movement behind him. He couldn't help but look back and see that Luo Qingtong had already taken her seat. The poison in her body was gone. Sima Ju looked at Luo Qingtong's arm. The poisonous aura that he could see clearly was gone. Sima Ju was stunned. He looked at Luo Qingtong's arm and felt an indescribable sense of incredulity. How was this possible? No one knew the power of the poison in his body better than Sima Ju. Just a light touch with others would cause them to be infected with the poison. Even if he had wrapped his whole body with a thick layer of cloth, it couldn't stop the poison that grew stronger as he aged. And those poisons were extremely overbearing. Even if they were cured in time, they would feel uncomfortable for a while. How could the other party be fine? Sima Ju was shocked, but he didn't know that Luo Qingtong's shock was no less than his. 10,000 poison body. After easily dispelling the poison in her arm, Luo Qingtong used her eye technique to scan Sima Ju's body. She immediately saw the strangeness in his body. This youth's body was actually filled with all kinds of toxins. These toxins were intertwined with each other, forming a strange balance. They wouldn't harm this body, but they could infect anyone who touched him with those toxins. Just some of them were enough to make those with lower strength unable to bear it. Luo Qingtong didn't expect to see this kind of physique here. She had only seen the description of the 10,000 poison body in the ancient records of those evil sects that she had destroyed. She had never seen it before. Legend has it that the 10,000 poison body was extremely powerful. A truly mature 10,000 poison body could extract the toxins in one's body at will, forming all kinds of toxins. Combined with martial skills, it was simply enough to kill anyone who touched it. Fighting above one's level was as easy as eating and drinking. However, it was clear that the youth's 10,000 poison body hadn't matured yet, and he was still unable to control this physique. Luo Qingtong was thinking when Yuan little tyrant's loud voice suddenly came from outside the door. F***ck. A bunch of trash. This daddy said that they're not allowed to cause trouble in the lower class. Each and every one of them ignored my words, simply asking for a beating. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles and entered the classroom. Luo Qingtong saw that behind him, a group of people were limping and supporting each other as they left. It was obvious that they were the group that chased after Sima Ju just now. No wonder they suddenly didn't move. It turned out that they were blocked by Yuan Hu. The latter entered the classroom, looked up and saw Luo Qingtong. He immediately walked over in large strides. Yuan Hu, what are you doing? Sitting next to Luo Qingtong was her roommate, Su Xiaoxiao. She looked at Yuan Hu, who was as sturdy as an iron tower, and her heart was timid and afraid. However, she still gathered her courage and stood in front of Luo Qingtong. She said to Yuan Hu, the tutor will be here soon, you can't randomly hit people anymore. Go away. Little white rabbit. Yuan Hu looked at her and rolled his eyes. If he wanted to make a move on them, these people from the lower class wouldn't be enough for him to crush them with one hand. Alright, I won't do anything to her. Yuan Hu said and pushed away Su Xiaoxiao who was standing in front of Luo Qingtong. Although he was an overlord, he would not go so far as to bully the weak. He did not use too much strength in this push. Hey! Prick my hand again. He stretched out his hand and said to Luo Qingtong. Yesterday, Yuan Hu went back and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how Luo Qingtong broke his petrification soul seal defense. Could it be that when he was dealing with those people from the intermediate class, he was ambushed and the petrification soul seal's defense temporarily lost its effect? That must be it, otherwise, how could the other party break through his defense so easily? Yuan Hu couldn't believe it, especially after the news that almost 1/5 of the advanced class had been wiped out. He was even more convinced of his own conjecture. Those people from the intermediate class were indeed strange. Thinking of this, he immediately came over to find Luo Qingtong to verify. Let's see if the other party could still break through his petrification soul seal defense. Yuan Hu wanted to wash away his shame. He wanted to let this woman know that his petrification soul seal defense was very powerful. Last time she broke through his defense was just a fluke. However, in the face of his words, Luo Qingtong only faintly lifted her eyelids. I don't have time. She didn't come here to perform a juggling act. If Yuan Hu wanted to jump up and down, that was his business. She had no interest in it. Hey! Yuan Hu was immediately angered by her disregard. Just think of how famous his little overlord Yuan was in Tianyu Imperial City. This woman actually didn't give him any face. You don't have time, right? He snorted coldly and raised his hand to snatch Xianxia. Then you're mine, little doll. When you're free, you can. Ah. Before Yuan Hu could finish speaking, everyone heard a drawn-out shriek. My hand. As Yuan Hu's scream rang out, everyone looked at his hand in unison. However, everyone looked at Yuan Hu, who was holding his unscathed hand and howling miserably. Was little tyrant Yuan practicing his acting skills? His acting was so fake. Everyone looked at his hand that didn't even have a scratch, their faces full of disgust. They thought that his hand had been broken by Luo Qingtong. In the end, everyone's lips twitched. However, no one knew that Yuan Hu was really in pain. Just now, Luo Qingtong stretched out her hand and broke his hand. Then, she quickly fixed it back. It was just that she was too fast and no one saw it. At this moment, the pain of having his bones forcibly broken and reattached was still lingering on his wrist. Coupled with the defense of his petrification soul imprint, the pain of having his bones broken was even worse. That was why he was screaming so miserably. You! He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. The girl only looked up at him coldly, and her voice drifted into his ears. Don't touch my things again. Yuan Hu, my patience won't always be this good. If not for the fact that Yuan Hu was not a bad person and had helped her once before, Luo Qingtong would have broken his hand long ago. He really wouldn't change. Previously, he snatched the medicinal liquid she gave Chu Wenhao, and now he wanted to snatch Yi Qianxian. Was Supreme Blackfield so easy to bully? Moreover, it was because of her that Yi Qianren's wisp of soul was imprisoned and she lost her strength. Luo Qingtong would never allow anyone to lay a finger on him. I know. Yuan Hu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was really scared this time. His opponent was actually able to ignore his petrification soul seal. One had to know that even a martial king realm expert would not be able to break his hand so easily. What's more, he had the intention of deliberately angering Luo Qingtong, so he raised the defense of the petrification soul seal to the extreme. He didn't expect that it would be so easily broken by Luo Qingtong, and Luo Qingtong's gaze clearly told him that if there was a next time, his punishment would not be so simple. How did she do it? Yuan Hu didn't even see how she attacked just now. Luo. Boss. I'll call you boss. Tell me, how did you do it? Yuan Hu felt as if a cat was scratching his heart. What he was most proud of was his petrification soul seal defense and his innate divine strength. If it weren't for these two things, a martial trash like him would have long disappeared from the imperial capital's Yuan family. Yuan Hu was domineering because he knew that he could only be arrogant and domineering in these few years. Anyway, he was destined to be a trash and would not have any future prospects. Why not take advantage of his current strength to beat up those who looked down on him? Anyway, those people would become more powerful in the future, and they might not let go of a trash like him. He might as well strike first and gain the upper hand, and teach these people a lesson. It would be worth it even if they took revenge on him in the future. With this thought, Yuan Hu's temper became so muddled. Those disciples from the aristocratic families in the imperial capital also had a headache and couldn't do anything to him. But this time, he was really beaten into submission by Luo Qingtong. One must know that even when his father, General Yuan, who was at the peak of the martial royal realm, beat him, he had never given in so easily. Little tyrant Yuan's demeanor suddenly changed. The crowd, who had no idea what had happened between him and Luo Qingtong, nor did they know what had transpired between them through telepathy, were dumbfounded as they watched Yuan, whose demeanor changed from that of a fiend wanting to teach Luo Qingtong a lesson, to that of a fawning lackey. This scene was simply unbearable to the eyes. Everyone watched as he circled around Luo Qingtong and fawned over her in all sorts of ways. The only thing missing was a tail wagging behind her butt. They suddenly felt that their eyes were damaged today. Otherwise, there must be something wrong with the little tyrant's head. Wasn't this change too big, and so sudden, this? Could it be that the little tyrant had taken a liking to Luo Qingtong? The people in the lower class naturally did not think that Yuan who had been subdued by Luo Qingtong. After all, little tyrant Yuan was a weirdo who could even look down on some of the elite class students. They would never have thought that Luo Qingtong would be able to easily break through his defenses and subdue him. Now, he was following behind her and asking for the reason. In their opinion, there was only one possibility for Yuan whose sudden change, and that was that little tyrant Yuan had taken a liking to Luo Qingtong. Everything that had happened before was to attract Luo Qingtong's attention. For example, pretending that his wrist was injured, everyone's imagination was very strong. In less than a day, rumors began to spread. The Yuan family's little tyrant Yuan had taken a liking to the fifth prince's fiancée and was desperately pursuing her. Luo Qingtong, however, did not know about this. At this moment, she was frowning as she stood up. That instructor Songqing had not appeared for the entire day. Looking at the bright red X on the class attendance sheet, Luo Qingtong felt that she had to make a trip to instructor Songqing's dormitory. Although, according to the information, he had never met anyone. How would she know if she did not try? Luo Qingtong casually prepared a few questions on miscellaneous subjects and directly left the classroom, heading towards the instructor's dormitory. Little Overlord Yuan originally wanted to keep up, but was easily shaken off by Luo Qingtong halfway. I would like to meet teacher Songqing and ask him a few questions. In the mentor's dormitory area, Luo Qingtong showed her student certificate of the lower class and explained her intentions. The guards who were in charge of guarding outside the mentor's dormitory had strange expressions on their faces. This was the first time they had seen a student from a lower class come to ask a teacher a question. If this student had come to look for a martial arts instructor or a cultivation method instructor, it would have been fine. This meant that this student was motivated to improve himself. Even if he was in the trash class, he wouldn't be able to hide his intentions, but to ask a miscellaneous subject teacher a question, everyone's heart went into Spartan mode, thinking that there was probably something wrong with this student's brain. The so-called miscellaneous studies were actually all kinds of miscellaneous things. It was fine to learn these things, but it was also fine to not learn them. There were even students who came to ask questions. Moreover, he was a student from the trash class. With a strange expression, the guard asked Luo Qingtong to wait while he went inside to inquire. Luo Qingtong waited outside, her gaze sweeping over the defense of the mentor's dormitory area. Unlike the students' dormitory area, the management and defense of the mentor's dormitory area were very strict. After all, students needed to learn from each other and get to know each other at any time, but the mentors could not be casually disturbed. If one wanted to see a mentor, they had to get the mentor's permission. They could not just barge in without permission. It was the same for the mentors. Before visiting, they had to inform the mentors. Luo Qingtong swept a glance over the defense of the mentor's dormitory area. Very quickly, she understood the way to break through it. If Songqing was really unwilling to see her, then she could only do it secretly. At the same time, in Songqing's dormitory, a person who was almost impossible to appear here was currently standing there with a respectful expression, looking at the old man who was sitting on the rattan chair with his eyes closed in meditation. The dean of Tianyu Branch Academy. If there were any teachers or students of Tianyu Branch Academy here, they would discover. The middle-aged man who was looking at the old man respectfully was the dean of Tianyu Branch Academy. A peak martial emperor expert had a very high status in the Tianyu Empire. Tianyu's royal family and various aristocratic families competed to be on good terms with him. At this moment, the dean, who could do whatever he wanted in the Tianyu Empire and was the ruler of Tianyu Branch Academy, was standing respectfully in front of Songqing. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, he cautiously called out, "Elder Song." "Humph." Songqing, who had been ignoring him, opened his eyes. "You're too ambitious. You want to open the Tianyang secret realm, that was the training ground for the various factions of the Sacred Dynasty, including the headquarters of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Only saints could open it. The difference between the students of Tianyu Branch Academy and the students of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin didn't need to be explained. Under such circumstances, the dean of Tianyu Branch Academy came looking for him to open the Tianyang secret realm for the students of Tianyu Branch Academy to train. Was he crazy? Although one's strength would increase quickly, it was also very dangerous. Many people from the various factions of the Sacred Dynasty and the students of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin would die every time they entered, not to mention the Tianyu Branch Academy. "Elder Song, I know this is very difficult for you. But, the grand event of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin is about to start, and I want to give it a try. I hope that Elder Song can help me this time on account of our many years of friendship," the dean of Tianyu Branch Academy said humbly. In front of Songqing, he didn't dare to show any arrogance. The origin of this old man was a mystery, and his strength was unfathomable. Back then, when he came to the Tianyu Branch Academy, he requested that he hide his identity and arrange for him to be a low-level miscellaneous subject instructor. The headmaster of the Tianyu Branch Academy did as he asked. Usually, no one dared to disturb him. It was just that the temptation this time was too great, so they couldn't help but beg him to help. If the students of the Tianyu Branch College could really make a name for themselves during the grand event of the Empire of Qin's Saint Academy, then it would be a great honor for both him and the Tianyu Branch College. No matter what, he had to fight for it. And the opportunity to fight for this opportunity lay with Songqing. The dean of the Tianyu Branch School didn't know how strong the other party was, but it was definitely above the Saint realm. "Humph," Songqing snorted. "All right. I owe you a favor for coming to the Tianyu Branch Academy. Now that you've come to beg me, I'll help you once. But remember, I will only attack once. In the future, if anything happens in Tianyu Branch, don't come looking for me." Songqing had to say the ugly words first, lest these people keep on pestering him, thinking that he was someone they could just casually ask for whatever they wanted. The reason he chose to stay in the Tianyu Branch Academy was because it was convenient. It wasn't that he had to go to the Tianyu Branch Academy. Hearing his words, the dean of the Tianyu Branch Academy was overjoyed. He nodded repeatedly and promised that he wouldn't bother him again in the future. Only then did he leave happily. "A student from the lower class? She wants to ask me some questions? Tell her that I'm busy." Songqing felt strange. Why did he insist on being a teacher of miscellaneous subjects in the lower class? It was because he wanted to be able to live his life without worrying about anything. He didn't have enough time to study inscriptions every day. He didn't have time to teach students. Songqing rejected him without thinking and continued to immerse himself in his inscription experiments. He had an inscription pattern and was about to figure out a clue. He was extremely busy right now. When the dean of Tianyu Branch came, he almost kicked him out of the door, let alone a student who came to ask him some questions about miscellaneous subjects. Luo Qingtong wasn't surprised at all when she heard the guard's reply. She already knew what kind of weirdo Songqing was from the information she got. From the looks of it, the other party's obsession with inscriptions wasn't ordinary at all. However, she had already achieved half of her purpose in coming to the teacher's dormitory. Luo Qingtong looked at the defense of the mentor's dormitory area several times, and she was almost done deciphering it. She smiled and thanked the guard before leaving with little Mingzun. At this time, Little Pig also woke up. He rubbed his eyes with his little hoof and jumped onto Luo Qingtong's shoulder. He asked, "You're leaving just like that? You don't care about that teacher anymore? What if he doesn't come to class in the future? Are you going to give up just like that?" "Of course not." Luo Qingtong glanced at him. Give up? She came to the lower class to learn inscription techniques. How could she give up? However, this Songqing was really difficult to deal with. Even if he didn't want to see her, couldn't she just barge in? "Let's go. We'll come again tonight." Swoosh. It was nighttime. the stars and the moon dispersed and the shadows of the trees flashed. Luo Qingtong's figure flashed through Tianyu Branch and soon approached the teacher's dormitory. Tianyu Branch's defense and management at night were very strict. However, compared to the outside of the school, the patrols inside the school were much looser. After all, the students and teachers who could enter the school were trustworthy to a certain extent. The reason why they still had to patrol and defend was to deal with some rare emergencies. Luo Qingtong's figure easily swept past the defense of the teacher's dormitory area. She quickly flew towards the courtyard of Song Cheng's dormitory that she had seen at the entrance this afternoon. That's right, all the instructors had their own dormitories and courtyards. They didn't need to share a room with others. At the same time, it also made things easier for Luo Qingtong. Earlier in the afternoon, Xiaochen had already memorized the defensive layout of this place. She did not encounter any obstacles as she approached the courtyard of Song Cheng's dormitory. However, just as she stepped into the courtyard, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly narrowed. Ninefold formation. Beneath her feet, rays of array formation light suddenly rose up and enveloped her body. Ninefold formation, as its name implied, was a formation within a formation that used 9 as the number of folds. This was something that only an array grandmaster who had studied array formations to the extreme could do. Not only that, only an expert of the Sage realm could provide the huge amount of energy needed to set up the ninefold formation's defense. So far, the strongest array formation that Luo Qingtong could set up was the fivefold formation. It was not because her ability to set up array formations was not good enough, but because her strength was not enough to support a more advanced array formation. *T, who would have thought, in the dormitory courtyard of a low-class miscellaneous course instructor, there was actually a hidden ninefold formation, which could only be activated by a Saint Realm expert. You must be joking, right? Luo Qingtong didn't dare to hesitate. The bloody light in her eyes intensified. In an instant, her clear and limpid eyes turned blood red. Under the contrast of the blood red color, Luo Qingtong's beautiful face instantly became incomparably demonic. That was a demonic beauty that no one could compare to. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's body completely bloomed. Like a bloodthirsty demonic flower, the peerless beauty was revealed in an instant. Swish. Swish, swish. Luo Qingtong's figure swept through the layers of formations. Her swirling skirt was like blood-red flower petals, spreading out layer by layer. Under such circumstances, she broke through the layers of formations one by one. The ninefold formation was set up by 9 levels. According to the technique and energy of the person who set up the formation, 99, or even 999 variations of the formation, Luo Qingtong broke through nearly half of the formation. Songqing, who was originally doing experiments in his room and didn't intend to come out, suddenly exclaimed softly when he sensed the situation in the formation. The formation outside wasn't set up by himself. Instead, it was a formation frisbee that he obtained from an old friend. After injecting his aura, he could activate the formation inside. He placed it in his dormitory because he didn't want to be disturbed by unnecessary people. Considering that this was an academy, the formation's offensive power was turned off. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have been able to break through it so easily. When the energy of a Saint Realm expert was injected into it, even if she could dodge, a light scratch would be enough to make her vomit blood. Seeing Luo Qingtong break through several layers of the formation like a hot knife through butter and was already very close to the periphery of the formation. Soon, she would break through the formation. Even Songqing, who was immersed in inscription techniques, couldn't help but divert a bit of his attention. Especially after discovering that Luo Qingtong's strength wasn't strong, he was even more surprised. This is a rare good seedling. Her strength was not strong, which meant that she did not rely on external forces to break the array, but her own understanding of the array. This meant that the other party was extremely talented in setting up formations. Songqing thought of his old friend. Wasn't he always complaining that he couldn't find a good disciple? Wasn't there a suitable one? With that thought in mind, Songqing finally pulled himself out from his inscription experiment. Whoosh, as he raised his hand, the light of the array formation enveloping Luo Qingtong instantly disappeared. She herself also appeared in the hall. Which class are you from? Songqing appeared, sizing up the young girl who had intruded into his mansion in the middle of the night. He had no doubt that Luo Qingtong was not a student of Tianyu Academy. Even if it was just a branch of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, it was not easy for others to enter and leave the Tianyu branch. Moreover, he had set up the formation. If the other party didn't have the aura of the Tianyu branch's nameplate, he would have already started attacking. Songqing didn't care how this little fellow came to his dormitory. Right now, he was wholeheartedly focused on taking in a disciple for his old friend. He immediately looked up and down and was very satisfied with Luo Qingtong. Yes, your aptitude is not bad. Above the sage realm, one could understand the laws of heaven and earth. Songqing saw through Luo Qingtong's hidden cultivation at a glance. He found that this young girl was already at the 9th stage of the great martial general realm at such a young age and could advance to the martial marquis realm at any time. He immediately nodded in satisfaction. This aptitude was not bad, although it couldn't be compared to those, but her talent in setting up formations was something that others couldn't compare to. 9-layered formation. She could actually handle it with ease. Not bad. Very good. Before coming here, Luo Qingtong had imagined countless scenarios, but none of them were compatible with the current situation. First, she encountered the 9-fold formation with the aura of the sage realm. Now, this instructor Songqing wanted to accept her as a disciple on behalf of his friend after casually asking her which class she was from. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. I'm sorry, Instructor Songqing. I'm not interested in becoming someone else's disciple. I came here this time to learn the inscription technique from you. Songqing originally looked at Luo Qingtong as if she was an old friend's disciple. However, after hearing her words, he suddenly changed his expression. Inscription technique? He looked at Luo Qingtong coldly. Who did you hear that from? The old man who was smiling and nodding his head while praising her seemed to be Luo Qingtong's illusion. At this moment, Songqing had turned into an expressionless old man with a strange temper. I don't know any inscription technique. If you don't want to be my friend's disciple, you can get lost now. Songqing hated it when people used inscription techniques to tease him. In the past, there were students who came to him and said that they wanted to learn inscription techniques from him. However, they treated him as a joke behind his back and mocked him wantonly. Now that he heard someone say that they wanted to learn inscription techniques from him, he couldn't help but flip out. Get lost. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves fiercely and was about to drive Luo Qingtong out of his dormitory. Inside the sleeve, little Ming Zun's eyes flashed when he felt the movement outside. He was about to rush out, but Luo Qingtong raised her hand and stopped him through the sleeve. Songqing's identity was unknown. Luo Qingtong didn't know if he would cause harm to Yi Qianxian. If this wisp of soul dissipated, Yi Qianxian's strength would definitely be affected. No matter how much Luo Qingtong wanted to trick Yi Qianxian, she wasn't willing to let him get hurt because of her. Therefore, she stopped him immediately. It's okay. She quickly transmitted her voice and then suddenly raised her voice. Instructor Songqing. A true Sumeru spatial spiritual tool can cut through space, gather spirit springs, and even create a small world. Everything above is due to the power of inscriptions. It can also enhance the sharpness of weapons, the efficacy of pills, and the potential of the human body. You really don't know the inscription technique? Or is it that you don't want it to flourish in your hands, and you don't want others to know that everything you've done is right? Luo Qingtong's voice was sonorous and powerful, and it resounded in the hall. Swoosh! Songqing stopped in his tracks. With a wave of his hand, Luo Qingtong's figure, which was about to disappear from the hall, was instantly pulled back by him. You seem to know quite a lot. He coldly snorted and looked her up and down. He had to admit that Luo Qingtong's words had indeed moved him. Songqing had researched inscriptions for dozens of years. He gave up his original status and hid his strength in Tianyu Branch Academy. Wasn't it all for the sake of proving that he was right one day? You really believe in the existence of the inscription technique? He squinted his eyes and looked at Luo Qingtong. What was there to believe? She still had a pile of inscription technique manuals in her hands, it was just that they were too profound, and she couldn't understand them. She had to learn them first. I believe. Luo Qingtong looked at him. And nodded. If I didn't believe, I wouldn't have said so much. Isn't that right? Instructor Songqing? Luo Qingtong smiled and looked at him. From the moment Song Chen pulled her back, she knew that she had succeeded. Humph. Empty words with no proof. If you want to understand these things, you can still find out a thing or two. Song Chen was not so easy to fool. The main reason was that when he was passionate about teaching disciples, he was hurt too deeply. Now, it seemed that everyone was teasing him and mocking him. However, Luo Qingtong's words had indeed moved him. He was willing to give her a chance. Since you want to learn inscription so much. Sure. 3 days later, the academy will hold a competition for the reward for the top new student. At that time, 10 weapons will be taken out. I will add in an inscription tool that I have drawn. If you can find it and snatch it, I will believe that you really want to learn inscription techniques. Otherwise, go where you want to go in the future and don't bother me. How about it? Song Chen raised his head and looked at Luo Qingtong. He had an expression that said, if you can't even meet such a request, then get lost. He was not worried that Luo Qingtong would not be the top new student. The other party was obviously a new face and was so powerful. Among the new students, no one could beat her, no matter where she came from, she would definitely be the top student. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. However, I also have a request. She looked at Song Qing and said, if I meet your request, I will only learn inscription techniques and will not take you as my master. Luo Qingtong set this condition first. She did not want to take someone else as her master. One accident like Tianmingzi was enough, there was no need for a second one. Humph. You wish. You want to take me as your master, but I don't want to take you as my disciple. Song Qing snorted. At this time, he still did not know that he would beat his feet and beat his chest because of this sentence in the future. He wished that he could go back in time and eat these words back, a good disciple that he had gotten. He had lost her just like that. In the end, he could not get her back no matter how hard he tried. It really made people sad and cry. Okay, then this matter is settled. You can go now. After speaking, Song Qing waved his sleeves and sent Luo Qingtong out. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she stood in the hallway of the mentor's dormitory. Instructor, since you've already sent me out, can't you send me a little further away and at least let me leave the instructor's dormitory? Fortunately, no one bumped into her. Otherwise, she would be charged with breaking into the instructor's dormitory at night. She would not be able to participate in the competition for the top prize of the freshmen 3 days later. However, Luo Qingtong had not expected Song Qing to be so strong. Fortunately, she had not thought of using force, otherwise, not only would he fail to learn the inscription pattern technique, but he would also inexplicably provoke a Sage Realm enemy. Luo Qingtong patted her chest and leaped out of the instructor's dormitory. Why didn't you let me out earlier? When she left the mentor's dormitory, Xianxia crawled out from her sleeve. He's an expert above the Sage Realm. It's very likely that he will hurt you. Xianxia looked at her with a frown. Luo Qingtong hugged him and kissed him on the lips. You also know that he's an expert above the Sage Realm. What if he knows you? You're just a divided soul now. Don't always act like a high lord. If you're caught by someone and your soul is refined or something like that, your original body will also suffer. Luo Qingtong knew that in this world, there were many methods to deal with souls. She did not understand the realms above the Sage Realm, nor did she know what methods they used. However, she knew that if this divided soul of Xianxia fell into the hands of someone who had a grudge against him, it would cause great harm to him through this divided soul. Since she had imprisoned this divided soul of Xianxia, she had the responsibility to protect him. Humph! Little Mingzun looked at her and snorted proudly, I'm not as weak as you think. Others want to capture a wisp of this sovereign's soul? Dream on. It wasn't that he couldn't break free from the shackles of the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. It was just that he might hurt the woman who was connected to the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. Did this woman really think that he was that weak? As for his original body, even if his meridians were severely injured and he only had 30 to 40% of his strength left, there weren't many experts on this continent who could hurt him. This woman loved to worry for nothing. Although he thought so, Xianxia liked the feeling of being cared for by Luo Qingtong. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best in the world. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh. Little Mingzun's arrogant and narcissistic look was too cute. Was Xianxia like this when he was young? Luo Qingtong imagined it and thought of that man chasing after her with a black face. She couldn't help but laugh. If Xianxia knew that his divided soul had such a dark history after being imprisoned, would he be so angry that he would vomit blood? He would probably spend more money to chase after her. But she didn't regret it at all. It'll be great if you can stay by my side in the future. It didn't matter if it was like this now. Luo Qingtong looked at little Mingzun with curved eyes and leaned over to peck his lips. Then I can hide you forever. Yi Qianxian now belonged to her alone. Humph, Yi Qianxian snorted and didn't argue with this woman. Anyway, she felt that the original body wouldn't let her go after catching her. It was useless for her to say anything. Let her think so, it'll be fine when the original body comes. But then again, why did the original body take so long to investigate the wisp of Holy Brush Spirit? Was there an accident, and the Holy Brush Spirit wasn't in the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin? The divided soul had all the thoughts of the original body. Every move was no different from the original body. In an instant, little Mingzun understood the reason for the accident. At the same time, outside the clouds, blood stained the yellow sand, bones in the forest, and the sound of fighting was endless. The sound of blades, bloody frost, and mournful screams were endless. Numerous powerhouses from all over the Truespill continent had gathered in this mystic realm. For the sake of the treasures that had appeared in this world, they would fight each other to the death, turning this place into a bloody slaughterhouse. The battlefield closest to the outskirts of the outside the clouds had just ended. The victorious parties supported each other and were about to leave. At this moment, on the peak of a distant mountain, at the entrance of the land beyond the clouds, a whirlpool suddenly appeared. Someone else is coming. The group of powerhouses looked warily at the entrance. Of them, Dark Venerable? Looking at the silver-robed, black-haired, golden-masked man who jumped down from the top of the mountain like a god, the group of powerhouses were all stunned. The man wore a silver robe with golden embroidery. In the dark, he was noble and extraordinary. His aura was overbearing and difficult to describe. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight with the Dark Regions group, leaving them standing there in shock. The Supreme of the Black Field had also come to the outside the clouds. Didn't he never participate in the fight for the treasures that had appeared? However, they didn't know that Yi Qianxian was here for the treasures in his heart. Luo Qi, this time, I won't give you a chance to escape. Luo Qingtong brought little Mingzun back to the dormitory of the lower class. Just as they passed through an aisle of Tianyu Branch Academy, they suddenly heard a muffled roar from the dark woods. Depression, despair, resentment. The smell of death spread. Luo Qingtong's senses were sharp. She turned to look at the woods. Immediately, she saw a person lying on the ground. On the other side, a young man was leaning against a big tree, panting. Noticing Luo Qingtong's gaze, the young man suddenly raised his head and looked at her fiercely. His pair of eyes that were as silent and oppressive as midnight were now filled with hatred, despair, and killing intent. He was seen. Sima Ju looked at Luo Qingtong fiercely. The killing intent in his heart was overwhelming. At that moment, he wanted to kill Luo Qingtong who had seen him kill people. But soon, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. With his current body, it was impossible to kill people. Not to mention, the other party was not afraid of the poison in his body. Call for help if you want. He looked at Luo Qingtong indifferently. Then, he looked away. It didn't matter if he was expelled from the academy or killed by revenge. Anyway, his cursed body couldn't live for long. He was reaching his limit. Sima Ju lowered his head and looked at the black skin exposed by the torn cloth. Compared to before, it was darker. The darker the color, the stronger the poison accumulated in his body, and the stronger the backlash against him. Now, he was gradually unable to resist the invasion of the poison. Anyway, he was going to die. It didn't matter how he died. Luo Qingtong glanced at the person lying on the ground. She recognized that he was the leader of the group that chased Sima Ju during the day. She didn't expect that he would come to find trouble with the other party at night and lose his life. Not interested. She looked indifferent. Then, she raised her hand and threw a bottle over. Corpse-dissolving liquid. If you have nothing to do, clean up the body. Don't let people find out. Why? Sima Ju was ready to close his eyes and wait for death. But suddenly, he heard Luo Qingtong say so. He opened his eyes and saw the bottle of corpse-dissolving liquid thrown at him. He immediately reached out and caught it. That pair of deep and silent eyes stared at Luo Qingtong. What do you want? Why did she help him cover up the fact that he killed people? He and she didn't have any friendship at all. Wasn't it, in fact, the matter of Sima Ju being killed in the advanced class could be solved? But after thinking about it, Luo Qingtong felt that the other party's body of all poisons was very valuable. This was the first time she had seen such a heaven-defying physique. She really wanted to know what kind of terrifying strength the 10,000 poisons body would possess once it was controlled and erupted. Of all Xianxia Ju had always liked to. Just think of it as for your body. Luo Qingtong looked at him and said. I'm very interested in your body. Before she finished speaking, Sima Ju had already taken a big step back. He looked at her with resentment and shame. Don't even think about it. Luo Qingtong looked at him unhappily. I'm talking about the poison in your body. Who took a fancy to his body? If anyone took a fancy to it, it should be Xianxia, okay? 10,000 poison body. Luo Qingtong looked at Sima Ju with narrowed eyes. Your physique is very special, I'm very interested in it. If you're willing, I can help you control the poison in your body and solve the hidden dangers in your body. But the price is that you'll sell yourself to me in the future and listen to my orders. If you can accept it, then come and find me. If you can't, then pretend I didn't say anything. As she spoke, she turned around and left. Luo Qingtong wasn't a saint. She would help the other party, but the other party had to pay the price. Luo Qingtong didn't need Sima Ju to recognize her as his master, but he had to guarantee that he wouldn't harm her. Only when the blade was in one's own hands could it be sharpened, otherwise, why would she cut the other party's blade? No matter how curious Luo Qingtong was, no matter how interested she was in the 10,000 poison body, she wouldn't cross this bottom line. Of course, Yi Qianxian was the only exception. Treating his meridians was a huge loss for her. Swish, Luo Qingtong's figure disappeared in front of Sima Ju. Looking at the faintly discernible figure that disappeared like smoke, the youth standing under the tree clenched the bottle of corpse-dissolving liquid in his hand. Luo Qingtong. He muttered the other party's name in a low voice. That pair of eyes that were as still as the midnight sky suddenly burst forth with infinite hope and brilliance. The other party said that she could cure his cursed physique, so, he wasn't some devil, but had a special physique? 10,000 poison body, so, there was actually a possibility of him being cured. Sima Ju's heart was beating fast. At this time, the youth still didn't know what this night meant to him. When the name of 10,000 poison sovereign followed in the footsteps of Luo Qingtong and spread to every place they went, causing countless people to be shocked, no one would have thought that the weak and gloomy youth would have such a day. Furthermore, no one knew that he had once stood on the edge of the abyss, just one step away from eternal damnation. It was Luo Qingtong who pulled him out and gave him a completely different new life, allowing him to stand above everyone. Whoosh, Luo Qingtong rushed back to the dormitory. Her roommate, Su Xiaoxiao, was still awake. She was fiddling with something. When Luo Qingtong passed by her room, she suddenly smelled the fragrance of medicine. Su Xiaoxiao was refining medicine. Luo Qingtong was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to be an alchemist. But isn't this kind of class very popular? How could the mentors of the pharmacy let her go? No matter what, he had to get her into the advanced class. For those with special talents, the lowest starting point would be the advanced class. If they were more talented, they would be in the elite class. After all, there were too few people who had the talent for medicine masters, spirit array masters, and weapon refiners. How could Su Xiaoxiao be assigned to the trash class? Luo Qingtong was surprised. She smelled the fragrant scent and instantly analyzed the medicinal properties of this bottle of liquid in her mind. What surprised her was that the medicinal properties of this liquid refined by Su Xiaoxiao were very stable. It was so stable that Luo Qingtong was surprised. There was almost no fluctuation, very stable. This stability meant that as long as the medicinal liquid was formed, no matter what kind of mistakes occurred, it wouldn't fail again. The effect of the medicinal liquid would also be very good. How could such a talented alchemist be assigned to the trash class? Luo Qingtong? Seeing Luo Qingtong standing outside, Su Xiaoxiao, who was walking out with a disappointed expression, jumped in fright. She was a little uneasy as she dodged to the side. "That, you want to enter?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that this was her room, not Luo Qingtong's. She immediately blushed. Looking at the girl in front of her who was as nervous and helpless as a little white rabbit, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh. "You're refining medicine?" She looked into her room. In the middle of the big desk, there were some auxiliary tools for refining medicine. Su Xiaoxiao nodded lightly, then said with a lonely face, "Unfortunately, I failed again." "Failed again?" Hearing this, Luo Qingtong looked at her in surprise. "Didn't you already succeed?" She could already smell the medicinal fragrance. "I failed." Su Xiaoxiao stood in front of Luo Qingtong, her head drooping. It looked as if there were invisible velvet ears hanging down from the top of her head. She said very dejectedly, "The quality was lowered again." As she said this, her eyes were filled with tears. Clearly, she had already worked very hard. She didn't know why, but she just kept failing, kept failing. Su Xiaoxiao also didn't know why. They were both pharmacists, and the instructor also praised her talent. However, every time she concocted a medicinal liquid, not only did she spend several times more time than other people, the grade of the same medicinal liquid she concocted was also several times lower than other people's. No matter how she tried, it was like this. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have been assigned to the trash class. Thinking like this, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was very sad. Luo Qingtong looked at her and was even more surprised. "Take out your medicine for me to see." The stability of the medicine she just sensed was second only to her. Luo Qingtong didn't understand what Su Xiaoxiao meant by the low quality. But soon, she knew. She looked at the bottle of medicine Su Xiaoxiao took out and carefully sensed it. Yellow ranked 2nd grade heart marrow liquid? This heart marrow liquid, shouldn't it be yellow ranked 4th grade? Could it be that she remembered wrongly? That's impossible. Luo Qingtong remembered the instructor talking about it in class today. She even took the opportunity to cram in some knowledge about this world's medicine that she didn't know before. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes started glistening with tears again. "I followed the instructor's instructions in the morning, and lowered the quality again. To be able to refine a 4th grade medicinal liquid into a 2nd grade medicinal liquid, Su Xiaoxiao could be regarded as a prodigy that no one had ever done before. One had to know that the grade of the medicinal liquid was set at the very beginning, and it was impossible to change it. At most, the concentration of the medicinal properties of the medicinal liquid was different, and it was divided into 4 levels: low level, middle level, and high level. Su Xiaoxiao directly refined the other party 2 grades lower. This was really exploding, but Luo Qingtong frowned as she looked at the medicine in her hand. Although it had dropped from a 4th grade to a 2nd grade, Luo Qingtong sensed that there wasn't any change in the medicinal properties of the medicine. And it was obviously more stable than a normal 4th grade heart marrow liquid. In other words, other than the lower grade, this bottle of medicine was no different from a 4th grade heart marrow liquid. It was even better, but the medicinal properties were reduced by half. This was the first time Luo Qingtong saw such a strange situation. How did Su Xiaoxiao refine medicine? That's how I refined it. I did it exactly as the instructor instructed. Su Xiaoxiao wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "But I don't know why, but I just didn't do it right. Maybe I'm too stupid," she said with a desolate expression. She really did follow the instructor's instructions. Little Pig whispered to Luo Qingtong. "But this girl is really too weird. She fiddled with this bottle of heart marrow solution for almost 2 hours. Do you know that? Most people only take an hour to refine this medicine. Su Xiaoxiao actually tripled the time required. Not only that, but the effect of the medicine was also reduced by 2 times. Don't you think this is a scam? She took a long time to refine and the effect of the medicine was low. No wonder she was assigned to the trash class." However, Su Xiaoxiao's talent in refining medicine was top-notch. The instructor only mentioned this medicine today, and he only casually demonstrated it, but she came back and refined it. Her talent was already top-notch among the alchemists. If she could raise her refining level in the future, she would definitely become an alchemist grandmaster. But, damn it, her refining ability was really bad. She was basically incurable. Little Pig didn't go out with Luo Qingtong tonight. He stayed in the dormitory and knew everything about Su Xiaoxiao's refining process. He had never seen an alchemist like Su Xiaoxiao, whose refining ability was so bad. It was as if the medicinal liquid in her hands had been cursed, making people speechless. Luo Qingtong looked at the medicine in her hands and then looked at the tears on Su Xiaoxiao's face. She suddenly asked, "Then are you going to give up?" "No." Su Xiaoxiao wiped the tears off her face. "I like refining medicine. Moreover, the instructor said that my talent in refining medicine is very good. I believe that as long as I persevere, I can do it. Anyway, it's just taking a little longer to refine than others, and the quality is lower than others. At worst, I'll work harder and raise my refining level. Even if I can't compare with other alchemists, I won't necessarily be worse than others," she said firmly. "Yes." Luo Qingtong looked at her, and her gaze softened. When she saw Su Xiaoxiao, she felt as if she was looking at her when she first activated her special ability. At that time, she didn't know how to use her eye technique and was hunted down by others. That was what she told herself. Even if her ocular sorcery could only be used as an auxiliary power and could not help her improve her strength at all, she would never give up and bow down to anyone. He would never become someone else's puppet. In the end, her ocular ability erupted and completely crushed the other ability users. She immediately launched a counterattack against the forces that had pursued her before. Luo Qingtong had always believed that as long as you refused to give up on yourself, no one in this world would be able to give up on you, not even the heavens. "I think you can think of it differently." She lowered her eyes and said to Su Xiaoxiao, "Your talent in alchemy is very good, and the medicinal properties of the medicinal liquid you refine are also very stable. Why must you adhere to the formula of the medicine taught by the instructors? If the methods in this world don't suit you, then create a path that suits you. In this world, the reason why geniuses are lonely and the reason why the strong are lonely. That's because the path they walk can't be replicated by others. Su Xiaoxiao, you can definitely walk your own path." Luo Qingtong poured out the second-grade yellow-grade heart marrow fluid. Seeing her actions, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cry out. In the next second, she suddenly covered her mouth. Because in her line of sight, the medicinal fluid that flowed out of the jade bottle was caught by Luo Qingtong. The young girl's hands seemed to have magic. She held the ball of medicinal fluid and kneaded it, making it stay in her palms. Her movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. It was so beautiful that it looked like she was playing. However, Su Xiaoxiao knew that to be able to lift something so heavy with such ease, one needed to have a shocking alchemy ability. The refinement, extraction, and even condensation of medicinal materials required the cooperation of specialized tools. It wasn't impossible to be like Luo Qingtong and control the medicinal fluid with just the strength in her palms. However, one needed extremely precise control over the medicinal properties and flow of the medicinal fluid. Otherwise, if one used too much strength, it would be easy to crush the medicinal fluid. If one used too little strength, they wouldn't be able to control the medicinal fluid and could only let it flow to the ground. Luo Qingtong's actions were already comparable to that of a heavenly alchemist, only when one understood the various steps and medicinal properties of refining medicine by heart, and at the same time, had superb alchemy ability, could they control these medicinal fluids. But now, in front of Su Xiaoxiao, Luo Qingtong just casually squeezed and held the medicinal fluid. That was fine. Su Xiaoxiao then watched as Luo Qingtong took out a few stalks of medicinal materials. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't recognize those medicinal materials, but she could feel that the medicinal properties on them were very rich. It was very obvious that these medicinal materials weren't ordinary goods. The quality of the medicinal fluid you refined is low, so you can make up for it from other places. Luo Qingtong looked at her and said indifferently. What she said to Su Xiaoxiao was something that ordinary alchemists wouldn't think of and definitely wouldn't do. The heart marrow liquid is a grade 2 medicinal liquid. What if I add in a higher grade medicinal liquid that won't affect the compatibility of the medicinal properties? As she spoke, she held the ball of heart marrow liquid in her right hand and a stalk of medicinal herb in her left. She kneaded and squeezed it, and the stalk of medicinal herb turned into a ball of sparkling green medicinal energy. Luo Qingtong suddenly clasped her hands together. No way. If so, it will. Xianxia's words were only half spoken, and she stopped instantly. She opened her mouth wide in disbelief as she stared at the medicinal liquid in front of her. It hadn't been scrapped, nor had there been any changes to its medicinal properties. After this ball of medicinal liquid merged with a ball of medicinal energy, its quality had increased. Xiao covered her mouth as she stared at the grade 4 heart marrow fluid in front of her. Large droplets of tears fell from her eyes. Level 4 heart marrow fluid. She stared at the heart marrow fluid in Luo Qingtong's hand in disbelief. Advanced 4th rank. How was this possible? Luo Qingtong had casually added in a stock of medicinal herb, and it actually increased the quality of the heart marrow fluid, so, it could be done in this way. If this was the case, then wouldn't she no longer have to bear the title of a useless alchemist in the future? Xiaoxia's heart was filled with excitement at this moment. She stared at the medicinal liquid in Luo Qingtong's hand in shock and almost couldn't believe her eyes. What Luo Qingtong had done had completely overturned all the theories she had about alchemy in her mind. The formula of a medicinal liquid definitely couldn't be changed casually. Once the medicinal liquid had been refined, other medicinal herbs and liquids could not be added. Medicinal power and medicinal power can fuse together before, can reinforce each other, can restrain each other. Why can't there be no reaction? Luo Qingtong's voice resounded in her ears. Xiao, what you need to do is to find high-level medicinal materials that won't have any reaction with the medicinal materials in the medicinal liquid you want to refine. Add them to the medicinal liquid you want to refine and improve its quality. If you want to succeed, if you want to improve yourself, don't take the ordinary path. Because you have to always believe that we aren't ordinary people. We are destined to stand at the peak. When Luo Qingtong used her eye technique to see through everything to kill people for the first time, she also told herself this: in this world, there was nothing that couldn't be changed. It's just that we didn't think of it and didn't want to change it. Who said that trash had to accept their fate? Without a strong attack power, even if I relied on my auxiliary ability, I could still play you to death. The only thing that could stop us from moving forward and standing at the peak was never an external obstacle, but ourselves. Qingtong. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao was so happy that she wept. Luo Qingtong's words opened the door to another world for her. She didn't want to give up and finally saw hope. I will definitely become the most powerful alchemist. Qingtong, I want to become your personal alchemist. She said excitedly, hugging Luo Qingtong's hand so tightly that it was about to jump up. But soon, she remembered that Luo Qingtong's alchemy skills were much better than hers. She didn't need a personal alchemist like her at all. All of a sudden, the invisible velvet ears on Xiaoxia's head were about to droop down. She was indescribably disappointed in her heart. Besides alchemy, what else could she help Luo Qingtong with? Xiao desperately stirred her fingers. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out with a chuckle. Personal alchemist? Then forget it. Xiao, your ability is not limited to this. Become a combat alchemist. Stand by my side. The stability of your medicinal liquid allows you to stand in front of the stage and not stand behind countless people, silently refining medicinal liquid. Luo Qingtong had come into contact with those pharmaceutical maniacs in the 24th century. Which one of them didn't use pharmaceuticals to set off a frenzy? Medicine could save people, but it could also kill people. Ordinary alchemists might not be able to stand in front of the stage and become a fighting force. But Xiao was different. The stability of her potions meant that as long as she had enough potions, she could combine them into different potions with different effects, giving her opponents a nightmarish feeling. Most importantly, the effects of the medicinal liquid produced by such a combination were completely random, making it impossible to guard against. This was the biggest difference between Xiao and other alchemists. She had too many uncertainties. And this uncertainty was the guarantee of her victory. The poisons prepared by other alchemists all had corresponding antidotes. But Xiao didn't. Combat pharmacist? Xiao stared blankly at the young girl in front of her. She listened to her overturn her world one after another. Before today, she had never thought that alchemists could also fight. For most martial artists, it was already good enough that alchemists could use poison to protect themselves. She Could she still fight? Inexplicably, Su Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly had a feeling of eagerness to try. She didn't know why, but she had a strong confidence. If the young girl in front of her said so, then she could definitely do it, she could do it. Back in the room, Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong. Why did you think of giving her advice today? Luo Qingtong had never been a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. Probably because you don't want to see her efforts go to waste. Luo Qingtong put him on the bed and went to wash herself. A person who was able to work so hard to get rid of her fate after being assigned to the lower class was worthy of her advice. What's more, she liked Su Xiaoxiao's temperament of not accepting her fate even when she was as low as dust. He couldn't tell that she was as soft as a little white rabbit, but she had such tenacity in her bones. Xianxia nodded, her innate talent is good. If your advice is effective, she may be able to walk her own path that is completely different from other pharmacists. At that time, she can be of help to you. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the young girl who walked to his side and sat down. The latter had just finished washing herself, and there were still some water droplets on her beautiful face. Her long black hair was scattered behind her, and the strands on her forehead were a little wet, sticking to her face. It made her look like a spirit that had just come out of the water. Xianxia couldn't take his eyes off her. Everything about Luo Qingtong amazed him. Her advice to Su Xiaoxiao was something that Xianxia never expected. The young girl's ideas were very bold, and very different from the rest. Every time, she was able to give him an enormous surprise. Xianxia thought that it was normal for him to like this woman. In this world, there had never been anyone like Luo Qingtong who could give him all kinds of surprises and unfathomable feelings. She tempted him time and time again to go deeper and understand her more. In this way, he fell step by step. The young girl was intelligent and quick-witted, cunning and resourceful, ruthless and bold. When she was cunning, she was like a fox. When she was ruthless, she was like a fierce wolf. When she was docile, she was like a delicate cat. When she was evil, she was like a bewitching snake demon. Xianxia never thought that he would fall in love with such a seductress the moment he fell in love with her after more than 20 years of not falling in love. Moreover, she was very disobedient. But what could he do? He liked this woman, he liked her so much that he tolerated her disrespect towards him. He liked her so much that he let her break free from his control time and time again. He liked her so much that he would rather let her imprison this wisp of his soul. What happened? Seeing him staring at her without blinking, Luo Qingtong found it funny and sat beside him. She asked, "Is it because I'm too beautiful that you are stunned?" Luo Qingtong just wanted to tease him. However, yeah, little Nether Venerable glanced at her and answered in a low voice, "I'm stunned." Luo Qingtong's face was inexplicably hot. This man learned quickly. He even knew how to flirt with her now. Fortunately, this was only a wisp of his soul. Otherwise, what could he do? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pinched his pink little face. "Since you think I'm beautiful, then quickly serve me." As she spoke, she hugged the little fellow and rolled onto the bed. "Go to sleep." As she spoke, she kissed his face. In the darkness, Xianxia's pair of cute phoenix eyes, which had become smaller, stared at her. After a long time, he slowly closed his eyes. Serve me, right? This was what this woman had said herself. He remembered it. At this time, Luo Qingtong still didn't know how much of a trap she was in. 3 days later, the competition for the first prize of the new students began. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of the bell spread to every corner of the Tianyu Branch Academy. The competition for the first prize of the new students had always been a grand event in the Tianyu Branch Academy. In this grand event, the 10 weapons given out by the academy would be fought over by the top students of many countries. The person who won the weapons would stand out from the group of first prize winners. Near the end of the year, the top 10 students of the genius ranking would be recruited into the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. This competition for the first prize of the new students was also called the competition for the genius ranking. Those who were able to stand out from the crowd and win the first prize would become the new top 10 rankers of the genius ranking when the top 10 rankers of the genius ranking entered the main academy of the Great Qin Sacred Academy at the end of the year, continuing their glory and glory in the academy. Therefore, even those who weren't the first prize of the new students would come to watch this competition. They wanted to see who would get the top 10 of the genius ranking in the future. And the older students of the genius ranking would also come to watch. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of the bell kept ringing. Luo Qingtong, Su Xiaoxiao, Sima Zhu, and little tyrant Yuan went to the square together. As for how they got together, it all started with Yuan little overlord's pestering. On the second day after Sima Zhu came, little tyrant Yuan came and wanted to recognize Luo Qingtong as his boss. He even said that if Sima Zhu could come, why couldn't he? Luo Qingtong said angrily that Sima Zhu sold himself to her. What about him? In the end, little tyrant Yuan sold himself without saying anything. Luo Qingtong was really speechless. But for little tyrant Yuan, he was a martial arts trash. Wasn't it the same no matter who he sold himself to? Anyway, it wasn't his turn to inherit the Yuan family. Moreover, he was hated by so many people in the capital of Tianyu. Maybe in the future, when a disciple of the same generation who was bullied by him broke through, his good days would come to an end. In that case, selling himself to Luo Qingtong would at least let him know how she broke through his defense before he was unlucky. It wasn't a loss at all. Little Overlord Yuan had completely given up on himself. However, what he didn't know was that this fall of his had given him a bright future. In short, little brat Yuan Luo Qingtong shamelessly made her speechless. When the group of people arrived at the square was already filled with people. There was a clear distinction between them. The ones closest to the center of the plaza were naturally the students of the elite class, followed by the advanced class, then the intermediate class, and finally the lower class. Luo Qingtong and the others were almost lined up to the edge of the square. They were completely ignored, and no one even knew if they were coming or not. Luo Qingtong didn't care about this. She raised her head to look at the huge silver tablet in front of her. She immediately saw Yu Wenma's name at the very top. What's that? Luo Qingtong asked little tyrant Yuan. Among them, only little overlord Yuan knew this the best. Sima Zhu was a sensitive youth with low self-esteem, and Su Xiaoxiao was a shy little bunny. Only little overlord Yuan was a little jumpy. Moreover, as a tyrant of the capital, he knew a lot of things. He explained to Luo Qingtong, the so-called Academy historical tablet is a record of all kinds of important events in the Academy. Especially those that brought glory to the Academy. Then he saw Yu Wenma's name and said, for example, the 5th prince was admitted into the Academy of the Empire of Qin and became a new student of the Sky grade. Of course the Academy would write about it. Alas, he is a real winner in life. As he spoke, he was suddenly stabbed by Sima Zhu. Hey! What are you? Before he could ask the question, he suddenly remembered something. F***CKU, the 5th prince. Isn't that boss's fiancé, and the kind that despises her? To be honest, even little overlord Yuan looked down on Yuan Mo and the Yuan imperial family's way of doing things. Originally, if you despise someone else, you can break off the engagement. If Yu Wenma thought he was a genius and that Luo Qingtong wasn't good enough for him, he could just break off the engagement, but they didn't. Not only did they not break off the engagement, they also looked down on the Luo clan and Luo Qingtong. After all, it wasn't that the Luo clan and Luo Qingtong had to suck up to them, it was said that the Luo clan had broken off the engagement once before. But the Tianyu royal family didn't allow it. Furthermore, according to some of the secrets of the royal family that little tyrant Yuan had heard before, it was said that Luo Qingtong's mother was the reason why Yu Wenma could have his current achievements and the Tianyu Empire's current status, becoming a powerful empire among the many empires. It was said that it was Luo Qingtong's mother who cured Yu Wenma's innate cold disease that made him a genius. Since entering the Academy of the Empire of Qin, he wasn't much weaker than the geniuses of the other holy dynasties. This kind of kindness, not to mention Yu Wenma's status as the wife, even the Tianyu royal family should treat the Luo clan and Luo Qingtong well, and the result, little overlord Yuan curled his lips. It was said that the old man of the Luo family came to break off the engagement, but was humiliated by the royal family and chased away. Not only that, the imperial family even sent someone to the eastern border country to teach the Luo family a lesson, asking the aristocratic families and the imperial family there to cause trouble for the Luo family. Which part of these things looked like they were done because of someone's kindness? Even someone as arrogant and despotic as him looked down on Tianyu's royal family's actions. What was the saying again? She wanted to be a whore, but she also wanted to establish a chastity. Tianyu's royal family, on the other hand, didn't want to be labeled as ungrateful, but they couldn't even erect a memorial arch, just as little tyrant Yuan was complaining in his heart and was about to apologize to Luo Qingtong and change the topic of Yuan Ma. An extremely arrogant voice suddenly came from the front. That's right. My royal brother is such an outstanding person. While speaking, a young girl wearing an emerald green palace dress, surrounded by a group of people, walked towards Luo Qingtong. It was 7th Princess Yuan Shui. The latter was slapped and kicked by Luo Qingtong in Yan Yuju's carriage. It wasn't until today that the swelling on her face disappeared and she came to school. If it wasn't for that, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape the zombie pill incident. Luo Qingtong felt that she was lucky. At this time, Yuan Shui raised her head and looked at her with an arrogant expression. Luo Qingtong, I heard that when I wasn't here, you were directly assigned to the trash class? You really lost face for my brother and the imperial family. As soon as she said that, everyone in the lower class glared at her. So what if they were in the trash class? They weren't talented enough, but people like Yuan Shui might not be any better than them, other than some second-generation heirs who were thrown into the trash class because they had no talent. Most of the people in the lower class were sent here because their family background wasn't good enough and their talent was average. If they were descendants of aristocratic families, they could still enter the intermediate class or the advanced class with their talent and the nourishment of elixirs all year round. Most of the descendants of aristocratic families entered the advanced class like this. What right did Yuan Shui have to say that about them? Little tyrant Yuan was also angry. Because he was now the trash class person who was too ashamed to come to school that Yuan Shui was talking about. F***ck your grandpa, even if your uncle can tolerate it, your aunt can't. Yuan Shui, what the F***ck are you saying? He glared at Yuan Shui. Little tyrant Yuan was a reckless person who didn't care about anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a tyrant in the imperial city as a martial arts trash. Although he was destined to not have much future, his divine power and petrification soul imprint would still give him a place in the Yuan family. When he entered the Yuan family army in the future, he wouldn't necessarily be worse than others. Therefore, Great General Yuan was still indulgent towards him. As for the other aristocratic families, they couldn't say anything when their descendants were beaten up, who asked little tyrant Yuan to be a trash. If your descendants couldn't even beat a trash, how could you have the nerve to settle the score with the Yuan family? Therefore, little tyrant Yuan was arrogant all the way here. Even if he met Yuan Shui, he wasn't prepared to give her any face. Anyway, he was a trash who didn't inherit the family business and didn't need to curry favor with the Yuan royal family. Why should he lower his head to Yuan Shui? I was wondering why she still had the nerve to come to school. What's wrong? Yuan Shui didn't show any weakness. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of Yuan Hu's reputation, but so what? He was just a trash who relied on his brute force to show off his power. She was a princess, how could she be afraid of him? Did he really think that his brute force was invincible? She didn't bring the guards by her side, otherwise, any one of them would be enough to beat him to the point where even dogs wouldn't recognize him. Yuan Shui didn't believe that Yuan Hu would dare to attack her. Humph. Luo Qingtong, look at what kind of people you're hanging out with. Yuan Shui's gaze was contemptuous and contemptuous. A bunch of useless trash. You didn't want the recommendation that the royal family gave you, you even faked your first place, and you were sent to the trash class. Are you trying to embarrass the royal family on purpose? To have a fiancé like you, my imperial brother is really lucky. Ah. Before she could finish her words, a slap landed on her face instantly. That slap landed right on the half of Yuan Shui's face that had just healed, instantly slapping her face to one side. Blood flowed from the corner of Yuan Shui's mouth. Princess. Seeing Yuan Shui being slapped to the side, the people around her immediately surrounded her. Luo Qingtong, how dare you hit Princess Ji? Yuan Shui also held her swollen cheek and roared at Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong. You be *tch, how dare you hit me? The same slap overlapped with the one that Yuan Shui had suffered in Yan Yuju's carriage, causing her anger and humiliation to soar. What right did Luo Qingtong have to hit her? She only deserved to be humiliated and trampled on. What right did she have to hit her? Slap, another crisp sound rang out. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and slapped Yu Wenxue again. She slapped Yu Wenshue's face, which was tilted to one side, to the other. Now, both sides of her face were swollen like steamed buns. Luo Qingtong! Yu Wenxue screamed. She glared at Luo Qingtong as if she wanted to eat her alive. Under her gaze, Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She took Little Pig's handkerchief, wiped her face, and threw it on the ground. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? She sneered at Yu Wenxue. Yu Wenxue, who do you think you are? They say the eldest brother is like the father, and the eldest sister-in-law is like the mother. I'm your royal brother's fiancé. You spoke rudely to me, so I have the right to teach you a lesson. Moreover, not only did you insult me, you also insulted your royal brother and Tianyu's royal family. Shouldn't I hit you? 2 slaps are too light. Luo Qingtong looked at Yu Wenxue with disdain. She looked at Yu Wenxue as if she was looking at a pile of trash. Everyone's eyes were already filled with shock. They would never have thought that the scene of the 7th princess bullying the unfavored fiancé of her imperial brother would turn into her being taught a lesson. Oh my god, this Luo Qingtong was too arrogant. No matter what, the 7th princess was still the 5th prince's younger sister. Luo Qingtong wasn't favored by Tianyu's royal family and Yu Wenma. She dared to hit the 7th princess. Wasn't she afraid of incurring the disdain of Tianyu's royal family and the 5th prince? In fact, Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid at all. She wanted Tianyu's royal family and Yu Wenma to hate her even more. She wanted to cancel the engagement as soon as possible, save her the trouble, but seeing how Tianyu's royal family was willing to throw away their face and refuse to cancel the engagement, she knew she wouldn't get what she wanted so easily. Since that was the case, why should she give them face? Tianyu's royal family didn't care about their own face, then she could stomp on them as much as she wanted. It was laughable that Yu Wenxue was still showing off in front of her. Did she really think that she wanted the position of her imperial brother's fiancé? Since she took the initiative to ask for a slap in the face, then he would fulfill her wish. Luo Qingtong, stop talking nonsense. Yu Wenxue gritted her teeth and looked at her. When did I insult my imperial brother and the imperial family? I clearly only scolded you. You haven't married my brother yet. How can he be considered a member of the royal family? Yu Wenxue still had some brains. She could scold Luo Qingtong, but scolding Yu Wenma and the entire royal family? She wasn't stupid. If Luo Qingtong really taught her a lesson, she really couldn't fight back and could only accept it. But she had only scolded her. What right did Luo Qingtong have to teach her a lesson under the banner of the royal family? Huh. Luo Qingtong sneered. You called me a slut, a piece of trash. What do you think Yu Wenma and the Tianyu royal family are? A slut's nest and a pile of trash? Yu Wenxue, you're brainless. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your imperial brother and Tianyu's royal family. So that you won't embarrass Tianyu's royal family and your imperial brother when you go out in the future. Luo Qingtong's words were like a slap to Yu Wenshue's face. She lifted her foot and suddenly kicked Yu Wenshue's knee. Ah! With a scream, Yu Wenxue fell to her knees with a bang. The sound of those 2 knees hitting the ground was really painful to listen to. Yu Wenshue's tears immediately burst out. She roared angrily. When the elite class students heard this, they all came to their senses and rushed forward. Luo Qingtong, stop. The 7th princess isn't someone you can teach a lesson to. You're just the legitimate daughter of a small country's marquis, how dare you? However, when they rushed forward, Luo Qingtong suddenly lifted her foot and heavily pressed it on Yu Wenshue's body. Yu Wenxue was just about to get up, but with a bang, she knelt down again. All of you shut up. Luo Qingtong looked at them coldly. This is between me and Yu Wenxue, and also between Tianyu's royal family. I'd like to see which family is so bold and ambitious that they even dare to interfere with the royal family's affairs. As she spoke, she ordered little tyrant Yuan and the others, you guys stop them. If anyone dares to make a move, don't be polite with them. Hit first and remember later. Give me the list of names. I'd like to see who dares to make a move. They want to replace Tianyu's royal family. Luo Qingtong's words were naturally directed at Sima Ju and Yuan Hu. The 2 of them, one had the 10,000 poisons body, the other had innate divine strength. If they went all out, it would be enough to make these elite class students suffer. After beating them up, she would remember the families of those who made a move. She didn't believe that Tianyu's royal family wouldn't be suspicious of them. All right. Boss, leave it to me. Yuan, who patted his chest and agreed. Don't worry, if they can break through my defenses, I'll twist my head off for you to kick. As he spoke, he glanced at Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, and grinned. Seventh princess, enjoy. And? Little tyrant Yuan was also a very vengeful person. He had suffered at the hands of Xianxia before. Now, he couldn't wait to see her suffer. Sima Ju didn't say anything, but silently stood behind Yuan and untied the bandages on his hands. Su Xiaoxiao approached Luo Qingtong with red eyes. Her hands trembled as she nervously held the 2 bottles of medicinal liquid that she had refined. When these 2 bottles of medicinal liquid were mixed together, it would form a kind of medicinal liquid that was similar to a rigid medicinal liquid. According to Luo Qingtong's words, Su Xiaoxiao figured it out by herself. She wanted to be the combat pharmacist who stood by Luo Qingtong's side. She could do it. Su Xiaoxiao kept cheering herself up. She stood up timidly but firmly. Some of the students from the lower classes also stood up. In any case, they didn't have any talent and weren't afraid of Xianxia and the royal family's suppression. Now that they had a chance to vent their anger, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Count me in. Count me in too. F***CK. If the tiger doesn't show its might, they will treat us like a sick cat. What's wrong with being in a trash class? The trash class also has its own dignity. Whoever dares to make a move will be beaten back. The group of people formed a circle and surrounded the elite class students who came with Xianxia. They all looked at them with unkind expressions. You. This was the first time the elite class students had been forced to such a state. Especially when these people were from the lower classes that they had always looked down on, but if they really made a move, they didn't dare. Didn't you hear what Luo Qingtong said? This was a family matter of Tianyu's royal family. If they made a move, they would replace Tianyu's royal family. Who knew if they would really attract the suspicion of the emperor of Tianyu after they made a move? After all, the 7th princess was the 7th princess and the emperor of Tianyu was the emperor of Tianyu. Among them, which family was truly clean? Thinking of this, they didn't dare to make a move. 7th princess. The group of people looked at Xianxia with a guilty conscience, making the latter so angry that blood rushed to her head. What's going on here? An indifferent and elegant voice sounded. Shi Qingqing's graceful figure suddenly walked out from the crowd. Her face was covered by a veil, and one could vaguely see the outline of her beautiful face. It was obvious that her face was almost healed. However, as a top 10 student on the genius ranking, Shi Qingqing was bound to be highly valued by the academy. In addition, the academy didn't lack alchemists. If she was treated in time, there was a chance that her face could be saved. However, because Shi Qingqing's change of expression at that time was really too shocking. Therefore, even if her face was almost healed, everyone couldn't help but take a step back when they saw her coming over, subconsciously avoiding her. When she saw this scene, the smile on Shi Qingqing's face unnoticeably stiffened. Her graceful steps forward also came to an abrupt halt. It was truly infuriating. Shi Qingqing had never been treated like this by anyone before. Ever since she left the house today, everyone she met along the way had a fearful attitude towards her. It was as if she would turn into a terrifying man-eating monster and pounce on them in the next second. Thinking of this, Shi Qingqing suddenly clenched her teeth. She didn't know what was wrong with her. That day at the class registration, she suddenly became like that. The dean of the Alchemy Institute came to investigate, but he couldn't find the reason. He could only attribute it to some hidden poison in her body that was suddenly drawn out that day. Shi Qingqing herself also had a baffled look on her face. Fortunately, after the treatment, those scary lumps slowly disappeared. However, Shi Qingqing's own cultivation was also greatly affected. She almost fell out of the top 10 of the genius ranking. This caused her to be indescribably frightened. During this period of time, she hadn't taken a single step out of her room. She was fully focused on stabilizing her strength. Otherwise, if she fell out of the top 10 of the genius ranking, it would really be a big joke. She forced herself to maintain the smile on her face and looked at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "My 2 junior sisters, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? Is there a conflict?" You're going to be a family in the future. If there's a problem, you should discuss it properly. Although she was looking at Luo Qingtong and Yu Wenxue when she asked this. But in reality, those words were all directed at Luo Qingtong. Didn't you say this is between you and Tianyu's royal family? Since it was a family matter, there was no need to talk about it while kneeling. They should talk about it properly. Shi Qingqing was indeed a master of hypocrisy. With one sentence, she put aside Luo Qingtong's lesson and set this matter as a family matter that needed to be discussed properly. As she spoke, she reached out to pull Yu Wenxue. She originally thought that Luo Qingtong would give her face, but she didn't expect the girl to stand there motionless, one foot pressing down on Yu Wenshue's shoulder. Blood mist floated in those clear eyes as he looked at her with an indifferent expression. Senior Shi has just arrived, and she doesn't even know what's going on. Don't you think it's a little ridiculous for her to ask us to have a good talk? Yu Wenxue insulted the royal family. I will teach her a lesson on behalf of her royal brother and the royal family. Senior sister, please don't interfere. After all, this was a humiliation to the royal family, so they had to be strictly disciplined. Don't you agree, senior sister? Luo Qingtong looked at Shi Qingqing as she said this. Is that so? Shi Qingqing's hand was stretched out halfway, but she slowly withdrew it. She tucked that hand into her sleeve and looked up at Luo Qingtong, saying, Junior sister is really considerate of the royal family. She was jealous because Luo Qingtong could openly use her status as the fifth prince's fiancé to teach Yu Wenxue a lesson. But this is the Tianyu branch. Junior sister Luo, the competition for first place is about to begin. It doesn't seem right for you to cause a ruckus with seventh princess, right? Besides. She smiled at Luo Qingtong and said, Junior sister Luo, you're teaching seventh princess a lesson. I know you're doing this for the good of seventh princess and the royal family. Those who don't know might think you're deliberately slapping seventh princess and the royal family in the face. Junior sister, what do you think? So if she continued, she wouldn't be teaching Yu Wenxue a lesson, but deliberately slapping Tianyu's royal family in the face. This Shi Qingqing was quite good at grasping the main point. Luo Qingtong used Tianyu's royal family to pressure Yu Wenxue, so Shi Qingqing used Tianyu's royal family to pressure her. Interesting, Shi Qingqing was the one asking for it. Luo Qingtong looked at Shi Qingqing's proud face hidden under the veil and laughed. Oh. Senior sister Shi, you're saying I'm wrong? Luo Qingtong said with a smile, they say the deeper the love, the more the blame. Senior sister Shi, don't you know this? The stricter and more ruthless I discipline Yu Wenxue, it's all for her own good. Senior sister Shi, on the other hand, keeps saying I have ulterior motives. I don't know what you're thinking. As for slapping the royal family in the face. Luo Qingtong smiled at Shi Qingqing, you questioned my qualifications for first place and sent me to the lower class. Senior sister, aren't you credited for that? You're slapping the royal family in the face, and at the same time you're advising me not to slap the royal family in the face. You've really played both the good and the bad. I'd like to ask, what are you thinking? Or could it be that from the beginning to the end, you only wanted to slap my face? Shi Qingqing was caught off guard by Luo Qingtong's words. She'd played the role of a gentle goddess for so long. Because of her strength and beauty, many people had fallen for her act. She could bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind while pouring dirty water all over the other party. However, Luo Qingtong's response was completely out of her expectations. The other party's scheming and eloquence wasn't below hers at all. She wasn't able to suppress Luo Qingtong with her words, but she was suppressed instead. This was the first time Shi Qingqing was in such a sorry state. She looked at the subtle gazes of the people around her and tried to explain awkwardly, Junior Luo, you misunderstood. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingtong had already replied with an oh. Then, she looked at her and said, so, senior sister doesn't think that I did anything wrong and just came over to persuade me? Shi Qingqing was dumbfounded when she heard what she had to say. To say, how was she to answer to this, to say she too, Luo Otu's too? Luo Qingtong? But if she said no, wouldn't that prove her hypocrisy and double-dealing? She'd be slapping Tianyu's royal family in the face and persuading Luo Qingtong not to slap Tianyu's royal family in the face. Either way, it wasn't good for Shi Qingqing. Before she could think of an answer, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded leisurely from the other side. Did you hear that? Seventh princess, even senior sister sure thinks I was right to teach you a lesson. So, you'd better kneel and apologize to me. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she suddenly exerted force on Yu Wenshue's leg. With a bang, Yu Wenshue was forced to bend over and kowtow heavily to the ground. The force was so great that her forehead broke. Luo Qingtong. Yu Wenshue's body trembled with anger. She still wanted to say something. In the next second, Luo Qingtong hooked her neck and suddenly raised her head. Bang! Yu Wenshue was forced to kowtow again. Ah! Yu Wenshue was about to collapse. In front of so many people, she was forced to kowtow to Luo Qingtong again and again. And from the looks of it, Luo Qingtong meant that if she didn't apologize, she would continue kowtowing. Seeing that Luo Qingtong was still trying to suppress her, Yu Wenshue couldn't take it anymore. I apologize. I apologize, okay? Yu Wenshue bit her lip until it almost bled. She endured the humiliation and said word by word, it's my fault. I shouldn't have insulted you and caused royal brother and the imperial family to be humiliated. It's my fault. Is this okay? Yu Wenshue's heart was bleeding. When had she ever lowered her head like this? In the past, it was always Luo Qingtong who was beaten and scolded in front of her. She never dared to talk back. But now, she was forcing her to kowtow and apologize. This slut, don't be complacent. I won't let this go. Yu Wenshue's heart was filled with hatred. Very good. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Luo Qingtong withdrew her leg from Yu Wenshue's body. Yu Wenshue, remember today. If you dare disrespect me again, I won't mind teaching you a lesson. Luo Qingtong didn't care about how Tianyu's imperial family felt about her. She only knew that since they weren't willing to break off the engagement, they couldn't blame her for using their power and reputation to suppress them. What was that saying again? That's right, since it was her own fault, she had to bear it herself. Tianyu's imperial family was shameless, so she didn't need to give them any face. The next time Yu Wenshue came, she promised to continue trampling on her. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to fall out with Tianyu's imperial family, Luo Qingtong would have killed her. Luo Qingtong sneered and left. The crowd was still in a daze. They thought that it would be a good show where the seventh princess bullied Luo Qingtong, but unexpectedly, it was the exact opposite of what they had imagined. The one who was humiliated was actually the seventh princess. Luo Qingtong was so arrogant, but the seventh princess could not do anything to her. Didn't they say that the royal family of Tianyu despised Luo Qingtong and didn't want her to be a royal daughter-in-law? Why did it seem like it was the other way around? Luo Qingtong was so rude to the seventh princess. It was obvious that she hated this marriage. In the face of her arrogance, the seventh princess could only admit her mistake and lower her head. Were the rumors before the rumors? In fact, the Luo clan didn't want the marriage with the Tianyu royal family. They even came to cancel the marriage, but the royal family didn't agree. Thinking about it, the crowd felt their view of the world had been overturned. Shi Qingqing's heart was filled with jealousy. Being the fifth prince's fiancé was such an arrogant thing. Luo Qingtong dared to be so arrogant because the fifth prince had a high status in the royal family of Tianyu and was loyal to her and refused to break off the engagement. This woman was ruining her status as the fifth prince's fiancé. If it was her, she wouldn't do this and tarnish the fifth prince's reputation. By the way, Senior Shi, I didn't do as you wished. She smiled. No matter how much Yu Wenshue needs to be taught a lesson, she's still a member of Tianyu's imperial family. Although I don't know why you don't like her, don't try to provoke me into attacking her again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be provoked and cripple her. It'll be hard to explain to Tianyu's imperial family and Yu Wenma. Don't you think so? Shi Qingqing was stunned by Luo Qingtong's words. What did Luo Qingtong mean? She was saying that the reason why she was so heavy-handed was because of her provocation. Shi Qingqing's eyes widened. She didn't expect Luo Qingtong to do something like that. Luo Qingtong was too ruthless. She was clearly trying to save Princess Qi, so she purposely said those words to stop her, but in Luo Qingtong's eyes, it became a provocation for her to attack the seventh princess. Wait. Junior Luo, you. Shi Qingqing hastily tried to explain. But as soon as she spoke, Yu Wenxue, who was kneeling on the ground and filled with anger from Luo Qingtong's humiliation, suddenly jumped up from the ground and pounced on her. Shi Qingqing. Yu Wenxue's voice was sharp. How dare you trick me? Shi Qingqing was used to being a hypocrite, always showing 30% of her true self and 70% of her true self. Yu Wenxue was used to being arrogant and didn't understand the meaning behind her words. After hearing Luo Qingtong's words, coupled with the fact that Shi Qingqing had indeed sent Luo Qingtong to the lower class, slapping Tianyu's imperial family in the face, Yu Wenshue's mind went astray. She thought about how Shi Qingqing liked her imperial brother and would always try to curry favor with her. But she didn't like her at all and didn't give Shi Qingqing any face. After all, she was only the daughter of the right minister. So what if she was a bit of a genius? So what if she was in the top 10 of the genius rankings? Could she compare to the heavenly beauties of the empire of Qin's holy academy? Could he be compared to the one who showed goodwill to her imperial brother? If her imperial brother married Luo Qingtong, he would have a good reputation as someone who valued friendship and righteousness. What was the benefit of marrying Shi Qingqing? She didn't even take a look at her own status. She actually dared to covet her imperial brother. Thus, Yu Wenxue had always been disdainful towards Shi Qingqing. She didn't expect that the other party would step on her when she was at her most embarrassing. This hypocritical and ruthless woman, he didn't expect her to be so vicious. She actually dared to plot against him. Yu Wenxue was furious. She glared at Shi Qingqing as if she wanted to eat her up. Because Luo Qingtong was someone Yuan Mo said he had to marry, she couldn't use the power of Tianyu's royal family to deal with her. But who was Shi Qingqing? They actually dared to deal with her when she was in trouble. *TCH, Yu Wenxue rushed up and attacked Shi Qingqing. The latter didn't even dare to fight back. Luo Qingtong dared to hit Yu Wenxue because she was the fiancée of the 5th prince and because Yu Wenxue insulted her first, but what right did Shi Qingqing have to hit the 7th princess? Was she challenging the royal family's dignity? Thus, Shi Qingqing could only retreat while blocking. 7th princess, let me explain. I didn't mean it that way. Luo Qingtong, she was about to say that Luo Qingtong was slandering her. On the other side, Luo Qingtong's faint voice sounded. Oh. So when I asked Senior Shi if you were here to persuade me, you didn't say anything. Was it my imagination? The moment Luo Qingtong said this, Yu Wenshue's anger burned even more. That's right. If Shi Qingqing wanted to help her, why didn't she say anything? Thinking of this, her actions became even more vicious. She even called for the other elite class students to attack Shi Qingqing. These people didn't dare to make a move against Luo Qingtong in case they were accused of meddling in the affairs of the imperial family. However, they didn't have to worry about Shi Qingqing. No matter how powerful the top 10 students were, could they be more powerful than the 5th prince? Even if Shi Qingqing could enter the holy court of the empire of Qin in the future, she wouldn't be able to surpass the 5th prince. Under these circumstances, helping Yu Wenxue was naturally the right thing to do. Thinking of this, the elite class students instantly obeyed Yu Wenshue's orders and attacked Shi Qingqing. Bang bang bang. In just an instant, Shi Qingqing fell into a besiegement. However, with Shi Qingqing's strength, it was quite easy for her to break out of this encirclement. The top 10 students on the genius ranking weren't that easy to deal with. However, just as Shi Qingqing was about to leave and find a chance to explain to Yu Wenxue in the future, whoosh, an invisible force suddenly blended in with the attacks aimed at Shi Qingqing and swept towards Shi Qingqing. With a pu sound, without anyone noticing, that attack suddenly entered Shi Qingqing's body. Shi Qingqing's body suddenly froze. In an instant, the flow of her aura around her body became sluggish. In this sluggish moment, Yu Wenshue's punch landed squarely on Shi Qingqing's chest. Bang! Ah! In an instant, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, accompanied by Shi Qingqing's blood-curdling scream. Shi Qingqing clutched her chest and fell to the ground with a thump. Before she could react, a pile of attacks had already engulfed her. With so many attacks, even if Shi Qingqing was powerful, it was enough to make her suffer, especially her face, which had been ripped off, revealing a red rash that hadn't completely healed. In an instant, a sharp and shrill cry rang out in the sky. In the next second, Shi Qingqing's figure suddenly flew up, disappearing from the square in a few moments. While Yu Wenxue and Shi Qingqing were fighting like dogs, Luo Qingtong had already walked to the front of the plaza. where the top student stood. Hearing Xianxia's sharp scream behind her, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. There were always people who overestimated themselves and wanted to find a sense of existence on her. She could only reluctantly fulfill his wish. "Are you Luo Qingtong?" When Luo Qingtong stood up, a voice suddenly came from the side. Luo Qingtong turned her head and saw a girl in purple looking at her. That young lady was dressed luxuriously, her temperament bright and beautiful, dignified and generous. At first glance, it was obvious that she was a young lady from a large aristocratic family. Her body carried a pampered arrogance. However, the young girl in front of him gave off a very straightforward feeling and wasn't annoying at all. She looked at Luo Qingtong, raised her hand and flicked the folded whip in her hand. She smiled and said, "That scene just now wasn't bad. Yuan Shui needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she really thinks that the whole world is her mother just because she has the support of Tianyu's royal family and Yuan Mo." Luo Qingtong laughed instantly. This young lady was quite interesting. Luo Qingtong had been in Tianyu Empire for so long, but this was the first time she heard someone daring to scold Yuan Shui, and so ruthlessly. Which family did this young lady come from? She looked at the other party and nodded lightly. "I am Luo Qingtong, and you are?" "Ling Yuer. The legitimate daughter of Duke Ling's mansion. No wonder she dared to say such things about Yuan Shui." Duke Ling's mansion was a first-class duke's mansion in Tianyu Empire and was greatly relied on by the emperor. Their status in Tianyu Empire was similar to the Luo family in Dongli country. Most importantly, the old Duke Ling and the old master of the Lanyue family were close friends. Based on this point alone, Ling Yuer's status in Tianyu Empire wasn't inferior to Yuan Shui's. No wonder she dared to say such things about Yuan Shui and wasn't afraid of being punished. While the two of them were talking, Yuan Shui arrived with her lackeys. Seeing Luo Qingtong and Ling Yuer talking together, she immediately snorted and glared at them. Yuan Shui was also first place in this year's enrollment. As for how much of it was fake, no one knew. In any case, Tianyu Empire was vast and had many counties. It was easy for Yuan Shui to get first place. She glared fiercely at the two of them. Before Luo Qingtong could say anything, Ling Yuer sneered and retorted. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen anyone prettier than you? Yuan Shui, look at yourself. You look like you're going to frustrate someone to death and you still have the nerve to stand in first place? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Yuan Shui had just fought with Xianxia and her clothes were a bit messy, but it definitely wasn't to the point of frustrating someone to death as Ling Yuer said. It was obvious that Ling Yuer was deliberately dissing Yuan Shui. Yuan Shui gritted her teeth in anger after being mercilessly ridiculed by Ling Yuer. "Don't be too smug. Especially you, Luo Qingtong." She couldn't use the power of Tianyu's imperial family to deal with Luo Qingtong. The latter wasn't afraid of them breaking off the engagement, but that didn't mean she couldn't do anything to Luo Qingtong. There were all kinds of competitions in Tianyu branch. Sooner or later, she would teach Luo Qingtong a lesson. There was also Ling Yuer, the bitch who had fought with her since childhood. Yuan Shui looked at the two of them and gritted her teeth. Luo Qingtong was too lazy to pay attention to her. She was barking like a mad dog. However, Ling Yuer was unwilling to be outdone. "Humph. If you can't win, then you'll just say those words. Yuan Shui, after so many years, you still haven't made any progress. If you have the ability, then just do it. If you don't, then shut up." As she spoke, she cracked the whip in her hand. Yuan Shui was so angry that her nose was almost crooked. At this moment, the voice of the principal of the Tianyu Branch Academy rang out. "Silence." Following his words, the commotion in the square fell silent. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd gathered on the principal of Tianyu Branch. "Today is the competition for the prize for the first place among the freshmen. It's also a grand occasion for our academy's new semester. Everyone, please pay attention. Next, I will announce the rules of the contest. All the first-place students will enter the space of the Academy's historical tablet with their consciousness to challenge it. Apart from their own strength, no external help can be used. At the end of the contest, all 10 weapons will be taken away. In the space of the Academy's historical tablet, killing, fighting, and all possible methods are allowed. The winner will have their names recorded in the Academy's historical tablet. The better the results, the higher the ranking in the Academy's historical tablet. I hope everyone will do their best. Bring glory to Tianyu Branch Academy. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand and swung it down. Then, let the competition for the prize for the first place begin. As he waved his hand, countless rays of light shot out from the Academy's historical tablet and enveloped the crowd of top students. Swoosh! Swish, swish, swish. As Luo Qingtong's figure appeared, many first-place students also appeared beside her. Obviously, this was the space in the Academy's historical tablet. As Luo Qingtong and the others appeared here, the surrounding space suddenly vibrated. 10 passageways suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him. There was a huge bronze door at the top of each passage. A weapon suddenly appeared above each of the 10 passages. These 10 weapons were the spoils of war for the first-place freshman reward. It was very obvious that the first-place freshmen could enter whichever passageway they wanted to obtain a weapon. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at the 10 weapon shadows floating above the passages. She easily felt a trace of inscription aura from one of the long swords. This trace of aura might be too weak for others to sense. However, Luo Qingtong possessed the life and death dual form sword and had comprehended the inscriptions on it. Naturally, she was familiar with this trace of inscription aura. However, isn't this inscription aura too weak? Moreover, what on earth is this inscription pattern? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she looked at the long sword. Didn't that Xianxia study inscriptions for decades? How could these inscription patterns be so ugly? If not for the fact that Luo Qingtong recognized the inscription aura on it, she wouldn't have believed that this was an inscription tool. No wonder Xianxia studied inscriptions for so many years and others only thought that he was crazy. This talent was simply too touching. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong only looked for him to learn about inscriptions. Looking at the inscription pattern that Xianxia had drawn, it was obvious that he had mastered the most basic knowledge. However, the inscription pattern that he had drawn was too weak. It was as if there was nothing there. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. While Luo Qingtong's eyes were focused on the long sword, Yu Wenshua's eyes were also fixed on it. She had received the news earlier that one of the 10 weapons awarded to the first place of the new students had suddenly changed. This weapon was something that the dean had specially instructed them to exchange for. It was extremely extraordinary. That was the truth. The Wind and Lightning Sword was a martial emperor-level spirit weapon. To Xianxia, it was just a piece of trash that he could use to practice inscriptions on. But to the people of the Tianyu Empire, it was a top treasure. Even the imperial family of Tianyu only had a few martial emperor-level weapons, and they were all with the ancestors. Although Xianxia had concealed the Wind Thunder Sword's aura, preventing others from identifying the weapon's rank, the quality of the sword was obvious. It was no ordinary weapon. At the very least, it was more precious than the other 9 weapons. Whoosh, Yu Wenshua's figure flashed towards the passage. However, as soon as she moved, another figure was faster than her. Haha! Laughter that sounded like silver bells rang out. Ling Yuer's figure passed by her in an instant and entered the passageway. Yu Wenshua, you've also taken a fancy to this weapon? Sorry, I'm the first one. As she spoke, she swung her whip, opened the bronze door, and rushed in. Ling Yuer. Seeing this scene, Yu Wenshua was instantly infuriated. This B*TCH must have seen that she was going to enter the passageway, so she deliberately followed her in. She even beat her to it. Thinking of this, Yu Wenshua gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She then rushed in. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Many first-place students each chose the weapon they wanted and entered the corresponding passage. Many people had noticed the fight between Yu Wenshua and Ling Yuer. Some first-place students had also guessed that the weapon in this passage was the best among the 10. However, when they thought of competing with Yu Wenshua and Ling Yuer, many powerful first-place students flinched. One of them was the legitimate princess of the Yuan royal family, the younger sister of the genius Yuan Mo. She was extremely powerful and couldn't be offended. The other was the legitimate daughter of Duke Ling's mansion. She was one of the top students among this year's first-place students. Rather than competing with them, it was better to take a step back and fight for other weapons. Perhaps there would be a chance. Thinking of this, except for some first-place students who wanted to curry favor with the two of them, the other first-place students who wanted to win the weapon reward all went to other passages. Of course, this was also because they didn't know the level of the Wind and Thunder Sword. Otherwise, it would be worth offending the entire Tianyu Empire, let alone the two of them. After all, it was a martial emperor-level weapon. If it was given to any expert, it would be enough to receive protection from a force not weaker than the Tianyu Empire. After most of the people had left, Luo Qingtong finally figured out her current situation. Her consciousness had entered the space of the Academy's historical tablet. Because her eye technique was together with her soul, it was brought in. However, Little Pig, the Life and Death Sword, and the 9-story exquisite pagoda didn't follow in. This should be to ensure the fairness of the competition for the reward. Otherwise, the disciples of aristocratic families like Yu Wenxue and Ling Yuer, who were already strong and had various spiritual armors and weapons, would have no suspense at all in this competition for the reward. Now, everyone spoke with their own strength, which increased the possibility of winning. However, for Luo Qingtong, her eye technique was enough for her to sweep through. She was determined to get the Wind and Thunder Sword. Swoosh, Luo Qingtong's figure swept into the passage. 9 Ben's Maze. As her figure swept into the bronze door, 4 big words suddenly appeared in front of her. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly as the scene in front of her changed. Countless passages suddenly appeared in front of him. They were surrounded by layers of dark gray walls. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the bloody light in her eyes intensified and her pupils turned blood red. Luo Qingtong's blood-red pupils were beautiful and bewitching to the extreme, making her look like a monster from purgatory. Beautiful, bewitching, dangerous. Whoosh, she leaped into the air and found the correct path in an instant. Then, she dashed into the depths of the maze. Yu Wenxue and Ling Yuer, who had entered the passage before her, were already facing each other. Both of them were the top noble ladies in the Tianyu Empire. Yu Wenxue's family background was strong and her influence was strong. Ling Yuer's identity was not weak either. Most importantly, she was stronger than Yu Wenxue. Almost all the top students who entered this passageway were attached to the two of them. After all, their strength and influence were inferior to Yu Wenxue and Ling Yuer. If they didn't submit to them, they would only be eliminated. On the contrary, if they relied on them, as long as the other party was rewarded, they would also be able to obtain great benefits. Bang! 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 Both parties clashed. Ling Yuer's side was obviously stronger than Yu Wenxue's side. After all, her talent was much stronger than Yu Wenxue's. Some of the stronger top students were on her side. In comparison, Yu Wenxue's side was much weaker. However, just as Ling Yuer and the rest thought they had won, swish. Swish. Swish, swish. As they chased Yu Wenxue into an alley, countless locust-like arrows suddenly flew out from all directions. In an instant, the top students beside Ling Yuer screamed as they were hit by the arrows and disappeared into the tunnel. According to the school's historical tablet, once one failed the challenge and died, their consciousness would return to their bodies. However, the damage would be reflected back into the body, allowing the person to gain great experience. At the same time, it was also to let the other students who didn't know the situation inside see how the top students failed and directly understand their strength. This was also to train the top students. Ah! The top students who were hit by the arrows screamed as they retreated from the space of the school's historical tablet. They fell to the ground and were in a sorry state. Apart from the fear of death, holes appeared in the places where they were hit by the arrows. Although it was only a little blood, it told them that everything they experienced in the school's historical tablet was not completely fake. Bang! 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 The people around Ling Yuer disappeared one by one. She also suffered serious injuries. After the round of arrows, she couldn't even stand properly. As for the people around her, from the dozens at the beginning, there were only 5 of them left. Yu Wenxue. Ling Yuer's heart was filled with hatred when she saw Yu Wenxue leading people out from the corner of the tunnel next door. She never thought that Yu Wenxue would set her up, however, they had been fighting ever since they entered the 9 Ben's maze. How did you Xianxia know that there was a mechanism in the tunnel and deliberately led her here? Haha. Ling Yuer, you didn't expect this, right? Seeing her expression, Xianxia was indescribably pleased. You can't believe it, right? Unfortunately, Ling Yuer, you probably don't know that I have a map of the 9 Bens maze. This is the reward and privilege that my brother won. Xianxia raised her head as she spoke. You must know that my royal brother broke through 3 passages in a row. Not only did he get the first place reward of the passage he chose, he also found the hidden nodes between the passages and took the weapons of the other 2 passages. It could be said that he broke the Academy's record in one fell swoop. This matter is still recorded on the Academy's historical tablet. At that time, my brother received this reward. It was given to him by the Academy's historical tablet. No one knew about it. When Xianxia said this, she sneered at Ling Yuer. You want to fight with me? Ling Yuer, you're courting death. How do you think I should deal with you this time? Whatever you do in this historical stele, the outside world will reflect back on you. Xianxia, don't you dare. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Yuer had already cried out with a pale face. Humph. Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia sneered at Ling Yuer. You don't think that this is outside, do you? Ling Yuer, isn't it normal for something to happen in the school's historical tablet? So many people have come in here and something will happen to them. Why should you, Ling Yuer, be safe and sound? Are you joking? Haha. When Xianxia said this, she laughed loudly. Ling Yuer, let me tell you, no matter what I do to you here, your Dukeling's mansion won't be able to find me. It's a pity that Luo Qingtong didn't come in. Otherwise, I'll let her have a taste of this with you. Let's see if she can still put on airs in front of me as my royal brother's fiancée. Thinking of how Luo Qingtong had forced her to kneel and apologize in front of so many people, Xianxia's heart was filled with hatred. That slut, wasn't she just relying on the fact that her royal brother had to marry her, so she didn't dare to do anything to her? If she made a fool of herself in front of the entire school and lost her reputation, let's see if she can still be arrogant in front of her. She even put on airs as her sister-in-law. How disgusting, Xianxia gritted her teeth as she thought. Not far away, Luo Qingtong, who had just caught up, suddenly raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect to be implicated even when her own people weren't around. Originally, Luo Qingtong was still thinking about whether to help Ling Yuer. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. She really liked the way Ling Yuer dissed Xianxia. But now, it seemed that there was no need to think about it. She would definitely help Ling Yuer. Not only would she help, but she would also make Xianxia suffer. She would let her enjoy the punishment that the other party had mentioned. Luo Qingtong snorted coldly. Ling Yuer. Luo Qingtong's voice quietly swept past Xianxia and the others and entered Ling Yuer's ears. You can still move, right? Luo Qingtong? Ling Yuer was shocked when she heard her voice, but she quickly reacted. She didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. Sure, she said in her mind. Okay, follow my instructions. Luo Qingtong's words were unusually concise. She was not afraid that Ling Yuer would not do as she said. Now, other than her, who else could help Ling Yuer? Let's not talk about suicide first. Xianxia had so many people surrounding her, how could she not guard against this move? Therefore, if Ling Yuer wanted to be fine, she could only listen to her, he could only trust her. Run towards the alley in front. Keep running, don't turn. No matter what happens, don't stop. If you believe me, then do it. If you don't, then it's up to you. As Luo Qingtong spoke, her figure had already leaped out from the darkness and swept towards the alley that she had chosen. It was a wooden puppet alley. She would give Xianxia a huge surprise. When Luo Qingtong's figure flew up, Ling Yuer also made up her mind. Whoosh, the long whip in her hand lashed out like a poisonous dragon. In an instant, the 2 top students in front of her were sent flying. You guys cover me and rush out. I won't treat you unfairly, she said to the 5 top students who were following her. The 5 of them were also injured and moved when they heard her words. They instantly rushed in front of those who wanted to stop Ling Yuer from leaving and used their bodies to block the other party. Anyway, according to the school's historical tablet, it was impossible to really die. At most, they would suffer a little. To be able to get Ling Yuer's promise, it was worth it. Catch her. Seeing Ling Yuer rush out of the encirclement, Yuan Shui immediately stomped her feet and chased after her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Yuer's figure constantly swept through the passageway and kept rushing forward. Bang! Just as she was about to rush into the alley that Luo Qingtong had mentioned, a tall figure suddenly rushed out from the front. That figure was almost 2 meters tall and was as sturdy as an iron tower. Its entire body flickered with a metallic luster. Ironwood armored man. When this ironwood armored man appeared, Ling Yuer's heart trembled violently. She almost couldn't control herself and stopped in her tracks. However, when she thought of what Luo Qingtong had said in her mind, she still braced herself and rushed forward. Dying in the hands of these armored men was better than being humiliated to death by Ling Yuer. Moreover, Luo Qingtong and Yuan Shui didn't have a good relationship. It was unlikely that she would harm her, even if she really used herself as bait to send herself to her death. As long as she could deal with Yuan Shui, she was willing to die. In any case, she wouldn't really die in the space of the historical tablet. At most, she wouldn't want the weapon reward this time. She wanted Yuan Shui to be unlucky. With that thought, Ling Yuer rushed into the alley without any hesitation. She didn't care about the armored men that appeared in front of her one after another. However, the strange thing was that after she rushed into the alley, those armored men didn't attack her. After they appeared, they just stood there. Yuan Shui, who had stopped chasing, was stunned when she saw this scene. She naturally knew that the alley in front of her was the armored man alley, so she didn't continue to chase. However, looking at the current situation, this armored man alley's mechanism array seemed to have malfunctioned. It actually didn't attack Ling Yuer? When she realized this, Yuan Shui instantly widened her eyes. How could this be? It was a small matter that Ling Yuer ran away, but it was a big matter that she snatched the weapon reward. How could Yuan Shui allow the thing in her hands to fly away? Moreover, it was rare for her to find an opportunity to deal with Ling Yuer. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when the next time would be. She definitely couldn't let her escape so easily. With that thought, Yuan Shui suddenly waved her hand. Chase. The people around her also realized that the mechanism in front of them seemed to have malfunctioned and immediately rushed forward without hesitation. However, just as they rushed into the alley, a voice rang out. In an instant, those mechanical mechas that were originally standing still and allowing Ling Yuer to pass through suddenly moved. Boom boom boom. They charged towards Yuan Shui and the others. Almost instantly, Yuan Shui and the others were surrounded. At this moment, Ling Yuer had already rushed out of the alley. Before she could catch her breath, she heard screams coming from behind her. This voice, it seemed to belong to Yuan Shui and the others. Ling Yuer was stunned for a moment before she turned her head to look behind her. The corners of her eyes twitched when she saw what was in front of her. In the middle of the alley, the mecha soldiers surrounded Yuan Shui and the others. Then, they began to tear their clothes. Ling Yuer stared dumbfoundedly at Yuan Shui and the others as their clothes were torn apart by the attacks of the mechanical armored men. Among them, Yuan Shui's screams were about to break through the sky. Ling Yuer looked at all of this in a daze, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from beside her. Still not leaving? Do you want to watch a restricted performance here? Luo Qingtong also added a little something for Yuan Shui and the others. At this time, the group of naked people were hugging each other. Luo Qingtong looked at this scene and felt her eyes burn. She immediately turned and left. Ling Yuer also hurriedly followed. You did all of this? She was shocked. What does it have to do with me? Luo Qingtong glanced at her. They were chasing after you. Yuan Shui and the others were chasing after Ling Yuer. Even if something happened, it was related to Ling Yuer. What did it have to do with her? Ling Yuer was speechless. So she was a professional scapegoat, but thinking about it, being a scapegoat could make Yuan Shui so miserable, then being a scapegoat was fine. Thinking about how Yuan Shui wanted to use such a vicious method on her, but it was all returned to her by Luo Qingtong, Ling Yuer felt proud and elated. At the same time, she had a good impression of Luo Qingtong and was curious about her. I didn't expect you to know how to use formations. She looked at Luo Qingtong, her eyes shining. Everyone said that 5th Prince Yuanma's fiancée's talent was average and that her strength wasn't outstanding. But now, it seems that everyone was wrong. Just based on Luo Qingtong's ability to reverse the mechanism set by the mechanical armors, how could she be a useless idiot with no talent at all? Tianyu's imperial family was really blind. Especially Yu Wenxue, he was so foolish that he couldn't be any more foolish. If she hadn't looked down on Luo Qingtong and was still thinking about how to deal with her, why would the latter help her and not her future sister-in-law? Thinking about the miserable scene Yu Wenxue would face when they went out, Ling Yuer felt a burst of joy. What was this called? The evils brought on by oneself were the hardest to bear. As the two spoke, they arrived at the location of the Thunder Wind Sword. Seeing the Thunder Wind Sword floating above the white jade platform, Ling Yuer thought for a moment and took a step back. Go take it. Since you helped me, I won't fight with you over it. You can have this reward. In Ling Yuer's view, Luo Qingtong's strength was definitely inferior to hers. Even if she was injured, it would be easy for her to snatch the sword. However, Luo Qingtong had helped her and she wasn't an ungrateful person. Without Luo Qingtong, she wouldn't even be standing here. She didn't even know how she would be humiliated by Yu Wenxue. What kind of person would he be if he continued to snatch the reward? Ling Yuer disdained to do such a thing and immediately asked Luo Qingtong to get it. The latter turned his head and looked at her with a faint smile. With Luo Qingtong's strength, there was no need for Ling Yuer to yield to her. The reason why he didn't immediately take the Wind and Lightning Sword was because he wanted to see what Ling Yuer would choose. If the other party was ungrateful and turned hostile, then Luo Qingtong would definitely teach her what it meant to be a good person. However, since the other party had asked her to take it, Luo Qingtong felt that she could give her another big gift. I just heard from Yu Wenxue that Yu Wenma broke the record and received 3 rewards in a row. She looked at Ling Yuer. That's right. When the latter heard her question, she was stunned for a moment and then nodded. However, she quickly came to her senses. Wait, don't tell me you're thinking of doing the same? Ling Yuer looked at Luo Qingtong with a dumbfounded expression as she wandered around. Don't even think about it. The barrier between the passageways isn't that easy to find. Yu Wenma relied on half of his strength and half of his luck. Wang. A door of light suddenly appeared in front of her. Damn, 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 damn. Ling Yuer looked at the door of light in front of her and then at the other passageway behind it. Her eyes instantly widened. If she hadn't been taught etiquette since she was young, she would definitely have lost her composure. Oh my god, Luo Qingtong really found the nodes between the passageways. While Ling Yuer was still in shock, Luo Qingtong had already picked up the Thunder Wind Sword and looked at her. Together? She said as she extended her hand towards Ling Yuer. Let's make it clear first. 9 weapons, take as many as you can. The weapons will be mine and the ranking will be yours. Is that okay? Luo Qingtong really didn't like Yu Wenma's name at the top of the school's historical tablet. Wasn't Yu Wenxue very proud of how outstanding her royal brother was in Tianyu branch? She even wanted to use Yu Wenma's privilege in the school's historical tablet to set her up. In that case, don't blame her for stepping on Yu Wenma. Number 1 prodigy in Tianyu branch, Qi. Luo Qingtong laughed coldly and disdainfully. As long as she was willing, Yu Wenma's title as number 1 prodigy in Tianyu branch wasn't even worth mentioning. However, Luo Qingtong didn't want to leave the lower class. Firstly, she wanted to learn inscriptions from Songqing. Secondly, she didn't like the teaching methods of the elite class. What one-on-one tutoring, correcting mistakes in cultivation methods and martial techniques, these might be useful to other students and were regarded as treasures. But to Luo Qingtong, who had eye techniques, it was completely useless. Were the teachers of the elite class able to comprehend martial techniques as fast as she could with her ocular technique? Luo Qingtong only wanted them to impart knowledge and didn't need any additional guidance. Therefore, she wasn't prepared to accept the glory of stepping on Yu Wenma. It didn't matter who stepped on Yu Wenma as long as she didn't see him hanging high above. She didn't know why they were so comfortable using the title of prodigy that the original owner's mother got. Luo Qingtong sneered. Ling Yuer was still in a daze when she held Luo Qingtong's hand. She didn't expect Luo Qingtong to make such a suggestion. But the girl didn't seem to be joking. She then looked at the door of light that appeared in front of her. Ling Yuer couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Perhaps, what Luo Qingtong said might really come true. Stepping on the number 1 genius Yu Wenma, thinking about this possibility, Ling Yuer's heart was filled with excitement. Okay. She held Luo Qingtong's hand tightly. While the two of them reached an agreement, in the outside world, on the plaza of the Tianyu branch. Ah! Yu Wenshua's shriek suddenly resounded through the sky. The moment Luo Qingtong took the wind and thunder sword, the entire passage closed. She and the top students were all ejected from the tunnel. The moment the group of people's consciousness returned to their bodies, their clothes were torn to shreds, revealing their shining white bodies. At the same time, ambiguous marks appeared on their bodies one after another. Those marks made it obvious what had happened inside, especially Yu Wenxue. The marks on her body were densely packed. Who knew how many people doted on her? Seeing the ambiguous, drooling, or disdainful gazes of the people around her, Yu Wenxue screamed loudly and hugged her tattered clothes. What exactly did Ling Yu do in the space of the historical tablet? Was she the one who controlled those ironwood armored soldiers? That B*TCH actually plotted against her, to think that she had pretended to be frightened and flustered. It was all a lie. Yu Wenxue was furious. As she scolded the people who were looking at her, she gritted her teeth and searched for Ling Yu's traces. Ling Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen among the top students. Luo Qingtong was nowhere to be seen. This meant that the two of them were still in the space of the historical tablet. However, Yu Wenxue knew that if they were ejected from the passageway, it meant that the weapon reward had already been obtained by someone else. Everyone inside, including the person who received the weapon as a reward, would be teleported out. How could Ling Yu not be out yet? This was impossible. Just as Yu Wenxue was thinking this, suddenly, buzz, the huge inscription on the tablet above the square suddenly emitted a strong light. Bang 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 bang. Another group of people was ejected from the space of the historical tablet. However, no one was paying attention to their sorry state. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the square, on the huge pure silver monument. Bang! A loud sound came from the high platform where the mentors were. The Tianyu branch headmaster stood up abruptly and knocked over the chair behind him. The historical tablet is glowing. He looked at the huge silver tablet that was emitting light in disbelief. His eyes and heart were filled with ecstasy. Good. Good. The Tianyu branch headmaster said the word good twice in a row. The surprise in his voice was almost overflowing. The mentors behind him were also overjoyed. The fact that the historical tablet was glowing meant that another student had broken through the barrier between the passageways and started to set a new ranking record. The last time the historical tablet glowed was when Yu Wenma was fighting for the weapon reward. At that time, the genius of the royal family broke through 3 passageways and took away 3 weapon rewards. No one knew which student would break through the barrier between the passageways this time and how many rewards they would receive. I think it should be 2, one of the mentors said with a smile. Even with Yu Wenma's strength and talent, he only received 3. Even if a student broke through the barrier this time, 2 should be the limit. Before this instructor could finish his words, another instructor's voice rang out. I don't think so. The space of the historical tablet only looks at one's strength and potential. What if that student has some unique talent in this area? I think it's possible for him to get 3. That's true. This mentor's words caused many others to agree. Back then, Yu Wenmo had been able to break through the barrier between the tunnels because of luck. If this student didn't rely on luck to break through the barrier, then it wasn't impossible for him to obtain 3 weapons as a reward. Tianyu branch headmaster. For hundreds of years, the Tianyu branch headmaster had produced such a stunning genius. He shone brightly in the sacred academy of the Empire of Qin. It would be extremely difficult for the other students of the Tianyu branch headmaster to surpass him, even if it was only the results of his consciousness. Once they surpassed him, it meant that they had the potential not to lose to Yu Wenma, or even surpass him. But was that possible? Ling Yu was stunned in the history tablet space. Luo Qingtong brought her through one tunnel after another. When they reached the place, she let her take the weapon as a reward. Ling Yu even suspected that she was holding a fire stick and not a prize for the first place. Wasn't Luo Qingtong too amazing? Ling Yu watched as she smoothly passed through one obstacle after another. The process was so smooth that it was as if she had done it thousands of times. Ling Yu even suspected that she had a map like Yu Wenxue. However, Yu Wenxue had the map because of Yu Wenma. Why did Luo Qingtong have it? with Tianyu's royal family and Yuanma's indifference towards her, she definitely wouldn't have a share of the map, so all of this was because of Luo Qingtong's strength? Oh my god, to be able to do this, how high was Luo Qingtong's talent and potential? That was why the history tablet gave her such preferential treatment? Oh my god, Ling Yuer hugged the weapons, her entire body going numb. Tianyu's royal family actually disdained such a person and Yuanxue actually humiliated her. Was there something wrong with their brains? And it was a meteorite crater. Ling Yuer watched in shock as Luo Qingtong threw the last weapon to her and said, "Remember, after we get out, these weapons are all mine." Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid that Ling Yuer wouldn't take the weapons as a reward. Those who dared to take her things would end up in a miserable state. If Ling Yuer wasn't afraid of death, she could try to eat Tun Tun. However, she believed that Ling Yuer was a smart person. Especially after seeing her strength. Buzz. When Luo Qingtong and Ling Yuer took the last weapon, the pure silver monument shone brightly. The two of them were ejected from the space of the history tablet at the same time. Swish. Swish, swish. 9 weapons all floated above Ling Yuer's head. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. 9 weapons. In other words, except for the last one, Ling Yuer had taken all the weapons from the other passages. Such an achievement was simply unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Since the establishment of the Tianyu Branch Academy, no. Since the establishment of the branch of the Holy Academy in the Empire of Qin, such a situation had never happened before. Ling Yuer was going to defy the heavens. However, only Ling Yuer knew that all of this was brought by Luo Qingtong. The young miss of the Luo family, who was despised by the imperial family of Tianyu and looked down upon by Yuan Mo, was the true creator of this miracle, and the last weapon she lacked was none other than the wind and thunder sword in Luo Qingtong's hand. In other words, as long as Luo Qingtong was willing, she could take the reward of 10 weapons at any time. No, she had already received the reward of 10 weapons. Ling Yuer thought of the agreement she had with Luo Qingtong, which was that the weapon would be hers and the glory would be hers. Damn, the other party had pushed her out to be a professional scapegoat again. The corner of Ling Yuer's lips twitched when she saw Yuanxue looking at her with eyes that were about to spit fire. However, she liked this kind of scapegoat. She didn't know why Luo Qingtong had to hide her strength and stay in the trash class. However, it would be a waste to reject the benefits that came knocking on her door. Moreover, seeing Yuanxue explode in anger but not being able to do anything to her made her feel exceptionally comfortable. Ling Yuer had often been ridiculed by Yuanxue because of Yuan Mo's strength. Now, the tables had finally turned. Buzz. When Ling Yuer and Luo Qingtong appeared, the halo on the pure silver monument suddenly retracted. Ling Yuer. That's impossible. When this name formed and suppressed her royal brother's name, Yuanxue, who had just put on her clothes in a fluster, cried out in disbelief. How could this be? Her brother was a rare genius in Tianyu's royal family. Even the instructors of the Empire of Qin's Saint Court praised him. They said that for a student like him to appear in the school, they really didn't know how they were able to accept it. As a heaven-grade student who entered the Empire of Qin's Saint Court, Yuan Mo's achievements in Tianyu's school were enormous. But he was actually suppressed by someone. 9 weapons. How could Ling Yuer achieve this? Could it be that her talent and potential were even greater than her brother's? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Yuanxue didn't want to believe it. But the truth was right in front of her eyes. She had no choice but to believe it, and Luo Qingtong actually also obtained a weapon, Wind and Thunder Sword. That weapon was actually the Wind and Thunder Sword. Ling Yuer, that bitch, must have done it on purpose. She met Luo Qingtong in another passage and deliberately gave the weapon she wanted to Luo Qingtong to humiliate her. Not only Yuanxue, but the top students who entered the Wind and Thunder Sword passage with her also thought so. Because they didn't see Luo Qingtong in the Wind and Thunder Sword passage. Ling Yuer obtained a total of 9 weapons, but she didn't take the weapon that she had personally entered the Wind and Thunder Sword passage. Wasn't this obvious enough, since the other party had the ability to obtain the other 9 weapons, but didn't take the Wind and Thunder Sword? It was obvious that she gave it to Luo Qingtong to humiliate Yuanxue. With that thought in mind, Yuanxue spat out a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. She had been ejected from the very beginning and had appeared naked in front of all the teachers and students of the academy. Then, her own imperial brother had been suppressed, and Ling Yu, a woman who had been at odds with her since she was young, had suppressed her instead. Piece by piece, Yuan Shui's scheme against Ling Yu failed, but she was the one who got tricked instead. In the end, she even witnessed her glory, and even Luo Qingtong rose to the heavens with her. Seeing the two women she hated the most standing at the top of the limelight, Yuan Shui couldn't stand the stimulation and fell to the ground with a bang. 7th Princess. The subordinates of Tianyu's royal family all rushed over. However, most people still focused their attention on Ling Yu and Luo Qingtong. Right at this moment, buzz, the pure silver steel lit up again. A name appeared above Yuan Ma's name again, pushing Yuan Ma's name, which had been suppressed to second place, down again. Luo Qingtong. As that name appeared, everyone's eyes widened. Wow. Luo Qingtong's name actually appeared on the steel, and it's tied with Ling Yu. Oh my god. Ling Yu couldn't have brought her through the passageway, right? Oh my god. If I had known that following Ling Yu would bring me such benefits, I would have followed her regardless. Why would I bother to snatch the reward myself? A group of students who didn't take sides were vexed. However, they didn't know that they had guessed the truth of the matter wrong from the start. The one who was really brought through the passageway was Ling Yu, and not Luo Qingtong, but who would have thought that a marquis's legitimate daughter from a small and inferior country would have such ability, suppressing Yuan Ma, and even bringing along Ling Yu. Luo Qingtong didn't expect such a scene to occur. She had asked Ling Yu to take all the weapons. She didn't expect that she would have a share in the ranking. Was it because she had broken the barrier? No matter what, suppressing Yuan Ma was an unexpected gain. Plus, with Ling Yu in front of her, no one would notice her. She could still stay in the lower class. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong was very satisfied. She had achieved all her goals. On the other side, Yuan Shui, who had just woken up, saw Luo Qingtong's name on the pure silver monument. She instantly spat out another mouthful of blood. In a fit of anger, no matter how hard the others tried, they couldn't wake her up. They could only send her to the Pharmacist Academy to ask for help. The Tianyu imperial family was in a panic. Luo Qingtong leisurely appeared in the courtyard of Song Cheng's dormitory with the Wind and Thunder sword. I have completed the test you mentioned. She threw the Wind and Thunder sword to Song Cheng. Song Cheng caught it and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. Although Song Cheng didn't go out, he had been paying attention to the situation outside. He had already known about Ling Yu obtaining 9 weapons and suppressing Yuan Ma at the first moment. Naturally, he also knew that Luo Qingtong didn't obtain the Wind and Thunder sword by accident. No matter what method she used to obtain the Wind and Thunder sword, she had confirmed that the Wind and Thunder sword was an inscription tool. She had already passed his test. From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to go to the lower class. Come directly to my place to learn inscriptions. If you perform well, I will naturally give you pointers on the cultivation techniques and martial techniques you want to learn. Song Cheng waved his hand. However, Luo Qingtong didn't want to accept his teachings and directly rejected him. No, I still want to go to the lower class. As for inscriptions, I will come every night to teach you. Luo Qingtong didn't have any intention of sucking up to Song Cheng, a Sage Realm expert. Moreover, even if the other party was a Saint Stage expert, his understanding of martial skills and cultivation methods might not be able to match up to his eye technique. Luo Qingtong had too many secrets. She didn't want Song Cheng to pry on them. Fine, fine, fine. Do whatever you want. Song Cheng glared at Luo Qingtong. It was rare that he was willing to teach this girl cultivation, but she didn't appreciate it. She would cry in the future. However, Song Cheng did not know that he would be the one crying in the future. She was such a good disciple, yet he didn't pester her to get his hands on her. What a loss. After returning from Song City, Luo Qingtong was stopped by Ling Yu and another young man with a calm temperament. I've heard that you've come to teacher Song Cheng's place, so I've been waiting here. Luo Qingtong, thank you so much. Haha. Didn't you see Yuan Shui? She's about to die from anger. Ling Yu's laughter was like a silver bell, overflowing with joy. As she spoke, she pulled the calm young man beside her over. Let me introduce you. This is my elder brother, Ling Tianhan. When she mentioned Ling Tianhan, Ling Yuer's expression was very proud. My elder brother is a genius who isn't any weaker than you and Mo. What a pity. But this time, my elder brother will definitely be able to enter the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. He has now returned to the top 10 of the genius rankings. Luo Qingtong looked at the young and steady man. The latter's face was handsome and resolute, his figure was tall and straight, and his temperament was steady. His right hand seemed to have suffered a serious injury, and the muscles and bones of his wrist and forearm were all connected together. Even his meridians had completely dissolved and disappeared. Looking at the other party's hand, Luo Qingtong finally understood what Ling Yuer meant when she said what a pity and the sadness in her words. With such an injury, Ling Tianhan could still return to the top 10 of the genius list. This meant that his talent and tenacity were not something an ordinary person could compare to. It was a pity for such a person. If his hand was not crippled, Yu Wenma's light would probably not be so bright. Luo Qingtong knew from the original owner's memory that when Yu Wenma entered Tianyu Branch School, there was a genius in Tianyu Branch School who could rival him. In fact, he was even vaguely suppressing him. But in the end, something happened to that genius and he quickly fell silent. After that, Yu Wenma completely covered the sky and shone brightly. Now it seemed that this genius was Ling Yuer's elder brother? Ling Tianhan. When Luo Qingtong looked over, Ling Tianhan nodded lightly at her. The man's expression was steady, and his temperament was firm. Even if one of his hands was crippled, he did not bother to hide it. Instead, he openly exposed it, without the slightest trace of inferiority. He nodded lightly at Luo Qingtong and thanked her in a deep voice. This time in the school's historical monument space, thank you very much. Duke Ling's mansion will definitely not let this matter slide so easily. Yu Wenxue must pay the price. Even if she is the 7th princess of the imperial family. Everyone involved will also be punished. Junior Luo, is there anyone you don't like? As he spoke, he looked at Luo Qingtong. If there is, you can give me a list. My Duke Ling's mansion will do our best. Was he hinting that she could use this opportunity to take revenge on those who followed Yu Wenxue to deal with her? Luo Qingtong chuckled as she looked at the man in front of her. She felt that the Ling siblings were really a pair of wonderful people. Alright, I appreciate Senior Ling's kind intentions. I'll give you a list tomorrow. After entering the Tianyu Branch School, those who dared to bully her had already suffered the consequences of their own actions. Naturally, there was no need for Duke Ling's mansion to do anything. However, Luo Qingtong still remembered that in the memory of the original Luo Qingtong, there were many noble ladies who didn't have much strength, but their auras were very high. They followed her to humiliate the original Luo Qingtong. Those people were obviously not in the Tianyu Branch School. Now that Ling Tianhan offered to use the power of the Ling family to avenge her, Luo Qingtong would not refuse. Thus, he agreed to it without hesitation. After receiving her answer, Ling Tianhan nodded and left. Ling Yuer followed Luo Qingtong all the way back to the dormitory. They chattered along the way. Sigh. Luo Qingtong, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The Tianyu imperial family is really blind. I wonder what kind of expression they would have if they knew that you were the one who broke Yu Wenma's record and I was just a bystander. Haha. Luo Qingtong looked at her with a faint smile. You can go and tell them. See if they will believe it. The Tianyu imperial family was obstinate and self-opinionated. They had been looking down on the Luo family for a long time. How could they believe that she was the one who broke Yu Wenma's record? No matter what Ling Yuer said, they would think that she was lying and deliberately pushing the blame onto Luo Qingtong to humiliate them. As long as the Ling family's people weren't crazy, they wouldn't go and tell the Tianyu imperial family. Otherwise, not only would they fail to please them, they would also be suspected. This was why Luo Qingtong didn't hesitate to show her strength in front of Ling Yuer. Ling Yuer smiled embarrassedly and touched her nose. Why do you say the same thing as my elder brother? My elder brother also said that I can't tell anyone about it. He told me to keep it to myself and just pretend to be obedient. As Ling Yuer spoke, she suddenly looked at Luo Qingtong with a smile. Sigh, to be honest, why don't you consider my elder brother? You see, he's so compatible with you, and he's so calm. He's definitely different from Yu Wenma, who's just a playboy and doesn't have any sense of responsibility. Before she could finish her sentence, little Ming Zun, who had been suppressing his anger, had already scurried out of Luo Qingtong's sleeve. She has a man. Looking at Ling Yu, Yi Qianxian said word by word. That cute little face was full of coldness at this moment. The aura around him was as cold as a blade. Luo Qingtong and Ling Yu were both stunned. The former was wondering why he came out of her sleeve and suddenly said such a sentence. The latter was looking at the cute little Ming Zun with shining eyes. Haha, so cute. What's this? Luo Qingtong, is this a doll you made? As she spoke, she wanted to touch Yi Qianxian, but was pushed away by Luo Qingtong. This is mine. As she spoke, she took little Ming Zun into her arms. Although little Ming Zun was still emitting a strong coldness, he still obediently let her hold him in her arms. But that pair of cute big eyes still stared coldly at Ling Yu. Tisk, stingy. Seeing that Luo Qingtong protected little Ming Zun so well, Ling Yu was drooling in her heart, but she couldn't do anything. If it was someone else, she might use her identity as the legitimate daughter of Duke Ling's mansion to force it. But if it was Luo Qingtong, forget it, she didn't even care about 7th Princess Xianxia, and she was so powerful. She wasn't stupid enough to go against her. But, can't I just touch him? I don't want anything from you, she muttered. No, this belongs to me alone. Luo Qingtong looked at her with warning eyes. You'd better not touch him, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Good, good, good. I won't touch him, okay? You're the boss now. You have the final say. Ling Yu rolled her eyes as she spoke. Then, she joked, don't tell me that he was the one who said you had a man? This doll is quite interesting. When Ling Yu said this, Yi Qianxian's entire body stiffened. He let Luo Qingtong hug him and waited for Luo Qingtong's answer with all his concentration. Yes. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at Ling Yu. He is my little man, so you better not have any ideas about him. When Luo Qingtong's words fell, Yi Qianxian's violent and oppressive aura dissipated in an instant. He looked at the girl in front of him with a deep gaze. He felt that his heart had never been as lively as it was now. His heartbeat was beating like a drum, and he couldn't suppress it. This woman said that he was her man, automatically ignoring the word little. Yi Qianxian's heart was full of joy. He even forgot that Ling Yu wanted to introduce her big brother to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong didn't know that she had inadvertently appeased a man who was about to go berserk. After sending Ling Yu away, Luo Qingtong took Yi Qianxian back to the dormitory. Boss! Little Tyrant Yuan shouted excitedly, this time, you've earned a lot in the competition for the first place. Haha, I don't know how many envious, jealous, and hateful words are spreading outside, saying that you're lucky to have caught Ling Yu's eye and be brought to the top by her. Little Tyrant Yuan curled his lips in disdain and said, those people just know how to talk. If they have the ability, they should also go and curry favor with Ling Yu. See if she's willing to bring them along. TSK. What's the use of just talking? But I really didn't expect that Ling Yu has such ability. I've never seen her so powerful before. Little Tyrant Yuan said while smacking his lips, clicking his tongue in wonder. Sima Ju, who had been silent on the side, raised his pair of midnight eyes and said, it's not her. Ling Yu wasn't that powerful. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said, congratulations, boss. As soon as Sima Ju said this, Su Xiaoxiao and Little Tyrant Yuan instantly widened their eyes. Especially Su Xiaoxiao, she jumped up excitedly. Really? Wow. Qingtong, you're too powerful. Since receiving Luo Qingtong's guidance, the innocent little rabbit Su Xiaoxiao had long regarded Luo Qingtong as a god. Hearing this, she didn't doubt it at all and jumped up happily. Little Tyrant Yuan, on the other hand, was stunned for a while before he reacted. He looked at Luo Qingtong and stammered, boss, it's you? It's not Ling Yu? Oh my god. Little Tyrant Yuan was shocked. If Ling Yu was brought to the first place by Luo Qingtong, then how strong was Luo Qingtong? She jumped to the first place by herself, suppressing Yuan Ma, and could also bring Ling Yu along. Ah. If I had known that there would be such a good thing, I would have also fought for the first place. What a loss. The name would be recorded in the history of the academy and be passed down through the ages, unless someone could break the record set by Luo Qingtong and Ling Yu in the future and obtain all 10 weapons. It would be impossible to suppress the two of them. In other words, Luo Qingtong's and Ling Yu's names would remain on the first row of the school's historical tablet. Ah! Little Overlord Yuan beat his feet and beat his chest inwardly, deeply annoyed that he had missed this opportunity. Back then, he felt that he was a piece of trash with no potential and was destined to enter the trash class. Therefore, he didn't take the entrance exams seriously and went home to sleep after casually fighting. Ah! What a huge loss. Boss, if there's an opportunity like this next time, you have to bring us along. You should know that we are your most loyal followers, he said shamelessly. Sure, Luo Qingtong looked at him and said with a lazy smile, do you want to be in the top 10 of the genius ranking in the year-end assessment? Pfft. Little tyrant Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of water when he heard this. Even the expressionless Sima Ju raised his head and looked at her with a pair of eyes that were as dark as midnight. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and froze. Boss, you can't be serious, right? That's impossible. Little tyrant Yuan recovered from his shock. Although he was mischievous, he still knew his limits. What was the top 10 of the genius ranking in the year-end assessment? It represented the opportunity to enter the holy court of the Empire of Qin. On that day, the competition in the Tianyu Academy would be extremely fierce. Many of the genius ranking students who were either in seclusion or out to gain experience would return to fight for the top 10. The ranking on the genius ranking actually didn't mean anything. Why was Yu Wenma ranked so high on the Tianyu branch's historical tablet? That was because in his second year of school, he defeated the original number 1 on the genius ranking as a newcomer and successfully entered the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy after the year-end examination. He became one of the new heaven-grade students of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy. As a result, his ranking on the school's historical tablet was able to surpass everyone else and become number 1. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong helping Ling Yu obtain 9 weapons and breaking the record, she wouldn't have been able to surpass him. Now, Luo Qingtong actually wanted them to get into the top 10 of the year-end examination. This was even more unbelievable than the Arabian Nights. One had to know that there was less than half a year left before the year-end examination. Moreover, the year-end examination wasn't like other examinations. It was something that could only be challenged by oneself. Only by defeating the other party could one enter the top 10 of the genius ranking. Others couldn't help at all. Thinking of this, little Overlord Yuan instantly became listless. Boss, don't make fun of us. This joke isn't funny at all. Luo Qingtong smiled but didn't say anything. Whether it was a joke or not, they would know in the future. Thinking of Shi Qingqing and Zhang Haoping, who were in the top 10 of the genius ranking, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. She had always been a very vengeful person. These two people took advantage of the fact that she had just arrived at the Tianyu branch to kick her while she was down. Although it was to her liking, she was still unhappy. They didn't need to think about entering the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy in the year-end examination. Didn't they want to step on her? She would let them know who would step on who in the end. At the same time, in the land beyond the clouds, when a treasure appeared, everyone fought over it. At this moment, a silver-clothed black-haired figure walked over like he was treading on waves. In an instant, he passed by everyone and snatched the floating treasure. Ming Zun. Looking at the man who appeared in front of everyone and the people behind him wearing black field uniforms, the experts were slightly shocked. Ming Zun, didn't you never participate in the snatching of treasures? Someone couldn't help but ask. This was the king of the black field. If he were to take action, most of the people in the land beyond the clouds would have to return in defeat. As they thought of this, everyone looked at Yi Qianren with eyes that were filled with hostility. I am indeed not interested in such things. As Yi Qianxian spoke, he raised his hand and released the treasure he had snatched. It floated above his palm. This treasure will belong to whoever tells me the whereabouts of the Grand Principal of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. His gaze swept across the crowd. He didn't have the patience to slowly search for the whereabouts of the Grand Dean of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Yi Qianxian's heart had been pounding ever since he knew that he would be able to find the woman's whereabouts soon. He wanted to be faster, faster, faster. He had to find that woman as soon as possible. She was the only woman who made him feel helpless in the past 20 years. She was the woman he loved and hated. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to break his rule of never fighting for these treasures. He just wanted to find the whereabouts of the Grand Dean of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin as soon as possible. I know. At this moment, an expert said, I saw the Grand Dean of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin heading in the northwest direction, where the 10,000 elephant dragon root appeared. I swear by the heavens and earth that I am not lying. Before he could finish his words, the treasure had already been thrown towards him. When he raised his head again, Xianxia and the people from the Black Field were nowhere to be seen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Tianyu Empire, Tianyu Branch Academy. After Luo Qingtong finished participating in the competition for the first place prize, she started her daily life in the lower class, Song Cheng's instructor's dormitory, and her own dormitory. During the day, she would study all kinds of martial arts and knowledge related to this world in the lower class. At night, she would study inscription patterns in Song Cheng's courtyard dormitory. Although Song Cheng's temper was strange, he had studied inscription patterns for decades and had a solid foundation. However, he didn't have much talent. After so many years, he was still struggling at the entry level. Little Pig and Luo Qingtong felt that the inscription patterns he drew were extremely painful to the eyes. Especially Little Pig, who said without hesitation, "Oh my God, I can draw better than him with pig trotters. This inscription master's talent is so poor, he's really amazing." Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She wondered what Song Cheng's expression would be if he knew that he was looked down upon by a pig. However, although Song Cheng's talent was poor, he still managed to study the entry-level knowledge. With his guidance and Luo Qingtong's own eye technique, Song Cheng was able to learn the inscription patterns. Soon, Luo Qingtong grasped the basic principles and usage of inscription patterns. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong raised her hand and drew an inscription pattern on the first floor of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. Every stroke of the lines on it seemed to resonate with the space of heaven and earth. Every stroke of the brush was just right. As Luo Qingtong's wrist turned, the last inscription pattern was completed and the inscription pattern connected. With a buzz, energy flowed into the inscription pattern. This time, the inscription pattern came to life. In an instant, a piece of space was clearly cut out and absorbed into the inscription pattern. Luo Qingtong quickly pressed the inscription pattern on top of a ring she had refined earlier. In an instant, a sumeru-spatial spiritual tool was formed. Of course, it was a fake sumeru-spatial spiritual tool. According to Little Pig, this was the lowest grade spatial storage artifact. A real sumeru-spatial spiritual tool could move mountains and fill seas. It could gather spirit springs and form a world of its own. A higher grade spatial spiritual tool could form a spatial blade that could cut and shatter everything. A powerful inscription master could look down on everything. His strength was not inferior to any powerful martial artist in this world. Otherwise, how could Tian Mingzi, as an inscription master, escape from the hands of his enemies? However, Luo Qingtong was still unable to reach Tian Mingzi's level. 10 square meters. Looking down at the spatial ring she had refined, Luo Qingtong nodded with satisfaction. To be able to refine a spatial ring with a space of 10 square meters on his first try was already pretty good. Within the True Spill continent, a spatial spirit artifact had nearly disappeared. Not to mention a spatial ring of 10 square meters, even a spatial ring of 1 square meter was enough to make many powerhouses scramble like ducks. Those who didn't have a sumeru spatial spiritual tool. People like the royal family of Tianyu didn't even have the qualifications to own a spatial spirit tool. Bang! Luo Qingtong turned around and left the space of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. This space was opened when she won the first place of the freshman and advanced to the martial lord realm. The flow of time inside was 1 to 3. It was very suitable for cultivating and practicing inscription techniques. Luo Qingtong practiced in it when she had nothing to do. Are you done refining? Little Pig impatiently jumped onto her shoulder and asked. Not bad, Luo Qingtong said as she threw the spatial ring she refined to Little Pig. 10 square meters, not bad. Oh my God. You call this not bad? You perverted woman. Little Pig caught the spatial ring and looked inside. His eyes instantly widened. 10 square meters, this was her first time refining, and she already had such a result. You call this not bad? Is this woman trying to ascend to the heavens? She should know that those inscription apprentices might not be able to refine a 1 square meter spatial ring even if they practiced for a year, not to mention, the spatial ring refined by Luo Qingtong had an incomparably condensed space that could be expanded at any time. If it wasn't for her insufficient strength, she wouldn't have only refined a 10 square meter spatial ring. Pervert, a big pervert. Little Pig held the spatial ring and shook his head. Luo Qingtong, this woman, was born to crush people's confidence. The only one who could be on par with her and suppress her was the man beside her. Although the two of them were in different fields, they were both peerless monsters in their respective fields. Little Pig didn't even want to describe how monstrous this man was. Luo Qingtong actually didn't lose to him. Once the two of them complemented each other, it would be the nightmare of countless people. Just as Little Pig's lips were twitching, Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong with an indescribable pride. This was the woman he fancied. She was constantly giving him surprises. Alchemist, spiritual array master, inscription master. How many abilities did she have that she had yet to reveal? Come, let's go to Song City's dormitory. Luo Qingtong had already learned the 12 basic inscription patterns of the spatial inscription technique. She had also successfully refined a spatial ring. Now, she could start learning other inscription patterns. She was very interested in inscription patterns for weapons and inscription patterns for humans. The former could increase the strength of weapons and armors, and had all kinds of practical effects. The latter could even increase a cultivator's talent, making their already powerful strength even more powerful. It could be said that it was the dream of all martial artists. It was said that a powerful inscription master could transform a peerless trash into a peerless genius with a flip of his hand, and he didn't need to use any heavenly treasures. After all, in this world, treasures that could allow a cultivator to be reborn and even possess great talent were all divine medicines. These divine medicines were nurtured by the heavens and nurtured by the heavens and earth. It was rare for even one of them to appear in tens of thousands of years. But inscribers were different. As long as that powerful inscription master was willing to help, then it would only be a matter of time before the trash turned into a genius. The inheritance of the immortal Slayer Palace that Tian Mingzi had left behind clearly pointed out this point. However, the immortal Slayer Palace, a glorious inscriptionist lineage, had been destroyed. Who knew what kind of enemy they had provoked? However, it was definitely related to the divine tablet inscriptions. At that thought, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. No matter who they were, since she had inherited the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Palace, they were her enemies. It would be fine if the other party did not come to our door. If they did, she would have to clear the name of the immortal Slayer Palace. At that time, she would definitely have to face the other party. Luo Qingtong was never willing to take a beating passively. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong brought Little Pig and Xianxia to Song Cheng's dormitory. The latter had already sensed Luo Qingtong's aura. When he saw the interspatial ring on her hand, his breath was stuck in his throat and he almost choked to death. You succeeded in refining it? He shouted in disbelief. Oh my god, when Luo Qingtong said she wanted to go back and refine an interspatial ring after learning the spatial inscription pattern technique, he thought she was joking. This stinky girl, he had studied for so many years and could only refine a few interspatial rings that were a few square meters in size. There were more failures than successes. How long had she been learning the inscription pattern technique? It had only been half a month, right? She actually wanted to refine an interspatial ring? She was simply daydreaming. Songqing had purposely waited here today to see her fail. He didn't expect that this girl, she actually succeeded? Songqing stared dumbfoundedly at the ring that was obviously freshly made. The lines of the inscription pattern on the ring were full and filled with energy. It was obvious that the ring was carved not long ago. He wanted to find a reason for Luo Qingtong to cheat, but he couldn't find a way. Her ability to refine an interspatial ring had completely surpassed his. Okay, when he thought of those ugly interspatial rings that were only a few square meters in size, it was simply infuriating. He couldn't live like this anymore. He couldn't live like this. His disciple was so powerful. How many days had it been? His master had surpassed his master. Songqing couldn't feel happy at all. Okay, how much of a scum was he? He had studied for dozens of years, but it couldn't compare to his disciples' 10 days of study. His research was simply going to the dog's stomach. Songqing looked at the interspatial ring that Luo Qingtong had successfully refined, and his heart was bleeding. Cough, not bad. It has some of my style, he stubbornly said. He raised his hand and quietly crushed the ugly interspatial ring that was 9 square meters in size that he had refined. What a joke. Was he looking for a blow by taking out this broken ring? Did he still want his dignity as a master? At this moment, Songqing seemed to have forgotten that Luo Qingtong was only learning inscription techniques from him and not becoming his disciple. However, even if he hadn't forgotten, Songqing would still shamelessly pretend that he didn't know. What a joke. Where could he find such a good disciple? In the future, he would have to rely on her to learn the inscription pattern technique. Songqing could see that Luo Qingtong's talent in inscription technique was much higher than his. Don't look at how she still needs to learn the basic principles of inscription technique from him. Once she completely grasps it, it will be time for him, her master, to seek guidance from her. Although this kind of disciple made people feel stifled, after all, they didn't get any sense of accomplishment from a master teaching a disciple, but glory. How shameless. Songqing thought of the bet that had caused him to stay in a small place like the Tianyu Branch Academy for so many years. Now, he finally had a chance to avenge himself. He was overjoyed. His gaze towards Luo Qingtong was also indescribably amiable, completely different from his previous disdain. This kind of eccentric old man was like that. As long as it was to his liking, then everything was good. Songqing previously thought that Luo Qingtong was another student that came to make fun of him. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of her. Cough, cough. Disciple, come, let me test you. Take a look at this inscription pattern. What's wrong with it? Songqing humbly asked for advice. He had been studying inscription patterns for so long, but he had yet to refine a spatial ring larger than 10 square meters. He had to admit that it was really frustrating. His disciple had made a spatial ring larger than 10 square meters in one go. Songqing felt that he was already mentally strong to be able to stand here, otherwise, he would have found a piece of tofu and killed himself. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a faint smile. Songqing's old face was about to turn red from her stare. All right, he said in a rough voice, tell me the answer. I'll take care of that instructor Chu who has a grudge with you. I guarantee that he won't find trouble with you. This way, when you go to the secret realm of Kaiyuan, it will save you some trouble. Secret realm of Kaiyuan? Luo Qingtong looked at him. She had never heard of it. Yes. Songqing said carelessly, it's the secret realm that your branch dean has been begging me to open. Oh. I promised him the day you came to me to become my disciple. I guess the preparation work is almost done now. In a few days, I'll inform you to go and gain experience. As he said that, he looked at Luo Qingtong and said, that place is specially for the students of the Holy Dynasty and the Empire of Qin's Holy Institute to gain experience. Although it's dangerous, the rewards are also very good. Girl, you're not weak. You can be considered a rare genius in the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. Going to gain experience, there will be great benefits for you. Just be careful. As for that Yuanma and the Tianyu imperial family, don't worry about them. They look down on you. If I wasn't restricted by that stupid bet and couldn't reveal my identity, I would have already shown up and ordered them to break off the engagement with you. What the hell? Songqing snorted disdainfully. As a Saint Realm expert, he had seen countless young geniuses. Yuanma had been pretty good before, but compared to his precious disciple, he was nothing, okay? How dare someone from Tianyu's royal family complain about his disciple's low birth, lack of talent, and lack of strength? How could he be so shameless? Did they really think that Yuanmo was some kind of peerless steamed bun that anyone would want to take a bite out of? His disciple didn't even like her. Only the royal family of Tianyu would shamelessly refuse to annul the engagement and still feel good about themselves. As Songqing thought about it, he felt extremely displeased. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded. I know. By the way, you said that Elder Chu has recovered? Yi Qianqian's soul fragment had destroyed Elder Chu's holy brush spirit in a fit of rage. He had also been severely injured and was on his last breath when he was brought back. Who would have thought that he would recover so quickly? Yeah, he's fine now. This trip to the Kaiyuan secret realm requires a few teachers to oversee it. He's a soul master and is very strong. The branch dean invited a heavenly alchemist from the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy to treat him. He's already alive and kicking. Songqing waved his hand nonchalantly. But you don't have to worry. He's just a small fry. I won't let him have the chance to affect your training. As for his disciple and that Xianxia, your enemy, you have to be careful. Don't get plotted against inside. Songqing wouldn't let a Soul King expert like Elder Chu, who was also a teacher, cause trouble for Luo Qingtong in the Kaiyuan secret realm. But Shi Qingqing and Zhang Haoping were different. Luo Qingtong nodded. Kaiyuan secret realm, she naturally wouldn't miss out on such a good opportunity to train. As for Shi Qingqing and the others, she didn't even put them in her eyes. Luo Qingtong told Songqing about the flaws of his inscription pattern. The latter acted as if he had received a treasure and hurriedly ran off to experiment. Before he left Luo Qingtong a book that recorded the inscription pattern lines that he had researched all these years. He told her to slowly read it when she was free and not to disturb him during this period of time. Luo Qingtong was speechless. She took the book and went back. In the following period of time, Luo Qingtong studied inscription patterns when she had nothing to do. The book that Songqing gave her was quickly digested by her. One had to say that Songqing's learning was very scattered. The inscription lines that he studied were all messy. These were the drawbacks of not having a system and relying on self-study. However, it was extremely beneficial to Luo Qingtong. She just happened to want to learn weapon inscription patterns and human inscription patterns. And the book that Songqing gave her coincidentally had a lot of basic knowledge. After spending some time to familiarize herself with the inscription pattern lines, Luo Qingtong quickly grasped the basics of weapon inscription patterns and human inscription patterns. Wang. In the dormitory of the lower class, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and drew an inscription pattern that was similar to the human body's meridians. Take off the cloth that's wrapped around your body. Luo Qingtong looked at Sima Ju, who was standing by the side. The latter immediately took off his clothes and took off the cloth that was wrapped around his body, revealing the pitch-black skin that was like ink. The black aura was moving around his body like a living thing, spreading in all directions. The air was filled with countless poisonous auras. Just by smelling these auras, it was enough to kill a martial artist the moment he stepped into this room. Shwa. When the cloth that was wrapped around Sima Ju's body fell off, the inscription pattern that Luo Qingtong pointed at suddenly moved forward. With a shwa, the inscription pattern suddenly flickered with golden light and followed the meridians that Luo Qingtong drew for Sima Ju, entering his limbs and bones. In an instant, the black aura around Sima Ju's body crazily receded like a tide. Shwa shwa shwa, his entire body was as black as ink. With the inscription pattern as the center, it fiercely shrank. In an instant, the youth's limbs regained their white color. The youth's face, exquisite, gloomy face. His eyelashes as long and thick, his skin was as white as cream. Because he hadn't seen the sun for many years, Sima Ju's skin was so white that there wasn't a trace of blood in it. At first glance, he looked like a wax figure, so exquisite and handsome that he didn't look like a mortal. Where are the living people? Little Overlord Yuan looked at all this in shock. Damn. If boss could make him like this with a mark, he would also be willing. Was this still the cowering Sima Ju who looked as inconspicuous as a mouse? When did the cursed illegitimate child of the Sima family become so dazzling? Little tyrant Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. He jumped out almost the moment Sima Ju's 10,000 poison body disappeared. Boss, give me a mark too. I want to become like this too. He shouted. How is it? Throwing Yuan little tyrant to the side, Luo Qingtong looked at Sima Ju and asked. Very good. The young man carefully touched everything in front of him. Sunlight, air, chair, nothing happened, and no poison gas seeped out, making the fresh and pleasant air worse. Sima Ju looked at his own hands, white and soft. Most importantly, there was no poison. This was the first time Sima Ju saw himself without any poison in his body, just like an air pollution source. Boss, the poison in my body. He looked at Luo Qingtong. It's been sealed up. It's inside this inscription pattern. This was Luo Qingtong's sudden thought. She didn't treat Sima Ju before, firstly because she felt that his 10,000 poison body wasn't mature enough, and there was still a chance for it to grow. Secondly, she wanted to use the inscription pattern to solve the danger of his 10,000 poison body. Now it seemed that she succeeded, according to the usual method of solving the 10,000 poison body. Even if Sima Ju could control the poison in his body, he would carry the poison for life. But Sima Ju obviously didn't want the poison. But the 10,000 poison body was innate, and definitely couldn't be eradicated. Luo Qingtong could only help him control it, and couldn't help him get rid of it. She thought of using the inscription pattern to temporarily suppress all the poison. This way, when he needed it in the future, he could release it. This way, Sima Ju would be no different from an ordinary person. But when facing an enemy, the 10,000 poison body would be their nightmare, killing two birds with one stone. Thank you, boss. Sima Ju looked at the black-blue flower pattern on his wrist, and his heart was indescribably excited. Swish, following the movement of his mind, a layer of black instantly pervaded his entire body. But this color was controlled by Sima Ju. Sima Ju could freely control whether the poison in his body was completely released, or only half released. Looking at his wrist that had turned completely black, while the other parts were still white, Sima Ju's eyes were filled with shining light. With this method to control the poison in his body, when he faced an enemy in the future, it would be even harder to guard against. No one knew which part of his body would suddenly be poisoned. And no one knew when he would suddenly be poisoned. This was much better than the 10,000 poisons body that was exposed and made people wary. As long as Sima Ju was willing, no one would know that he had the 10,000 poison body. His opponents might not even know how they died. Just as Sima Ju was happily adapting to his new body, Yuan little tyrant was already stunned. Ah, too treacherous. Sima Ju is simply a killer weapon. In the past, Sima Ju was a thorny ball that would bring bad luck to anyone who touched him. But at least he had a mark. Everyone looked at him and knew that he wouldn't recklessly crash into them, but the current Sima Ju had isolated himself from the poison. You wouldn't even know when he would kill you. Little Overlord Yuan felt that he had been deeply hurt. Boss. Boss. I'm also your little brother. You can't favor one over the other. Tell me, how should I transform my body? Ah, I'll listen to you. You can say you don't want a little dick. Only Yuan Hu could say such shameless words. However, Luo Qingtong had indeed modified him. Yuan Hu's petrification soul seal was called a trash soul seal. A piece of rock can be easily destroyed, but what about a tall mountain? A large piece of land? When the soil solidifies, it will turn into stone. When weathered, it will turn into sand. When it comes into contact with water, it will turn into a swamp. You have to make yourself able to be tough, soft, and trapped. If the opponent can use 100% of his strength to defeat you, then don't let him use 100% of his strength. Luo Qingtong's words enlightened Yuan little tyrant greatly. He always knew how to recklessly resist. He never thought that he could dodge or evade. In his opinion, if he escaped, wouldn't he be letting down his petrification soul imprint and innate divine strength? Luo Qingtong's words opened up a whole new line of thought for him. And Luo Qingtong also continued to study the weapon inscriptions needed for guns. Once she succeeds, the Luo clan's strength will rapidly increase. Just as Luo Qingtong was focused on studying, the Kaiyuan secret realm opened. Wang. The group was brought to a mountain valley not far from Tianyu imperial capital. There, the entrance to the Kaiyuan secret realm opened. A huge door of light stood in midair. Through that light door, they could enter the Kaiyuan secret realm. The Kaiyuan secret realm is full of danger. Students who are not strong enough, it's best not to leave the teacher's team and trespass. In addition, the place you enter at the beginning is the border area. You can form your own team to train inside. Remember not to go too deep. The Kaiyuan secret realm will automatically open in half a month. At that time, return to your place and wait for the teleportation. We will not wait for you if you're late. As the precautions were read out, Luo Qingtong and the rest disappeared into the light door. Swish. As the surroundings changed, Luo Qingtong found that they were already in the Kaiyuan secret realm. Around them was a vast plain that stretched for who knows how many miles. Yellow sand was everywhere. This should be the so-called border area of the Kaiyuan secret realm. This was the place where they were training. Tianyu branch naturally wouldn't let these students die in vain. This place that Song Qing helped to open was the least dangerous place in the Kaiyuan secret realm. It was suitable for them to train. As for those who felt that this place wasn't enough and wanted to train elsewhere, it would depend on their own strength. Bang! Luo Qingtong and the others had just gone out when a huge centipede suddenly rushed out from under the yellow sand and attacked the team of students at the front. Ah! Seeing the Class 6 centipede charging out of the yellow sand, the group of students instantly cried out in alarm. The level 6 centipede beast was nearly 100 meters long. It was equivalent to a martial lord realm expert. When it rushed out, it formed a huge force. Get out of the way! The instructors who had entered the Kaiyuan mystic realm hurriedly attacked and killed the centipede beast. Encountering such a situation as soon as they entered made the students of Tianyu branch realize how dangerous this place was. And this was only the border of the Kaiyuan mystic realm. He wondered what it would be like when he went deeper into the core area. Shua! Just as Luo Qingtong and the others entered the Kaiyuan secret realm, light gates were rapidly forming in other places of the Kaiyuan secret realm. That was the scene of the other forces entering the Kaiyuan mystic realm to train. Junior sister, let's go. At the place where the team of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was, Yuan Ma, dressed in green, stood with a group of elite disciples of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. They rushed into the depths of the Kaiyuan mystic realm. Are you sure this Luo Qi is evil Dr. Gui Tong? Looking at the portrait of the youth in front of him, Tianyu Emperor's eyes widened. If it weren't for the fact that he was holding on to the dragon table's armrest, he would have fallen off the dragon throne. My god, this fact was simply too horrifying. Luo Qi was actually evil Dr. Gui Tong, and this Luo Qi, Tianyu Emperor couldn't help but look at the portrait in front of him again. His forehead was covered in sweat, he couldn't tell if it was from fear or panic. Luo Qingtong, this portrait was Luo Qingtong's portrait, although she was in men's clothing. Tianyu Emperor had a very deep impression of this future daughter-in-law that he was very dissatisfied with. The person who painted the painting used a skillful brush to portray the charm of Luo Qingtong, who was also Luo Qi, to the fullest. This Luo Qi was clearly Luo Qingtong. Tianyu Emperor felt a wave of dizziness. He'd heard that Blackfield's people were looking for evil Dr. Gui Tong. But at that time evil Dr. Gui Tong didn't have a portrait. Later on, Xianxia drew a portrait of Luo Qi and had people look for her. But because everything was done in secret, this portrait wasn't circulated around the Black Field. Tianyu Emperor had no way of knowing. This time, he got this portrait of Luo Qi because he didn't know how he'd offended evil Dr. Gui Tong, causing her to declare that she wouldn't accept any orders from Tianyu's royal family. He wanted to find the reason and resolve this conflict. But he didn't expect to find this portrait, if Luo Qi was evil. Dr. Gui Tong, then didn't that mean Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Gui Tong? My god, no wonder she had such a big grudge with Tianyu's royal family. Apart from Tianyu's royal family's orders, she'd accept all other orders. No wonder evil Dr. Gui Tong would wipe out the Fei family in one night. Even House Xianyu and Blackfield would support her, forbidding them from taking revenge. If Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Gui Tong, then everything made sense. The royal family's neglect and bullying of the Luo family these years, and Yuan Shui's bullying of Luo Qingtong, almost taking her life. Emperor Tianyu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat whenever he thought about it. With such a deep grudge, Luo Qingtong didn't skin Tianyu's because she was still of age. He was still worried about the Luo clan. Emperor Tianyu was a cunning old fox. He knew what Luo Qingtong was worried about. Quick! Go ask the ancestors to come out. I have something to discuss with them. Of course, Tianyu, of Tianyu's, he's of ass outside the hall. The Tianyu Empress, who had come to pay her respects, heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed in. Your Majesty, what happened to you? You still have the nerve to say that? It's all because of you. Seeing her come in, Emperor Tianyu was furious. Originally, he didn't want to see Luo Qingtong, his future daughter-in-law, and she wouldn't cause any trouble, but it was this woman's good daughter who offended Luo Qingtong so much. not only that, she even sent the verdant tiger guards and Fiji to wipe out the Luo family behind his back, causing Luo Qingtong to have a death grudge. Otherwise, with evil Dr. Gui Tong's identity, how could Tianyu's royal family be free and unfettered? She's the apple of the Holy Dynasty's eye, someone the Black Field would do anything to protect. Emperor Tianyu thought. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he stood up and kicked the Empress, sending her flying a dozen meters away. She was caught off guard and almost couldn't get up. Your Majesty, what did I do wrong? The Empress of Tianyu knocked her head on a nearby ornament and started bleeding. She looked at Emperor Tianyu in a daze, not knowing why she was treated like this. What did you do wrong? You still have the face to ask? Look at what this is. Emperor Tianyu said and threw the portrait of Luo Qi in front of Empress Tianyu. Do you recognize what this is? He gritted his teeth and looked at her. Isn't this Luo Qingtong's portrait? The Empress looked at the portrait. She naturally recognized Luo Qingtong, but why did His Majesty draw her as a man? The Empress still didn't understand. Haha. Luo Qingtong's portrait. Emperor Tianyu said and then flipped the table in front of him. This came from Black Field, it's Luo Qi's portrait. And this Luo Qi is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye that Black Field has been looking for. Now do you know what you did wrong? Emperor Tianyu stared at her with bulging eyes. He looked like he wanted to eat her alive. Do you know why evil Dr. Ghost Eye wants to destroy your Fei family? Because she is Luo Qingtong. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye is Luo Qingtong. You bitch, you've caused a disaster for our imperial family. Empress Tianyu's eyes widened when she heard this. What? She looked at the portrait in front of her with a shocked expression. In an instant, it was as if she had been burned by fire. She suddenly threw the portrait to the ground. Impossible. How can Luo Qingtong be evil Dr. Ghost Eye? She's just a daughter of a marquis, how can she have that kind of ability? Her mother was also long gone. Tianyu's Empress stopped abruptly at this point. That's right. Luo Qingtong's mother was no longer around, but her medical skills were most likely passed down. Otherwise, where did Luo Qingtong get this kind of ability? But why didn't Luo Qingtong reveal it all these years? If she knew Luo Qi's talent was on par with her mother's, she wouldn't have treated her like this. She even caused the destruction of the Fei family. Thinking of this, hatred rose in Empress Tianyu's heart. Your Majesty, I think Luo Qingtong has long wanted to attack the royal family of Tianyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his talent from us for so many years and pretended to be bullied by us. She said fiercely, since we've already formed a grudge with her, we might as well go all the way and control her and the entire Luo family in our hands and make her work for us. The Empress of Tianyu's expression was abnormally sinister. Right now, no one knows she's evil Dr. Ghost Eye and she's the rightful daughter-in-law of our imperial family. We'll use marriage as an excuse to force her to submit. Let's control that old fart from the Luo family first, we'll see what she can do. At that time everything she has will be ours. That's right. An elder helped the Tianyu Empress up. Empress is right. Luo Qingtong has betrayed us. She came to our Tianyu imperial family to break off the engagement. Now that she has the identity of evil Dr. Gui Tong, she won't put us in her eyes. That elder snorted, since she has an engagement with our imperial family, she will be a member of our imperial family in life and a ghost in death. This marriage must be carried out to the end. Not only that, everything she has, including everything she gave to the Luo family, will belong to our imperial family. That's right. Another elder's eyes flashed with greed. Evil Dr. Gui Tong's identity is no small matter. Since we have a grudge against her, we can't let her go. Fortunately, no one knows who she is now. Even the Dark Domain and the other major forces of the Holy Dynasty don't know. Luo Qingtong has hidden herself so well. She has benefited the royal family and is also a great opportunity for our Tianyu Empire. If we can control her, our empire will become a faction of the Holy Dynasty in the future. It will be easy for us to become a county. We may even reach a higher status. You know, she is an alchemist. And Luo Qingtong's medical skills have already surpassed her mother's. The elders said coldly. They already saw Luo Qingtong as a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Amidst the discussion, Emperor of Tianyu's chaotic thoughts slowly cleared up. According to the uncles, you want to control Luo Qingtong completely? He looked at the crowd and asked slowly. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. No one knows her identity, only we have seen through it. Your Majesty, there is a saying, if the heavens want to give, they must take. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Luo Qingtong's identity has been seen through by us. This is a gift from the heavens to our imperial family. One of the elders laughed. That's right. No one knows her identity, so it's convenient for us to act. Another royal family elder looked at Emperor Tianyu and said. Otherwise, with evil Dr. Ghost Eye's identity, once Luo Qingtong decides not to hide anymore, it will be a disaster for the royal family of Tianyu. What did it mean to be a highly sought-after alchemist in the Black Field and the Holy Dynasty? This meant that Luo Qingtong could destroy Tianyu's royal family with just one word. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Luo Qingtong didn't want to be the object of everyone's covetous eyes, so she tried to hide her identity. But what if one day she didn't want to hide anymore? If that was the case, then with the other party's medical skills and strength, Tianyu's royal family would be no match for him. Not to mention anything else, just the existence of the Black Field was enough to completely erase Tianyu's royal family from the map of Truespill continent. And the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin wouldn't even ask about it. What kind of cruel reality was this? This also made Emperor Tianyu realize that besides controlling Luo Qingtong, there was no other way. From the very beginning, their engagement with Luo Qingtong was a dead knot. The only way was to let go of their engagement with Luo Qingtong, and then bow their heads to make up for the debt they owed to the Luo family and Luo Qingtong. But even then, they might not be able to obtain Luo Qingtong's complete forgiveness. Moreover, how could this compare to the freedom of having Luo Qingtong in their hands? That should be the glory of their royal family. Good. Emperor Tianyu slowly nodded. At the same time, in the land beyond the clouds. In the northwest, where the All Creations dragon root was born. Buzz, as the ball of light in the center suddenly broke out of the ground, the masters who had been waiting for a long time flew out and rushed towards the ball of light. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. A group of people suddenly walked over from afar. Boom, as the man at the front waved his sleeves, the surrounding air suddenly cracked and rippled. Ming Zun. Looking at the figure that appeared, the surrounding experts were all on high alert. Ming Zun, you have never participated in the fight for treasures. Why are you making an exception this time? The silver-robed, black-haired figure that appeared in front of them was like an indomitable spirit. The dark golden mask covered the man's handsome face that was like a celestial being's. The domineering aura that emanated from his body seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. That terrifying aura was enough to intimidate the experts who were fighting for the All Creations dragon root. It was a kind of aura that was blessed by nature and supreme. I have no intention of fighting with you. I just want to borrow the holy brush of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. As Xianxia spoke, his gaze passed over the All Creations dragon root and looked at the elder in red who was holding the huge holy brush. The elder was the one that Luo Qingtong had seen in the Blackfield subcity. He was the one who had given her the purple recommendation card for the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. When he heard that Xianxia wanted to borrow his holy brush, he immediately laughed out loud. Sure. Ming Zun, I gladly agree to lend it to you. However, Ming Zun, please help me obtain the All Creations dragon root. My old bones can't withstand the torture of illness, the elder in red said with a smile. Xianxia didn't say anything. He just swept his gaze across the crowd. Did you all hear what he said? This All Creations dragon root, I want to obtain it. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his sleeves. Boom boom boom. When the word take was spoken, Xianxia's voice caused the air to explode. The ball of light that enveloped the all-encompassing dragon root, along with the countless experts' divine senses and powers attached to the ball of light, exploded. Shwa. Xianxia raised his hand and caught the 10,000 elephant dragon root firmly in his hand. At the same time, the experts who were competing with him for the all-mammoth dragon root were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at him. It was said that there was a problem with Ming Zun's strength. and that he could only display 30 to 40% of his full strength. Who would have thought that he was still so powerful? It was simply terrifying. The group of experts failed in the competition and left one after another. Xianxia took the 10,000 elephant dragon route and walked to the Grand Dean of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Find the whereabouts of this Qi. He avoided the Grand Dean's hand that was about to take the 10,000 elephant dragon route, and released the Qi of the Holy Brush Spirit that Elder Chu had released. It's the Qi of the Holy Brush Spirit released by the Holy Academy. Which idiot offended you? Or did he offend that evil Dr. Kid? The Grand Dean looked at the Qi in amazement. By the way, I left a purple recommendation letter for that kid. She should have gone to enroll in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, right? The Grand Dean asked cheerfully as he investigated. Xianxia looked at him with indifference. Enroll, she had indeed gone. However, it was not that woman who went, but her big, silly subordinate. However, Xianxia would not tell him about this. The man nodded lightly. The Grand Supreme Dean was overjoyed. Soon, he found the source of the aura. Yes, it's the Qi of a tutor surnamed Chu from the Tianyu Empire branch, he said while stroking his beard. Chu, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Tianyu branch, that woman's identity seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. Bam, Luo Qingtong had just entered the Kaiyuan mystic realm and was about to leave with little Overlord Yuan and the others when she suddenly felt her body sinking as if she had fallen into a black hole. It's a space-time trap. When opening a mystic realm, the space is unstable, and it's most likely to appear. But why are you the only one who fell in? This is a trap. It should be man-made. Little Nether Venerable and Little Pig crawled out from her sleeve. Humph. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She recalled that when she was about to meet up with little Overlord Yuan and the others, she was stopped by Shi Qingqing and the others for no reason. Shi Qingqing was all smiles and said that she came to say goodbye to her and told her to be careful in the mystic realm. She must have deliberately squeezed her into this trap at that time. Hold me tight. The surroundings were turned upside down. Luo Qingtong was not at ease with them staying in her sleeve. She hugged Xianxia with one hand and Little Pig with the other. The latter used its little hooves to grip her close tightly, and in a burst of AO AO AO, it fell to the ground with her with a thud. Where is this? Looking at the fiery surroundings, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know. Little Pig groaned and got up from the ground. It had never been to such a training ground, so how could it know where it was, but looking at the situation, this should be the deeper part of the Kaiyuan mystic realm. It groaned and said, since those people have bad intentions towards you, this must be a dangerous place in the Kaiyuan mystic realm. Or a very dangerous place. Little Pig had just finished speaking. Roar. A fiery red phantom aura suddenly rose from the surroundings. The phantom was blurry, and it was hard to tell what kind of monster it was. However, it had sharp teeth and thorns all over its body. The breath it exhaled was hot and sharp like a knife. Puff. It exhaled at Luo Qingtong, and the surrounding space was instantly cut into pieces by countless sharp blades. Rip. Luo Qingtong leaped and dodged the attack with little Mingzun in her arms. Her shoulder was cut by the hot air and the saber wind. The attack of a middle-level martial king. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. She raised her hand and summoned the life and death Yin-Yang sword. With a swoosh, the roaring flame cut was unleashed, the fiery red monster was split into two halves. Hiss, bursts of aura burst forth from the fiery red monster and quickly condensed into a crystal in the air that exuded a powerful aura. Is it soul power? Luo Qingtong looked at the crystal on the ground and picked it up with Xianxia in her arms. She tossed it in her hand and found that the soul power in this crystal was very gentle and nourishing. It also had the effect of purifying one's soul and innate talent. There was still a little bit of spirituality left in that soul power. Could it be the consciousness that was derived from that fiery red shadow? If that's the case, these crystals are good stuff. Soul power was the easiest to be contaminated, even if it was absorbed and transformed by the 1,000-year-old soul guiding wood. However, the power of these crystals was very gentle and easy to absorb. It was very beneficial for warriors and soul cultivators. It seems that this should be the depths of the Kaiyuan mystic realm, where the elites of the big forces come to train. Luo Qingtong thought as she put away the crystal. You and Mo, you people from the Empire of Qin's holy court, don't go overboard. Everyone who saw the Yang Soul Stone should have a share. What right do you people from the Empire of Qin's holy court have to monopolize it? You even dare to stab me in the back. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes when she heard that voice. She peeked out from behind the rock she was hiding behind to take a look. She saw two groups of people confronting each other in an open space not far from her. The group of people with their backs facing Luo Qingtong wore silver-gray robes. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly. But the group facing Luo Qingtong was none other than Yuan Mo's group, whom Luo Qingtong had met before. They were even old acquaintances. Luo Qingtong looked at the girl in a yellow robe beside Yuan Mo. Her face was covered with a light-colored veil, but the left side of her face could still be seen. Her lips curved slightly. Wasn't this Yuan Mo's junior sister? Her face hadn't healed yet, that's right. How could the human face blister formed by the Yin energy of the 1,000-year soul guiding would be so easy to heal? As for the people beside Yuan Mo, they weren't any different from the ones she had seen in the Blackfield City. It seemed like they had already been subdued by him. It was truly a small world for enemies. She didn't expect to meet them again in the Kaiyuan secret realm. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. Humph. Based on the fact that we were the ones who obtained the Yang Soul Stone, it should belong to us. That yellow-robed girl said confidently. The rules of the Yin Yang Soul Mountain are as such. The Yang Soul Stone belongs to whoever obtained it. What's wrong with us taking what we should have? Mu Ryu, you have the nerve to say that? The leading youth that was confronting her sneered. We were the ones who surrounded that Yang Soul King beast first. What right do you have to fight it? And what right do you have to take that Yang Soul Stone? Even if we, the Four Seas Court, don't get anything in the end, it's not up to you to interfere. You. That Yang Soul King beast was the one who attacked me. You didn't take good care of your own prey and you're blaming me? Mu Ryu sneered. Don't talk about that Yang Soul Stone. Even if I don't want it, I won't give it to you. You. The atmosphere between the two sides instantly became extremely tense. Luo Qingtong frowned as she looked at the crystal in Mu Ryu's hand. The Soul Stone that Yu Ryu was the Soul Stone. Yu Ryu Yui's Ru have a Soul King beast, S Ryu. Yu Ryu's Yu's. Bang. Yu's. Luo Qingtong Mu Ryu's eyes moved slightly. The instant the huge rock shattered, she tore off a corner of her robe and used it to cover her face. She then rolled out of the range of the huge rock. Bang. Luo Qingtong Mu Ryu made her move and killed that Yang Soul King beast. She then collected the Yang Soul Stone that had fallen. Who is it? Hearing the commotion, the two sides who were at loggerheads instantly looked over. Miss, it's you? Seeing Luo Qingtong roll out from behind the rock, Yuan Mo was slightly stunned. A trace of clear surprise flashed in his eyes. Mu Ryu immediately yelled. When Mu Ryu saw Luo Qingtong, she hated that she couldn't eat her alive. Mu Ryu still hadn't recovered from the poison she had put on her face previously. She still dared to appear before her? Mu Ryu raised her hand to attack Luo Qingtong, but the latter easily dodged her attack. The people of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy are still so unreasonable. They like to snatch other people's things. Luo Qingtong said coldly as she put away the Yang Soul Stone in her hand. She was referring to how Mu Ryu wanted to snatch the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood from her. But in the eyes of the crowd, it was Mu Ryu who wanted to snatch her Yang Soul Stone. When they thought about how Mu Ryu had previously snatched their Yang Soul Stone, the people of the Four Seas Pavilion instantly despised her. They looked at Mu Ryu and said coldly, Yo, instead of snatching in the dark this time, you want to snatch openly? Can the people of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy be so shameless? The leading youth of the Four Seas Pavilion directly said to Luo Qingtong, Lady, come over to our side. I want to see if the people of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy dare to kill us and snatch our treasures. Since both sides had the same enemy, they instantly became enemies and forgot to ask about Luo Qingtong's background. Those who could enter this secret realm were either geniuses from the various large powers of the Sacred Empire or students of the Sacred Academy's main school. It didn't matter which school she was from, but the most important thing was that she had a grudge against Mu Ruyu. Luo Qingtong smiled in response as she walked over. Bitch. Mu Ruyu gritted her teeth as she looked at her. She then glared at the leading youth of the Four Seas Pavilion and said, Gong Xinghai, are you determined to go against us? Yo. Look at what you're saying. How are we going against you? Don't you, Miss Mu, rely on the fact that you have a pair of good parents to go against others everywhere? Why? Since you can't snatch it, are you trying to threaten us? The Four Seas Pavilion disciple called Gong Xinghai mocked. Unfortunately, we are not students of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. We won't fall for your tricks. When Luo Qingtong heard those people insulting Mu Ruyu, her lips curled up slightly. Bitch. At this moment, Mu Ruyu turned her head to look at her. When she saw the smile on her face, she instantly scolded her with a vicious expression. Her beautiful face also looked like a malicious ghost. Yi Qianxian, who was in Luo Qingtong's embrace, had a cold expression on his face. He looked at Mu Ruyu with an indescribably cold gaze through his half-mask. Mu Ruyu, right? He remembered her. Luo Qingtong's expression was also very cold. Her 5 fingers moved slightly. Right at this moment, screech, a sharp cry suddenly came from afar. Sun Soul Emperor Beast. Hearing this cry, everyone's face instantly lit up with joy. Brother Gong. Yuan Mo, who was originally looking at Luo Qingtong, turned to Gong Xinghai and said, My junior sister was in the wrong this time. I apologize on her behalf. The Sun Soul Emperor Beast has appeared. Both of us aren't its match. How about we work together to kill it? You must return that Yang Soul Stone as well. Gong Xinghai's heart was also moved, but he didn't relent. Alright. Yuan Mo looked at Mu Ruyu as he said that. Junior sister, hand over the Yang Soul Stone. Senior brother. Mu Ruyu gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. In the end, she still tossed the Yang Soul Stone to Gong Xinghai. For you. She said in a fit of pique. He naturally said that to annoy Luo Qingtong, but it was also because he felt a trace of the Sun Soul King Beast's aura when she charged out from behind the huge rock. Luo Qingtong's movements were too fast that he didn't see it clearly at that time. Moreover, these Sun Soul Beasts didn't have a physical body and were extremely hard to sense. He just had his suspicions. If she could really kill a Sun Soul King Beast so easily, then bringing her along would naturally save them a lot of trouble when dealing with the Sun Soul Emperor Beast. After all, the Sun Soul Emperor Beast was already a Spirit Emperor expert. It wasn't something they could easily kill. They had to team up in order to kill that Sun Soul King Beast just now. A person who could travel alone in the Yin Yang Soul Mountain was naturally someone worth befriending. Otherwise, why would Gong Xinghai be so kind as to go against Mu Ruyu for a girl that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Even though it was to annoy the other party, that person had to be strong enough. Alright. Luo Qingtong nodded and clenched her fist. She withdrew the few strands of energy that were originally ready to be unleashed. Her gaze swept past the human-faced ghost boils on the left side of Mu Ruyu's face. With a smile, she said, Let's go together. Humph. Pretentious. Mu Ruyu looked at Luo Qingtong with hatred in her heart. The ghastly boils on her face were caused by this girl. The Four Seas Pavilion actually wanted to bring her along. What can she do by herself? Gong Xinghai, since you insist on bringing her along, then for the Yang Soul Imperial Stone that we hunt later, her share will be provided by your Four Seas court. Once she said that, the expressions of the Four Seas Pavilion members instantly changed. Mu Ruyu's words were really too overbearing. If the other party contributed to killing the Sun Soul Emperor Beast together, why should the Four Seas Pavilion only contribute? Junior sister. Yuan Mo couldn't help but speak up when he saw the atmosphere between the two sides becoming tense again. Senior brother, don't say anything. Either they abandon this girl, or the Four Seas Pavilion will take full responsibility. Otherwise, any random person can come and take a share of the loot. What does the Four Seas Pavilion think of the Empire of Qin Holy Academy? Mu Ruyu said with disdain. Good. Gong Xinghai was also angered by her words. This young lady's share will come from our Four Seas court. Mu Ruyu, don't think we can't afford it. He looked at Luo Qingtong and asked, "Miss, what's your name?" "Luo Qi." "Good. Miss Luo Qi, you will follow our Four Seas Pavilion later," Gong Xinghai said. "All right." Luo Qingtong's lips curved slightly. "Since I'm following the Four Seas Court, then the Yang Soul Stone that I hunt later won't belong to the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin, right?" She looked at Mu Ruyu and the others as she said that. "Of course not," Gong Xinghai said firmly. "The elites of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy are rich and overbearing. They wouldn't care about our measly Yang Soul stones." As he said that, he tossed the Yang Soul stone that he had just obtained from Mu Ruyu with a mocking expression. Luo Qingtong looked at Mu Ruyu's ashen face and suddenly felt that the people of the Four Seas Pavilion were rather interesting. "That's good. I can be at ease now." Luo Qingtong nodded. "Humph. Let's talk about this after you hunt for the Yang Soul stone. Do you really think the Yang Soul stone is that easy to obtain?" Mu Ruyu said with a mocking expression. "Is this girl's first time in the Kaiyuan secret realm? She will know how hard it is to obtain the Yang Soul stone later." Shameless boasting. Slap, slap, slap. As the group chased after the Sun Soul Emperor beast, they encountered many Sun Soul King beasts along the way. The strange thing was that even though they were both hunting Sun Soul King beasts, Luo Qingtong's side had a much higher chance of obtaining a Sun Soul stone than the Empire of Qin's side. After killing a few Sun Soul King beasts in a row, the Empire of Qin's side didn't obtain a single Sun Soul stone. On the Four Seas Court's side, as long as Luo Qingtong made a move, they would basically obtain a Sun Soul stone. This was because Luo Qingtong discovered that these Sun Soul King beasts had a core point in their bodies. Once this core point was broken, the power in the Sun Soul King beast's body would condense into a Sun Soul stone, and if they didn't hit it, their power would completely dissipate. This was also the reason why Luo Qingtong had obtained a Sun Soul stone when she killed two Sun Soul King beasts in a row. She had an eye technique, so she could naturally see the core point in the Sun Soul King beast's body. But the others could only rely on their luck. Luo Qingtong didn't reveal too much. Out of 3 or 4 attacks, she basically succeeded once. But even so, the accumulated Sun Soul stone was still very impressive, causing Mu Ruyu's eyes to turn red with anger. Bang! The group chased after the Sun Soul Emperor beast's aura and arrived at a dark red kernel. The Sun Soul Emperor beast's appearance was several times larger than the Sun Soul King beast, and its entire appearance was even more sinister. Another huge head grew out of its head, and spikes covered its entire body. Its entire body was brimming with astonishing power. Boom! The Sun Soul Emperor beast was surrounded by everyone. It instantly let out a sharp howl and attacked Luo Qingtong and the others. The scorching wind, accompanied by its breath, sprayed everywhere. Hot wind and strong qi were everywhere. "Lady Luo, guard the periphery and wait for an opportunity to make a move." Gong Xinghai led the people from the Four Seas Court to surround it. Yuan Mo also led the people from the Empire of Qin's Sacred Court to surround it. Mu Ruyu stayed behind to guard the Empire of Qin's Sacred Court. The two teams surrounded it. Rumble. The group of people fought against the Sun Soul Emperor beast. Bang! Yuan Ma wielded a large cyan sword and fiercely attacked the Sun Soul Emperor beast. Every attack would cause the Sun Soul Emperor beast to suffer heavy injuries. Upper grade Martial King, seeing Yuan Ma's cultivation, Luo Qingtong smiled. It seemed that Yuan Ma was living a good life in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. His strength had increased so quickly. Generally speaking, the students who were admitted to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin were not stronger than the Martial King realm. Only peerless geniuses could enter the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin at the Martial King realm. Yuan Mo's strength should not have reached the Martial King realm when he entered the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. He should have been at the Quasi-King realm at most. It was obvious that his strength had been raised in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, as expected of the Holy Court of the Holy Dynasty. Humph, showy but impractical. Little Mingzun's voice was cold as he squatted on Luo Qingtong's shoulder. He looked in Yuan Ma's direction with a cold gaze. This was the man who was engaged to this woman. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong's obvious disdain for Yuan Ma, Xianxia didn't know if he would have been able to hold himself back from attacking him. This woman should be his. How could this man named Yuan Mo be able to have such an open and honorable engagement with her? The man who should be with her should be me. It could only be me. Aha, Luo Qingtong nonchalantly replied. It is indeed a showy but impractical move. A bloody light flickered in Luo Qingtong's eyes. In her eye technique, Yuan Mo's and the others' attacks were full of flaws. With her current martial marquis strength and the life and death yin yang sword, it wouldn't be a problem for her to kill the people in front of her. Even the weaknesses of the Emperor Sun's soul beast were in her eyes. Under such circumstances, if Yuan Mo's attacks weren't showy but impractical, then what were? In this world, there were too few attacks that Luo Qingtong couldn't see through. Rumble. Following Yuan Mo's and Gong Xinghai's attacks, the Emperor Sun's soul beast retreated in defeat. It started to run toward Luo Qingtong and Mu Ruyu, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Junior sister, Lady Luo, be careful not to let it escape. Yuan Mo raised his voice. He didn't know why, but when he called out Luo Qingtong's name, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Luo, this surname always made him feel strange. Yuan Mo frowned slightly when he thought about his fiancée in the eastern border country. Yuan Mo felt vexed when he heard that she was in the Tianyu Branch Academy and had cheated to enter the trash class. He didn't have any feelings for his fiancée, but couldn't that girl know her place and not come out to embarrass him? He gave her a recommendation letter and she pretended to be generous and gave it to someone else. It was fine if she gave it to someone else. If she had the ability, she could have entered the Tianyu Branch Academy with her own abilities. But she cheated and was assigned to the trash class. He, Yuan Mo, was known as the #1 genius in the Tianyu Branch Academy and was praised by everyone in the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy. But in the end, he had a fiancée who was assigned to the trash class. If others knew about this, they would laugh their heads off. Fortunately, that girl couldn't enter the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to put his face. Thinking about that, Yuan Mo's expression turned cold. When he looked at Luo Qingtong, his gaze became gentler. It would be great if his fiancée was Miss Luo Qi. He didn't know why, but ever since he saw Luo Qingtong outside the Black Field, Yuan Mo's heart couldn't calm down. He had seen many women, but none of them gave him the same feeling as Luo Qingtong. Carefree, wanton, evil, soaring, from that moment on, his heart was moved. However, the other party clearly had no feelings for him. Seeing that Luo Qingtong didn't even look at him, Yuan Mo felt indescribably annoyed. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was completely focused on the Sun Soul Emperor beast that was running towards them. The latter was much larger than the Sun Soul King beast, and there were actually 3 core points in its body. Would he only be able to obtain a Yang Soul Imperial Stone if he hit all 3 spots, or would he be able to obtain 3 Yang Soul Imperial Stones if he hit all 3 spots? Luo Qingtong already knew from Gong Xinghai and the others that the effects of a Yang Soul Imperial Stone were dozens of times better than a Yang Soul Soul Stone. Not only could it purify one's soul and talent, it could also allow martial artists and soul practitioners to break through while ignoring bottlenecks. Without the shackles of realms, this was definitely a good thing. If Luo Qingtong came alone, this Sun Soul Emperor beast could still run if it couldn't beat her, but now, with so many people here and surrounding the other party, Luo Qingtong had to get a piece of Yang Soul Royal Stone. Boom! After clearly seeing the location of the 3 core points, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pulled out the Wind and Thunder Sword. This Wind and Thunder Sword was a martial emperor-level spirit weapon. Although Songqing had carved a bunch of useless inscription patterns on it, just the power of wind and thunder on it was already a top-grade martial emperor-level spirit weapon. Clang! Following the unsheathing of the Wind and Lightning Sword, the sound of metal, wind, and thunder reverberated continuously, sonorous and powerful. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. It was especially so for those martial practitioners that practiced the wind and lightning technique. They could hear the pure power of the Wind and Lightning Sword. It was extremely powerful. They didn't expect her to possess such a powerful spiritual weapon. They didn't know which power's core genius disciple was from. It should be known that only Sage Realm experts could casually bestow such a grade of spiritual weapon. Experts of other realms wouldn't be so generous. Even if they wanted it, it would definitely be a treasured genius disciple. Just as the Four Seas Pavilion and the Empire of Qin's disciples' expressions changed slightly, Mu Ruyu suddenly gritted her teeth. She looked at Luo Qingtong with unconcealable jealousy and hatred. The whip in her hand was a martial emperor-grade spiritual weapon that her parents had personally requested. But its quality and effect were obviously inferior to Luo Qingtong's wind and lightning sword. This woman had ruined her face and stolen her limelight. Mu Ruyu was enraged. Swish, she raised her hand and lashed out with her whip. When the whip was lashed toward the Sun Soul Emperor beast, it coincidentally swept the scorching wind blades that it had spat out toward Luo Qingtong. At the same time, the tip of the whip was like a poisonous dragon emerging from its lair. It seemed to be faintly discernible as it swept toward Luo Qingtong, blocking her attack. "Lady Luo, be careful!" Gong Xinghai immediately shouted when he felt that there was something wrong with Mu Ruyu's whip. At the same time, he glared at Mu Ruyu and said, "Mu Ruyu, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" "I'm intercepting the Sun Soul Emperor beast." Mu Ruyu snickered. After sweeping the scorching wind blades toward Luo Qingtong, she leaped forward and lashed her whip toward the injured Sun Soul Emperor beast. It was obvious that she wanted to let Luo Qingtong take on all the attacks while she killed the Sun Soul Emperor beast. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly cold when she saw Mu Ruyu's actions. Swish, her body moved slightly as she dodged Mu Ruyu's attack. At the same time, the 5 fingers on her left hand moved. Ah! Following the movement of Luo Qingtong's left hand, the left side of Mu Ruyu's face instantly twitched in pain. Ah! It hurts. She clutched the left side of her face and twitched violently. The veil on her face fell off. In an instant, the countless human face ghost boils on the left side of her face wriggled and appeared in front of everyone. TSK. Disgusting. What the hell is that? Seeing the continuously wriggling rotting human face on Mu Ruyu's face, the members of the Four Seas Pavilion revealed unbearable disgust. Even the people from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qing turned their heads away and didn't look at Mu Ruyu. Even though they had seen it many times, they still couldn't look directly at the human face ghost sore on Mu Ruyu's face. It was too disgusting. Ah! So painful. Slut, what did you do to me? Mu Ruyu covered her face as she shrieked in pain. It must be that slut's doing. These things should have already been treated and put to sleep. As long as I can obtain enough Sun Soul Soul Stones this time, these ghastly things on my face will be healed. Luo Qingtong had indeed used the yin energy of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood to revive those human face ghost sores. Who asked Mu Ruyu to do this to me? It's impolite not to reciprocate. She had wanted to make a move on Mu Ruyu before, but she had temporarily stopped because of the appearance of the Sun Soul Emperor beast. She didn't expect that Mu Ruyu would still attack herself. Luo Qingtong's eyes were ice cold. Boom! While she was activating the human face ghost sores on Mu Ruyu's face, the sword light in her right hand struck the Sun Soul Emperor beast. But due to Mu Ruyu's obstruction, that attack didn't kill the Sun Soul Emperor beast. End of chapter 521. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.